BlueStar Online loading complete. Welcome players to the game BlueStar Online. Whether you once possessed a fortune worth trillions, or were drowning in debt, your previous assets and experiences have now come to an end. Everything has been reset. You now own one, and only one small wooden cabin. To enhance your experience, please remember the following points. They may help you live a little longer. 1. This is an ultra-high freedom survival game. The only thing you need to do is stay alive. 2. Each person will be teleported to a random region. Do not be shocked by the environment you find yourself in, and perhaps you will need a little luck here. 3. Each of you possesses your own small wooden cabin. This is your safe shelter. Strive to gather all kinds of materials and upgrade your cabin. That is your guarantee for survival. Inside a dilapidated wooden cabin by you curled up in a corner shivering. What kind of wretched place is this, he muttered. The mechanical voice in his mind droned on, but he no longer had the attention to listen. The temperature around him was absurdly low, numbing his mind with cold. Driven by survival instinct, you staggered out of the cabin, hoping to find somewhere even a little warmer. The door creaked. As it opened, a boundless white expanse filled his vision. Heaven and earth seemed to have fused into one. He stared at it, and in that instant felt a hollow resignation, as though he might as well go back inside and wait for the end. Seeing this, you accepted his fate in an instant, and silently retreated back into the cabin. What a disastrous start, he thought bitterly, wishing the cold would simply take him quickly. Staring at the shabby cabin of less than 4 square meters, you could only curse inwardly. If he had to be thrust into another world, he thought they could at least have given him proper clothes. Moments ago, he had been wrapped in a blanket in an air-conditioned room, playing a game, when his vision suddenly went black, and he found himself here stripped of everything. His limbs were gradually turning stiff from the cold, his consciousness growing hazy. In this strange new world, an early death almost felt like a release to him. In his mind, the mechanical voice continued. There is no beginner's gift pack for this regional online game. The constant sound made his head throb. He grumbled inwardly about what a terrible game this was, one that did not even offer a beginner's gift, and wished it would at least let him face death in peace. With a final sigh, Bayou simply closed his eyes and waited for death. Yet in the next moment, a strange warmth burst forth from within his body, and an involuntary sound of relief escaped his lips as comfort washed over him. He snapped his eyes open, bewildered by the strength returning to his limbs. Was this a final flare of life before death? Or had everything that just happened been nothing but a dream? The mechanical voice echoed again in his mind. To improve the game experience, each player will have 1 hour to explore the world. During this time, your body will be restored to its initial state, and you will be immune to all negative status effects. Special reminder: during exploration, do not recklessly provoke monsters. You may not yet possess the ability to. Finally, the BlueStar Online survival game officially begins. We wish all players an enjoyable game. Bayou clicked his tongue softly. So it was not a final flare of life after all, but a beginner's protection period. He smacked his lips and looked around, scratching his head. The game has officially started, he thought, but I do not feel He was baffled. In most games there should be some kind of device or gesture to summon an interface, yet no matter how he checked, there seemed to be nothing at all. He wondered if it might work just by focusing his mind. He tried a few nonsense words under his breath, then realized how ridiculous he sounded and fell silent again. After his brief bout of silliness, Bayou steadied his thoughts. With a single focused intention, a pale blue virtual panel floated into view before his eyes. The interface was simple, not much different from the games he was used to. Tabs appeared before him. Personal info, shelter, chat channel, inventory, trading, friends, announcements. After a quick look through, Bayou first tapped on personal info. On the panel, his name was displayed. Name Bayou. His status: spirit and physique were listed. Status: subhealthy. Spirit 12, average adult value 10. Physique 7, average adult value 10. At the bottom, a final note read. Talent: unawakened, pending awakening. Bayou stared at the words in silence, irritation flickering through him at how bluntly the interface laid bare his weaknesses. Muttering a complaint under his breath, he closed the personal info panel and opened the chat channel. The chat instantly exploded before his eyes, messages flooding past faster than he could read. Voices from all over the world poured in. Is anyone there? What is going on? I am so scared. Someone please help me. Global survival transport. Where are you all? I just checked. I'm in a desert. It's unbearably hot here. I used to be the richest person in the world. Can anyone send me home? They'll pay $500 million to whoever gets me back safely. Other messages cut in. You still haven't faced reality, have you? Do you all really have time to chat? While the exploration period grants immunity, you should be out gathering resources. Brothers, have you awakened your talents yet? I just awakened mine. Only in a level talent weakness lock. A level? Amazing, brother. My talent is only level. Let me cling to someone stronger, please. Seeing the word talent appear again and again, Bayou's eyes lit up. If he could awaken a powerful talent of his own, perhaps he really could survive. I was so hung up on my poor status just now that I almost forgot. My personal info page did mention a talent. Quickly switching back to the personal info panel, he grimaced again at the blunt description of his condition before focusing on the talent line. There it is, talent pending awakening, he breathed. As he read the words, pending awakening, after his talent entry, excitement surged through him, and he could not help exclaiming aloud. Please, he prayed silently to whatever powers might be listening. I have had such terrible luck already. Grant me a truly powerful talent. He began to offer vague promises in his mind, then stopped himself with a wry twist of his lips. In the end, he decided he was willing to offer nothing at all. He simply wanted a good talent, pure and simple. Forcing down his excitement, he focused his attention on the words, pending awakening. A prompt immediately popped up before him, awaken talent. Awaken, he answered without hesitation. He chose yes without a second thought. Talent awakening successful, the familiar mechanical voice chimed in his mind accompanied by a bright bell-like sound. New text unfolded before him. Congratulations. You have obtained the unique SS-level talent Equivalent Exchange. Equivalent Exchange, when activated, this talent allows you to sell any item in exchange for EMC coins. EMC coins can in turn be used to purchase any item of equal value with no limit on the number of uses. A brief note added. Note: you must first sell an item to generate EMC coins before you can spend those coins to buy anything. Bayu stared at the description, stunned. Equivalent Exchange. The possibilities seemed almost limitless. His heart pounded faster. This was not a disastrous start at all. It was as if he had just been handed a creator's tool, power soaring beyond anything he had dared hope for. Yet even as exhilaration flooded him, a faint sense of unease lingered at the back of his mind, as though something about this power was not quite as simple as it seemed. An SS-grade talent is fine and all, but something feels off. After pondering for a moment, Bayu still could not figure out where the strange unease in his heart came from. Forget it, enough overthinking. I should use this time to see what resources are out there. He was an exalted SS Talent Awakener. How could he justify hiding in a wooden hut forever? Of course, he had to take advantage of the novice protection period while it still lasted, venturing out to gather resources and prepare for the day he would truly stand above others. With that thought, Bayu stood up, impatiently pushing the door open once more and stepping out of the hut. This little snowy scene isn't bad at all. He looked around. The hut stood alone in a boundless expanse of snow, everything his eyes could see buried beneath an endless sheet of white. Bayu glanced back at the hut. Sanctuary wooden hut. Level 0. Resources required for upgrade would 10. Description: a crude little wooden hut that can fend off some weak monsters. This shabby thing can fend off monsters. I should be grateful if it doesn't collapse on its own. The hut before him was not only dilapidated, but also so low that Bayu felt it might topple over at any moment. No wonder I almost froze just now. Wait, I think I see what the real problem is. After muttering a complaint, Bayu was just about to search nearby for resources to upgrade the hut, when he suddenly froze as if realizing something, and his expression turned oddly strained. He stood in the snow in temperatures well below freezing, without a single proper piece of warm clothing on him. Suddenly his SS-grade talent did not feel quite so wonderful. No, I still have time. Bayu muttered to himself in consolation, as long as I find something to keep me warm during this period. Not daring to waste a second, he began searching the surroundings for any useful resources. To his dismay, everywhere he looked around the hut, there was nothing but snow, and more snow. The only resource in sight was a crooked tree in the distance. Is this supposed to be some kind of hint? Bayu stared at the leaning tree far away, utterly speechless. He was an exalted SS Talent Awakener. Was he really meant to end his days hanging from a single tree? There seems to be something at the base of that tree. Just as he was hesitating over whether to chop down the crooked tree for materials, a faint glimmer of gold beneath the snow at its base caught his eye. Without a moment's hesitation, Bayu strode quickly toward the crooked tree. A treasure chest. Clearing away the snow at its base, he uncovered a box that glowed softly with golden light, its surface engraved with unfamiliar patterns. Golden chest opened to receive random supplies. Golden chest opening, it will grant random supplies. Minimum 2 types. Maximum 5 types. Oh, Bayu's breathing quickened, his eyes shining with excitement. Haha, it really is a treasure chest, and a golden one at that. This is perfect. Forcing down the surge of exhilaration, he silently pleaded, please give me something that can keep me warm. As soon as he finished, the golden chest began to shake violently, soft golden light spilling from the cracks. In the next instant, the golden chest dissolved into 5 streams of light that surged into his body. Acquired wood 64. Acquired stone 64. Acquired iron ore 10. Acquired snow rabbit meat 10. Acquired camping iron stove 1. Staring at the supplies in his backpack panel, Bayu froze for a heartbeat, then burst into delighted laughter. Now this really is perfect. I've got a stove. With a stove in hand, even after the novice protection period ended, he no longer had to fear freezing to death. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare you, he said lightly. Looking at the crooked tree beside him, with great satisfaction, Bayu grinned. Work hard for a while, will you? When I come to chop you down next time, try to give me a few more resources. The resources from the golden chest were already more than enough to sustain him for a while, so there was no need to waste extra energy chopping wood. Besides, he had no idea whether another chest would respawn here, so leaving the crooked tree might prove useful later. First, I should go back and set up the stove and get a fire going. After a brief consideration, Bayu decided to stop exploring for now and focus on getting a fire going while he still had time. He had none of the conveniences of modern fire-starting tools, and his resources were limited. Under normal circumstances, his only option would have been to rub sticks together to spark a flame. Returning to the hut, Bayu eagerly opened his backpack panel and took out the camping iron stove. With a flash of white light, a small rectangular iron stove appeared inside his hut. Camping iron stove. Quality epic. Consumption consumes wood 1 per hour. Description: crafted from thick, refined iron, it can raise the temperature in a small area and ward off severe cold. Note: items of excellent quality or higher require no manual ignition. Items of epic quality or higher automatically purify carbon monoxide produced by burning. Looks like every item comes in different qualities, and high-quality gear comes with additional features. Studying the description of the camping iron stove by used delight grew. My stove is epic quality, which means I don't even need to light it myself, right? With that in mind, he quickly took out 1 unit of wood and placed it into the camping iron stove. Ignite. As he focused on the prompt before him, a roar sounded, and flames blossomed inside the stove. Phew, that takes care of the heating problem. Seeing the flames leap up, you let out a long breath of relief and added 20 more units of wood to the camping iron stove before finally relaxing completely. Let's upgrade the hut as well. Sitting beside the camping iron stove, he stretched lazily and, eyeing the drafty wooden walls, opened the sanctuary interface. Sanctuary wooden hut. Level 0. Resources required for upgrade: wood 10. Description: a crude little wooden hut that can fend off some weak monsters. When he tried to upgrade the hut, however, a new prompt window popped up. Currently in world exploration phase. Upgrades temporarily unavailable. Time remaining 27 minutes, 56 seconds. What is this? I can't even upgrade now? Muttering a complaint, Bayou reluctantly shelved his plans to upgrade the hut. I'll just sell the materials I got and see how many EMC coins I can earn. Looking at the supplies in his backpack, he began to test his innate talent of equivalent exchange. Sold wood 1. Gained 10 EMC coins. As the message appeared, a brand new virtual window rimmed with a faint purple glow opened before Bayou's eyes. The purple virtual window resembled his backpack, except the figures beneath each item showed their EMC value instead of quantity. In the upper left corner of the window, the total number of EMC coins Bayou possessed was displayed. So a single unit of wood is worth 10 EMC, huh? Buying is simple. Just quietly recite the name and quantity. Bayou looked at the purple virtual window before him, mentally counting the amount of wood. 10 EMC coins consumed wood X1. As the message popped up, the number of wood in his backpack returned to no wonder it's an SS level talent. It's truly impressive. Seeing this, Bayou couldn't help but grin widely. With this talent, there were no longer any so-called worthless resources in this survival game. Even if something is worth only 1 EMC coin, as long as there are enough quantities, it can be exchanged for resources worth billions. Moreover, he could use equivalent exchange to trade in the trading area. As long as the price ratio of the 2 resources in the trading area exceeds the equivalent exchange ratio, one can profit without loss. Sell everything else as well. Let's check the trading area to see what is currently valuable. After going through the entire process, Bayou sold all the resources he had just obtained for EMC coins. Sold wood X43, gained 430 EMC coins. Sold stone X64, gained 1280 EMC coins. Sold iron ore X10, gained 500 EMC coins. Sold snow rabbit meat X10, gained 200 EMC coins. Only 2410. That's way too little. Bayou couldn't help but complain as he looked at the amount of EMC coins. He initially thought the resources from a golden treasure chest would sell for at least 10,000 EMC coins, but was surprised to find it was less than 3,000. Forget it, I'll check the trading area. Shaking his head, Bayou opened the trading area, wanting to see the current prices of the resources. The trading area is not yet open. Please wait for the official announcement. So I can't do anything right now? Bayou was speechless, not expecting his plans to trade would end before they even There are only 25 minutes left until the end of the novice protection period. If I go out to find resources and can't come back. Just thinking about it made Bayou shiver. If he couldn't return, he would freeze to death. Forget it, let's see if there's any useful information in the chat channel. After pondering for a moment, Bayou opened the chat channel and began browsing. Wow, I just discovered a brown bear. Thankfully I ran fast. What are you running for? Take advantage of the immunity debuff time and challenge at unknown. Just slide right in. 666. I'm the world's richest. Who can escort me home? As long as you can safely bring me back, I can give you 500 million. 666. Don't just keep saying 6. Can someone tell me the game rules from the beginning? I seem to have forgotten a bit. Who remembers all that? Go check the announcements. Announcements. Bayou's eyes lit up. He remembered there was a window for that on the virtual panel. Switching to the announcement page, a flood of numbers appeared before his eyes. BlueStar Online loading successful. Welcome all players to officially enter the game BlueStar Online. Whether you once possessed billions or are deeply in debt. 1. This is a 2. Everyone is randomly teleported. 3. Everyone possesses. 4. There is daytime and nighttime here. When night falls, please return to the cabin or you will be in danger. 5. Various treasure chests will randomly appear in this world. Treasure chest levels include common, black, iron, silver, gold, diamond, black, crystal, legendary, mythical, and supreme level treasure chests. Opening them will yield food, materials, blueprints, and other survival resources. 6. Everyone can awaken a talent skill at the start. The grade of talent skills ranges from level to SS level, and every player will certainly awaken a talent skill. The chance of awakening level is 50. A level is 30. SS level is 0. 0000001. 7. You may encounter other players, whether they are friends or foes depends entirely on your choices. 8. The novice protection period lasts for 7 days. During this time, the chance of monster respawn is reduced and resource acquisition speed is increased by 50. 9. The trading area will open after the novice protection period ends. During this time, you can exchange resources through friend gifting, but this may come with risks. 10. Don't worry about the elderly and children. This is a game for everyone, and everyone has been teleported to random areas. 11. Here, once you die, it will be true death. Striving to survive is your only choice. All data has been uploaded to Focus or Mentally Recite system to view the panel. To enhance the gaming experience. Special reminder. Finally, the BlueStar Online survival game officially begins. I wish all players a pleasant game. It looks like this place is much harsher than I imagined. Looking at the information before him, Bayou murmured. Resources, monsters, other players. Oh, one misstep could lead to a dead end. Especially with other players, he knew that in such an unregulated extreme environment, people could be the most terrifying. Let's not overthink it for now. Shaking his head, Bayou pulled back his thoughts, his gaze falling on the drafty wooden planks around him, feeling quite helpless. I need to upgrade the cabin as soon as possible once I level up. 10 units of wood weren't much for him. He didn't want to freeze to death over such a small amount of resources. Resolute, Bayou felt a bit idle, so he opened the chat channel again, browsing the chat messages with great interest while waiting for the countdown to end to upgrade the cabin. Awesome, I found a silver level treasure chest and got an excellent quality machete. Where's that bear? I'm going to take it. What the hell? What luck, how did I come across a treasure chest? I have nothing here, just sand. Good fortune to you. Good fortune to you. I'm the world's richest, who can escort me home? As long as you can safely bring me back, I can give you 500 million. Good fortune to you. Seeing others also discovering treasure chests, Bayou wasn't surprised. With so many people in the world, there would always be a few lucky ones. Who knows, maybe someone has found a supreme level treasure chest by now. Attention players, only 5 minutes left for exploration. Wow, only 5 minutes left. How did it go by so fast? I haven't collected anything yet, and it's ending already. I'm the world's richest, who can escort me home? As long as you can safely bring me back, I can give you 500 million. Can that idiot upstairs just go die? Only 5 minutes left. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Bayou lazily stretched, waiting for the countdown to finish. As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, a sudden chill swept over him, causing Bayou to shiver involuntarily. This broken house really leaks wind. Fortunately, there's a furnace, otherwise I would freeze to death. Bayou curled up next to the camping iron stove, complained as he unhesitatingly exchanged for 10 units of wood. Consuming 100 EMC coins with 10. He quickly switched to the shelter interface and found the option to upgrade the wooden house. Shelter wooden house. Level 0. Resources required for upgrade with 10. Description: a simple wooden house that can withstand some weak magical creatures. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Without hesitation, Bayou selected the upgrade. Consuming wood 10. As the prompt popped up, the entire wooden house vanished. Bayou's bewildered gaze, the wooden house seemed to be reassembled, like building blocks from the floor to the walls, then to the roof. The whole process took no more than a minute. The upgraded wooden house, while still looking quite shabby, appeared significantly sturdier. At least it no longer leaks. Shelter wooden house. Level 1. Resources required for upgrade wood 20. Description: a simple wooden house that can withstand some weak magical creatures. I only need 20 units of wood to upgrade to level 2. Looking at the materials needed to elevate the wooden house to level 2, Bayou pondered briefly before exchanging another 20 units of wood. Then he'll continue upgrading. Consuming wood 20. Once again a prompt appeared, and the wooden house vanished yet again, only to be reassembled. However, the wooden house at level 2 was more than twice the size of level 1, and appeared much more solid and secure. It finally seemed a bit more comfortable. Shelter wooden house. Level 2. Resources required for upgrade, wood 50, stone 20. Description: a simple wooden house that can withstand some weak magical creatures. To reach level 3, I need Looking at the materials required for upgrading the wooden house to level 3, Bayou calculated, I just upgraded to level 2, consuming a total of 300 EMC coins, and now I still have about 2,000 left. To upgrade to the level 3 wooden house, it will cost 900 EMC coins. After a moment of thought, he focused his gaze and decisively said, sure, let's upgrade directly. Consuming wood 50, stone 20. Shelter wooden house. Level 3. Resources required for upgrade, wood 100, stone 50, sand 20, iron 10. Description: a standard single-story wooden house that can provide shelter from wind and rain, and can withstand most weak magical creatures. Oh my, it requires so many resources to upgrade to level 4. Looking at the resources needed for upgrading the wooden house to level 4, Bayou clicked his tongue, surprised that the resources required to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 were much greater than those needed for the previous upgrade. It seems that the level 3 wooden house can only be considered a novice goal. If he didn't manage to upgrade the wooden house to level 3 within the 7-day novice protection period, it would definitely be quite dangerous. Congratulations to player Bayou for becoming the first player in the entire server to upgrade the shelter to level 3. Reward: golden treasure chest. Congratulations to player John for becoming the first player in the entire server to slay a magical creature. Reward golden treasure chest. As he pondered, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in by Yes Mind, and soon after a golden treasure chest appeared in his inventory. Bayou was taken aback, not expecting to be the first in the entire server to upgrade the wooden house to level 3, triggering a system announcement. Oh no, it seems that trying to lay low and level up is no longer an option. But thinking of having snagged a golden treasure chest, Bayou couldn't help but grin. Meanwhile, the chat channel had exploded. Are you kidding me? Did he just upgrade to a level 3 wooden house in under 5 minutes? What the hell? Did he bribe the system? Damn, there are rewards for upgrading. I should have upgraded too. Who the hell is this Bayou, and what about that John? Did he really just slide in to take down a magical creature? Weren't they supposed to be strong? Could it be that they aren't that scary, and it's just the broken system trying to scare us? I think so too. Why don't you go find a magical creature and test it? Meanwhile, in the dense forest, a middle-aged man appearing to be around 40 looked at the golden treasure chest in his inventory with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh my god, I didn't expect to get a golden treasure chest. That doesn't seem so bad after all. The middle-aged man was John, a soldier of the Buying Kingdom, who had awakened his SS-level talent, the Azura Demon Body. Temporarily increases one's basic stats to 300%, and the longer the battle lasts, the greater the enhancement. Even so, it took considerable effort to slay a level 1 magical creature, the Toothed Tiger. Fortunately, the rewards were plentiful. The Toothed Tiger in front of him would sustain him for a while. Not only that, but he also dropped an ordinary treasure chest upon being slain. Oh god, I hope these 2 treasure chests yield a weapon that would make hunting those magical beasts much easier. Praying, John stored the Toothed Tiger corpse in his inventory and headed towards the shelter. He was eager to open the treasure chests, believing that with God's protection, he would surely obtain a good weapon. On the other side, Bayou looked at the golden treasure chest in his inventory, not in a hurry to open it. A golden treasure chest? I wonder how much it's worth in EMC coins. Thinking this, he unhesitatingly sold the golden treasure chest from his inventory. Selling golden treasure chest 1, he gained 8,000 EMC coins. 8,000. Looking at the number on the virtual frame, Bayou felt a wave of disappointment. A treasure chest worth 8,000 EMC coins, while he could only acquire a little over 2,000 EMC coins worth of supplies. I didn't expect this furnace to be quite valuable, no wonder it's of epic quality. Glancing at the camping iron stove beside him, Bayou comforted himself. It's still of epic quality, it should be worth 6,000 EMC coins, right? Let me see what good things I can get this time. Stretching lazily, Bayou spent 8,000 EMC coins to exchange for another golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest, opening it grants random materials. Note at least 2 types, at most 5 types. Would you open it? Bayou eagerly clicked to unlock the golden treasure chest before him. After a moment of shaking, the golden treasure chest transformed into 5 streams of light that surged into his body. Obtained wood 64. Obtained stone 64. Obtained bottled water 10 250 milliliters. Obtained crystal bow 1. Includes 5 regular arrows. Obtained cold resistant down jacket 1. Seeing the items in the backpack, Bayou's eyes lit up eagerly, taking out the down jacket to wear. Introduction: filled with pure goose down, extremely warm and comfortable, allowing you to easily resist the cold. Finally, there's something to wear. Although it is of ordinary quality, Bayou felt particularly satisfied. At last he was no longer running around bare. Not bad, very stylish. With this cold-resistant jacket, he could go out to search for supplies. Admiring his handsome appearance, Bayou took out the longbow and began to play with it with great interest. Crystal bow. Quality good. Introduction: damage can be increased through charging a regular longbow without additional attributes. Note: superior quality and above slightly increases penetration attributes. Epic quality and above greatly increases penetration attributes, significantly reduces charging time. Good quality, not bad, but I seem to have no use for it. As a modern society's beast of burden, let alone basic combat skills, even climbing a few flights of stairs leaves me gasping for breath. Even with a weapon, he did not believe he could single-handedly defeat monsters. Only worth 100 EMC coins. Bayou clicked his tongue, a bold idea rising in his mind. A good quality weapon might not be very useful later on, but in the early stages it is a rare resource. Most people have very few resources, and once they encounter monsters it's a dead end. The value of the crystal bow is only equivalent to 10 units of wood, so, if he sells it now, he could make a hefty profit. Thinking of this, Bayou smiled decisively, exchanging the other resources obtained from the golden treasure chest for EMC. Sold wood 64, obtained 640 EMC coins. Sold stone 64, obtained 1280 EMC coins. Sold bottled water 10 250 milliliters, obtained 200 EMC coins. Only a little over 3,000 EMC coins. That's enough. Looking at the number of EMC coins in the upper right corner, Bayou opened the chat interface, glancing at the rapidly refreshing chat content. Is there any brother who wants to exchange for a longbow? Just need 50 units. 20 units of wood, or 10 units. Originally thinking of trading a longbow for 50 units of wood, but considering that the server had just opened not long ago, and players had few resources, pricing it too high would mean ordinary players wouldn't be able to afford it. This longbow is of good quality. If there is no wood or stone, other resources can be exchanged as well, just bring your... Additionally, I can also exchange for other resources with stone, iron, or water meat, all can be exchanged. If you want to trade, message me privately, the price is definitely fair and honest. What the heck? Isn't this by you the great? I want to trade. Great, what's the price for water? By you, can you give me a bottle of water? I'm 150 in height and weight, I can do anything. This cube fairy, go beg elsewhere, don't disgust people here. In the chat channel with names and avatars being the players themselves, as by you sent the message, other players instantly arrived. Within a few breaths, by yes friends interface flickered and numerous private messages flooded in. Great, I currently don't have enough resources, can you lower the price a bit? I'll compensate you once I have the resources. Can't lower it anymore, if I did what would I profit from? If you don't have enough resources, go find some, I'm not a charity worker. We're all comrades, oh we should help each other. Now that you have resources, you should share some with everyone. You say this, but why don't you share some of the resources in your hands for free? By you the great, I'm a little fairy, can you give me a bit of resources? I can consider giving you an opportunity. This cube fairy, better keep the opportunity for yourself, oh I'm not blessed enough to take. There were many unreasonable requests like this, and by you chose to ignore them directly. What a joke, he was exchanging resources to earn more, not to do charity. He didn't even have enough resources for himself, let alone donate to others, he wasn't that great. When will the trading area open? Checking one by one like this is simply too slow. Scrolling through the private messages, by you couldn't help but complain. If they were here for serious trades, he wouldn't mind, but what on earth were all these strange requests? Finally, after going through countless private messages, by you finally encountered a normal person. Great, I have 20 units of wood, can I exchange for some water? Sure, 20 units of wood can be exchanged for 5 bottles of 250 milliliters of bottled water. 5 bottles, and still 250 milliliters. Thank you, great. By you didn't know what the current price of water was, but seeing the other party's reaction, he instantly realized he had sold it too low. However, he didn't care, as 20 units of wood could be exchanged for 10 bottles of water, and he had already doubled his profit. The other party seemed to be afraid he would go back on his word. Almost instantly, by you received a notification that 20 units of wood had arrived. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate, and sent over 5 bottles of water. After completing the transaction, by you exited the chat box, and continued to browse for information and trade with others. In a certain part of the forest, in a dilapidated wooden cabin, a man looked at the 5 bottles of mineral water that had increased in his backpack, and jumped up excitedly. Wow. I actually managed to exchange 20 units of wood for 5 bottles of 250 milliliters of water. To know the price of 100 milliliters of drinking water is at least 10 units of wood, and it is still hard to come by. He thought he would be grateful to get 200 milliliters of water, but unexpectedly, he directly got 5 bottles of 250 milliliters of water. Eagerly taking out a bottle of water to drink in one go, he felt extremely satisfied. Thank you, great. Do you still need wood? I can chop as much as you want. After quenching his thirst, the man opened Bayou's chat box and excitedly sent a message. He had to leave a good impression on Bayou the Great, even if it meant giving up some resources. However, at this time, Bayou was fully focused on exchanging resources and had no extra thoughts to reply to him. He spent 200 EMC coins to obtain 10 bottles of water, 250 milliliters. As he browsed through private messages, Bayou waited for the exchange interface to trade various resources. Although there were many oddities, there were still quite a few normal people. After several hours, Bayou's exchange interface already had dozens of resources. Bayou accurately calculated the trading differences for each resource based on the ratios on the exchange interface. Hey my friend, do you have any weapons? I want to exchange for a ranged weapon. Suddenly, a private message caught his attention. Bayou initially planned to sell the crystal bow for profit, but he was unsure if it was because players hadn't encountered monsters yet, or if resources were insufficient. In the end, he hadn't sold a single crystal bow, but he had sold quite a bit of bottled water and snow hare meat. Yes, Bayou quickly replied. I have a crystal bow available for just 20 units of wood, and it's of excellent quality on it. Looking at the chat box where a player named John was messaging, he felt like he had heard the name before, but he couldn't recall where. Oh my friend, that's fantastic. I'm in need of such a wonderful weapon, John replied. I have 20 units of wood. Just give me the crystal bow, and they are yours. But could you give me the crystal bow first? Please understand, it's my first transaction, and I'm afraid of being scammed. I understand. Bayou didn't care who gave the resources first. After all, in this world filled with danger and no rules, trust was the most precious. He spent 100 EMC coins to obtain 1 crystal bow. He also spent 50 EMC coins to obtain 5 arrows. Will you gift the crystal bow and arrows to John? Yes. With the message of gift successful popping up, Bayou sent a message. Brother, for this first transaction of the crystal bow, they'll also gift you 5 arrows. You only need to give me 20 units of wood. A crystal bow and 5 arrows total cost only 150 EMC coins, so overall, it was still profitable. If you want arrows in the future, you're welcome to come to me. 1 arrow costs 2 units of wood. Oh my friend, I truly appreciate you. It's just a normal transaction, no need to be so polite. Bayou felt a bit speechless, this guy was really wasting time. He wanted to quickly receive the wood to move on to the next transaction. No. You gifted me a fantastic ranged weapon and 5 arrows. From today onward, you will be my most esteemed friend. Esteem my foot. Did he really say he gifted it to you? You little punk, are you trying to get a freebie? Well, John, let me clarify, I'm not gifting it to you. We are conducting a normal transaction. Baiyu said, you now need to pay me 20 units of wood. My friend, you know that wood is a crucial resource for me. I can't give you any right now. But we're friends, you shouldn't care about something so trivial. Damn it, I don't care if it's important or not. Oh, just return my crystal bow and arrows. Seeing the message from John, Baiyu realized he had truly been scammed. This guy was genuinely trying to get a freebie. While sending a message, he cursed John's ancestors 18 generations in his heart. Oh, my friend, what nonsense are you talking about? Your crystal bow. That is my crystal bow. You can only blame yourself for being too foolish. Seeing John's message, Baiyu suppressed his anger and replied, all right, John, I remember you. You just wait for me. Damn guy. Just because the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat. Switching to the chat channel, Baiyu looked at the rapidly refreshing chat content and quickly sent a message. John, you dog. You dare to scam my resources. From now on, anyone coming here from other countries to exchange resources will be charged 10 times the previous rate, not a single coin less. Today's transactions end here. I need to calm down. After sending the message, Baiyu ignored the reactions from other players and directly exited the chat channel. What the hell? Which lunatic pissed off the boss? I want to kill him. No, John, just hearing that name means he's part of the White Eagle Nation's group of bandits, which has nothing to do with us. John, that name sounds familiar. Right, the system reported that the first person to slay a monster was also named John. No way could it really be that John. At that moment, John sat in a wooden house looking at the message Baiyu sent, feeling a bit amused. Oh, my friend, what a He didn't know how many resources Baiyu had, but he knew that in this lawless world, strength was the only truth. As long as he was strong enough, he could obtain resources from any player. Whoosh! An arrow flew out, and John gazed at the crystal bow in his hand with satisfaction, full of desire, saying, what a good bow. Damn it. On the other side, Baiyu sat beside the camping iron stove, and as he thought about being scammed out of 150 EMC worth of resources, he couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, I just made quite a bit. Looking at the exchange interface, showing nearly 30,000 EMC coins, Baiyu felt a bit better. With so many EMC coins, it should be enough for me to upgrade the wooden house to level 4. Shelter wooden house. Level 3. Resources needed for upgrade: wood 100, stone 50, sand 20, iron 10. He had just traded for some sand and iron, and now he could acquire them anytime using the exchange. Forget it, a level 3 wooden house is sufficient for the novice period. After pondering for a while, Baiyu decided to abandon the idea of upgrading to a level 4 wooden house. Simply upgrading the wooden house level wouldn't be of much use, his strength was weak, and if he became a target, it would only serve as someone else's food storage. Damn it, I will eventually deal with you later. Although 150 EMC coins wasn't much to him now, just thinking about how he had been played and mocked filled him with rage. After cursing John's ancestors 18 generations again, Baiyu focused on a resource called ice spirit fruit in the exchange, and without hesitation, he traded for 10. He spent 1000 EMC coins for 10 ice spirit fruits. Ice spirit fruit. Quality: ordinary. Description: a fruit of heaven and earth that grows in extremely cold frozen soil formed in an environment of extreme low temperatures. Consuming it permanently increases one's physique by 1. Note: for exceptional quality, and above the physique increases by an additional 2, for epic quality, and above it increases by an additional 5. Baiyu took out an ice spirit fruit and examined it carefully. The ice spirit fruit in his hand resembled an apple in shape and size, with an overall icy crystal color that emitted a soft blue glow. It's a pity that the quality and resources sold are the same as the things exchanged in equivalent trade, otherwise one might have been able to get epic level delicacies. This ice spirit fruit was unexpectedly obtained during a trade. At first he thought it was just an ordinary ice crystal apple until the prompt box displayed a value of 1000 EMC coins, and he finally realized its worth. A permanent increase of 1 to physique. One must understand that physique encompasses speed, strength, defense, and so on. In other words, the higher the physique, the stronger the player's power. The average physique of a normal adult is only around 10. Not bad, it tastes just like an apple. What ice spirit fruit? This thing is just an apple with a different skin. Despite the complaints, Baiyu still took big bites. After all, this is a survival game, and having something to eat is already good. After swallowing an ice spirit fruit, he eagerly checked his personal information. Name: Baiyu. Status: subhealthy, kidney deficiency. Mental: 12, the average for normal adults is 10. Physique: 8, the average for normal people is 10. Note: comprehensive speed, strength, defense. Talent: equivalent exchange. Come on, I've got a physique of 8, why am I still subhealthy? Subhealthy is one thing, but why kidney deficiency? Can't all that physique be added to the kidneys? Baiyu was speechless and took big bites. He didn't believe it. He was determined to restore his kidney health today. While eating, Baiyu entered the chat channel to see if there was any useful information. Baiyu and John are fighting. It must be John, he can solo kill monsters. Exactly, Baiyu just got lucky with some resources. He can't possibly. Right, even this fairy wouldn't give him any resources. What a shrimp head. This square lady, please give me some food thing. I owe you one, you shrimp head. Baiyu scrolled through the world channel's messages, suddenly realizing something. No wonder he felt like he had heard this name somewhere. It turned out to be the ruthless person who soloed monsters reported by this. Once I consume more crystal fruits, I can solo monsters too. Are you really that strong? Strength means nothing. In this world, survival relies on resources and connections. If I can't beat you alone, I'll just use resources to gather people to overwhelm you. As Bayu looked at the chat channel filled with insults directed at him, he was about to unleash his counterattack when a private message caught his attention. Hello, may I ask if resources can still be traded? I have a building blueprint, can I exchange it for some wood? A building blueprint. Bayu was surprised. It was his first time hearing about a building blueprint, and what amazed him even more was that someone was actually. After much thought, he temporarily abandoned the idea of arguing and switched to the friend interface, glancing at the chat box displaying the name Lee Musi. Bayu curiously asked, what kind of building blueprint is it? It's a wooden bed building blueprint. Can you exchange some resources for it? A wooden bed sounds quite necessary, though otherwise, even with a camping iron stove, sleeping on the ground could be quite uncomfortable for a few days. Sure, what resources do you want? Bayu replied directly. I want 50 units of wood and some food. Seems like you're afraid I might refuse, so you hurriedly said you should know that there are very few people in the world with building blueprints, so these things aren't too many. That's true, we'll give you a bottle of water too. If you have other blueprints in the future, remember to come trade with me. But I have one request, you must give me the blueprint first before I will give you the resources you want. After his previous experience, Bayu wouldn't be foolish enough to give away resources first. Although these resources weren't much to him, he didn't want to be played for a fool again. As Bayu sent the message, the chat box did not receive a reply from Lee Musi immediately. Bayu wasn't anxious. He continued to munch on the ice spirit fruit while waiting for the other party's reply. Thank you. About a minute later, the chat box popped up with Lee Musi's message. Immediately after, a system prompt appeared in front of Bayu. Player Lee Musi, gifted wooden bed building. Seeing the system prompt, Bayu didn't hesitate and exchanged 50 units of wood, 10 units of snow rabbit meat, and a bottle of water to give to the other party. Just as he was about to close the private message window and see what resources were needed to craft the wooden bed, he saw Lee Musi send another message. Do you have any food that can be eaten directly? I have no tools here. I do, but I need to roast it first. It might. Bayu replied. If you trust me, I'll send it to you once it's roasted. His current food, apart from the snow rabbit meat, was just the ice spirit fruit. However, the ice spirit fruit costs 1,000 EMC coins each. He wasn't sure how much snow rabbit meat it could be exchanged for, so he was reluctant to part with it. That's troublesome. With that message sent, Bayu's inventory added 10 units of snow rabbit meat. Surprisingly, they returned it all to me. Can I eat that much in one meal? Tisk tisk. Bayu took out a portion of the snow rabbit meat from his inventory and placed it on the camping iron stove to roast. He wanted to roast it all at once, but the camping iron stove was too small, only able to hold 4 units of snow rabbit meat at most. It's getting late. I should build the bed first. Looking at the gradually darkening outside, Bayu no longer hesitated and recorded the wooden bed blueprint he just exchanged into the equivalent exchange interface. Sold wooden bed building blueprint 1, obtained 500 EMC coins. Consumed 500 EMC coins, obtained wooden bed building blueprint 1. This guy didn't expect it to be so valuable. With a sigh, Bayu eagerly checked the information of the wooden bed blueprint. Wooden bed building blueprint. Description: just an ordinary wooden bed, no quality, no additional attributes. Whether it can improve sleep quality depends on the player's own ability. Resources needed for construction: wood 40, wooden bed building blueprint 1. So this architectural blueprint is actually a one-time use. Bayu felt a bit disadvantaged. 40 units of wood and a wooden construction blueprint already cost 900 EMC coins. No wonder Lee Musi wanted to sell it. With so many resources, there probably aren't many people who can spare them now. Though reluctant, he had no better choice. He certainly didn't want to sleep on the ground. Consumption of wood 40, a wooden bed construction blueprint 1. Acquired wooden bed 1. Bayu's thoughts stirred, and the wooden bed appeared beside the camping iron stove. It doesn't look any different from an ordinary wooden bed. I guess I need to find some blankets or something. After trying to lie down, Bayu turned uncomfortably. Well, no matter what, at least I won't be sleeping on the ground. Satisfied, he stretched lazily, took an ice spirit fruit from his backpack, and while eating, he kept an eye on the snow rabbit meat in the camping iron stove to prevent it from burning. About an hour later, Bayu looked at the golden, crispy snow rabbit meat and swallowed. It should be cooked by now. He took one down, tore off a hind leg, and eagerly took a bite. Hot, hot, hot. Before long, Bayu endured the heat and finished off the entire rabbit. Burp, this is much better than ice spirit fruit. Sated, Bayu let out a satisfied burp and ate an ice spirit fruit to cleanse his palate. Just as he was about to grab another rabbit, he saw a message from Lee Musi. Is the meat not done yet? Bayu was taken aback and felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly replied, it's done, but I can only roast 3 units at a time. He'll send you the 3 that are ready first. He reluctantly took out the remaining 3 snow rabbit meats and sent them to Lee Musi. Thank you. Good thing I told her it was 3 units, that way I can eat one each time. Muttering to himself, Bayu took out 4 units of snow rabbit meat and placed them in the camping iron stove. Eating an ice spirit fruit, he had nothing else to do since there were no phones or entertainment facilities, so he entered the chat to see what other players were discussing. What the hell, why is it getting dark so quickly? I just collected 15 units of wood, and now I'm starving. Is there any big brother willing to spare a bite for a little brother? Goots and 15 units of wood in exchange for a biscuit. Get lost, I worked hard all day to chop down 15 units of wood, barely enough to upgrade to a level 1 wooden house. You go sit at a table with the fairy in the right direction. Gootson, are you that strong? I can only gather 12 units of wood in a day by hand. It hurts like hell. You guys are too miserable. I found a black iron-level treasure chest during my exploration, and inside there was a wooden axe and a loaf of bread. I don't even have a bed. It seems I'll have to sleep on the floor tonight. Bayu sat on the wooden bed, curiously watching the messages from other players. It seemed that some players had already become accustomed to the current survival environment. Ordinary players without tools appeared to have to rely solely on their hands to gather wood. Though Bayu had never tried to gather wood by hand, and didn't know the speed, it was easy to deduce from other players' conversations that one could gather at least 10 units of wood in a day. As long as they weren't just idle people, everyone could gather at least 10 units of wood on the first day to upgrade their wooden house to level 1. This meant those who hadn't upgraded might face danger at night. While thinking about this, a message in the channel suddenly caught his attention. What the hell? What is knocking on my door? Same here. Is there anyone brave enough to check what's outside? Help! I'm still outside gathering resources. There are monsters. Someone come help. Brother upstairs, just hope for the best. We don't dare go out either. It's over. His avatar turned black. He can't be dead, right? The atmosphere in the regional chat suddenly turned. Bayu frowned slightly. He didn't expect it to be so dangerous at night. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could think too much, a loud knocking sound came from outside the door, startling him. He could vaguely hear the low growl of some creature. Well, I am in a level 3 wooden house. If you can break in, then I guess no one will be able to play anymore. Calming himself down, Bayu wasn't worried about the monsters outside getting in. However, for safety's sake, he exchanged for a crystal bow and watched the wooden door vigilantly. After about an hour, the sounds of the monster outside gradually diminished until they disappeared completely. Has it left? Bayu didn't dare let his guard down. He wasn't sure if the monsters here had intelligence. What if it intentionally left and waited for him to go out? Would he be walking into a trap? He opened the chat channel and silently watched the messages from other players. Is it quiet? Did it leave? I don't know. Why don't you go check? If it hasn't left, just give a signal to the brothers. Who cares if it left or not, as long as we stay inside the wooden house? It'll be fine. Brothers, let's quickly rest and regain our strength. Otherwise we'll be done for tomorrow if we don't have the energy to gather resources. What are you sleeping for? Get up and have fun. Exiting the chat channel, Bayu let out a sigh of relief. Just as they said in the chat channel, as long as he didn't go out, he was absolutely safe. With this thought, Bayu stored the crystal bow back in his backpack, lay on the wooden bed, and wrapped himself in his clothes. Nights were much colder than days. Even with the camping iron stove, he could still feel a chill. Something's not right. Why does it feel like something is burning? While pondering, he suddenly caught a whiff of a burnt smell. In the next moment, he opened his eyes wide and quickly got out of bed. What the hell? Why is it burnt? Looking at the 4 pieces of snow rabbit meat charred black in the camping iron stove, Bayu felt a bit embarrassed. He had been too focused on the chat channel messages that he completely forgot he was roasting snow rabbit meat. Snow rabbit meat, burnt, edible, but has a chance of causing food poisoning. Consume with caution. Helpless, he took a picture of the 4 burnt snow rabbit meats and sent it to Limuzi apologetically, saying, "Sorry, I accidentally burnt them. Please wait a moment, I'll roast some more for you." It's fine, I haven't finished the 3 from before. You can give me the rest tomorrow. But I have a question. Looking at the message from Limuzi, Bayu was taken aback and couldn't help but curiously ask, what? Didn't you say you can only roast 3 units of meat at a time? How come there are 4 pieces in the photo you sent? Damn, he had completely forgotten about that. Looking at the message from Limuzi, Bayu wished he could find a hole to hide in. So actually, I was lying to you just now. Oh, I can roast 4 units at a time. Bayu awkwardly replied. I was just hungry and wanted to keep one for myself. This time you wouldn't be lying to me again, would you? Actually, it's already cooked, but you deliberately sent me 4 burnt ones. Seeing the message from Limuzi, Bayu awkwardly scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Indeed, he was the one who deceived first, so it was only natural for the other party to be suspicious of him. Ahem, how could that be? It's mainly because my stove is too small. Speaking of which, Bayu took a photo of the camping stove and sent it to Limuzi, continuing, if you don't believe me, take a look. Could I borrow your stove for a bit? Huh, borrow the camping stove. Could it be that the other party is also in the extreme cold snowfield like himself? Or does the other party, like John, want to take advantage of his resources? It's impossible to lend it out. I only have this one stove. Bayu decisively refused, saying, if you want it, you can exchange it for resources. He wouldn't be foolish enough to hand over resources just because of a couple of words from someone else. About a minute passed, and the other party still hadn't replied, but Bayu didn't mind. Looking at the leftover ice spirit fruit pit in his hand, a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. I wonder if this thing can be planted. If it can be planted on a large scale, perhaps he wouldn't have to worry about resource issues in the future. After all, 1 ice spirit fruit is worth 1,000 EMC coins, enough to exchange for 100 units of wood. I can just check the information to find out. As if recalling something, Bayu quickly summoned the system to check the information. Ice spirit fruit pit. Description: a pit left over from a certain primate-like creature with a 1 chance of growing into an ice spirit fruit tree when planted in extreme cold regions. Note: the colder the region, the easier it is to grow high-quality ice spirit fruits. Soil requirements: extreme frozen soil. Germination period: 180 days. It can be planted. Bayu couldn't help but smile. Isn't this just perfect? Extreme frozen soil. He had an abundance of that. Tisk with a 1 chance if I plant 100 isn't it certain that at least one will survive? Thinking this Bayou sold the ice spirit fruit pit for equivalent exchange, seeing its value was only 10 EMC coins, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Spending 1,000 EMC coins to obtain 100 ice spirit fruit pits. In my area, growing epic quality or above shouldn't be a problem. The highest quality I've encountered so far is epic. As for what's above epic, I have no idea. Daily limit for consuming ice spirit fruits has been reached. Further use will only increase satiety, not attributes. As the last ice spirit fruit was consumed, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. There's a daily limit. Bayou was taken aback. This was the first limiting resource he had encountered. It seems that to gain more attributes, I can only eat high-quality ice spirit fruits or rely on other special resources. Shaking his head, he opened his personal information. Name Bayou. Status healthy. Mental 12 average for a normal adult is 10. Physique 17 average for a normal person is 10. Note combines speed, strength, and defense. Talent equivalent exchange. Finally healthy. This is my true state. What kidney deficiency? That's just the dog system labeling randomly. Bayou lay on the wooden bed, lazily stretching the camping stove, emanating a faint warm light. No phone, no entertainment facilities, not even a light. He was indeed living the dream survival life in the snow scene in short videos, but this kind of life was quite boring. I wonder what time it is now. I forget it, I should just sleep. Tomorrow I'll plant the ice spirit fruit pits. With a helpless sigh, Bayou stopped overthinking and forced himself to sleep. The next morning, Bayou woke up early. Looking at the dim light outside, he sighed helplessly. Sigh, I haven't gone to bed this early before. I can't even sleep in. After a little stretch to warm himself up, Bayou took out 2 bottles of water, washed up briefly, and placed 4 units of snow rabbit meat onto the camping stove to roast. After finishing all this, he carefully picked up the crystal bowl and opened the door. Only after confirming there were no monsters outside did he muster the courage to step out. These claw marks must have been caused by that monster yesterday. Looking at the clear beast marks on the wooden door, Bayou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had upgraded the wooden house to level 3 yesterday. But speaking of which, can this thing be repaired? He remembered seeing in novels and games that generally shelters needed to be repaired after being attacked. He certainly didn't want to be taken by surprise and die while sleeping soundly because a monster broke in. Shelter wooden house, slightly damaged. Level 3. Resources needed for upgrading: wood 100, stone 50, sand 20, iron 10. Description: attacked by a level 1 monster, but still 99 new, able to shield from wind and rain, can withstand most weak monsters. Repair requirements: wood 1. Just 1 unit of wood needed. It seems this monster isn't that strong after all. Spending 1 unit of wood to repair the wooden house, Bayou entered the chat channel, watching other players discuss last night's monster incident, and quickly sent a message. After encountering a monster attack, the wooden house needs repairs, otherwise it will be damaged. It is estimated that after reaching a certain level of damage it will break. Everyone should repair it accordingly. After sending the message, he ignored the other players' responses and directly exited the chat channel. He had a lot to do today and didn't have extra time to explain so much. Bayou looked at the standard wooden house in front of him and pondered. As the wooden house upgrades, its area will definitely. I should plant the ice spirit fruits a bit further away to avoid affecting the wooden house's upgrade later on. There were no other players around, nor any monsters, so he wasn't worried about the ice spirit fruits being stolen by others. After much hesitation, Bayou walked to the crooked tree he had encountered before and nodded in satisfaction. You're the one, brother tree, who I don't want you to be lonely, so I'll find you some trees. If there's a mother tree, you might even be able to fall in love. This is definitely a blessed place. If it weren't for this crooked tree catching my attention to the golden treasure chest, I would have probably frozen to death by now. However, before planting, he needed to confirm whether the soil here was suitable for ice spirit fruits. Digging through a layer of ice, Bayou looked at the black soil in front of him, eagerly checking its information. Frozen soil. Quality epic. Description: soil formed in extreme cold regions, suitable for planting special plants, but seems to require special tools to cultivate. Requires special tools for cultivation. Damn, can't I just use my hands? If I can uproot a tree with my bare hands, why can't I clear land the same way? Bayou muttered, looking at the black soil before him. After much hesitation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of cultivating the land by hand. After all, it's called frozen soil for a reason. It must be very hard. He certainly didn't want to waste his effort. Let's ask if anyone in the chat channel has any information. With a helpless sigh, Bayou opened the chat channel. Just as he was about to send a message about a trade, he suddenly froze. The system didn't tell him what tools were needed, so he didn't even know what to exchange. All it mentioned was that special tools are required for cultivation, but who knows what those special tools are. Let's try a hoe first. If that doesn't work, then I'll try something else. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message in the chat channel. Who has a hoe or a hoe blueprint? Please include the price. As Bayou sent the message, various notifications flooded the chat channel, but most of them were useless. Looks like there's no. After browsing for a while and not finding what he wanted, he was about to exit the system when a private message caught his attention. Oh, my friend, I might have what you need, but I need you to exchange some resources for it. Seeing the familiar name in the chat box, Bayou's heart sank, and he cursed angrily. You can forget it, you. It was none other than John. This guy had just freeloaded his weapon yesterday, and now he wanted to freeload his resources again. Did he think this was an Aleokaniat buffet? Meanwhile, John looked at the insults sent by Bayou, and his mocking expression gradually darkened. Due to the system, all messages sent by Bayou were translated into the language of the White Eagle. Oh my god, this damn guy actually dared to insult me. John looked at the continuous stream of messages from Bayou in the chat box. Suppressing his anger, he said, "Don't let me find out where you are, or I will definitely kill you." In his mind, Bayou was already marked for death. He was confident that with his SS-level talent, he would be the sole ruler in this survival game. However, in order to deceive Bayou into giving up his resources, he continued, "My friend, don't be so angry. I swear to God this time I am sincere. Sincere my ass. You can go to hell." Seeing the unending stream of insults from Bayou, John's face darkened, and he angrily exited the system. "You better pray you don't fall into my hands, or I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you." With John no longer replying, Bayou cursed a couple more times, speaking viciously. His physique was now at 17 points. If he ate enough ice spirit fruits today, he could reach 27 points, nearly 3 times that of a normal person. He didn't believe he couldn't take on John. After calming down a bit, he browsed through some private messages, but didn't find any information about the hoe. Reluctantly, he exited the system. "Alright, I'll head back first. I'll deal with planting the ice spirit fruits later." Looking at the crooked tree beside him, Bayou said regretfully, "Brother Tree, it's not that I don't want to help you find a partner, it's just that I really can't clear the land right now. Don't worry, once I have the tools I'll definitely come help you find a partner right away." After saying that, Bayou wrapped his clothes tighter, bid farewell to the crooked tree, and returned to the wooden hut. Upon returning to the wooden hut, Bayou added 20 units of wood to the camping furnace. Looking at the golden crispy snow rabbit meat that had already been cooked, he took one and started eating heartily. While eating, he pulled up the chat box with Limusi. "Here, including the 3 from yesterday, I owe you 4. I'll give them to you." After sending the remaining 3 snow rabbit meats to Limusi, Bayou was about to exit the system when he saw a message from her. "Thank you. Do you want a hoe?" Seeing the word hoe, Bayou's eyes lit up and he quickly replied, "Do you have one?" "I only have the hoe blueprint." Another blueprint. Bayou was taken aback. How lucky was this person to have obtained 2 blueprints in just 2 days? "A blueprint is fine. What resources do you want?" "I want to borrow your furnace." Looking at the message from Limusi, Bayou fell silent. Was she also in a snow-covered area like him, needing the furnace to keep warm? But why did she say borrow? "For my ice spirit fruit forest, I'll give it back." After some consideration, Bayou gritted his teeth and agreed. As long as the ice spirit fruit forest is planted, he could get as many camping furnaces as he wanted in the future. "As usual, you give me the blueprint first, and then I'll give you the camping furnace." "No problem." As Limusi sent her message, a system notification popped up. "Acquired wooden hoe blueprint 1. Alright, just a moment." After confirming there were no issues, Bayou looked at the camping furnace beside him and sold it in an equivalent exchange. Sold camping furnace 1, earned 5,000 EMC coins. Sold wood 18, earned 180 EMC coins. Spent 10,000 EMC coins, acquired camping furnace 2. Spent 480 EMC coins, acquired wood 48. With the equivalent exchange completed, Bayou quickly placed the camping furnace back in its original spot and added 24 units of wood. Seeing the camping furnace ignite once more, Bayou secretly sighed in relief. Having done all this, he sent the other camping furnace along with 24 units of wood to Limusi. "This thing consumes a lot of wood, so I'm giving you an extra day's worth. Remember to contact me when you have good stuff in the future." I just need to borrow it for a bit. I can return it right away." "No need, keep it for your use." Seeing the message from Limusi, Bayou quickly replied, "You should also be near the snow area, or you wouldn't be asking for something to keep warm. Although I don't know what method you use to stay warm, I happen to have another one of these." Although it pained him to do so, Bayou wanted to establish a good relationship with someone who had already obtained 2 blueprints in 2 days, just in case he might benefit from any useful blueprints in the future. Then, "Thank you. If there's anything you want, just let me know, and I'll keep an eye out." Look at that, this is effective. The lucky one has already asked him what he needs. "Actually, if you happen to find extra bedding, or a bedding blueprint, it would be fine to send it to me." Bayou smirked, quickly replying, "As an exchange, I can give you a set for free." Although he had a wooden bed to block the cold from the ground, it was still uncomfortable at night without a quilt. I actually have one. I have a quilt here, it's been sent over." Is this the power of the lucky one? Thank you, Sister Lucky. Description: an unremarkable old-fashioned quilt made of 100 pure cotton. Note: superior quality and above can self-clean, epic quality, and above increase warmth by 50. Awesome, still an epic quality, this trade is not a loss. Selling quilt 1, earning 2,000 EMC coins. Tisk, still too few resources. Looking at less than 5,000 EMC coins, I sighed helplessly. Looks like I still need to find some high-value EMC coin resources. Not bad, it finally feels a bit like home. Wooden hoe blueprint can craft a low-level wooden hoe. Low-level wooden hoe, extremely low efficiency in tilling land, worse than using hands, very low durability. The only advantage is that it allows you to till land with dignity. Note: different types and qualities of land consume different durability. Well, who told me I'm a proud person? Can this thing till the ground? You're kidding, right? No wonder they say it's worse than using hands. With this, it really might not be faster than my hands. Since I've made it, I should see how it functions. Brother Tree, I'm back. Don't worry, this time I brought equipment. Tilling degree of frozen soil 50. A wooden hoe can only till 10 blocks of frozen soil. Well, it's a good thing this thing isn't too valuable, only 200 EMC coins to exchange for one. Swinging the wooden hoe, I tilled the frozen soil beneath my feet. Throwing away the broken wooden hoe, I collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Looking at the less than an acre of black soil before me, I couldn't help but feel helpless. It was my first time tilling, and I never expected it to be so tiring. After a short rest, I stood up and took out the prepared ice spirit fruit seed. Detected land suitable for planting. Would you like to plant the ice spirit fruit seed? Successfully planted ice spirit fruit seed. Survival status unknown. It seems I can't tell yet whether the ice spirit fruit seed can survive. I was planning to use equivalent exchange to plant all 100 units of black frozen soil with ice spirit fruit tree. Finally done, time to lie down, goodbye brother tree. Still comfortable like this, the pure wooden bed is too hard. What the hell, what kind of dog luck do you all have? I haven't encountered a treasure chest yet. Brother, be content, I haven't just encountered a treasure chest, but I've also faced 2 monsters. Thank goodness my talent is ground shifting, or you would have been directly served. Is there any big shot willing to share some wood with me? Do I have to upgrade the wooden house to level 2 today? Upgrading to level 2 isn't hard. I found a golden treasure chest, opened it, and went straight to level 2. Looking at the discussions of other players, I couldn't help but sigh. Satisfied, I flipped over and opened private messages, hoping to see if anyone wanted to trade resources. Brother Bayou, are you there? Do you still need wood? Can you trade me some food? Yes, 4 units of wood for 1 unit of raw rabbit meat, 5 units of wood for 1 unit of cooked rabbit meat. Raw and cooked rabbit meat are both priced at 20 EMC coins in equivalent exchange, but since there's an extra step, I naturally want to trade for more resources. Sure, I'll exchange 5 units of cooked rabbit meat. By the way, brother, what's the price of water now? Same old, 4 units for a drinkable bottled water, 250 milliliters. Then give me 5 bottles of water. Brother, you are quite lucky to have so much wood. Bayou was very curious about what talent Wang Lin possessed. Although he had never collected wood himself, it was easy to learn from other players' chats that if one relied solely on manual labor, they could gather at most 15 units of wood in a day. Wang Lin had just exchanged 20 units of wood here for 5 bottles of water yesterday, so surviving until today indicated that his wooden house was at least level 1. It was evident that he had now collected at least 100 units of wood. The big shot is joking, Wang Lin quickly replied. I just got lucky and found a black iron level treasure chest. Opening it yielded an exceptional quality iron axe. Moreover, my talent is woodcutting critical strike, which allows me to randomly receive 1 to 5 times the critical wood reward, and since I am surrounded by forests, that's why I have so much wood. With forest woodcutting talent and a starting iron axe. Come on, your luck is just too good. Bayou felt a bit envious, especially recalling how he almost froze to death at the start with nothing around but a crooked tree. Big shot, if you ever run low on wood, feel free to find me. Ooh, I can chop as much as you need. Seeing Wang Lin's message, Bayou quickly replied, sure, just give me whatever extra wood you have, I can collect as much as you need. But just to be clear, I have my own pricing for exchanging resources here. Although 1 unit of wood was only worth 10 EMC coins, if the quantity was large enough, he could still make a decent profit. You'll take any amount. Yes, any amount. You can exchange for whatever resources you want as long as I have them. Bayou quickly replied, I have unlimited resource exchanges here. Come on, with equal exchange, the more transactions, the more profit he would make. Thank you, Big Shot Bayou. Big Shot, let's add each other as friends. No problem. The two added each other as friends, chatted for a bit, and then Wang Lin continued chopping wood while Bayou lay in bed, trading with other players. He currently had less than 5,000 EMC coins left. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well use this time to trade for more resources. Finally managed to get some EMC coins. Unknowingly, time slipped by quietly, and as evening approached, Bayou looked at the nearly 50,000 EMC coins and nodded in satisfaction. Throughout the day, aside from returning for units of roasted rabbit meat to Li Muzi, he had spent almost all his time trading resources. My physique has also reached 37 points, not bad at all. Looking at his personal information, Bayou couldn't help but smile. After eating 10 ice spirit fruits, his physique had once again improved, reaching 37 points. I wonder if I can defeat a level 1 monster now. Bayou murmured. He could clearly feel that his strength had significantly increased compared to yesterday. The sudden boost in power gave him the illusion that with his current strength, he might be able to crush some low-level monsters. With this thought, Bayou's eyes glimmered with unusual light. When the monsters come tonight, I want to see if they are really as terrifying as the system says. Determined, Bayou began to plan how to hunt the monsters. Soon night fell, and Bayou curled up outside the wooden door, vigilantly observing the surroundings. He didn't dare to stray too far from the wooden house. If the monsters came in large numbers, he could always retreat inside. Damn it, why aren't they coming? If they don't show up soon, I might just have to go back in. Bayou was getting a bit dazed from the cold, sneezing, and contemplating whether to return to the wooden house to warm up before coming back out. Oh woo. Just as he was pondering, a faint, low growl caught his attention. They were here. Bayou perked up, unconsciously tightening his grip on the crystal bowl beside him. Following the source of the sound, he suddenly saw 2 points of ghostly green light appear in the distance, particularly clear in the pitch-black night. Could it be a ghost? Watching the increasingly close ghostly green light, Bayu swallowed hard, contemplating whether to immediately hide in the wooden house. Oh whoa. Just as he was thinking, the 2 points of ghostly green light seemed to have detected his presence, letting out a howl and swiftly pouncing towards him. Seeing this, Bayu hurriedly rolled to the right to dodge the attack, while summoning the system to check the monster's information. Level 1 Monster Icefield Wolf, Grade None. Attributes None. Skills Unknown. Description: a level 1 low-level monster without attributes or grades slightly stronger than ordinary beasts may be a good choice for guarding a home, can be tamed. So it's a wolf. Bayu sighed in relief. At least it wasn't a ghost, otherwise his crystal bow would have been useless. Watching the Icefield Wolf pounce again, Bayu dared not be careless, quickly taking arrows from his backpack, aiming accurately at the Icefield Wolf, and fully drawing back the bow. Whoosh. With a sharp sound, the arrow flew swiftly towards the Icefield Wolf. Oh whoa. The Icefield Wolf howled, its body leaping in an eerie manner to evade Bayu's attack. It can dodge that. Bayu was somewhat surprised. His physique was currently 3 times that of an ordinary person, yet the arrow shot from the fully drawn crystal bow was easily dodged by the Icefield Wolf before him. Oh whoa. Missing again, the Icefield Wolf growled in rage, its ghostly green eyes fixated on Bayu. It hadn't expected that this human would be so difficult to deal with, not only dodging its attacks twice, but also nearly injuring it. For a moment, the Icefield Wolf ceased its blind pouncing and stood at a distance confronting Bayu. If I don't believe it. With a cold snort, Bayu raised his crystal bow and shot another arrow. As the Icefield Wolf leaped into the air, he aimed at its abdomen and fired 2 arrows simultaneously. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 arrows shot out, creating a sound of whistling through the night. The Icefield Wolf attempted to use the same tactics to dodge Bayu's arrows, but just as it avoided the first 2 arrows, a sharp pain surged through its hind leg. Oh whoa. The Icefield Wolf let out a painful cry. Got it. On the other side, Bayu was extremely excited. As he shot the second arrow, he had already drawn out another arrow to shoot a third. With his current strength, fully drawing the crystal bow was effortless. Oh whoa. The Icefield Wolf stared intently at the crafty human before it. At that moment, it realized it was absolutely no match for this human. Just as it wanted to escape to heal its wounds and come back for revenge, Bayu had already quickly run in front of it. Trying to run. Not that easy. With the crystal bow fully drawn and the arrow aimed at the Icefield Wolf's head, Bayu smiled and said, "So Icefield Wolf, here's your chance. Rest assured I'll be incredibly strong later on. You definitely won't regret following me." Bayu watched the Icefield Wolf with a smile, his voice full of temptation. As soon as he saw the words tameable, he was determined to tame it. This was the first living creature he encountered in this world. Although the Icefield Wolf's strength was insufficient at the moment, even Bayu, who was strong, could not defeat it, let alone tame it. The Icefield Wolf bared its teeth and growled, its gaze fixed on Bayu as if it was about to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. Looking at the growling Icefield Wolf, Bayu pressed the arrow directly against its head, smiling, but his voice was extremely cold as he continued, "I will give you a minute to consider. If you refuse, I will have to kill you." If it weren't for the fact that the Icefield Wolf was the first living creature he had seen, Bayu would have already shot it dead. Feeling the arrow increasingly close to its head until it was pressed against it, the Icefield Wolf's previously aggressive posture immediately softened. "No, big brother, I was just joking. Baring my teeth was just to show you how sharp my fangs are. Why are you taking it so seriously? Can you take the thing off my head first? Then we can talk. Lest we have a mishap. I thought you really weren't afraid of death. It seems you agree." Bayu looked at the Icefield Wolf's softened demeanor, smiled, and said, "Don't resist later." With that, he summoned the system, looking at the Icefield Wolf's information, wanting to tame it without reservation. However, the next moment a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Taming requirement, taming scroll 1. Taming scroll. Bayu was taken aback, realizing he wouldn't be able to tame the Icefield Wolf today. So, should I just kill it? For a moment, Bayu hesitated. Without the system's taming, he dared not let the Icefield Wolf stay by his side. But after all, it was the first living creature he encountered, and it seemed this fellow was already inclined to submit. If he killed it, he would feel somewhat reluctant. "Forget it'll give you a chance." Seeing the Icefield Wolf's pleading expression, Bayu approached it from behind and said lightly, "Forget it'll give you a chance." Seeing the Icefield Wolf's pleading expression, Bayu approached it from behind and said lightly, "Don't move, it'll help you pull out the arrow." As he spoke, he gripped the arrow embedded in the Icefield Wolf and pulled it out forcefully. Oh whoa. With the arrow pulled out, the Icefield Wolf let out a painful howl. Bayu immediately raised his crystal bow, aiming it at the wolf. After quickly stepping back 2 paces to maintain a safe distance, he slowly lowered the bow. Seeing Bayu lower the crystal bow, the Icefield Wolf limped towards him. "Wait, don't come over, just stay there." Seeing the Icefield Wolf coming, Bayu hurriedly stepped back 2 paces and took out an ice spirit fruit from his backpack, tossing it to the wolf. "I don't have any healing medicine right now, just eat this for now." Although the ice spirit fruit had no healing effect, it could enhance its physique and might help it live a bit longer. The Icefield Wolf cleverly swallowed the ice spirit fruit on the ground, and the next moment its dark green eyes widened suddenly. After swallowing the ice spirit fruit, it clearly sensed that its strength seemed to have increased a little. "Isn't it said that wolves are carnivorous? Why does it look dazed after eating the ice spirit fruit?" Bayu complained and tossed 2 pieces of snow rabbit meat, continuing, "If you're hungry, eat this first. If you're tired, just lie down at the door and sleep." Don't howl, I'm going back to sleep now. With that, Baiyu ignored the ice-field wolf and walked into the wooden house. After the earlier battle, he was somewhat tired. After tidying up a bit, he lay down on the bed and quickly fell, and when he woke up again, it was already the next morning. Baiyu lingered in bed for a while before reluctantly getting up to wash up. I wonder how the ice-field wolf is doing. Baiyu was uncertain whether the ice-field wolf would attack him, so for safety's sake, he picked up the crystal bowl beside him and cautiously walked outside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the ice-field wolf resting on the ground. At this moment, the arrow wound on its left hind leg had nearly healed, with its surrounding fur stained a shade of blood red. Looks like there's no need for healing medicine now, Baiyu muttered, kicking the ice-field wolf to wake it up. Owl! Owl! The ice-field wolf's beautiful dream was interrupted, and it growled angrily, wanting to see which clueless fellow disturbed its rest. However, upon seeing Baiyu fully armed, it immediately changed its expression, adopting a flattering and obsequious demeanor. You're quite obedient, here, this is your reward. Seeing the ice-field wolf's flattering demeanor, Baiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, took out 2 pieces of snow rabbit meat from his backpack, and said, if you follow me, well, it'll help you soar in the future. Oh woo. The ice-field wolf looked disdainfully at the snow rabbit meat on the ground circling around Baiyu in a flat. Aren't you hungry? Baiyu was bewildered as the ice-field wolf seemed to have a look of disdain. Oh woo woo. The ice-field wolf shook its head frantically, using its paw to draw a circle in the snow, looking at Baiyu with hopeful eyes. You can't be wanting to eat ice spirit fruit, right? Baiyu thought for a moment, took an ice spirit fruit from his backpack, and placed it in front of the ice-field wolf. Oh woo woo. Seeing the ice spirit fruit in Baiyu's hand, the ice-field wolf nodded furiously. You little rascal sure knows how to eat, only going for the expensive stuff. Glancing at the ice-field wolf, Baiyu tossed the ice spirit fruit to it, and said casually, as long as you behave, I'll give you 1 ice spirit fruit to eat every day. The ice-field wolf swallowed it eagerly and excitedly circled around Baiyu. Alright, eat those 2 rabbit meats too. There's no way to sell them after throwing them on the ground. Baiyu waved his hand and ordered the ice-field wolf, after you finish eating, let's wander around here to see if there are any resources. Today was already the 3rd day, and he hadn't truly explored the surrounding environment. Now that he had the ice-field wolf to assist him, he decided to take a day to observe the surroundings. Oh woo. The ice-field wolf howled and quickly finished the snow rabbit meat on the ground, walking off with Baiyu into the distance. Together they started exploring slowly in the snow. About an hour later, Baiyu looked at the towering snowy mountain cliff, his face full of exasperation. Damn it, we've been walking for almost an hour, and it's still a cliff. Not long after setting off, Baiyu encountered a cliff, and driven by curiosity, walked along it for nearly an hour, only to find it was still a cliff. What was even more frustrating was that along the way he hadn't found any resources at all. Old wolf, tell me, am I blessed with extraordinary fortune or cursed by it? Baiyu sighed helplessly as he continued walking along the cliff's edge, unable to resist venting his frustrations to the ice-plain wolf. He had just awakened an astonishing SS strength talent, yet was born into a barren, desolate wasteland utterly devoid of resources. He strongly suspected the heavens were mocking him, though he possessed no proof. The sole silver lining was the absence of monsters here. So much so that Baiyu began wondering whether the ice-plain wolf itself had been randomly generated by the system. An hour later, as Baiyu ranted on, a piercing, bone-chilling gale suddenly swept across the land. Ugh, freezing. Old wolf, you've got thick fur. Go ahead and take the brunt for me. Before the ice-plain wolf could react, Baiyu darted behind it. Oh whoa. The wolf howled, a triumphant cry at last, seizing its moment to shine. It resolved to perform flawlessly. Perhaps its master, in a fit of generosity, would reward it with another ice spirit fruit. With that thought, the wolf strode forward, proudly shielding Baiyu from the fiercest gusts. After roughly 10 minutes, a natural canyon emerged before Baiu's eyes. Whoa, old wolf, thank the heavens. No more sheer cliffs. Let's go explore it right away. Baiyu cried out excitedly and hurried after the wolf toward the canyon. Though narrow, the fissure was just wide enough for the ice-plain wolf to squeeze through. After what felt like an eternity, they finally emerged from the canyon, only to find themselves standing once more upon a vast expanse of snow. Yet this terrain held far richer resources than their previous desolation. Holy, finally! Real resources. Baiu's eyes gleamed as he gazed upon a dense forest of snow pines. If I could harvest them all and exchange them via equivalent exchange, how many EMC coins might I earn? Alas, he lacked tools for felling trees, and manual harvesting would be agonizingly slow. With a sigh, he abandoned the notion. If Wang Lin were here. Muttering under his breath, Baiyu patted the ice-plain wolf beside him and said, let's go. Explore this place thoroughly. See if there's anything else worth taking. So they ventured deeper into the snow pine forest. Along the way, every directly obtainable item was instantly converted into EMC coins through equivalent exchange. Though each yield was modest, it was better than nothing, and more importantly unlocked several new resource categories. Mid-exploration, however, the ice-plain wolf, which had been trotting cheerfully at Baiu's heels, abruptly stiffened with alertness. Oh whoa! Its gaze locked fiercely on the thicket to the left, low growls rumbling deep in its throat. Something's wrong. Baiyu froze, following the wolf's stare toward the underbrush. In the next instant, a woman burst from the thicket, launching herself straight toward him. Taken aback by her sudden appearance, Baiyu recoiled, only to be knocked flat onto the snow. Hey, why were you sprinting like that? Is there a monster? Bayou stared at the woman about to speak, when 3 burly men charged out from the same thicket. Their leader was a stout, middle-aged man in his 30s, garbed in ragged clothes, gripping a rusted iron axe, his broad face twisted into a leering, grotesque grin. Holy hell, boss. A real monster. One lanky man's eyes narrowed sharply upon spotting the Ice Plain wolf beside Bayou, urgently whispering to his leader. What's there to fear? Just a level 1 Ice Plain wolf. Nothing we haven't butchered before. The leader scoffed, glancing dismissively at the wolf. Slay it now, and tonight we feast on fresh meat. He'd already noticed the beast, but paid it no mind. His iron axe had after all dropped from a treasure chest after he'd slain an Ice Plain wolf himself. Now armed with the axe, his strength had surged. Killing this wolf wouldn't only mean meat for dinner, it might even yield another treasure chest. Hearing their leader's words, the 2 henchmen's initial wariness instantly melted into raw, ravenous greed. In this world, meat was a rare and precious commodity. Bayou blinked in quiet astonishment. He hadn't expected this grizzled man to have hunted monsters before. Could his talent be combat-oriented? Before he could decide whether to flee, a panicked voice shattered his thoughts. Don't just stand there, run. Before he could react, the woman seized his arm and yanked him upright. Humph, still thinking of running. The leader snorted, coldly lunging forward to block the woman's path. Little sister, I advise you to cooperate willingly and submit to us 3. His gaze slid over her with obscene hunger as he chuckled darkly. Hand over the treasure chest, serve us well, and you'll never want for fine food or strong drink again. I'd rather die than comply. The woman glared defiantly at the advancing trio, her delicate features flickering with terror as she frantically searched for an escape route. Hey, old wolf. Don't just stand there. Bite them. Behind her, Bayou stared incredulously at the wolf and threatened. If even one of them escapes today, you won't get another ice spirit fruit. This idiot wolf. Didn't it see he was about to be overwhelmed? Why just stand there gawking? Oh, whoa. The wolf roared, eyes blazing with fury, and lunged straight at the lanky man nearest to it. Dare you harm my ice spirit fruit, or my master? I'll tear you limb from limb. Holy hell. The lanky man's face drained of color. Without hesitation, he tumbled sideways in a desperate, graceless roll, barely evading the wolf's jaws. Wretched beast. Intended to leave you for last. Since you seek death, I'll grant it now. The leader's expression hardened. Raising his iron axe, he charged headlong at the wolf. Hey, though I truly appreciate you not abandoning me at the last moment, Bayou said to the stunned woman beside him. Could you please loosen your grip first? Those 3 are stronger than expected. My foolish wolf seems genuinely outmatched. With the leader and the second man joining the fray, the wolf, though not yet overwhelmed, was swiftly losing ground, barely managing defense, let alone counterattack. You own this wolf. The woman stared at Bayou in disbelief. What kind of person was he? To tame a monster, just acquired it. Though admittedly its strength leaves something to be desired. Bayou shrugged, watching his wolf take blow after blow, utterly unmoved to intervene. Aren't you going to help? The woman whispered, cautiously glancing at the chaotic struggle. It looks like it's losing. No rush. It needs a lesson in humility. Bayou stood aside, quietly observing the battle between the 3 men and the wolf. He noticed that despite the coordinated efforts of the trio, the Icefield wolf, though pushed back repeatedly, always managed to evade their lethal attacks at critical moments. Seeing this, Bayou was not worried. Rather, he wanted the Icefield wolf to learn a long-lasting lesson. He wanted to see if it would dare to foolishly stand by and watch next time. The girl beside him was somewhat at a loss, unsure whether to stay here or seize the opportunity to flee. The Icefield wolf clearly stood no chance against the 3 men. Without assistance from others, its death was merely a matter of time. However, if it could train a monster to become a pet, the man beside her must possess considerable strength. Could he be a high-level combat talent? With this thought, the girl nervously stood behind Bayou, stealing a glance at him. It seemed that systematic taming was necessary. Bayou did not care what she thought, muttering to himself as he continued to watch the battle unfold before him. At that moment on the battlefield, the Icefield wolf felt somewhat constrained. In an unknown fight, it could easily crush any opponent, but the trio before it was well coordinated, and the middle-aged man leading them wielded a heavy iron axe. This left it in a passive position, and there were several instances where it came dangerously close to being struck by the axe. It couldn't afford to lose, but its leader was watching, and if it lost, it might never eat ice spirit fruits again. With a howl, the Icefield wolf narrowly dodged the middle-aged man's strike and retaliated with a powerful swipe of its massive paw. Damn it, this beast feels significantly stronger than the ones I've encountered before. Seeing the Icefield wolf's attack, the middle-aged man felt a jolt of urgency and quickly raised his iron axe to protect himself. Even so, the wolf's overwhelming strength sent him flying. Oomph. With a grunt, the middle-aged man steadied himself, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Boss, are you okay? Seeing their leader knocked back, the 2 younger men immediately panicked, trying to fend off the Icefield wolf's attacks, while anxiously asking about his condition. Among the 3, only the middle-aged man had combat talent. The other 2 were merely of frank talent. If their leader was incapacitated, they should start thinking about how to escape. They followed the middle-aged man to survive, not to engage in a reckless battle with the wolf. It's just a beast. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and the next moment his physique suddenly expanded. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from him. A rank talent amplification, the first awakening increases all attributes by 5. Each use can temporarily double attributes for 10 minutes. After amplification ends, all attributes are reduced by 50 for 30 minutes. Under the effect of amplification, the middle-aged man gripped his iron axe and charged towards the ice-field wolf at an incredible speed. The wolf only saw a fleeting shadow flash before it instinctively attempting to dodge, but it was a moment too late. The middle-aged man swung his iron axe with lightning speed, striking the icefield wolf's right front paw. A whoa! The icefield wolf yelped in pain, letting out a tormented howl as it glared viciously at the middle-aged man, wishing to shred him to pieces. If a beast is just a beast. The middle-aged man snorted coldly again, gripping his iron axe as he prepared to strike the icefield wolf once more. He only had 10 minutes of skill duration and needed to finish this quickly. At this moment, the icefield wolf's right front paw was injured, and its left hind leg was still recovering from an arrow wound. Faced with the middle-aged man's attack, it found it impossible to dodge. Just as the middle-aged man's iron axe was about to strike the icefield wolf, a loud clang echoed as an arrow shot straight into the iron axe. The tremendous force caused pain to the middle-aged man's hand, making him lose grip on the axe, which flew away. The sudden turn of events startled the middle-aged man, who quickly took 2 steps back, warily scanning his surroundings. When he spotted Baiyu, who had lowered his stance, his expression shifted slightly. Hey, I mean, when beating a dog, one should look at its owner. Baiyu said blandly, noticing the middle-aged man's gaze upon him. Just give it a lesson, don't go for a kill. Was that you just now? The middle-aged man looked at Baiyu warily, his face filled with excess flesh, reflecting a mix of emotions. He could sense the power behind that arrow. Had it hit his head, he might already be dead. Who else could it be? Baiyu shrugged, turning his gaze toward the icefield wolf. He asked, Hey old wolf, can you still move? If you can, go ahead and eat these 3 guys. They'll cover you from here. He said, taking out an arrow and aiming at the middle-aged man, pulling back the bowstring. Seeing Baiyu's movements, the middle-aged man decisively turned and fled into the bushes behind him. He knew he was no match for Baiyu, especially with the icefield wolf on his side. Staying here would only lead to death. The other 2 younger men looked at Baiyu with terror in their eyes, forgetting everything else as they hurriedly ran into the bush. With a whoosh, 3 arrows struck the legs of the middle-aged man and his 2 companions. As they fled, they stumbled and fell to the ground. Did you think you could run away just like that? Baiyu lowered his crystal bow, casting a casual glance at the 3 men. As a modern person, he didn't yet have the courage to kill them, but Baiyu understood that these 3 could not be allowed to escape, otherwise it would lead to endless troubles. Oh whoa! The icefield wolf let out an angry roar as it lunged at the middle-aged man. Damn beast. Seeing the icefield wolf pounce, the middle-aged man tried to resist, but Baiyu shot another arrow, pinning him to the ground. By the time he broke free from the arrow's grip, the icefield wolf had already pounced on him, its fangs easily biting off his head and swallowing it whole. Oh whoa! Seemingly wanting to proclaim its victory, the icefield wolf couldn't help but howl. Shut up and eat already. Stop dragging this out. Oh whoa! Seemingly wanting to proclaim its victory, the icefield wolf couldn't help but howl. Shut up and eat already. Following Baiyu's command, the icefield wolf wasted no time and pounced on the other 2, killing them in the same manner. I can't take it anymore. Let's change locations. Old wolf, after you're done here, remember to find a place to wash yourself. Suppressing his urge to vomit, Baiyu took out 2 ice spirit fruits and tossed them to the wolf, instructing, they'll get you some healing medicine later. For now, just eat these to boost your health. Let's go, we need to change places. It's too disgusting here. He said, ignoring the icefield wolf and speaking to the girl beside. Oh, okay. The girl instinctively replied and followed Baiyu into the bushes in the distance. The woman nervously followed behind Baiyu, occasionally stealing glances. They quickly arrived at a clearing. Baiyu let out a long breath and looked at the anxious woman beside him, saying helplessly, I don't think I look that scary, do I? No. Hearing Baiyu's words, the woman hurriedly shook her head and mustered the courage to say, thank you for saving me just now. If it weren't for Baiyu, she might have been killed by the 3 men earlier. Don't get me wrong, I didn't save you for that reason. Baiyu said nonchalantly. I was just protecting myself, and you don't need to take it too seriously. Baiyu did not consider himself a good person. If he had encountered the situation without knowing the strength of the opponents, he would have chosen to flee without caring about the woman's fate. Although the girl in front of him was indeed quite beautiful. Regardless, if it weren't for you, I might have been assaulted or killed by them just now. The woman shook her head seriously and said, so if you ever need my help in the future, I will definitely do my best. Whether or not Baiyu genuinely wanted to save her, she indeed survived because of him. Therefore, no matter what, she owed Baiyu a debt. Let's talk about it another time. Baiyu casually said, lazily stretching and finding a place to sit down and rest. The ice wolf had not returned yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to explore and chatted aimlessly with the woman. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. How about we add each other as friends? It must be said the woman in front of him was in. She looked to be around 20 years old with delicate features, and her pink ski suit complemented her tall figure, rivaling some stars seen on television. My name is Ling Yuzi. At this moment, Ling Yuzi was no longer as nervous as before, looking at Baiyu with curiosity, and could not help but ask, what's your name? Shouldn't we add each other as friends? Bai Ye's strength was formidable, and if they could befriend each other it would add some security for future explorations. However, as her words fell, Bai Ye's expression turned strange. You said your name is Li Muzi. Bai Yu could not help but inquire, have you traded with someone named Bai Yu for resources like quilts or blueprints? How do you know? Hearing Bai Ye's question, Li Muzi instinctively replied, and suddenly, as if realizing something, her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, You are Bai Yu. Wow, it really is you. Seeing Li Muzi's shocked reaction, Bai Yu was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that the person in front of him was indeed Li Muzi, with whom he had been trading all along. For a moment he could not help but sigh, this world is really small. I wonder how my family and friends are doing now. He thought to himself, feeling quite helpless about it. Not long after arriving in this world, he had tried to contact his family and friends, but who would have thought that there were so many people with the same name and surname? He searched for a long time, but couldn't find anyone. In the end, he had to temporarily give up on this idea. I really didn't expect to run into you. Li Muzi nodded, still somewhat unable to believe that the person in front of her was the Bai Yu she had been trading with. But upon further thought, if he weren't strong he might not have had the ability to find so many resources. Let's add each other as friends. Setting aside her thoughts, Bai Yu looked at Li Muzi beside him and smiled, saying, If you ever need to trade something in the future, just come find me. I have plenty of resources. She was the lucky lady who had drawn 2 blueprints in 2 days. If possible, Bai Yu hoped to share in her luck. After they added each other as friends and chatted a bit more, the ice wolf happily ran over. After eating 3 min and 2 ice spirit fruits, its bleeding had stopped, and it was able to walk normally without any issues. Seeing this, Bai Yu once again abandoned the idea of buying healing potions. Is it your pet? Li Muzi noticed that the ice wolf seemed a bit afraid and instinctively moved closer to Bai Yu. Not exactly, though I haven't managed to get a taming scroll. Bai Yu patted the ice wolf and explained to Li Muzi, I was thinking of just killing it after giving it a beating for being disobedient, but it turned out to behave after the beating. Awesome. Hearing Bai Ye's somewhat ostentatious words, Li Muzi was momentarily speechless. This was a magical beast. You beat it once, and it submitted. If it were anyone else, she might have suspected they were just boasting, but since it was Bai Yu the resource tycoon, she found it It's getting late, we should head back. Looking up at the sun in the sky, Bai Yu no longer lingered, standing up and calling for the ice wolf to return with him. Where do you live? Seeing Bai Yu about to leave, Li Muzi hesitated for a moment and mustered the courage to ask, Can I go back with you? Bai Yu was taken aback, looking at Li Muzi with a strange expression, not understanding what she meant. Why would she suddenly want to go back with him? Could it be that she was attracted by his charm? Don't get me wrong. Noticing Bai Ye's strange gaze, Li Muzi realized she had misspoken and hurriedly explained, I opened a treasure chest earlier and got a migration scroll. As she spoke, she took out something resembling a token from her backpack and showed it to Bai Yu, continuing, I want to move my wooden cabin next to yours. Bai Yu understood and once again envied Li Muzi's luck with treasures. Just look at what she got from the treasure chest. It was either a blueprint or a scroll, while his treasure chests only contained wood and stones. It really is true that people can die from envy. Can I take a look at the migration scroll? Looking at the migration scroll in Li Muzi's hand, Bai Yu couldn't help but ask. If the migration scroll could be traded at equal value, wouldn't he also be able to get one? Of course. Li Muzi readily handed over the migration scroll, not worried at all about Bai Yu snatching it. After all, if Bai Yu really had that intention, she couldn't stop him. Migration scroll quality none. Description: can teleport a wooden cabin to designated coordinates after use. Tsk it really is a good item. Looking at the description of the migration scroll, Bai Yu couldn't help but express envy. No, he must establish a good relationship with the lucky lady. Perhaps one day his luck could turn around too. Can I ask you for a favor? Scratching his head, Bai Yu looked at the migration scroll in his hand and said to Li Muzi a bit shyly, My talent is somewhat special, and I might need to borrow the migration scroll. Don't worry, I will return it to you shortly. It's nothing. Go ahead and use it. Although Li Muzi did not understand what Bai Yu meant, she still nodded in agreement. At the same time, she was very curious about what Bai Yu's talent was. Was it something special? Could it be an SS-level talent? With Li Muzi's permission, Bai Yu no longer hesitated and decisively sold the teleportation scroll for an equivalent exchange. Sold teleportation scroll 1, received 100 EMC coins. What? A value of 1 million? Counting the 7-digit number, Bai Yu was dumbfounded. This value is unbelievably high. The most valuable item he had encountered so far was just an ice spirit fruit. He never expected that a teleportation scroll was enough for him to buy 1,000 ice spirit fruits. Damn, I'm a bit tempted. Murmuring to himself, Bai Yu suppressed the desire in his heart, focused his mind, and exchanged the teleportation scroll. Here you go, here you go. It's too precious. If I take it away, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist taking it from you. Bai Yu returned the teleportation scroll to Li Muzi, watching as his EMC coins returned to a 5-digit number, feeling a bit pained. Seeing Bai Yu suddenly hand the teleportation scroll back to her with a peculiar expression, Li Muzi felt a bit confused, not understanding what he meant. It's a teleportation scroll, no swapping involved. Instinctively checking the information on the teleportation scroll in her hand, Li Muzi became even more bewildered. She had just seen the teleportation scroll disappear in Bai Ye's hand, and when it reappeared in his hand, his expression turned strange. Did his talent allow him to see the value of certain items? Recalling Bayu's earlier words, Li Muzi speculated inwardly. It's not that I don't want to give you a position. Bayu scratched his head and said, I don't know how to check the coordinates of the location. Also, my location is actually pretty bad. Apart from me, there's nothing else around, no resources. Saying this, Bayu shrugged and smiled wryly. You also saw it. If it weren't for looking for resources, I wouldn't have come. Having a beautiful neighbor is definitely good, but that location of mine is absurdly poor. Wait. Why does it feel like this girl is a bit excited? Really nothing at all. Li Muzi's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean she wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by other players? As for resources, with Bayu around, as long as she tagged along during explorations, it should be enough for her. Your reaction seems off. Bayu looked at Li Muzi suspiciously, not understanding why she was so excited upon hearing that there were no resources. Could it be that she really desires me? It's like this. Li Muzi realized her gaffe, her cheeks slightly flushed, and explained, nothing means there are no other players, right? I feel quite good about it. In these 3 days, the greatest danger Li Muzi faced was those 3 people earlier, making her realize that in this game, the most dangerous beings were not monsters, but people, other players like her. What nonsense. Bayu looked at her speechlessly, seeing that Li Muzi simply had not experienced the harshness of society, unaware of the importance of resources. Fine, I won't persuade you anymore. If you want to teleport, then teleport. But let me make it clear, if you regret not having resources and end up crying, I won't give you resources for free. Don't worry, I absolutely won't take your things for free. Li Muzi nodded heavily in agreement. With her help, Bayu quickly found the coordinates of the wooden house. Wow, I can actually see the approximate location of the wooden house. How considerate. Bayu was surprised to see the coordinate information of the wooden house on the virtual window, realizing for the first time that the system had this function. With this, it means that in the future, when going out to find resources, he wouldn't have to worry about getting lost anymore. After looking for a while, Bayu copied and pasted the coordinates of his wooden house to Li Muzi, watching her curiously. This thing should work once the coordinates are entered right. Li Muzi entered the coordinates near Bayu's wooden house into the teleportation scroll. As the teleportation scroll disappeared, a system prompt appeared in Li Muzi's view. Wooden house teleportation successful. Consumed teleportation scroll 1. Seeing this, Li Muzi breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Bayu, and smiled. Let's get to know each other again. I am your neighbor Li Muzi. Please take care of me from now on. Laugh all you want, there will come a time when you'll be crying. Bayu murmured to himself, but did not show it on his face, smiling as he replied, let's go. The place I live is quite far from here. Suddenly having multiple beautiful neighbors, Bayu is naturally very happy. Under his lead, the two walked towards the wooden house, while chatting casually. About an hour later, the two arrived at a natural canyon. Brr, it's so cold. The biting cold wind stung her face. Li Muzi wrapped herself in her ski suit, and couldn't help but ask Bayu, do we have to pass through this canyon? Although the system could see the coordinates of the wooden house, it couldn't see the surrounding environment. Li Muzi looked at the canyon in disbelief. Could it be that Bayu came out from here? Yes, it should only be this way. Bayu shivered from the cold, patted the nearby ice wolf, and commanded, it's freezing. Old wolf, you walk behind and block the wind. Saying this, he looked at Li Muzi and continued, you walk in the middle, ill, lead the way in front. This. Hearing Bayu's arrangement, Li Muzi instinctively glanced at the ice wolf, feeling a bit afraid. The ice wolf is a wild monster that hasn't been tamed. Although it looks obedient now, what if? It's fine, old wolf is very obedient. Bayu seemed to have seen through her concerns, kicked the ice wolf in the rear, and laughed, this guy is very cowardly, plus he's lazy. You can rest assured he won't bite. Oh. The ice wolf protested with a pained howl. What do you mean I'm cowardly and lazy? Slander, pure slander. Am very diligent and fierce, alright. This. Alright. Seeing the ice wolf's aggrieved expression, Li Muzi hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go then. Seeing Li Muzi agree, Bayu didn't hesitate and boldly walked into the canyon. Behind him, Li Muzi saw Bayu enter the canyon, glanced at the ice wolf beside her, and hurriedly followed. Oh. Noticing Li Muzi's reaction, the ice wolf howled in grievance. Even though I don't look as handsome as the big guy, I shouldn't be considered ugly, right? Why does it feel like she's so afraid of me? Shaking its wolf head, it followed Li Muzi into the canyon. Soon the three of them emerged from the canyon. Few finally made it out. Let's go, we should arrive after a bit more walking. Saying this, Bayu continued to lead the way, heading towards the cabin based on the coordinates displayed on the system. Li Muzi followed behind Bayu, curiously observing the surroundings. Although Bayu had already told her that there was no resources here, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. His talent must be above grade. In Li Muzi's view, there must have been plenty of resources here before, but they had all been taken by Bayu. The fact that he could achieve all this indicated that Bayu's talent was certainly above S grade, possibly even reaching SS grade. No wonder he was able to trade resources on such a large scale before. Recalling Bayu's actions from a couple of days ago, Li Muzi became increasingly certain of her suspicions. I hope he is a decent person, otherwise I might have to move again. Thinking to herself, Li Muzi stole a glance at Bayu. After about an hour, the two of them, along with the ice wolf, finally returned to the cabin. Is this a level 3 cabin, or is it a level 4? Looking at the standard one-story cabin in front of her, Li Muzi's eyes brightened with curiosity as she asked Bayu. Level 3. Bayu smiled at Li Muzi, whose cheeks were frozen red, and said let's go inside, it's much colder out here. Saying this, he spoke to the ice wolf, old wolf, you stay outside for now. He'll upgrade the cabin to level 4 soon, and then you can come in when there's more space. After spending half a day together, Bayou wasn't worried about the ice wolf turning against him, but unfortunately the cabin was too small to allow it to move freely inside. Howl. Upon hearing Bayou's words, the ice wolf obediently howled. Bayou then entered the cabin with Limuzi, and as soon as they stepped inside, a wave of warm air greeted them. It's still warm here. Stretching lazily, Bayou took out 4 pieces of snow rabbit meat and placed them on the camping stove to roast. It's quite simple, so you can sit on the bed for now. Sitting beside the camping stove, Bayou helplessly said, let me see if I can find some chairs or other furniture. Currently the cabin only had a camping stove and a wooden bed. He didn't feel much of a difference alone, but it seemed very simple if other people came. This is simple. Then my cabin must be made of rotten wood. Limuzi was not polite, sitting on the bed and reasonably doubting that this guy was just showing off. I just got lucky at the beginning. Bayou laughed and changed the subject. Where is your cabin? Should we go look for it first? On the way back, Bayou hadn't seen any other cabins and couldn't help but feel curious. No rush, no rush. Limuzi shook her head and said let's warm up first. My cabin isn't far from here, we can look. Alright then, let's eat something before looking. Bayou nodded, chatting casually with Limuzi while watching the snow rabbit meat on the What Bayou never expected was that before coming to this world, Limuzi had actually been a streamer. No wonder she looked so good. Muttering to himself, Bayou looked at the golden crispy snow rabbit meat that had been roasted. He took one and handed it to Limuzi, then took another one for himself. Burp. After eating and drinking his fill, Bayou slumped in front of the camping stove satisfied and let out a burp. Let's go find your cabin. After a short rest, Bayou looked outside as the sky began to darken and said to Limuzi, who was slumped on the bed. Alright. Hearing Bayou's words, Limuzi agreed and followed him out of the cabin. According to the coordinates displayed on the system panel, the two soon saw a dilapidated cabin. Your cabin. Is it only level 1? Bayou couldn't help but ask as he looked at the shabby cabin. Yes, I originally thought about gathering resources to upgrade to level 2 today, but I didn't expect to run into those 3 people. Limuzi said awkwardly, seeing Bayou's disdainful look. Tisk, even if you have a stove and blankets, you'll probably still freeze at night. Walking into the cabin and seeing the idle camping stove, Bayou helplessly rubbed his forehead. The house was drafty, and the camping stove wasn't lit, leaving the only warmth in the house to be those 3 blankets. Perhaps it could withstand the cold at the previous location, but moving here it would likely freeze to death at night. I didn't expect it to be so cold here either. Limuzi said honestly. She thought that since they encountered each other, their locations weren't far apart, and the surrounding temperatures would be similar. However, she never expected that Bayou's place was over 10 degrees colder than hers. Sigh, how about this? With a helpless sigh, Bayou continued, I'll give you some resources first, and you can repay me later when you have resources. Saying this, he exchanged for a wooden bed and some upgrade resources from the equivalent exchange and gave them to Limuzi. Bayou was counting on Limuzi to give him blueprints, and he didn't want to see her freeze to death. These resources should allow your cabin to be the same as mine. Looking at the dazed Limuzi, Bayou couldn't help but urge, save the thanks for later, just light the stove first, or it'll freeze to death. I can't use that many resources. Hearing Bayou's words, Limuzi finally reacted, looking at the extra resources in her backpack, wanting to say something, but saw Bayou wave his hand. Just take it, these things are nothing to me. After a pause, he continued, but don't get me wrong, I have my own selfish motives for giving you these resources. I'm not very lucky, and am counting on you to provide me with blueprints and other resources. In this world, building items requires blueprints. Not only that, Bayou also discovered that the blueprints here are one-time resources. For someone like Limuzi who could produce blueprints, her presence would definitely be helpful to him. Alright, I will definitely repay you when I have resources in the future. After hesitating for a moment, Limuzi nodded earnestly, accepting the resources Bayou had given her. After upgrading the cabin to level 3 and lighting the camping stove, the originally dilapidated cabin gradually became warm. Alright, it's getting late, so we'll head back now. Looking outside where it had completely darkened, Bayou didn't linger any longer, and after bidding farewell to Limuzi, returned to his own cabin. Make sure to guard the door well tonight, and don't let any other monsters disturb my sleep. Looking at the ice wolf's eager expression, Bayou nodded in satisfaction, tossed it an ice spirit fruit, and returned to the cabin. Make sure to eat the ice spirit fruit to the limit before sleeping. Taking an ice spirit fruit from his backpack, Bayou began to eat it voraciously. Through the events of today, Bayou understood that to survive in this world, one must possess sufficient strength. If it weren't for consuming ice spirit fruits like crazy over the past few days, it would have been them dead today. When will I get some high-grade ice spirit fruits to eat? While eating the ice spirit fruit, Bayou mumbled, now that the seed of the ice spirit fruit has been planted, I will check on its growth. Thinking along these lines, Bayou had nothing better to do, so he opened the chat channel to check the conversations of other players. I chopped trees all day today, and only got 15 units of wood. It nearly killed me. I really envy you lucky ones who found treasure chests. For 3 days all I've seen are weeds. Brothers, the monsters are coming again. On my wooden house is only level 1, it's doomed. Oh, I feel like the wooden house can't hold up. Don't be afraid, the monsters outside are just low-level ones. Even if they only have grade combat talent, you can handle them. Damn, I didn't awaken a combat talent. Then just wait to die? Bayou was taken aback upon seeing the conversations of other players. If an F-grade combat talent can handle low-level monsters, how ridiculous would an SS-grade combat talent be? Thinking of this, Baiyu couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Fortunately, the middle-aged man I encountered today wasn't talented, otherwise it could have been dangerous. Barely able to defeat the Icefield Wolf, that guy probably has a talent that's either F-grade or a grade. It seems I need to think of a way to quickly enhance my strength. Baiyu murmured. He initially thought his current power was already sufficient, but looking at it now it seemed that he had just faced too weak of an opponent. While pondering, a prominent private message popped up. Baiyu, can you hear the sound of monsters fighting over there? The sound of Baiyu was momentarily stunned when he saw the message from Limuzi. Listening closely, it indeed seemed like there was this. Now Baiyu was even more confused. Shouldn't the monsters be teaming up against them? Why were they fighting amongst themselves? Could it be that the old wolf was fighting with other monsters? That shouldn't be the case. If it were the Icefield Wolf battling another monster, the commotion here should be louder. Although he was not far from Limuzi, it shouldn't be that the noise at her place was louder than his. While contemplating, he saw Limuzi's second private message pop up. Baiyu. Seeing Limuzi message him again, Baiyu quickly replied him, hear him fine. I also heard the sounds of fighting. It's likely that the monsters are fighting amongst themselves. Don't worry, as long as you stay in the wooden house you'll be safe. A level 3 wooden house should be able to withstand attacks from 2 low-level monsters. It just means needing a bit more wood for repairs tomorrow. At this moment, Baiyu secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had given Limuzi a lot of resources before leaving, enabling her to upgrade the wooden house to level 3. Otherwise this time might have been dire. After pondering for a moment, he continued to reply, if they start attacking your wooden house, let me know, I'll come help you. Looking at the messages from Limuzi, Baiyu lost interest in the chat channel with other players. While eating the ice spirit fruit, he comforted Limuzi. Did they leave? It seems quiet outside. After about 5 minutes, Limuzi messaged. Then it's fine, just rest. Seeing this, Baiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly replied to Limuzi, just stay in the wooden house. If anything happens, message me. Curled up in her blanket, Limuzi felt inexplicably reassured upon reading Baiyu's message. Okay, you should rest early too. After replying, Limuzi poked her head out to confirm that there was indeed no movement outside, before finally feeling relieved. On the other hand, Baiyu finished eating the ice spirit fruit, and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I'll just ask the old wolf tomorrow. Stretching lazily, he burrowed into his bed. After scrolling through the chat channel for a while to confirm that Limuzi hadn't sent any messages, he exited the chat channel to check his personal information. Name Baiyu. Status healthy, physique comparable to some low-level monsters, spirit 12 normal adult average, is 10 physique 37 normal person average, is 10 note comprehensive speed strength defense. Talent SS grade equivalent exchange. I wonder what use the spirit attribute has. Looking at his stagnant spirit, Baiyu didn't care much and muttered as he exited the system. Forget it, time to sleep. Yawning, Baiyu succumbed to sleepiness and drifted into a deep slumber. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. After a simple wash, Baiyu stepped out of the wooden house and kicked the Icefield Wolf sleeping nearby. Hey old wolf, do you know what happened last night? The Icefield Wolf, looking bewildered, perked up upon hearing Baiu's question. Oh whoa. Howling excitedly, the Icefield Wolf began gesturing wildly in front of Baiyu. What are you trying to convey? Baiyu was utterly confused. Without having undergone domestication, he couldn't understand what the Icefield Wolf was trying to express. Oh whoa. The Icefield Wolf howled excitedly, tugging at Baiyu to run toward Limuzi's wooden house. Baiyu, bewildered, followed behind the Icefield Wolf, not understanding where it wanted to take him. Soon, under the guidance of the Icefield Wolf, the two arrived at an open area. What is that? Baiyu spotted a monster's corpse lying not far away. Seeing the Icefield Wolf full of excitement, Baiyu asked in confusion, did you do this? Oh whoa. The Icefield Wolf nodded as if seeking praise, wearing a look of expectation. Was it you fighting with other monsters last night? Baiyu couldn't help but ask, recalling the sounds of fighting from the previous night. Oh whoa. The Icefield Wolf nodded in response to Baiu's words, looking pitiful. You performed well, this is for you. Baiyu understood what the Icefield Wolf wanted, and took an ice spirit fruit from his backpack, tossing it to it as a reward. The Icefield Wolf happily swallowed the ice spirit fruit, and joyfully circled around Baiyu. By the way, old wolf, did you find any treasure chests when you killed this monster? As if recalling something, Baiyu curiously asked the Icefield Wolf beside him. He hadn't noticed any treasure chests around this monster, making him wonder if monsters didn't drop them, or if the Icefield Wolf simply hadn't found any. Oh whoa. Listening to Baiu's inquiry, the Icefield Wolf shook its head and pointed to the nearby monster, indicating that this was the only one and there was nothing else. There are no treasure chests, only this monster, right? Seeing the Ice Plains Wolf nod, Baiyu felt a bit disappointed. He had thought that defeating the monster would surely yield a treasure chest, but in the end there was nothing. However, the Ice Plains Wolf was not yet his pet, perhaps that was why there was no treasure chest dropped. It seems I should find an opportunity to hunt a magical beast in the future. Thinking this to himself, Baiu's gaze turned to the corpse of the monster nearby. Level 1 monster, Ice Plains, grade none. Attributes ice. Skills Savage Bear Roar. Description: a low-level ice attribute monster with powerful strength capable of inflicting terrifying damage on enemies, can be tamed. Oh, old wolf, you've become so strong now. Looking at the description of the Ice Plains magical bear, Baiyu was somewhat surprised by the strength of the Ice Plains Wolf. He remembered that the Ice Plains wolf's description had no attributes and was only suitable for guarding. He didn't expect it to be able to single-handedly kill the Ice Plains magical bear, and it seemed that the Ice Plains wolf had not sustained any damage. Could it be that this bear wasn't as formidable as the system's description suggested? Or was it just a juvenile bear? Oh whoa. Hearing Bai Yes praise the Ice Plains wolf barked proudly. Let's dissect this bear and have a change of flavor for dinner. As for the fur, it should make a nice carpet. Rubbing the Ice Plains wolf's head, Bai Yu took out an arrow and began to dissect the Ice Plains magical bear. After about half an hour, Bai Yu finally completed the disassembly of the Ice Plains magical bear. Obtained Ice Plains magical bear meat 450. Obtained Ice Plains magical bear hide 1. Obtained Ice Plains magical bear bone 1. Old wolf, do you want to gnaw on a bone? Bai Yu tossed the bone of the Ice Plains magical bear to the Ice Plains wolf and said with a smile, take it to sharpen your teeth. Oh woo. Sniffing the Ice Plains magical bear's bone, the Ice Plains wolf disdainfully walked away. It wasn't a dog, and it had no interest in gnawing on bones. Well, you are quite picky. Seeing the Ice Plains wolf's reaction, Bai Yu chuckled and sold the Ice Plains magical bear's bone through an equivalent exchange. Let's see how Li Muzi is doing. Stretching lazily, Bai Yu walked towards the place where Li Muzi was located with the Ice Plains wolf. Soon the man and the wolf arrived at Li Muzi's wooden house. I am Bai Yu, are you alright from last night? He knocked on the door and shouted loudly from outside the wooden house. With a creak, the wooden door was opened, and Li Muzi cautiously peeked out from the wooden house. When she saw that the person outside was indeed Bai Yu, she felt relieved and stepped out. Don't be afraid. Bai Yu patted the Ice Plains wolf beside him and said with a smile, the fight last night was because the old wolf saw other monsters and fought to help you. The old wolf has already killed that monster. Hearing Bai Yu describe what happened last night, Li Muzi widened her eye. It turned out that last night's battle was the Ice Plains wolf coming to help her upon seeing other monsters attacking her wooden house. A wave of guilt surged in her heart as she recalled her doubts about the Ice Plains wolf yesterday. Thank you for helping me fend off the monsters last night. Li Muzi looked at the Ice Plains wolf behind Bai Yu, her tone filled with guilt, as she said, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have been afraid of you yesterday. Oh woo. The Ice Plains wolf waved its paw indicating it was no big deal, it was fine. Bai Yu smiled at the scene before him and said, let's go check on the crooked neck tree first. He was eager to know how many of the ice spirit fruit seeds he had planted could survive. Although she didn't understand what Bai Yu meant by crooked neck tree, she understood that she just needed to follow Bai Yu, and there was no need to know too much about the rest. The crooked neck tree was not far from Li Muzi's wooden house, and after about half an hour the man and the wolf arrived at the crooked neck tree. It looks like there are no resources here. Looking at only one crooked neck tree around, Li Muzi couldn't help but be curious about why Bai Yu wanted to come here. In contrast to Li Muzi's curiosity, Bai Yu felt like crying at this moment. After checking several patches of black soil, the information prompted was all in a plantable state, which meant that the ice spirit fruit seeds planted yesterday had not survived. It can't be that unlucky, right? Not even one survived. After checking dozens of spots, Bai Yu still found not a single ice spirit fruit tree that could survive. What are you looking at? Seeing the frustrated expression on Bai Yu's face, Li Muzi couldn't help but ask curiously. I planted a batch of ice spirit fruits here yesterday, but not a single one survived. At this moment, Bai Yu felt like crying without tears. Didn't they say there was a 1 success rate? Why couldn't even 1 out of 100 survive? Ice spirit fruit, is it edible? Li Muzi asked softly. How about I help you? Sure. Bai Yu's eyes lit up, looking at Li Muzi excitedly. It is known that Li Muzi can draw 2 blueprints, and with her help perhaps the success rate would be a bit higher. So there are 100 plots of land to cultivate here, we'll split them in half. Bai Yu pointed at the crooked neck tree in front of him, and said, you plant the left side, and I'll plant the right side. Let's see who has more that survives. No problem. Li Muzi readily agreed, curious about whose luck would be better between her and Bai Yu. However, when she saw the ice spirit fruit seeds that Bai Yu handed to her, her delicate face froze in surprise. Didn't he say he was planting ice spirit fruits? What was she supposed to do with these leftover seeds? Noticing the change in Li Muzi's expression, Bai Yu awkwardly explained, that's right, these have a chance to grow into ice spirit fruits. This. Upon hearing Bai Yu's affirmative answer, the corner of Li Muzi's mouth twitched. It would be a miracle if these could actually grow. Let's give it a try. However, seeing the excited look in Bai Yu's eyes, she decided to give it a try. The two planted in their respective areas, using the crooked neck tree as a boundary. The Ice Plains wolf, having nothing to do, went to the side to address its physiological needs. After about 10 minutes, the two had planted all the ice spirit fruit seeds. Bai Yu looked at the black frozen soil before him and prayed, please let at least one survive, just one. As long as there was one ice spirit fruit tree, he would have a continuous supply of ice spirit fruits, and perhaps he could achieve resource freedom by then. Li Muzi did not hold out much hope. If it were ice spirit fruit seeds, there might be a chance, but just the pits. On the other side, after finishing its physiological needs, the Ice Plains wolf trotted over to the two. Li Muzi did not hold out much hope. If it were ice spirit fruit seeds, there might be a chance, but just the pits. Okay. Li Muzi nodded and walked with Bai Yu in the direction of the natural canyon. Few finally made it out. Li Muzi looked back at the natural canyon, exhaling deeply. So how does it feel to know how tough it is here now? Every time before we look for resources, we need to hike for 2 hours first, Bai Yu said helplessly. The natural canyon was quite far from the wooden cabin they were in, taking about 2 hours, even in a straight line. There are pros and cons, Lee Musey smiled and said. Although we can only come out for about 4 hours a day to gather resources, the upside is that this place is relatively concealed, so others won't discover it. There were only some snow pine trees around. If they collected all of them, other players might not notice this place. Hey, should we chop down all the trees around here? Lee Musey's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something, saying to Bayou. That way others will see that there are no resources and won't come here. Huh. No. Bayou was momentarily taken aback, waving his hand. These snow pine trees aren't useful. Our goal today isn't these things. Let's see if we can find something big today. Something big. Lee Musey was puzzled, not quite understanding what Bayou meant, but she couldn't shake off the feeling of an ominous premonition. Whoa. Behind her, the ice wolf also felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. You'll find out once. Not giving much explanation to the puzzled human and wolf, Bayou smirked and walked off in a direction. Lee Musey exchanged glances with the ice wolf and followed Bayou, exploring the surroundings. After about 3 hours, the trio arrived at a thicket. Bayou and Lee Musey sat down on the ground, quickly eating some food to replenish their energy. What are you looking for that's so big? Lee Musey glanced at Bayou, unable to contain her curiosity, and asked. Throughout the journey, Bayou had given her all the resources they encountered, and she was now very curious about what Bayou wanted. I originally wanted to look for a magical creature to see if killing it would drop a treasure chest. Bayou lazily stretched and smiled as he spoke. But at this rate, it seems unlikely we'll find one today. When he saw the ice primal bear, he had a sudden thought: would players drop treasure chests when they killed magical creatures? Thus he wanted to find some magical creatures to test it out. However, he never expected that due to either good luck or bad luck, they not only did not encounter any magical creatures along the way, but also didn't see any other players. Seeing Bayou's nonchalant demeanor, Lee Musey momentarily didn't know what to say. Normally, shouldn't they be avoiding magical creatures? Why would they specifically look for magical creatures? No wonder she had an ominous premonition at the start. It was because of this. In fact, hunting magical creatures is the fastest way to obtain resources. Bayou scratched his head, explaining. You see, hunting magical creatures allows you to obtain a lot of meat along with various other resources. If hunting magical creatures also drops treasure chests, then it's even better, as you wouldn't need to gather basic resources like wood and... Hey, why are you looking at me like I'm an idiot? Noticing Lee Musey's gaze, Bayou's face turned red. The thinking of a big shot is truly beyond the comprehension of someone like me. Lee Musey's mouth twitched slightly. Who didn't know that hunting magical creatures could yield these resources? But did he think everyone was like him, treating magical creatures as pets? For others, just escaping from magical creatures was already a victory. I was just saying that if I actually encounter a magical creature, it'll run faster than anyone else, Bayou shrugged and joked. You can't outrun me either. That's not necessarily true, Lee Musey huffed, lightly unconvinced. I can run really fast. While they were chatting, the ice wolf suddenly raised its head, focusing its gaze on a nearby thicket, its massive paw tapping Bayou's shoulder. What's up, old wolf? Bayou was taken aback and instinctively asked. Are we about to encounter a magical creature? Just as he was wondering, he saw the ice wolf lift its paw and point towards the distant thicket. Are you saying that there seems to be something there? Bayou looked baffled while Lee Musey thought for a moment and said, "Whoa." The ice wolf nodded, eager for Bayou to approach. What could it be? Hey, don't pull me along. Being dragged by the ice wolf towards the thicket, Bayou was very confused, not understanding what the ice wolf meant. There seems to be a treasure chest. As Bayou and the ice wolf were tugging at each other, Lee Musey's eyes lit up, excitedly shouting. In the thicket, they could vaguely see a treasure chest emanating a black glow. A treasure chest. Hearing Lee Musey's voice, Bayou was startled and looked towards the thicket. Indeed, he saw a black treasure chest. Black iron level treasure chest. Opening it can randomly yield resources. Note at least one type, up to 3 types. Yo, old wolf, not bad, you actually found a treasure chest. Bayou's expression brightened, and he hurried to the side of the black iron treasure chest. Wait, don't open it yet. Suddenly Lee Musey behind him hurriedly called out. Bayou's hand froze in midair, looking at Lee Musey in confusion, unable to help but ask, what's wrong? Could there be a problem with this chest? He still didn't know what Lee Musey's talent was. Had she spotted something? No, nothing's wrong. Lee Musey shook her head, hesitating for a moment before speaking. It's just that, can this treasure chest be given to me first? Seemingly afraid Bayou would misunderstand, she hurriedly explained, it's like this, my talent is replication. I can create a copy of any item that belongs to me. That way we can open 2 treasure chests. And a level talent replication can replicate any player's item 3 times per day, but the replica cannot be replicated again. What? Replication skills can even replicate treasure chests. Upon hearing Lee Musey's words, Bayou's eyes lit up. Did that mean they could keep replicating it? An infinite treasure chest. He hadn't planned to open the treasure chest, he just wanted to exchange the black iron treasure chest for something equivalent. He was still aware of his own luck. But it's not as exaggerated as you think, Lee Musey guessed. Bayou's thought sighed, and said helplessly, you can only replicate 3 times a day, and the replicas can't be replicated again. I see 3 times is still quite a bit. Bayou felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't expected his infinite treasure chest plan to be cut short before it even began. Wait, there might still be a way. What's wrong? Lee Musey was startled by Yes, suddenly changed gaze, and asked in a low voice. Are you saying you can duplicate items? Bai chuckled. But I can't duplicate the same item. Hearing Bai Yes' words, Lee Musey nodded, not understanding what he meant. What if I can turn that item into a new one, can I duplicate it then? Turn it into a new one. Lee Musey was even more confused. Could Bai Yes' talent involve exchanging the old for the new? I'm done pretending I won't hide it anymore. I possess the legendary SS level talent. SS level talent equivalent exchange. My talent allows me to sell all resources for EMC coins, and buy resources with the same EMC coins. So if we work together, you can give me the duplicated items. I'll use my talent to convert them into EMC coins, and then exchange those coins for resources. Hearing Bai Yes' explanation, Lee Musey was astonished. She never expected Bai Yes' talent to truly be SS level, let alone such an outrageous ability. It was far superior to her level talent capable of trading any resources without daily usage limits. After a moment, her surprise turned into excitement. If what Bai said was true, wouldn't she never have to worry about resource issues again? Exactly. Bai laughed heartily. What do you think? Is it promising? Since you can duplicate identical items, the value in equivalent exchange should be the same. We can completely leverage equivalent exchange to farm resources. Quick, let's test this with the treasure chest. Lee Musey couldn't wait to use her duplication talent to replicate the black iron treasure chest before being stopped by Bai. Hey, hold on, don't waste your 3 chances for the day on this. Bai smiled and continued. I have a golden treasure. As he spoke, Bai took out a golden treasure chest in front of Lee Musey, who looked puzzled. What good things could come from a black iron golden treasure chest? Opening it may randomly yield resources. Note at least 2 types, at most 5 types. Come on, let's try this one instead. Lee Musey looked at the golden treasure chest before her pupils slightly trembling. It was her first time seeing a golden treasure chest since arriving here 3 days ago. Without hesitation, Lee Musey used her duplication talent to replicate the golden treasure chest before her. Let's see if these 2 treasure chests have equal value. Gazing at the 2 identical treasure chests, Bai suppressed his excitement and used equivalent exchange to sell both. Selling golden treasure chest 1 received 8,000 EMC coins. Selling golden treasure chest 1 received 8,000 EMC coins. Equal value. Equal value, this is great. Bai couldn't help but grin at the information displayed in front of him. Looking for resources? Monsters. Why bother? They could just lie at home and enjoy infinite resources. Musey, try to see if you can duplicate it. Bai once again exchanged for a golden treasure chest, looking at her with hopeful eyes. Alright. Lee Musey suppressed her excitement and used her duplication skill again. In an instant, another identical golden treasure chest appeared before them. It worked. Seeing the golden treasure chest reappear, both Bai and Lee Musey looked thrilled. Musey, open these 2 chests, and then we can go home. After the excitement, Bai looked at the 2 golden treasure chests before him and said to Lee Musey, let's forget about the black iron treasure chest. With the golden treasure chests, there's no need for the black iron ones. It would be better to use them for equivalent exchange to get new blueprints instead. Alright then. Hearing Bai Yes' words, Lee Musey quietly said, but let's agree on something first. If we don't get anything good, don't worry with the way to get infinite treasure chests. Now what's there to worry about with these 2? Bai said nonchalantly. Besides, even if your luck is bad, it can't be worse than mine. He knew that the 2 golden treasure chests he opened mostly contained basic materials which weren't very valuable. Then I'll open it. Hearing Bai Yes' words, Lee Musey took a deep breath. As 10 streams of light surged into her body, a series of system prompts appeared before her. What did you get? Bai couldn't help but ask curiously. Let me see. Looking at the extra resources in her backpack, Lee Musey's eyes brightened as she happily said, I got a total of 60 units of wood, 60 units of stone, 10 units of bottled water, 20 units of instant noodles, and 1 unit of premium edible salt. Oh, and I also got a storage box blueprint and a wooden chair blueprint. Another blueprint. And 2 of them. Could this girl really be a natural-born lucky star? The storage box blueprint wasn't very useful to him, since he had equivalent exchange. He couldn't even fill his own backpack. However, the wooden chair blueprint was quite nice. With it, he wouldn't have to sit on the ground to eat anymore. But what excited Bai the most was that Lee Musey actually obtained a unit of salt, and it was edible salt. Oh whoa. Upon seeing the appearance of the jungle golden tiger, the icefield wolf howled and jumped directly in front of Bai and Lee Musey. Finally, it had encountered a magical beast, which meant it could perform well in front of its leader and also obtain some ice spirit fruits. With this thought, the icefield wolf's aura surged even higher, raising its head proudly and looking defiantly at the jungle golden tiger. It had already killed the icefield magic bear. How could a mere little tiger compete with it? The jungle golden tiger glanced at the icefield wolf with disdain. Since when did a fly have the audacity to speak? Roar. It was determined to teach this fly a lesson, to let it understand who the true king of this forest was. With an angry roar, the jungle golden tiger lunged at the icefield wolf, intent on biting down on this challenger to its authority. The icefield wolf refused to back down, howling as it collided with the jungle golden tiger. The jungle golden tiger did not expect the icefield wolf to be so fierce. In terms of both speed and strength, it was surprisingly on par with it. No wonder it dared to challenge. Roar. With an angry roar, the jungle golden tiger's massive claws suddenly turned dark golden, reflecting a dangerous glint under the sunlight. The surprise attack with its claws infused with energy could instantly inflict great damage on its enemy. The dark golden claws struck towards the Icefield wolf, which remained oblivious, engaging the jungle golden tiger, hidden as before. Seeing this, a hint of mockery flashed in the jungle golden tiger's eyes. It truly did not expect this foolish wolf to dare to confront its skill hidden. In the next moment, a cry of pain erupted from the Icefield wolf. Awoo! Under this strike, its claws were torn and bloodied, and its body was sent flying. This old wolf, having consumed so many ice spirit fruits, how can it still be so foolish? Seeing this scene, Bayu couldn't help but comment, suddenly recalling something as he looked at the Icefield wolf that had been sent flying. Doubtfully, he thought, could this guy be trying to trick me into giving him an ice spirit fruit? With this thought, Bayu increasingly felt it was possible. Every time the Icefield wolf was injured, he would give it 1 or 2 ice spirit fruits, perhaps creating a false sense of security. Is this old wolf's act really that convincing? Looking at the Icefield wolf lying still on the ground, Bayu was surprised, not expecting this guy to be such a good actor. It looked just like it was truly dead. Bayu, you have to save it quickly. Li Muzi, who was hiding behind him, tugged at his clothing, looking worriedly at the Icefield wolf. It's fine, it won't die, Bayu reassured, watching the jungle golden tiger charge at the Icefield wolf. He casually picked up a stone and hurled it at the jungle golden tiger. Though it seemed like a casual throw, one must know that his current physique was 4 times that of an ordinary person. Even a stone casually picked up was enough to inflict pain on the jungle golden tiger. The jungle golden tiger was forced to abandon its attack on the Icefield wolf, twisting its body to evade Bayu's attack. Roar! The jungle golden tiger glared at Bayu, roaring in anger. It didn't know why, but it sensed a hint of threat from this young man before it. What are you barking about? Bayu took out his crystal bow from his backpack, snorting coldly, and saying, you attack my pet, and you still dare to... Initially, it did not want to attack, but it did not expect the Icefield wolf to be so useless, forcing it to deal with this. Bayu aimed at the jungle golden tiger, drawing back the bowstring to its fullest, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot straight towards the jungle golden tiger. Seeing this, the jungle golden tiger hurriedly sidestepped to avoid Bayu's attack. Just as it was about to counterattack, it heard a sound of air being pierced, followed by an arrow shooting straight at it. Roar! Once again evading the arrow, the jungle golden tiger faced the incoming arrow with determination and struck it down with its dark golden claws. With 2 powerful leaps, it arrived in front of Bayu, claws swiping towards him. Seeing the jungle golden tiger charge, Li Muse's face changed, and she hurriedly pulled Bayu to escape. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't budge Bayu an inch. Looking at the human before it, who was not even trying to dodge, the jungle golden tiger's eyes were filled with mockery. It had thought this human would be a great threat, but unexpectedly, it was just a fool, frozen in fear upon seeing it at such a close distance. Even if Bayu fully drew back his bow, it was confident it could kill Bayu at the risk of being hit. However, Bayu's lips curled into a smile as he suddenly revealed an iron axe in his hand, without anyone. The iron axe was obtained after slaying 3 middle-aged men, and had been restored to full durability through an equivalent. Looking at the charging jungle golden tiger, Bayu was not afraid. Instead, he gripped the iron axe and swung it towards the tiger. Are you kidding me? I can fully draw my charged bow in an instant, and you dare come close to me. As the jungle golden tiger faced Bayu, an ominous premonition spread in its heart. In the next moment, its claws collided with the iron axe, and the tremendous force caused both the person and the tiger to stagger back 3 steps. This guy's strength is truly impressive. Shaking his slightly numbed hand, Bayu was surprised, not expecting this creature to possess such formidable power, far surpassing that of the Icefield wolf. On the other side, the jungle golden tiger was also suffering. Its claws were marked with a bloody gash from the iron axe, making it impossible to continue using its surprise attack. Moreover, with its claws injured, its mobility was significantly hindered. Yet as a dominant magical beast in this forest, its pride would not allow it to flee. Roar! With an angry roar, the jungle golden tiger lunged at Bayu again. Oh, you aren't running. You dare to approach me again. Seeing the jungle golden tiger charge again, Bayu's expression changed slightly, not expecting this tiger to dare attack. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Gripping his crystal bow, Bayu aimed at the jungle golden tiger, fully drawing back and shooting an arrow without hesitation. As the arrow approached, the jungle golden tiger tried to dodge. However, the wounds on its claws severely restricted its mobility. Thud! With a resounding thud, the jungle golden tiger was shot through the head by the arrow. Its massive body suddenly came to a halt and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Bayu put away the crystal bow and iron axe, not in a hurry to deal with the jungle golden tiger's corpse, but instead approached the Icefield wolf. Get up, old wolf, the tiger has been killed by me. Stop pretending to be dead. Stretching lazily, Bayu looked at the still motionless Icefield wolf on the ground, and said helplessly, still pretending. If you keep this up, there will be no more ice spirit fruits for you. However, despite Bayu's words, the Icefield wolf remained silent. No way, old wolf, you can't be really dead, can you? Bayu looked at the Icefield wolf lying on the ground, its breath faint. His heart tightened. Could it be that the old wolf was truly killed in one blow by the jungle golden tiger? Hey, old wolf, don't scare me like this. Bayu took out an ice spirit fruit and brought it to the Icefield wolf's mouth, but the expected ravenous gulping did not occur. Oh no, it seems the old wolf is really close to death. Bayou, what's going on? Is the old wolf okay? Lee Musi sensed something was wrong and hurried to Bayu's side, asking with a worried tone. It seems there's a bit of a problem. Bayou scratched his head looking at the anxious Lee Musi and continued. You keep an eye on it. Here, I'll go ask other players if they have any healing potions to see if I can save it. Bayou finished speaking without waiting for Lee Musi's reply and quickly entered the chat channel. Without bothering to look at other messages, he swiftly typed, does anyone have healing potions? Bring your prices, I'll take whatever amount you have. As soon as Bayu's message was sent, the chat channel exploded. Oh my, isn't this Bayou? He actually needs healing potions. Could it be that he's injured? What big shot. He just got lucky with some resources when he started the game, and now he's trying to challenge monsters without any skills. He deserves it. Exactly, a real big shot is only John. His cabin is already level 4, and he has awakened an SS level combat talent. John, I want to have your baby. Bayou ignored these useless comments and quickly scanned for messages about healing. However, since the beginner phase hadn't passed, yet most players were still struggling for basic resources, and there were simply no healing potions. Even if some players obtained healing potions, they would choose to use them themselves, and no one was willing to sell. Just as Bayou was about to give up, a private message popped up. Bayou, I have healing potions. Before he could react, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Player Wong Lin gifted condensation pill 1. Wong Lin, the lumber brother. Alright, thanks brother. I'm a bit in a hurry right now, just tell me what resources you want, and I'll get it to you later. After responding, Bayou hurriedly exited the system, and exchanged the condensation pill in the equivalent trade, excitedly saying, Musi, I got it. He said, taking out the condensation pill and feeding it to the Icefield wolf according to the system prompt. As the condensation pill was fed, a faint green light emerged from the bloodstains on the Icefield wolf's claws, and its previously weak breathing gradually stabilized. Bayou, the old wolf should be okay, right? Looking at the still unconscious Icefield wolf, Lee Musi asked worriedly. It should be fine. Bayou scratched his head and said, if it really can't be saved, then I'll have to give it a grand sentence. As the first pet he had recruited, Bayou hoped dearly that the Icefield wolf would survive, but if it truly couldn't be saved, he would have to choose a nice burial site for it. Let's wait and see. Oh, I believe the old wolf can pull through. Sitting beside Lee Musi, Bayou looked at her worried expression and sighed helplessly. Let's see what resources the lumber brother. With that thought, Bayou entered the friends channel. It's okay, Bayou, I'm not in a hurry, you go ahead first. As soon as he entered the friends channel, Wong Lin's message popped up. Brother, I'm back. Bayou quickly replied, what resources do you need? I'll give them to you. Bayou, do you have any and water and food? I want to exchange a bit more. Recently, I want to upgrade the cabin to level 3 grinning. Looking at the message Wong Lin sent, Bayou did not hesitate to gift 100 units of stone, 100 units of bottled water, and cooked rabbit meat. Oh my big shot, this is too much. I don't have that many resources to trade with you. The moment he sent it, Wong Lin's response, it's okay, you don't need to give me other resources, this counts as your healing potion. Bayou replied, hold on, there's more. Saying this, Bayou exchanged for an iron axe and a bag of edible salt, thought for a moment, and then exchanged for a wooden bed and a blanket to give to Wong Lin. Take these too. What a big shot, this is too much, right? No way, I can't accept this. Take it, these resources aren't much for me. Oh right, and this. With that, he gifted 10 condensation pills to Wong Lin. Healing potions are precious resources, perhaps Wong Lin was lucky to obtain one, and gave it to Bayou. Huh, big shot. You have healing potions. Seeing the condensation pills gifted by Bayou, Wong Lin couldn't help but ask. I just got them, my talent is a bit special, and if it weren't for that condensation pill you gave me, I wouldn't have this item. Bayou quickly replied, so I still have to thank you, just keep these items with peace of mind. Don't send them back, if you do I won't trade resources with you again. To prevent Wong Lin from returning these resources, Bayou quickly sent a message. This? Then alright, thank you, big shot. After chatting for a bit, Bayou exited the system, and looked at the Icefield wolf, whose breath had stabilized, feeling a bit puzzled. It's still not awake. Hearing Bayou's question, Lee Musi shook her head, looking like she was about to cry. That's not right, its breath has stabilized, and its injuries have also stopped bleeding, so logically it should wake up now. Bayou took out an ice spirit fruit, and placed it at the Icefield wolf's mouth. In the next moment, the Icefield wolf's eyes suddenly opened wide, greedily wanting to devour the ice spirit fruit in Bayou's hand. Luckily, Bayou was quick enough to dodge. You little rascal, I knew you were just pretending. Looking at the spirited Icefield wolf in front of him, Bayou stored the ice spirit fruit in his backpack, kicked its rear end, and said irritably, go carry that tiger back home. Awoo. Not only did it not get to eat the ice spirit fruit, but it also received a kick, and the Icefield wolf looked at Lee Musi with a pitiful expression. Old wolf, turns out you were fine all along. Lee Musi shot it an angry glance, feeling upset that it had made her worry. It's useless to look at her. Bayou kicked it again, saying irritably, hurry up and carry the stuff back home. If you dawdle, not only will you miss today's ice spirit fruit, but you'll also miss tomorrow's. Hearing Bayou's words, the Icefield wolf didn't dare to hesitate, and hurried to the jungle golden tiger's side to hoist it up. Let's go, it's getting late, and we should head home. Looking at the darkening sky, Bayou said to Lee Musi beside him. Following behind Bayou, the three of them walked leisurely towards the wooden cabin. It wasn't until night fell completely that Bayou and Lee Musi returned to the cabin. After sending Lee Musi back to the wooden house, Yu returned to his small wooden cabin and dismantled the jungle golden tiger, obtaining a total of 270 units of jungle golden tiger meat, a tiger skin, and a golden tiger whip. Looking at the jungle golden tiger whip in his backpack, Yu checked the information. Jungle golden tiger whip quality order. Description: the reproductive organ of the jungle golden tiger. Consuming it may enhance physical constitution, but it may also come with some side effects. Unexpectedly, there are side effects. Then forget it. Muttering to himself, Yu sold the resources in his backpack for an equivalent exchange, then took out 2 units of jungle golden tiger meat and Icefield magic bear meat to roast on the camping iron stove. Jungle golden tiger meat quality ordinary. Description: meat obtained from hunting the jungle golden tiger. Simple cooking yields delicious food known for its exquisite flavor. Note: long-term consumption may slightly increase physical constitution. Icefield magic bear meat quality ordinary. Description: meat obtained from hunting the Icefield magic bear. Simple cooking yields delicious food known for its exquisite flavor. Note: long-term consumption may slightly increase physical constitution. Oh, it can enhance physical constitution. Seeing the descriptions of the 2 types of meat, Yu's eyes lit up. Not only are they delicious, but they can also enhance his constitution, making them simply perfect. He was now eager to taste the flavors of these 2 types of meat, which the system deemed delicious. In the meantime, Yu took out the wooden chair blueprint and the storage box blueprint. Wooden chair blueprint description: can create wooden chairs. Wooden chair: an unremarkable small stool that allows you to avoid sitting on the ground. Materials required: wood 10, a wooden chair blueprint 1. Storage box blueprint description: can create storage box. Storage box: not enough space in your backpack. The storage box is here for you, a personal storage box that can hold a large amount of resources once placed. Note: the storage box has a limit of 64 types of resources. Materials required: wood 50, storage box blueprint 1. Upon seeing the description of the storage box, Yu's gaze shifted slightly. It seemed the backpack also had a limit. However, during the novice period, most players do not have many resources and have not yet reached the backpack limit. To Yu, the storage box was of no use. He even found it cumbersome for decoration. Let's first make a few chairs. After pondering for a moment, Yu consumed 40 units of wood and 4 wooden chair blueprints to manufacture 4 wooden chairs. He gave 2 of the manufactured wooden chairs to Lee Musi, keeping the remaining 2 for himself. After finishing all this, Yu sprinkled salt on the roasting meat, then feeling idle, opened the chat channel to look at what other players were discussing. Brothers, does anyone know how to join John's estate? I'm online and quite anxious. I also want to join. Could a kind person tell me what the requirements are to join John's estate? What's the rush? The estate system hasn't started yet. We'll know once it opens. An estate. Yu was taken aback by the messages in the chat. Did he miss some important news? Thinking this, he switched to the announcement interface and indeed saw an unread message. Dear player, greetings. First, congratulations on surviving to the 4th day. To enhance the gaming experience for players, the game will open the estate system 3 days later after the novice period ends. Players can join their desired estates, make like-minded friends, and explore the new world together. Please wait for the system announcement for specific details, and finally enjoy your game. Oh, it seems they are preparing to launch a new feature. Looking at the announcement, Yu mused, it's the estate system. I just wonder what use it will have. From the description alone, it seems similar to teaming up with friends to fight monsters, but the specific functionalities remain. However, if the estate system is truly opened, he is also quite interested in creating 1A. At that time, he could bring his family and friends into his estate, perhaps providing them with some protection. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, even if he knows where they are, he can only send them some resources. If they encounter other monsters, he would be powerless to help. He could also bring other players in, but he must first confirm that those fellows can indeed become partners. Currently, aside from Lee Musi and Wood Brother, Yu has no intention of bringing anyone else into the estate. Lee Musi goes without saying. Her copying talent, though limited to 3 times a day, is undoubtedly a significant. As for Wood Brother Wong Lin, although he is not well acquainted with him through the trades over the past few days, this guy at least seems trustworthy. Once he has enough resources later, he wouldn't mind helping a bit. As for those who insulted him during this time, it's already good enough that Yu doesn't seek them out, let alone offer them help. John, just wait. Thinking of the chat content from earlier, Yu couldn't help but snicker. Just then a delicious aroma of meat wafted. Looking at the already roasted meat, Yu eagerly picked up a piece and took a bite. Oh, no wonder it's marked by the system as delicious meat. It truly is delicious. After a moment of praise, Yu sold 1 piece of jungle golden tiger meat and Icefield magic bear meat for an equivalent exchange, then exchanged a few pieces to give to Lee Musi. Fisk, although the effects are the same, the food in equivalent exchange doesn't have the fragrance of freshly roasted meat. Chewing, Yu mumbled, it seems that equivalent exchange has its drawbacks. After complaining, Yu took out 2 pieces of meat and tossed them to the Icefield wolf outside the wooden house. After finishing all this, he entered the friends system, looked at Wong Lin's chat box, and quickly sent a message. Brother, the estate system is going to open soon. I'm planning to create an estate. How about it? Are you interested in joining me? Really? Are you serious? Big shot, I'm definitely joining. Wong Lin replied almost instantly. Big shot, what resources do we need to contribute to join our estate? I'll gather some in the next couple of days. What resources do we need to contribute? Bayu asked reflexively. I have plenty of resources, no need for your help. Bayu smiled and quickly replied, moreover, for every brother who joins my territory, I will provide them with resources. Resources? The moment the trading function opens, Bayu will have an abundance of resources. The dog plan is the strongest form of equivalent exchange for talents. Huh, big brother Bayu, are you kidding me? Wang Lin was a bit confused at the moment, suspecting Bayu was joking with him. Not only would he not take resources, but he would also give them. Does big brother Bayu have that many resources? Of course not. Bayu quickly replied, the territory system hasn't opened yet, let's see what happens when it does. Since the territory system hasn't officially started, he couldn't guarantee how many resources he could provide to other members. At most he could give each 1 unit of wood. Alright, just don't forget to invite me when the time comes. Rest assured. After a brief chat, Bayu exited the system. After a quick wash, he lay in bed stretching contentedly. A wave of drowsiness hit him, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Bayu got up early and called the still sleeping Icefield Wolf to head towards the wooden house where Li Muzi was. Seeing Li Muzi walk out of the wooden house, Bayu directly invited her. Muzi, did you see yesterday's announcement? It seems like a territory system is about to be launched. I'm planning to create a territory. How about it? Do you want to join my territory? Not to mention that the two had already become friends. Just Li Muzi's talent of copy made Bayu want to invite her to join his territory. Although there was a daily limit of 3 times it ignored resource value, making it an unlimited talent. Sure. Li Muzi's eyes brightened as she happily said, I was just about to ask you, but you invited me first. I was wondering if you would create a territory when I saw the system announcement last night. What do you plan to name the territory? I haven't thought of a name yet, let's discuss it when the system officially opens. How about I come up with a name? Sure. Bayu shrugged nonchalantly. He didn't care much about names, he would rather enjoy some ice spirit fruits in that time. Looking at the excited Li Muzi, Bayu chuckled helplessly, saying, let's not think about that now. Let's see how the ice spirit fruits are growing. He was quite curious if the ice spirit fruit seeds from yesterday had been successfully planted. Nodding, Li Muzi and Bayu headed towards the crooked neck tree. Soon the two and the wolf arrived near the crooked neck tree. Looking at the black frozen soil in front of him, Bayu said to Li Muzi, how about this, you check your part, and I'll check mine. Alright. After dividing the tasks, the two began to inspect their respective areas. Frozen soil, plantable, plantable, plantable. After checking more than 10 spots, unsurprisingly all were in a plantable state, indicating that none of the ice spirit fruit seeds had survived. Seeing that Li Muzi also had no success in planting, Bayu felt somewhat reassured. If even the lucky sister couldn't succeed, it was normal for him not to have any results. How that system must be deceiving me, this broken seed probably can't grow ice spirit fruits at all. Bayu thought to himself as he continued to check the situation of the other black frozen soil. Black frozen soil, plantable. Bayu, I have one that survived. However, just as he checked, he heard Li Muzi's excited. Instinctively looking towards Li Muzi, he saw her looking at him with excitement. Bayu, this thing can really sprout. I thought you were joking before. No way, you must be seeing things. Bayu skeptically approached Li Muzi to check the black frozen soil in front of her. Ice spirit fruit seedling, great epic. Introduction, a seedling nurtured from the ice spirit fruit seed, capable of growing into an ice spirit fruit tree. Note, superior and above ice spirit fruit seedlings can shorten the growth period by 10. Epic and above ice spirit fruit seedlings can shorten the growth period by 20 and increase the probability of producing high-quality ice spirit fruits. Growth period 180 days. Damn, it's actually real. He didn't know why, but even though he had finally planted the long-desired ice spirit fruit seedling, he felt a bit unhappy. See, it's still epic. Li Muzi looked at Bayu with pride in her voice. I'm not looking at yours anymore, I'm going to check my own. Seeing Li Muzi's smug expression, Bayu felt a bit frustrated and returned to his own area. For a while, excited sounds came from Li Muzi while Bayu still had no rewards. Damn, this is the last one. Please let me at least get one, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Looking at the last piece of black frozen soil, Bayu silently prayed. Suppressing his nervousness, he swallowed and checked the information for the last piece of frozen soil. Black frozen soil, plantable. My dragon scale mom. Looking at the still plantable black frozen soil, Bayu, could his luck really be that bad? Bayu, I've finished checking, 9 have survived, 3 are epic, 1 is superior, and 5 are ordinary. Just then Li Muzi excitedly walked over to Bayu. Seeing that Bayu had also finished checking, she couldn't help but curiously ask, how's it going on your side? Do you believe me if I say it's a total failure? Looking at Li Muzi's excited face, Bayu said with tears in his eye. Li Muzi was taken aback, looking into the distance, and couldn't help but ask, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Didn't one survive over there? Don't try to comfort me, if there was something alive I'd be more excited than you. No, look under that crooked neck tree, a seedling has already sprouted. Li Muzi pointed at the crooked neck tree not far away, and said to Bayu, how is that possible? I didn't even check under the crooked neck tree. Huh. Just as Bayu wanted to say something, he indeed saw a seedling appearing under the crooked neck tree. At that moment, he was somewhat bewildered. He remembered that when he cleared the land before in order to leave enough space for the crooked neck tree to survive, he had specifically started clearing it 5 steps away. But why was there indeed a seedling growing there? How peculiar. This frozen soil hasn't even been tilled, yet seedlings have sprouted. Both of them approached the crooked tree and gazed at the untouched black permafrost. Bayu couldn't help but feel curious, and instinctively checked the seedling's information. Frost Spirit Fruit Sapling. Rarity Mythic. Description: a sapling born from a Frost Spirit Fruit seed, capable of maturing into a full Frost Spirit Fruit tree. Note: exceptional or higher tier Frost Spirit Fruit saplings reduce growth time by 10. Epic or higher tier saplings shorten growth time by 20 and increase the probability of yielding high rarity Frost Spirit Fruits. Growth cycle 180 days. So it truly is a Frost Spirit Fruit, and mythic tier at that. Bayu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the delicate sapling before him. When had this Frost Spirit Fruit sapling appeared? And how could it possibly be mythic tier? Beside him, Li Muzi noticed Bayu's stunned expression and, unable to resist her curiosity, glanced over. Then gasped Bayu. Mythic tier? Don't ask me. I have no idea how this happened. Bayu shrugged, helplessly gesturing toward the unbroken permafrost. This wasn't my doing. I haven't even tilled the soil yet. Then what is going on? Li Muzi frowned, equally perplexed. Surely a mythic tier sapling couldn't simply materialize out of thin air. As she pondered, her gaze drifted downward, and a system notification shimmered into view before her eyes. Frostplane Wolf Droppings. Rarity none. Description: excrement of the Frostplane Wolf. Perhaps a surprisingly effective fertilizer. Li Muzi froze, then turned to Bayu with an incredulous look. Bayu, I think I know where this came from. Where from? It appears to be droppings from a Frostplane Wolf. Li Muzi pointed toward a nearby Frostplane Wolf basking lazily in the sun, her tone tinged with wry resignation. Never in their wildest imaginings had they conceived that a mythic tier Frost Spirit Fruit sapling would spring forth from wolf excrement. You're not serious. Bayu blinked, his expression twisting into bewildered disbelief. Fine, you're the luckiest opener alive, guaranteed to pull blueprints every time. But now even a wolf outpaces me. Does that mean I'm inferior even to a dog, or rather a wolf? Truly, it looks like Frostplane Wolf droppings. Li Muzi pointed to the nearly indistinguishable dark mass beneath the sapling, and added, you've probably fed it so many Frost Spirit Fruits that its waste became fertile enough to nurture mythic life. Following her gesture, Bayu indeed saw the same notification appear before his eyes. Damn it, you rotten mutt, you'll never taste another Frost Spirit Fruit from me. Bayu slumped inwardly. His luck truly dwarfed even that of a stray wolf. Meanwhile, the Frostplane Wolf, still luxuriating in the sunlight, suddenly sneezed, sensing perhaps that something profoundly unjust had just occurred. All right, since one has survived, let's plant the rest. Li Muzi stifled a smile and reassured him, maybe next time you'll get a survivor too. Sigh. With a resigned exhale, Bayu exchanged for several Frost Spirit Fruit seeds, and together with Li Muzi planted them across the remaining permafrost, then walked side by side toward their log cabin. As Bayu passed the Frostplane Wolf, he glared at its eager tail-wagging posture, and kicked it squarely. A woof. The wolf blinked, utterly baffled, glancing between Bayu and Li Muzi, who was trying and failing to suppress her laughter. What had it done wrong now? Had it somehow offended its master again? Ignoring the dazed wolf, Bayu strode straight into the cabin. Soon the two humans and the wolf were all back inside, yet Bayu had no intention of venturing out to scavenge resources. Muzi, let's open treasure chests. Bayu rubbed his hands together eagerly, already purchasing a golden treasure chest via the equivalence exchange system. Li Muzi nodded and activated her replication talent, duplicating the golden chest before them. In moments, 3 identical golden treasure chests stood gleaming before them. Wonder what treasures we'll draw this time. Bayu grinned, rubbing his hands again, though he knew full well his luck was abysmal. So instead of opening them himself, he settled beside them, watching expectantly as Li Muzi prepared to open the chests. How is it? How is it? As 10 streaks of radiant light surged into Li Muzi's body, Bayu leaned forward, breathless with anticipation. This time luck seems rather lackluster. Li Muzi scratched her head, voice tinged with disappointment. Just basic timber and stone resources, and only previously acquired blueprints, the wooden chair, and timber processing schematics. To others, blueprints were consumables, each extra copy a windfall. But for Bayu, only the first acquisition. No matter, it's free anyway, and this is already excellent. Bayu remained unfazed. After all, anything drawn, even a single unit of timber, was pure profit when obtained at no cost. So, shall we go gather more resources? Li Muzi asked, hopeful. No, we're staying put. Isn't this far more comfortable? Bayu stretched, languidly, teasing, are 3 golden treasure chests not enough for you? After all, scavenging outside might yield less than what those 3 chests had just delivered. Rather than risk danger and waste precious time hunting for scraps, they'd wait, reclining peacefully, until the trading function activated in 2 days' time. But it's still early. During the beginner phase, monsters are scarce. Why not seize the opportunity to gather more resources? Li Muzi shook her head and proposed that way we'll be better prepared if unexpected events arise later. During the beginner phase, monster spawns were sparse, making it the perfect window to collect vital supplies for unforeseen contingencies. Tisk Muzi, you really need to break this habit. Bayu stretched again, sighing softly. Between our talents, we're already claiming 3 golden treasure chests daily for free. And if one day a golden chest yields high-value items, like a relocation scroll, we'll unlock exponentially greater rewards. He pressed gently. Think. Out there we might find nothing, or worse stumble upon elite monsters and get wiped out. So why gamble our lives for trifles when we can safely draw premium goods from chests? But, Lee Musi opened her mouth to protest. But Bayou cut her off. Trust me. We'll never run short of resources, not ever. In fact, the current capabilities of the equivalence exchange system barely scratch the surface of what our SS tier talents can achieve. Do you really think this is the limit of an SS level talent? Bayou said with a smile to the puzzled Lee Musi. As long as you own it once you can buy and sell freely without worrying about backpack space. These are merely the basic functions of the talent. Its true power lies in trading with others. Some resources have high value in reality, while others are more valuable in equivalent exchange. We just need to keep buying and selling to infinitely increase our resources. Moreover, in the later stages, once I have enough EMC, I can manipulate the market value of certain resources using equivalent exchange. The functionalities displayed now are just the tip of the iceberg for the equivalent exchange talent. It is only when the trading function is activated that the true strength of equivalent exchange can be realized. In fact, we only need to ensure we can survive these 2 days, and in the future we won't need to worry about resources. Bayou looked at the moved Lee Musi and said with a smile, so instead of exhausting yourself and risking danger to search for resources, why not quietly wait for the trading system to open? Well, okay. After thinking for a moment, Lee Musi finally nodded in agreement. If what Bayou said was true and she could obtain a large amount of resources without going out, she didn't want to risk searching for them outside. Her worry about insufficient resources stemmed from the random nature of treasure chest drops. She feared that if luck was against them for several days they might fall into danger. That's right. Bayou smiled and looked at Lee Musi saying, if you're really restless, just think of the name of your home or go play with Old Wolf. I just want to lie in bed and watch other players chat. Don't bother me with anything else. With that, Bayou decisively lay down on the bed, opened the chat channel, and started watching other players chat with great interest. You? Really are something. Seeing this, Lee Musi felt a bit speechless. How could she just lie down like that? After glancing at Bayou, Lee Musi felt a bit awkward for a moment, so she simply greeted Bayou and walked into her wooden house with the Ice Wolf. Bayou unfazed ate an ice spirit fruit while watching the other players' comments. Is today already the 5th day? Is everyone still alive? What the hell? Is today really the 5th day? Does that mean the newbie period ends in 2 days? What if I negotiate with the system to extend it for another week? No way. I haven't found a strong backer yet. Can the newbie period not end so quickly? Oh, if I join John's home I can receive his protection, right? Do you think I don't want to? I can barely upgrade my level 3 wooden house. How can I afford to contribute resources to the home? Most players have gradually adapted to the current lifestyle, and some can hunt low-level monsters alone. Only 2 days left. Do I really hope the newbie protection period ends soon? Unlike most, Bayou eagerly wanted the protection period to end so he could implement his plan. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was thinking, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Bayou opened the door quickly. Hearing Lee Musi's familiar voice, Bayou was puzzled, got out of bed, and gestured for her to come in, asking curiously, what's the matter? Did something happen? There is indeed something. Lee Musi looked at Bayou, suppressing her excitement, and asked curiously, when you told me that long list of things just now, did you mention the migration scroll? And did you say that the migration scroll is extremely valuable in your equivalent exchange? She remembered Bayou mentioning it before, but he spoke too quickly for her to catch the specifics. Yes, it's worth 100,000 EMC coins. I wonder how many golden level treasure chests that could buy. Bayou looked at Lee Musi with suspicion, as if thinking of something. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Could it be that you opened a migration scroll again? With Lee Musi's luck, it wouldn't be surprising if she did. 100,000 EMC coins. So much. Lee Musi was astonished, unable to close her mouth. Upon hearing Bayou's inquiry, she shook her head, and said, no, you know what I opened these past 2 days. If I had opened one I would have given it to you already. Then why did you say that, making me happy for nothing? Bayou was speechless. He thought Lee Musi had opened a migration scroll, but it turned out he was overthinking. Hey, even though I didn't open one, don't forget what my talent is. Lee Musi shot him a glance, and said proudly, such an important item, I must have copied it before. Otherwise, do you think I would dare to migrate here? When she obtained the migration scroll, Lee Musi used her talent to copy one, as such a precious item definitely needed a back. This was also why she confidently moved near Bayou. With a second migration scroll, she could escape at any time. Really? Bayou's eyes lit up again, as he looked at Lee Musi excitedly. Why would I lie to you? Lee Musi took out the migration scroll, and waved it in front of Bayou. Hee, not bad, not bad. I want need to copy a golden level treasure chest tomorrow. Ew, I can just copy this instead. Golden level treasure chest. What was that worth? Hey, I'm giving you the last one, okay? Lee Musi handed the migration scroll to Bayou, looking at his excitement, and warned you. You can't bully me later. Now she had given Bayou her last means of survival, and if she lost the gamble, she truly didn't know where she would go to cry. Am I that kind of person? Bayou chuckled, and the migration scroll in his hand disappeared, and reappeared, returning it to Lee Musi, saying, here, take it, and remember to get me 2 more tomorrow. Alright. Seeing Bayou return the migration scroll to her, Lee Musi let out a long breath. Thankfully she didn't gamble. Okay, there's nothing else, so I'm heading back now. After chatting for a bit, Lee Musey bid farewell to Bayou and returned to her wooden house with the ice wolf. Tisk tisk, I really found a treasure. Watching Lee Musey's departing figure, Bayou clicked his tongue and then lay back down scrolling through the chat channel. In the following 2 days, Bayou and Lee Musey spent each day planting ice spirit fruit seeds and using their respective talents to farm EMC coins. Until the 7th day ended just past midnight, a mechanical voice echoed in by Yes Mind. The 7-day newbie period has ended. We wish all players a pleasant gaming experience. The continuous notifications abruptly woke Bayou from his sleep, leaving him momentarily stunned as he muttered in the dead of night, "Can't I get some sleep? Can't they learn from other games that update at 8 or 12 o'clock? With a sigh, Bayou turned over intending to exit the system and sleep again, but was roused by a series of messages. Bayou, you can create your home now, and trading is available too. Bayou, have you created your home yet? I've thought of a name for the home, let's call it Yumu. How does that sound? Bayou, you've created the home, don't forget to invite me, grinning. Aren't you all going to sleep at this hour? What's so urgent that it can't wait until tomorrow? Bayou looked at the barrage of messages from Lee Musey and Wang Lin, feeling quite helpless. Alright, Bayou, you take a rest, just remember to invite me when you create the home. Wang Lin quickly replied. If I can't sleep, let's just create the home first. Looking at the message from Lee Musey, Bayou felt resigned, but steeled himself to enter the home interface. Please select Create Join Home. Without hesitation, Bayou decisively chose to create. Creating a home required 500 units of wood and 100 units of stone. These resources were nothing to Bayou. After entering the name, Yumu, and clicking Create, a brand new home interface appeared before him. The home function wasn't complicated. Home members, home contributions, home chat, home tasks, home warehouse. Home members could manage other members, including appointing or dismissing positions and expelling members, but currently Bayou was the only member. Member positions were ranked from high to low: head of home, deputy head up to 5, manager up to 20, officer up to 100. Home contributions serve to upgrade the home, and members can contribute certain resources daily to exchange for contribution points. Once a certain number of points are reached, the home can be upgraded. The current home level is 1, allowing a maximum of 1,000 members. When upgraded to level 2, it can accommodate 1,000. Home chat and home warehouse are nothing special, possibly due to the low home level currently, allowing only 40 types of resources to be stored. What Bayou didn't expect was that home tasks were not like those in games where tasks are given directly. Instead, the head of the home, which is Bayou, needs to issue tasks and rewards. This means that every home task requires Bayou to spend his own resources. Tisk, so stingy. Bayou yawned and found the option to invite members, bringing Lee Musey and Wang Lin into the home. After some thought, Bayou adjusted Lee Musey's position to deputy head and Wang Lin's to manager. Bayou didn't use it. Wang Lin was a bit confused when he saw the home invitation from Bayou. Instinctively clicking agree, a prompt popped up. You have been appointed as the home manager. What? You gave me a position directly, thank you, boss. No need to be polite. Bayou looked at the message from Wang Lin and took out 100 units of wood and 100 units of stone, gifting them to him. This is for you. He actually gave resources. Looking at the extra 100 units of wood and stone in his backpack, Wang Lin couldn't believe his eyes. He thought Bayou was just joking. He never expected the boss to actually give him resources. Alright, I just issued a daily contribution task. The resources needed are all in the warehouse. Go and take them for the contribution task. Bayou sent. I just tested at home. Contributions can only be submitted 10 times a day with 20 units of wood and 20 units of stone each time, and each submission earns 20 contribution points. To upgrade to a level 2 home requires 1,000 contribution points. Bayou currently doesn't plan to bring too many people, so to upgrade, daily contributions must be maximized. After doing all this, Bayou switched to the chat window with Lee Musey and joked, so how about I give you a welcome gift for joining the home? Lost in thought about being a deputy head, Lee Musey saw the message from Bayou and replied with a smile, sure, since I'm also a deputy head, can I get a plus version? Of course. Bayou readily agreed and quickly added, but the plus version comes with nothing. Then I'll take the regular one. Too late, the regular one is gone as well. You can go away. After a few casual exchanges, Bayou exited the chat intending to turn over and sleep, but after lying there for a while he found he couldn't sleep. Forget it, let's check the trading area instead. With a helpless sigh, Bayou opened the system and entered the trading area, surprised by the dazzling array of goods. It seems it's not as bad as I thought. Initially thinking no one had resources, it turned out he had overestimated the situation. After a rough glance, most players were trading basic resources like wood or stone, while the demands were more for water. This could significantly increase the variety of resources for my skills. With a smile, Bayou browsed the trading area, trading for any resources that could be exchanged with his existing ones without. However, he didn't know the value of these resources in equivalent exchanges, so Bayou only purchased 1 unit each time. For those with a minimum trading quantity set, Bayou chose to bypass them directly. As they say, if you can't trade 1 unit in just 10 minutes, Bayou's equivalent exchange had over 100 types of resources added. I can't do this anymore, I'll deal with it tomorrow. The dazzling array of resources was making his eyes sore, and after rubbing them, Bayou felt a bit of a headache. With so many types of resources in the world, how long would it take to choose? Sigh, if only I could exchange resources myself in the equivalent exchange. With a yawn, Bayou bought 1,000 units of water and snow hare meat, listing them in the trading area. After spending about 10 minutes, Yu set the trading ratios for various goods according to market prices, then stretched contentedly and lay down to sleep. It wasn't until noon the next day that Yu gradually awakened. After a quick wash, and while eating something, Yu entered the trading area only to find that the 1,000 units of snow hare meat and bottled water had been sold out. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, the paradise for opportunists often only requires the sale of the most ordinary survival resources. Although these resources are basic, they are essential for survival. Food is manageable, hunting a magical beast can provide sustenance for quite a while, but water is in short supply. According to the current market price, 1 unit of bottled water can be exchanged for hundreds of units of wood, yet it remains prized and hard to find. After all, bottled water is different from other water resources. It poses no risk of bacteria and can be consumed directly. After exchanging all the traded resources for EMC coins, Yu earned nearly 100,000 EMC coins. He then picked up a piece of jungle golden tiger meat, exited the trading area, and entered the chat channel to see what other players needed. Did you all grab Yes bottled water last night? Yes, I got 10 bottles. Yu is really generous, just 100 units of wood for a bottle of water. Anyone want bottled water? I'm offering 150 units of wood per bottle. Brother, that's way too high. Yu sells it for 100 units. The market price is only around 130 units. Do you all really need water? Seeing the market price far exceeding the equivalent exchange ratio, Yu smiled and decisively exchanged for 2,000 units of bottled water at the equivalent rate, listing them in the trading area. Brothers, it seems everyone really needs water. As usual, the exchange rate is the same. I've listed them in the trade. After finishing all this, Yu leisurely switched to the private message interface. Many people in the chat channel are praising you and want you to create a homestead. Should we take this opportunity to recruit more people? Yu, are you still not awake? Yu, reply when you're awake. Seeing the message from Lee Musi sent 4 hours ago, Yu felt a bit helpless. This girl seems more concerned than he is. No need, it's not necessary to recruit so many people right now. He quickly replied, we don't have that many resources yet, we can recruit more later on. We just need to bring in trustworthy people. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and quickly replied, by the way, don't worry about anything else these days, focus on finding your family first. Consider whether to bring them into the homestead. Yu didn't know the nature of Lee Muse's relationship with her family, so he didn't dare to intervene too much. After pondering for a moment, he continued, now that the trading system is open, acquiring resources will be much easier. We should strive to earn more EMC coins and get more migration scrolls to bring other friends here as well. His intention in establishing the homestead was merely to better assist his family and friends. Currently, they only had 7 migration scrolls, which were barely enough to bring over 2 parents. Yu currently planned to transform the entire valley into a dedicated homestead area. Although there are not many resources here, it is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with only one valley leading out, forming a natural barrier, making it an ideal refuge. As for resources, he was most lacking in them. Now that the trading area has opened, as long as he is given enough time, he can acquire a large amount of EMC coins. With Lee Muse's duplicating talent, Yu believes that it won't be long before he can bring all his family and friends here. On the other side, Lee Muse looked at the message Yu sent, her gaze shifting. Bring her parents here. She didn't expect Yu to think of letting her bring her parents here. Is that possible? Lee Muse replied nervously. During this period, she had been searching for her parents' whereabouts every night, but she hadn't found them yet. For the next couple of days, let's not worry about anything else. Now that the newbie period has just ended, there probably aren't too many strong magical beasts. Let's quickly concentrate our time on. For the next couple of days, let's not worry about anything else. Now that the newbie period has just ended, there probably aren't too many strong magical beasts. Let's quickly concentrate our time on searching for them. Alright. Lee Muse felt deeply moved and pondered for a moment before saying, I'm going to find you now and replicate 3 migration scrolls. Good, I'll have Old Wolf come to pick you up. Calling to the Ice Wolf outside the wooden house, Yu lay back on the bed and searched for his parents' names again. It seems that there are a few fewer people now. Looking at the familiar information, Yu murmured, I hope my parents are okay. Thinking this, Yu quickly slid past the previous messages. It wasn't until he saw an unfamiliar avatar that he slowly began to browse through. Fortunately, the player information searched by the system does not change. When one player dies, the next player below will automatically fill in. Yu. After roughly 10 minutes, accompanied by a knock on the door, a familiar voice rang out. Yu exited the system and gestured for Lee Muse to enter. After copying 3 migration scrolls, just as the 2 were about to search for family news, Yu suddenly seemed to think of something. By the way, can you give me one of the migration scrolls? Looking at Lee Muse beside him, Yu said, do you remember the other guy in the homestead? I want him to move here as well. Although there are no trees here for Wang Lin to utilize his talent, after much thought, Yu ultimately decided to let him move near. After all, he is now also a member of his homestead, and Yu did not want any accidents to happen to him. Alright. Lee Muse took out a migration scroll and handed it to Yu, smiling and saying, then he'll head back first. She was now eager to find her parents and bring them here. Watching Lee Muse leave, Yu entered the private message and sent the coordinates of his wooden house along with the migration scroll to Wang Lin. This is a migration scroll. My wooden house is at this location. You can come anytime if you want to. Not to mention once you come here I can definitely ensure your safety. Boss, are there many trees there? Grinning, do you want the truth? Definitely. Well, there are none at all. Air. No, or there really aren't any trees. Bayu quickly replied. I know your talent is logging crit. If you come here to chop trees, you will probably need to walk a few hours on foot. Think about it, but let me make it clear that there is no obligation, the choice is yours. After waiting for about a minute, Wang Lin's message popped up. Boss, I'm not going for now. They'll go over once I finish chopping all the wood around me. I want to first utilize my talent to gather some wood resources. I can't hold you back, big brother. After a brief chat, Bayu exited the chat channel and continued searching for news about his parents. Tisket's pain. Having searched for so long without any news, could it be that something happened to my parents? Sighing, Bayu continued to scroll. Damn, it seems I'm almost out of pages. As his fingers slid, a familiar face finally appeared. A middle-aged man looking to be in his 40s. Old dang, I finally found you. Seeing the familiar face on the avatar, Bayu decisively clicked and verified the information and directly added him as a friend. Bayu saw that the other party accepted almost instantly and quickly sent a message. Dad, are you still alive? Bai Linji almost instantly replied. You little brat, are you just waiting for me to die to inherit my fortune? Enough, I don't have time to chat. They'll send you a location coordinate. You can move over here. Saying this, he sent his cabin's location to Bai Linji, then found Li Muzi to request 3 teleportation scrolls, sending one to Bai Linji. When using the teleportation scroll, you can choose to teleport the cabin alone or move together with the cabin. By the way, do you have any news about my mom and Xiao Rui? Yes, I found them a couple of days ago. Bai Linji quickly replied. Do you think I'm like you, heartless brat? If you have a conscience, why didn't you look for me? By you not wanting to say more, quickly send me their friend requests. They'll add them and have them come here too. Looking at the friend information Bai Linji sent, Bayu decisively chose to apply to add them. We 3 added you back then, why didn't you agree? Why are you suddenly thinking of adding us now? Bayu was taken aback, not understanding what his father meant. When did you add me? I don't recall you guys adding me at all. It was when you leveled up on your first day, the system announced it. Dad, I said that there were too many people adding me at that time. I didn't see you guys, do you believe that? Bayu felt a bit embarrassed at the beginning when the system announced his friend request exploded in an instant, and he chose, enough. What kind of broken place is this? I'm freezing to death. You won't freeze, they'll give you some stuff to hold on, and then he'll go pick up my mom and Xiao Rui. Seeing the message Bai Linji sent, Bayu finally realized that the temperature where he was below freezing. He sent some warm items to Bai Linji, exited the chat, and quickly replied to the messages from his mother and sister. Wait, I know what you want to ask, but don't ask yet. We'll talk when we meet. Saying this, he disregarded their confused comments and sent warm resources to both of them along with the target location and teleportation scroll. It's a bit cold here, you'd better wear some clothes before you move over. After sending the message, Bayu let out a long breath as long as his parents and little sister were safe. I don't even know exactly where they are, I should go out and look around. Stretching lazily, Bayu was just about to head out to find their cabin's location when he saw Bai Linji send another message. Xiaoyu, there's a magic creature near you, an ice wolf. Don't come out or wait for it to leave, and I'll send you a message. Ice wolf. Looking at the message Bai Linji sent, Bayu's expression turned strange. He couldn't be talking about the old wolf, could he? What are the odds? Is there another cabin next to you? Bayu couldn't help but ask. I think there is one. As soon as I went out I saw that wolf, and then I returned to the room. It happened so quickly that I don't really remember. Bayu had now figured out where his old man was. Then stay in the cabin and don't move, I'll go find you. After saying this, Bayu seemed to think of something and sent, whatever you do, don't come out, especially don't provoke that wolf. Knowing Bai Linji as he did, Bayu was very worried that his old man would accidentally get into a fight with the old wolf. After sending the message, Bayu still felt a bit uneasy and hurried out of the cabin, heading towards where Li Muzi was. At this moment, near Li Muzi's cabin, the ice wolf looked at the suddenly appeared cabin, first stunned, but then recalling the conversation between the boss and Li Muzi, it reacted. This cabin must be for the person the boss is coming for, although I don't know who it is, they must be one of us. Thinking this, the ice wolf yawned and didn't pay much attention. If I anger the boss, he might take away my ice spirit fruit. Seeing that Bayu hadn't replied to his messages, Bai Linji was pacing back and forth in the cabin, worried. Why hasn't this brat replied yet? What if the little brat comes to find me and encounters that wolf? Thinking of this, Bai Linji contemplated how to get rid of the ice wolf outside. However, his talent was not for combat. Fighting alone was no different from seeking death. No, I should lure it away. Shaking his head, Bai Linji took a deep breath, opened the cabin door, poked his head out, and looked at the distant ice wolf, grabbing a snowball from the ground and throwing it hard. Stupid wolf, if you have the ability, come over here. However, the snowball hitting the ice wolf was like scratching its itch. It couldn't even be bothered to dodge. However, Bai Linji's shout attracted Li Muzi's attention inside the cabin. While searching for news about her parents, Li Muzi heard the sounds outside, and curiously opened the cabin, noticing Bai Linji and cautiously moving closer to the ice wolf. Why did you come out? Little girl hurried back to the cabin. I'll lure the wolf away. Bai Linji noticed Li Muzi coming out and hurriedly called for her to run while throwing snowballs at the ice wolf. That. Uncle, don't worry, the old wolf is my friend, it won't harm us. Li Muzi watched Bai Linji, who was standing still in the distance with a vigilant gaze. If this person in front of her did not know Bayu, then. Bayu, do you know my son? Bai Lingji was taken aback, sizing up Li Muzi. Could this young girl be his son's girl? Isn't she his future daughter-in-law? Are you Bai Yes' father? Li Muzi breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and smiled politely. I am Bai Yes' friend. This ice wolf is his pet, you can just call it Old Wolf. Uncle, don't worry, Old Wolf won't harm us. Awoo. The ice wolf howled proudly upon receiving Li Muzi's praise. At the same time, she felt fortunate that she hadn't acted rashly earlier, otherwise the ice spirit fruit would have truly been lost. This wolf really won't bite people. Bai Lingji looked at the ice wolf with a hint of fear, worried that it might pounce at him any second. It won't, uncle. If you are worried, you can go back to the wooden house first. Li Muzi thought for a moment, and said, I suppose Bai Yu will arrive soon. Bai Lingji wanted to say something else, but suddenly thought of the last message Bai Yu had sent him. He couldn't help but wonder, is this wolf really my son's pet? Thinking of this, Bai Lingji nodded, and turned to go back into the house. Before entering, he glanced back at Li Muzi and the ice wolf, worrying, if anything happens, you can call me. Okay, uncle. Watching Bai Lingji enter the wooden house, Li Muzi let out a long breath, feeling both happy for Bai Yu and a little disappointed. Old wolf, it's up to you to keep watch. I'm going back to search for my parents. She patted the ice wolf's fur and returned to the house, continuing to look for news about her parents. She needed to find her parents' IDs as soon as possible to bring them over to live. The ice wolf watched the two people returning to the wooden house, yawning and lazily lying in the snow, basking in the sun. About 10 minutes later, the basking ice wolf saw Bai Yu walking towards it. Awoo. Seeing Bai Yu approach, the ice wolf happily stood up and circled around him. Old wolf, I have things to do, so I can't play with you right now. Bai Yu rubbed its head and took out an ice spirit fruit. He then walked directly to the front of Bai Lingji's wooden house and shouted loudly, Dad, open the door. As Bai Yes' voice fell, the wooden door opened in response. Bai Lingji cautiously poked his head out, and only after confirming that the person in front of him was indeed Bai Yu did he feel relieved. You brat, I told you not to come, because it's dangerous. Why don't you listen? Looking at Bai Yu in front of him, Bai Lingji couldn't help but feel anger rising and slapped him on the head. Hey, I told you to stay inside too, but you didn't listen either. Bai Yu said helplessly. Before coming, Li Muzi had briefly mentioned what had just happened, and it was expected that his father would really come out to confront. Fortunately, Li Muzi had appeared in time. I was just worried about your safety. Bai Lingji's old face turned red, and he glared at Bai Yu. Alright, Dad, what's your talent? Bai Yu changed the subject, unable to resist asking. He was eager to know what fighting talent Bai Lingji possessed to dare confront the ice wolf. My talent level is decent, upgrade talent farming, which can improve planting success rates and shorten time. Not a combat talent. Bai Yu was dumbfounded. Not having a combat talent, yet still daring to provoke the ice wolf. When did his old man become so bold? What's wrong? What kind of expression is that, you little brat? Noticing Bai Yes' peculiar expression, Bai Lingji shot him a glare. Actually, Dad, I have a question for you. What? If you don't have a combat talent, how dare you provoke the ice wolf? You have to understand that Old Wolf is not an ordinary ice wolf. After being fed so many ice spirit fruits, although Old Wolf is not among the top tier of low-level magical creatures, it is only weak because it lacks skills. Although he had thought that his old man would confront the ice wolf, that was based on the assumption that Bai Lingji had awakened to combat. If you bring this up again, I'll smack you. Bai Lingji kicked Bai Yu in annoyance. This brat was really irritating. Alright, I won't mention it anymore. Bai Yu dodged the attack and helplessly spread his hands, saying, Let's go find my mom and Xiao Rui. They should have arrived too, just not sure where they are. Let's go then. Hearing Bai Yes' suggestion, Bai Lingji snorted and left the wooden house with Bai Yu. Old Wolf, make sure to keep a close watch here. Together with Bai Lingji, Bai Yu instructed the ice wolf. Now that the novice period had just ended, Bai Yu was unsure if monsters would refresh around, so for safety's sake, he decided it would be better to leave the ice wolf behind. Awoo. The ice wolf howled, indicating that it would guarantee Muse's safety. Bai Yu nodded and began searching nearby with Bai Lingji. You little brat, what's your relationship with that girl? After walking a short distance, Bai Lingji glanced back at the wooden house, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked inquisitively, Are you talking about Muse? We should be friends, right? Bai Yu realized what his father meant from his probing gaze, and said helplessly, Dad, don't think too much, we are just friends. Psy-kid, I'm not saying this to you for no reason. You're getting older now, and it's time to find someone to be with. Bai Lingji earnestly advised, I think Muse would. Cut it out. Bai Yu interrupted Bai Lingji's ramblings, saying helplessly, Are you really my dad? Why have you become so nagging? In Bai Yes' memory, Bai Lingji seldom talked to him about relationships, so what was going on today? Of course I'm your dad, who else would I be? Bai Lingji shot Bai Yu an annoyed glance and continued, If you had someone, would I still be nagging? If I had someone, wouldn't that be worse? Starting off in a long-distance relationship, not knowing if I'm alive or dead, I wouldn't be able to sleep every day worrying about it. Bai Yu replied nonchalantly, It's good that I don't have someone allowing me sufficient time and energy to ensure my sleep quality. You fine, you've grown up, I can't argue with you. Hearing Bai Yes' rebuttal, Bai Lingji was momentarily at a loss for words. He glared at him and said, Hurry and find your mom. They'll let her talk to you. Saying this, he quickened his pace, pretending to leave Bai Yu behind. Seeing this, Bai Yu helplessly shook his head and followed behind Bai Lingji, searching around. After about half an hour, the two of them saw two wooden houses in the distance. These 2 wooden cabins should be your mother and Xiao Rui, right? Bai Lingji looked at the 2 cabins in the distance, his heart filled with excitement as the family was finally reunited. The 2 hurried towards the wooden cabins. Standing outside, Bai Yu shouted loudly, "Mom, Xiao Rui, are you inside?" As Bai Yu's voice fell, the doors of the 2 cabins opened simultaneously, and 2 women cautiously poked their heads out. Upon seeing that the visitors were Bai Lingji and Bai Yu, they sighed in relief and hurriedly ran out of the cabin. The family was exceptionally joyful upon meeting. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai Shirui turned her gaze to Bai Yu and pretended to be angry as she asked, "Brother, why didn't you accept my friend request back then?" "I said I didn't see your friend request at that time, do you believe it?" Bai Yu rubbed her head helplessly and said, "Back then, I was at least a player who was announced across the server, and I received tens of thousands of friend requests at once. I'm still not done going through them. If it doesn't matter." Bai Shirui huffed lightly and acted coy, saying, "So how are you going to make it up to your dear sister? Don't bully your brother now." Lu Jiahui looked at Bai Yu helplessly, then turned her gaze to Bai Shirui and reproached, "Your brother must have spent quite a bit of resources to get our family together. Don't just think about throwing a tantrum like a child." "Mom, I was just joking." Upon hearing Lu Jiahui's words, Bai Shirui stuck out her tongue and scratched her head. "Mom, don't scold Xiao Rui." Bai Yu helplessly and affectionately looked at Bai Shirui and said, "In the evening, I'll make something delicious for you." Lu Jiahui and Bai Shirui had lost a lot of weight compared to before, likely due to the constant anxiety and lack of food here. "Really?" Bai Xirui's eyes lit up as she exclaimed excitedly. Bai Lingji and Lu Jiahui, on the other hand, looked worried and asked, "Xiao Yu, this place is not like before, we can't. If their presence affected Bai Yu, they would rather not have moved here." "Mom, don't worry, I have plenty of resources on me. You little brat, just a little something, and you're already acting high and mighty. Can't you save up?" Bai Lingji shot him an annoyed glance. "Oh, you all can relax." Seeing the worry on their faces, Bai Yu helplessly said, "The resources I have are not just a lot, they are an immense amount. Not to mention supporting the 3 of you is absolutely no problem." With the opening of the trading area, Bai Yu now had at least 1 EMC coins per day, even in his current state of slacking off. It can be said that he was not lacking in resources at all. "Brother, what is your talent?" Seeing Bai Yu so confident, Bai Shirui couldn't help but ask curiously. To be able to afford all their resources, could it be that her brother's talent is level? Bai Lingji and Lu Jiahui were equally curious. "They'll keep mine a secret for now, I'm afraid it might scare you." Bai Yu noticed the curious looks from the 3 and chuckled, then turned to Lu Jiahui and Bai Shirui asking, "What are your talents, Mom and Xiao Rui?" "I have a level talent healing that can heal injuries, and Mom has a level talent gourmet that allows her to make delicious food and increases the probability of activating food attributes." Upon hearing Bai Zeru's words, Bai Yu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect his parents and sister to all have level talents. However, what disappointed him was that none of them had combat talents. "Brother, what is your talent? Is it level?" After mentioning her own talent, Bai Shirui looked at Bai Yu with curious eyes. "As for me, it's not level." Bai Yu's lips couldn't help but curl up as he looked at the curious 3, proudly stating, "I have the unique SS level talent equivalent exchange. The effect is, it allows me to exchange any item at an equivalent rate." As Bai Yu's voice fell, Bai Lingji and the others exchanged incredulous glances. "Xiao Yu, is your talent really SS level?" Lu Jiahui looked at Bai Yu in shock and asked, "What would I gain from lying to you? Otherwise, why do you think I could upgrade to a level 3 cabin right after the server opened?" Bai Yu nodded proudly. "Brother, you are truly amazing." Bai Shirui cheered, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. To think that her brother's talent is actually SS level and also a unique talent. "My brother is really impressed." Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she looked at Bai Yu and couldn't help but ask curiously, "By the way, brother, that guy who sold bottled water when the trading area just opened yesterday, it couldn't be you, could it?" Last night, she saw someone listing 1,000 units of bottled water in the trading area, but she was too slow to grab them before others did. Later, she learned in the chat channel that the one selling water was Bai Yu, but she wasn't sure if it was her brother. "That's right, that's me." Bai Yu nodded proudly, saying, "Now you should believe me, my talent is indeed SS level." All right, you little..." Bai Lingji looked at Bai Yu with a proud gaze. Just thinking that his son had an SS level talent made him happier than when he awakened his own SS level talent. After chatting for a while, Bai Yu said to Bai Lingji and the others, "By the way, since the home function has been activated, I'll invite you all to join. You can help upgrade the home as well." "Yay!" Bai Shirui exclaimed eagerly, "Brother, hurry and invite me." Bai Yu pulled the 3 into the home and said with a smile, "There are resources in the warehouse. You can take them out to complete contribution tasks." Bai Yu looked at the 3 who were familiar with the home function and patiently explained, "Make sure to complete the contribution tasks every day. Don't worry, brother." Bai Shirui patted her chest, promising, "I will definitely complete the tasks." Bai Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, then turned his gaze to Bai Lingji, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Dad, I remember your talent is farming, right?" He vaguely remembered that Bai Lingji's talent could enhance the success rate and growth speed of planting. This was just perfect, as his ice spirit fruit forest needed such a talent. "Yes." Bai Lingji looked at Bai Yu with a disapproving gaze and said, "You little brat, just say what you want, don't come up with these tricks. Hee hee, I have a patch of land and want you to help me take care of it." Bai rubbed his hands together and briefly told him about the ice spirit fruit forest. Sure, just leave it to me. Before coming here, Bai was a farmer and had a fondness for the land, thus whether out of nostalgia or passion, even if Bai didn't mention it, he would still find a place to plant something. You can take me to see where that place is first, and I'll go myself tomorrow. Dad, no need to rush. Bai watched Bai eagerness to head straight for the crooked neck tree and sighed helplessly. We've barely reunited as a family. Let's share a meal first. There's no harm in waiting a little longer. Exactly. What's the hurry? Lu Jiahui shot Bai a reproachful glance and said, You may not be hungry, but the children certainly are. Let's eat first, then go. Well, fine then. Hearing Bai Yu and Lu Jiahui speak, Bai reluctantly abandoned his plan to visit the crooked neck tree, for now. Mom, here are the ingredients. Bai Yu withdrew 20 units each of jungle golden tiger meat and ice plain demon bear meat, then handed Lu Jiahui a packet of salt. With a shrug he declared, I'll just wait for dinner then. Just sit back and wait. Lu Jiahui took out a wok, briefly prepared the meats, placed the iron pot atop the camp stove, and began cooking. During the wait, Bai turned to Bai Yu beside him and asked, Shall we invite Muzi over to join us? After a moment's thought, Bai Yu shook his head. She's busy right now. Let's eat as a family first. I'll bring her. Muzi hadn't yet found her own family. Seeing them reunite might stir quiet discomfort within her. Fine. Just don't forget to take some for her later. Muzi is a fine young woman. You'd better hold on to her tight. Though he'd met Li Muzi only once, Bai was already thoroughly impressed. Just as Bai Yu opened his mouth to reply, Bai Shui interrupted, her wide, curious eyes gleaming. Brother, who are you two talking about? Adult matters. None of your concern. Bai Yu gently pushed her away, exasperated. Go on. Help Mom. Hey, I'm not a child anymore. Bai Shirue protested indignantly. I'm 18. I'm an adult. To me, you'll always be my little girl. Lu Jiahui stirred the food while quietly observing the bickering siblings, and smiled resigned yet tender. Still, she too felt intrigued by the name Li Muzi repeatedly mentioned by Bai Yu and Bai Linji. Looks like I'll have to ask Lao Bai about her soon. She resolved inwardly to learn more at the earliest opportunity. If Li Muzi truly lived up to Bai Linji's praise, becoming their daughter-in-law would be nothing short of ideal. Soon Lu Jiahui finished stir-frying the dishes and retrieved the roasted meat from the camp stove, calling Bai Yu and the others to the table. Consumed ice plain demon bear, meat physical constitution 1. Consumed jungle golden tiger, meat physical constitution 1. What in the world? 2 notifications flashed across Bai Yu's vision the moment he took a few bites, leaving him pleasantly stunned. Could this be his gourmet talent? Had his constitution truly risen after merely a few mouthfuls? Yet Bai Linji and the others seemed utterly unaffected. Was he the only one whose constitution had increased? Perhaps it accumulated from earlier consumption, and this meal simply triggered the breakthrough. He mused silently, unable to suppress a broad, delighted grin. Brother, why are you grinning like an idiot? Nothing at all. Mom's cooking is just that delicious. Embarrassed, Bai Yu coughed twice and resumed eating with gusto. After finishing their meal and exchanging light conversation, Bai Yu was gently, but firmly urged by Bai Linji to head for the crooked neck tree. With no choice, he left the log cabin and walked alongside his father toward the tree. Before departing, Lu Jiahui packed a portion of the meal specially set aside and entrusted it to Bai Yu. After delivering the food to Li Muzi, he and Bai Linji arrived at the crooked neck tree. Dad, this is it. Bai Yu pointed to the freshly tilled black permafrost soil and explained, So far I've cultivated 100 units and planted 27 ice spirit fruit saplings. They require daily watering, and new ice spirit fruit seeds must be sown until the plot is fully occupied. He then handed Bai Linji 100 ice spirit fruit seeds and smiled warmly. Dad, this place is yours from now on. With you overseeing it, this land will surely one day become an ice spirit fruit forest. Bai Linji gazed upon the 100 units of dark tilled earth and nodded firmly in agreement. Leave it to me. After a brief inspection confirming all was well with the seedlings, Bai Linji wasted no further time. Taking Bai Yu's arm, he turned and headed back. Alright son, you stay here. I'll go find your mother and Shirue. As they passed Li Muzi's cabin, Bai Linji told Dad, you're sure about this? Bai Yu eyed him skeptically. I'm not doubting you, but this world isn't like ours. If monsters respawned, could you truly protect Mom and Shirue? He wasn't worried about Li Muzi. The ice plain wolves patrolled her cabin, but Bai Linji's group possessed no combat aptitude. Facing even low-tier monster survival would be nearly impossible. Brat. True, I lack a combat talent, but even ordinary low-tier monsters wouldn't easily best me. Bai Linji glared at Bai Yu, puffing with pride. Do you think I've survived these past days by luck alone? Just stay put. No more objections. Seeing Bai Yu open his mouth again, Bai Linji cut him off instantly. Fine, I'll do as you say. Bai Yu sighed, waved over the nearby ice plain wolf watching idly, and said to his father, Let old wolf accompany and guard you. I'll watch over Muzi. Agreed. But you will protect her properly, understood? After careful consideration, Bai Linji accepted, and before departing offered several earnest reminders, then left side by side with the ice plain wolf. Watching his father disappear down the path, Bai Yu shook his head wryly, then paused, torn. Should he stand guard somewhere nearby, or step inside directly? The next instant Li Muzi opened her cabin door and peered out. Would you like to come in and sit a while? She'd heard every word of Bai Yu and Bai Lingji's conversation. These cabins were hardly soundproof. This is the meal I brought you. Bai Yu stepped inside and handed her the food. Perfect timing. I hadn't eaten yet. Her eyes lit up at the steaming stir-fry, and she dug in heartily. Have you heard anything about your uncle and aunt? Sitting idle, Bai Yu searched for conversation. Hey, can't I at least finish eating before you start asking questions? At the mention of her parents, still unfound, Li Muzi's appetite vanished. She glanced at Bai Yu with weary resignation. There goes my appetite, completely ruined. Seeing her crestfallen expression, Bai Yu instantly realized his misstep, and hastened to reassure her, don't worry, they're definitely safe. Brother, please, just for my sake. If you're not good at comforting people, we can simply stay silent. Li Muzi rubbed her forehead. She knew Bai Yu was trying to console her, yet his words somehow stung. Never mind, I've completely lost my appetite. I'll keep searching instead. Setting aside her food, Li Muzi abandoned all thought of eating, flopped onto the bed, and said to Bai Yu beside her, You, feel free to stay wherever you like. Seeing him about to speak, Li Muzi hastily cut in, Stop right there. Just staying here without saying a word is perfectly fine. It was clear Bai Yu had little aptitude for consolation, so she opted instead for his quiet presence alone. Fine, I'll seal my lips. Bai Yu mimed, zipping his mouth shut. Watching Li Muzi lie sprawled on the bed, he settled himself beside the campfire iron stove, and with nothing else to do, opened the system interface. The moment he entered, a prominent message popped up. Oh my dear friend, do you happen to have bottled water? I believe we could strike a deal. Bai Yu stared at the message from John. He'd nearly dismissed it outright, until he recalled that the trading function was now active. To pass up business would be sheer folly. How would you like to trade? Bai Yu typed swiftly. Oh my friend, if you hand over all your bottled water, I shall grant you entry into my sanctuary. You shall be blessed by God. A faint twitch tugged at Bai Yu's lips. He'd expected John to be shameless, but not God. Apologies, we're outside his jurisdiction. He's a foreign deity here. Bai Yu replied briskly. If you're genuinely here to trade bottled water, very well. Let's proceed formally. 1 bottle for 120 units of timber, or equivalent resources. Otherwise, no discussion. 120 units, or equivalent. Oh my friend, wasn't your previous sale priced at 100 units of timber? With soaring market demand, a price adjustment is only natural. Bai Yu responded nonchalantly. This rate is already a courtesy, for friendship's sake. Others charge 130 units, even more. Mine is unquestionably the lowest across the entire server. My friend, perhaps we might negotiate further. I offer you sanctuary, the means to survive in this world, in exchange for 100 units of bottled water per month. Not negotiable. Plain and simple, take it or leave it. Bai Yu smirked as he read John's message and fired back. Or perhaps you imagine bottled water, the current hard currency, won't sell effortlessly even at 130 units. After sending the message, John didn't reply immediately. Bai Yu remained unruffled, lazily stretched, exited the chat window, briefly answered Wang Lin's message, and was just about to switch to the channel when John's chat box lit up once more. Oh my friend, I've decided. I accept your terms, 120 units of timber, or equivalent resources. However, I have one condition. Please restrict this transaction exclusively to me, or members of my sanctuary. No one else may purchase it. Bai Yu's lips curled upward. At such a steep price, he'd intended to sell only to John anyway. Since John had voiced it himself, no pretext was needed. Agreed. Without hesitation, Bai Yu replied decisively. How much do you require? All your bottled water. As you know, my sanctuary is newly established. I wish to grant its members special benefits. If you could lower the price, both I and my members would be deeply grateful. Well, what boldness. All of it. Bai Yu's eyes gleamed upon reading John's message. A major client. John clearly possessed substantial resources. Perfect opportunity to extract maximum value. As for John's latter remark, Bai Yu dismissed it entirely. What use was gratitude from a sanctuary, especially when it might not even be genuine? With a swift reply, Bai Yu withdrew 1,000 units of bottled water from the barter interface and listed them in the marketplace. Small-scale operation, no haggling. Buy now or it vanishes from sale. Having configured the listing to permit purchases only by John or his sanctuary members, he sent John a notification. Almost instantly, the entire stock of 1,000 units sold out. My friend, this falls far short. Do you possess more bottled water? John's message appeared immediately. Do you plan to gift 1 bottle to every member of your sanctuary, Mr. John? John's sanctuary, Azura, had recently ascended to Tier 3, capable of housing 100,000 members. 1 bottle per person would yield immense profit. Naturally, every soul who joins my sanctuary is my friend, my family. I cannot favor some over other. Receiving confirmation, Bai Yu grinned openly and typed rapidly. Understood. Rest assured, I'll fulfill your boundless love for each family member. With that thought, he promptly exchanged 10,000 units of bottled water via the barter interface and listed them identically in the marketplace. Unexpectedly, John did not purchase immediately. Instead, he messaged Bai Yu. Oh my friend, I'm truly astonished you hold so much bottled water. Pure luck. This is everything I own. Baiyu replied swiftly, should your sanctuary grow larger, I couldn't possibly fulfill such an order. Deep within the forest, John stared at Baiyu's message, his lips twitching faintly. Nearly all bottled water in circulation was already monopolized by his sanctuary. Baiyu remained the sole unpredictable variable. He'd planned to acquire Baiyu's entire stock at a premium, then resell it at exorbitant prices, reaping colossal. Yet he never imagined Baiyu would possess so much. A creeping suspicion arose that he'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered. 10,000 units, exactly matching his sanctuary's membership count. Coincidence? Or was Baiyu telling the truth, that this truly constituted his entire reserve? Fuck. After prolonged hesitation, John typed, my friend, regrettably I lack sufficient resources now. Might you hold these units for me? I'll acquire them once I've gathered adequate resources. As long as Baiyu remained restricted to him alone, no one else could access this supply, ensuring John retained absolute control over bottled water pricing. Agreed. I have no objection. But let's be clear, I won't wait indefinitely. 1 month, no longer. Fail to purchase by then, and I'll sell to others. A month, huh? My friend, how foolish. Upon seeing the message from Baiyu, John's lips curled into a smirk. A month was enough for him to make a considerable profit. By then he could easily come up with an excuse to brush Baiyu off. In fact, he could use Baiyu as a warehouse. Once his current stock of bottled water was sold out, he could buy more from Baiyu. This way he would have a firm grasp on the bottled water prices in the market. Thank you, my friend. God will bless you. John quickly calculated how much the bottled water should be marked up. Meanwhile, Baiyu looked at the message from John and pulled up the chat with Baishirue, quickly sending a message, sister, I've got a I'm here, brother. After about a minute, Baishirue replied, just tell me what you need, and I will definitely do it for you. Hey, race the thing, brother. I've landed a big deal, and I can't handle any other transactions right now. I'll give you the resources, and you can list them in the trading area. Baiyu couldn't help but grin at having outsmarted John with so many resources. That person previously took advantage of my resources. Hey, let's take him for a ride. No problem, brother. Just tell me what to do, and he'll do it. With a common goal, the siblings began discussing the specific. During their discussion, the chat channel erupted into chaos. Oh my gosh. Have the brothers seen the trading area? Did Baiyu actually partner with John? What do you mean, partner? Can you just casually produce 100,000 units of bottled water? Baiyu is the real big shot here. Hey, we don't give out free bottled water here. Why didn't you say so earlier? That Baiyu kid is really lucky. Baiyu is just trash. He has so much water, but doesn't share it with everyone, instead trying to curry favor with others. Exactly, and even John doesn't think much of him, leaving him hanging. Rather than keep him hanging, he should just distribute it to. They had thought everyone was merely struggling to survive, but no one expected Baiyu to have so much bottled water. Consequently, the comments section became a place for bashing Baiyu. Even when a few people tried to defend Baiyu, they were quickly shut down by others, leaving them too afraid to post again. Just then a message appeared in the comments. Oh dear friends, please don't speak badly of Baiyu. He is a loyal friend of our Shura paradise. If anyone needs bottled water, you can check with other players. Loyal friend. That's hilarious. Isn't that just calling Baiyu a dog? No wonder Baiyu sold the bottled water so cheaply, it turns out that's why. What a disgrace. With John's message sent, the comments section became even more mocking. Hey, are you guys still arguing? 100 units of wood for 1 unit of bottled water, thanks in advance, brothers. Dude, where's 100 units of wood for bottled water? Dude, please let me know, I'll follow you right now. Dad, where can I find 100 units of wood for bottled water? As an eye-catching message was sent out, the comments section paused for a moment, followed by a flood of messages. Selling water, selling water. Same price as before with Baiyu, those interested can buy in the trading area. 1,000 units available each day, first come first served. With by Zairu's message sent, the previously lively chat channel became eerily silent. After about a breath, the comments surged again like a tide. What the heck? How did it run out so fast? What? Are the brothers that fast with their fingers? I just clicked in and it was already gone. I got 1 unit, it's not much, but it'll be enough for today. Baishirue, do you have any more? I'm willing to trade 110 units of wood. I'll go first, I'll offer 120 units. You guys are in. Baiyu looked at the messages from others in the chat and smirked, quickly messaging Baishirue's sister reply to this. Every day at 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, 1,000 units of bottled water each time. Understood, brother. Baishirue quickly replied, seeing how much everyone needs it, let's do this, I will add an extra one. So every day at 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, there will be 1,000 units of bottled water. And everyone don't fight. I will never raise the price, never raise the price, never raise the price. Important things are said 3 times after sending. Baishirue reveled in the adulation of the chat, feeling a bit giddy. She tossed the resources she had just traded to Baiyu and became engrossed in the chat channel. Since I have nothing to do, let's see if there's anything new in the trading area. Lazily stretching, Baiyu opened the trading area, starting a new round of transactions. Meanwhile, in the forest, John glared at the suddenly emerging Baishirue, his eyes filled with fury. Fuck. Who is this Baishirue? Just as he managed to deal with Baiyu, another Baishirue pops up. Are they both selling bottled water? Could they be from the same family? Fuck, am I being played by that guy? As if realizing something, John pulled up the chat with Baiyu and angrily questioned, oh my friend, are you playing me? What? Mr. John, how can you say that? Seeing the message from Baiyu, John quickly replied, is that Baishirue? You actually have other bottled water. Didn't you say that was all you had? Baishirue. Are you talking about that one selling? I don't know her. Even though we share the same surname, that doesn't mean we know each other. There are plenty of people with the same surname where I come from. Besides, John, I've been saving those 100,000 units of bottled water for you. Even if I have others, that's my own freedom, alright. You really don't know her. Looking at Bayu's message, John felt uncertain. He knew a bit about Bayu's country, and it was indeed true that many people shared the same surname. Could it be that he was overthinking? Was it all just coincidence? I feel really disheartened, John, because of you. I've been brutally criticized by others, and now you still doubt me. I think we should cancel the transaction. Oh, my friend, I was just being overly cautious. I sincerely apologize for that. He couldn't allow Bayu's bottled water to flood the market, as it would complicate his plans to control the bottled water market. If you want to continue trading, it's not impossible, but it will cost more. More money. John twitched at the corner of his mouth. So you were waiting for me here, huh? Oh, my dear friend, we already agreed on the price, didn't we? John suppressed his anger and said to Bayu, how can you casually raise the price like this? He increasingly felt that he had been tricked by Bayu. Don't get me wrong, our previous price definitely remains unchanged, but there will be an additional 5 service fee. I didn't demand it before out of friendship, but now it seems our friendship isn't as unbreakable as I thought. Or you can take back those 100,000 bottles of water right now, or every subsequent transaction will incur an extra 5 service fee. Looking at the message sent by Bayu, John was certain that he had been tricked by Bayu. Fuck. Those two definitely. John cursed angrily, wishing he could immediately make Bayu pay dearly. He never expected that while trying to set up a trap for Bayu, he ended up getting trapped himself. Taking a few deep breaths, John forced himself to calm down. Where the hell did this bastard get so many bottles of water? Although Bayu had told him before that 100,000 units of bottled water was his limit, he now had a nagging feeling that the bottled water belonging to Baishere was also provided by Bayu. This meant that Bayu definitely had more than 100,000 units of bottled water, perhaps much more. For a moment, John hesitated. If he didn't continue purchasing now, Bayu would start trading bottled water again, making it nearly impossible for him to control the price in the market. But if he agreed to Bayu's price increase with Baishere around, it would be nearly impossible for him to raise the price significantly. Right now it was just 2,000 units, which didn't affect him much, but what about later? Who knows if Bayu would give her more bottled water. But if he didn't raise the price, his profits would shrink, and he would end up working. For a moment, John was caught in a dilemma. No matter how he chose, his risks and returns were disproportionate. Oh, my friend, I think I cannot accept your proposal. After much thought, John ultimately abandoned the idea of continuing to acquire bottled water. He understood that without knowing how much bottled water Bayu had, continuing to drag this out would only deplete his resources. Alright then, I still want to continue cooperating with Mr. John, but it seems I can only wait for future opportunities to discuss. Looking at the message from Bayu, John's gaze turned cold. He truly did not expect to be outmaneuvered by Bayu this time. Bayu. With a cold snort, John entered the clan channel and quickly sent a message. Everyone, Bayu has tricked us this time. Because of him, it may be hard for our bottled water to sell at a high price in the future. For everyone's benefit, I personally regard Bayu as an enemy. Whoever can kill Bayu, I will definitely reward you, or if you know his home location, as long as it is true, I will definitely give a heavy reward. Bayu. That lucky bastard. How dare he bully our Azura clan's leader? I will definitely make him pay. I want to see how capable he is to bully our Azura members. Brothers, from now on, let's not buy anything from Bayu. Let him see the cohesion of our Azura clan. John looked at the messages sent by other members in the chat channel, gazing into the distance, and sneered. To provoke me, truly ignorant of death. Tisk, did John, old dog, discover my relationship with my sister? On the other side, looking at the messages sent by John, Bayu felt a bit frustrated. It was hard to come across a big client, and now the meat was flying away. Oh, could it be that he asked for too high a price? Forget it, I guess John, old dog, isn't truly preparing for his clan, just putting on an act. Shaking his head, Bayu stopped dwelling on it and modified the price and restrictions of the bottled water in the trading area, then switched to the chat channel and quickly sent a message. The old price for bottled water, no limit, those in need come to my trading area. As Bayu's message was sent, other players immediately began to ridicule. Hee how interesting, couldn't sell it, so you dropped the price. Loyal friend, even if you gave me your bottled water for free now, I wouldn't take it. You should go find your John and the others. Exactly, who cares about your stuff? What the hell? Didn't you all say you wouldn't buy? Why is it gone as soon as I... Looking at the messages, frantically attacking him, Bayu was unfazed. Let them curse, as long as it doesn't affect my profit, they can curse however they like. Damn, every single one of you says you won't buy, yet each of you has such quick hands. You are truly disgusting. Exactly, cursing after eating. If Bayu the boss gets unhappy and stops selling water, don't blame me for getting angry. All day long just barking like dogs. What are you barking about? Buying trash that others don't want, and you're still shouting from a distance. Watching the two groups in the chat channel arguing, Bayu converted the resources obtained from trading into EMC coins, then took out 100,000 units of bottled water and listed them in the trading area. Everyone doesn't need to argue with them, lest it harms our harmony. For those who didn't get the bottled water, I have listed another 100,000 units, no limit, no limit. As long as everyone needs it, I will keep selling. Oh, by the way, I don't know who didn't curse me just now, but for those who did, I remember them clearly. Ew, I just randomly picked a few, and have already said those few cannot buy. If you need bottled water, you should go buy from someone else. Bai was not someone who held grudges. Generally, if he could retaliate on the spot he would, but if it wasn't too many people, and he feared trouble, he would definitely have set all of them up. What the hell? Did you really list them? Bai, the boss is awesome. Thank you, boss. Let those people shout, ooh, I need to drink. At this moment in a certain wooden house on the beach, a fat woman with a round face and a body full of flesh looked at the prompt box showing not available for purchase and was instantly furious. She had just been cursing with great enthusiasm when she saw the message from Bai and immediately clicked into the trading area. However, she never expected to find herself blacklisted by Bai. Just wait till I cyberbully you to death. Thinking this, the fat woman switched to the chat channel and quickly sent, why can others buy, and I cannot? I think this cube lady is right. Fairy helping fairy, you all don't buy, let me buy. TSK tisk, it's quite enjoyable to watch the water friends chat when I have nothing to do. Bai watched with great interest as others chatted in the channel, occasionally glancing at the trading area. Whenever the bottled water was about to sell out, he would restock. At the same time, Bai listed some other basic resources in the trading area. Although they didn't sell as well as bottled water, he could still make some profit. Just as he was watching, a private message popped up. Hey, bro, you can't play me like that. Angry, seeing Bai Zairu's message, Bai was taken aback, not understanding how he had offended the girl. Did you not say I could sell bottled water? Why are you selling it yourself? No one in the chat channel is complimenting me anymore. Bai felt helpless. It turned out the girl cared about this. I didn't want to either, but that big fool seems to know we have a connection now, so he won't buy my water. Rather than taking it back, I might as well sell it directly. Bai scratched his head and sent over the chat logs, with John quickly replying, don't be upset, bro. I just scored some good stuff, and I'll send it to you. After sending that, Bai exchanged 10 bags of chips and 6 bottles of fatty happy water for Bai Shirue. He had just stumbled upon them in the trading area. Although their actual value wasn't high, they provided a lot of emotional value. After all, who wouldn't want a bottle of fatty happy water after a meal? Wow. Chips. Starry-eyed. Within a breath, Bai Shirue quickly sent a message. Bro, you're a... In an instant, she retracted her message, and another one popped up. Seeing how sincere you are, I won't hold it against you. So brother, since you're selling water, can I continue selling? Sure, since the words have been said, we won't waste time. After pondering for a moment, Bai continued. Take a look at what you want to sell, and you can come here to get the goods directly. I want to sell chips. I see you just want to eat them yourself. After chatting for a bit, Bai ended the conversation. Just as he was about to continue scrolling through the chat channel, a voice nearby interrupted him. Bai, I found my parents. Instinctively turning to look, he saw Lee Musi excitedly getting off the bed. See, I told you, uncle, and aunt would be fine. Bai looked at Lee Musi, who was sharing good news, and suddenly thought of something. He asked with concern, by the way, do you want to give them something warm first? Aunt. Prompted by Lee Musi was taken aback, and then exclaimed, I was so busy being happy that I forgot about this. After finding news of her parents, Lee Musi was overwhelmed with joy and couldn't wait to see her family, momentarily neglecting the environment they were in. Then give it to me now, and we'll look for them nearby. Saying this, Bai handed 2 sets of warm gear to Lee Musi so she could quickly send them to her parents. Okay. Lee Musi took the warm gear Bai sent and quickly delivered them to her parents. Alright, let's go. After delivering the items, Lee Musi pulled Bai to run outside. Soon they discovered a wooden house at the foot of a cliff. Musi, is that you? After knocking on the door, a woman's voice came from inside the wooden house. Mom, it's me, open the door. Accompanied by a creaking sound, the wooden door opened, and a woman cautiously peeked out. The woman looked about 70% similar to Lee Musi, but her demeanor was more mature and composed. She was Lee Musi's mother, Lu Yan. Musi, it really is you. Come in quickly. Mom. After a long time apart, the two embraced each other, recounting what had happened over the past few days. Bai stood aside, quietly watching the scene unfold before him. After a while, seeing that they had no intention of stopping, Bai raised his hand awkwardly and said, although I really don't want to interrupt you. Why was the conversation dragging on endlessly? Your dad also moved here. Hearing Bai's words, Lu Yan was somewhat surprised and turned. Why was the conversation dragging on endlessly? Your dad also moved here. Hearing Bai's words, Lu Yan was somewhat surprised and turned to Lee Musi in her arms. At the same time, she discreetly glanced at Bai, seemingly curious about his relationship with her daughter. Yes, but I don't know where he was randomly teleported to. Lee Musi wiped her tears and explained to Lu Yan, before I found you, I had already found Dad. I just brought the migration scroll for you both. Mom, let's go find Dad first. We can talk later after we find him. Mom. Lu Yan nodded in agreement, quickly tidying up, and the 3 of them walked out of the wooden house together. Musi, you haven't introduced me yet. Who is this? While searching, Lu Yan looked at Bai with great interest, full of, oh, this is Bai, the head of our garden. It was because of the migration scroll he provided that I was able to find you and bring you. Hello, Auntie. Hearing Lee Musi introduce him, Bai politely said, you can call me Xiao Yu. Hello, so you are Bai, the one who sold bottled water in the trading area before? Yes, just got lucky. Bai scratched his head and admitted. It seems that Musi has caused you quite a bit of trouble. Seeing Bai admit it, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she smiled, saying on behalf of her father, I thank you for taking care of Musi during this time. From Lee Musi's earlier introduction, it was easy for Lu Yan to guess that Bai had been quite helpful to her daughter during this. Not at all, we helped each other out. Bai said somewhat bashfully. As long as Musi didn't give you any trouble, that's good. Lu Yin smiled, her gaze towards Bai Yu filled with satisfaction. Bai Yu's reputation was not small, he had directly reached level 3 upon arriving here. Although there had been no news for a while, every later appearance had caused quite a stir. Mom, I'm also very impressive, okay? I have an A-level talent. Li Muzi pouted, not satisfied. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she continued, by the way, Mom, after we find Dad, you should also join the garden. Sounds good. Lu Yin readily agreed. The three of them chatted while continuously exploring their surroundings, and soon they discovered another wooden house in a spacious area. As Lu Yin knocked on the door, a middle-aged man walked out from the wooden house. Upon seeing Lu Yin and Li Muzi, he was filled with joy. However, when he spotted Bai Yu nearby, his heart skipped a beat. Wait, this is clearly their first meeting, yet why does this guy seem so displeasing to him? Who is this? After some casual greetings, Li Tian looked at Bai Xiaobai beside him and asked Lu Yin and Li Muzi, Dad, this is my friend Bai Yu, the big shot who advanced the first wooden house to level 3, and he recently sells bottled water. Hearing Li Muzi introduce him, Bai Yu noticed the unusual gaze from Li Tian and couldn't help but feel nervous, also somewhat confused. Why am I nervous? But wait, why did he feel something was off about Li Tian's earlier gaze? Just friends, right? Li Tian said to Li Muzi and her mother, it's quite cold here, let's go into the wooden house. Then he turned to Bai Xiaobai beside him and invited with a forced smile, Xiao Yu, why don't you come in and rest for a while? Uncle, I don't need to. Bai Yu scratched his head and declined. I just brought Muzi here to avoid any monsters on the way. Now that Muzi has found her parents, I will head back first. For some reason, he felt that Li Tian's gaze towards him was strange, not quite hostile, but an indescribable feeling. He didn't want to linger here. Xiao Yu, you've walked all this way and must be tired. It's not too late to come in and rest before. Lu Yin shot Li Tian a glare from the corner of her eye and smiled at Bai Yu, inviting him. Maybe we will need your help again when Muzi goes back tonight. He'll come back tonight. Bai Yu smiled and looked at Li Muzi, saying, whenever you want to go back, just send me a message and I will come to pick you up. Seeing Li Muzi about to say something, Bai Yu waved his hand and interrupted, just enjoy your time with your parents. Saying this, he looked again at Li Tian and Lu Yin, smiling. Uncle Annie, I won't stay too long. My parents just arrived today and I should go back to chat with them. Well, that's fine, Xiao Yu, come by often. Auntie will make you something delicious. Lu Yin did not insist too much, but shot Li Tian an annoyed glare as she watched Bai Yu leave. You, Xiao Yu, came to drop off Muzi, not to steal her away. Can't you control your temper? Lu Yin couldn't help but chide. Besides, Xiao Yu has helped Muzi a lot during this time. A look at you. That's because I wasn't around. Now that I am, I can trouble him less. Li Tian pouted, looking at Li Muzi, and said, stay away from him in the future, got it? He didn't want his precious daughter to be taken away by that kid Bai Yu. Huh, why? Li Muzi was puzzled and asked, Bai Yu is really nice, he takes good care of me. Muzi, don't mind him. Before Li Tian could say anything, Lu Yin took Li Muzi and walked towards the wooden house. Mom, what's wrong with Dad? I feel like he doesn't. I can't quite put it into words, but it seems he doesn't like Bai Yu. For some reason, she felt her father had an inexplicable hostility towards Bai Yu. It's just a midlife crisis, don't pay attention to him. Lu Yin glanced at Li Tian and told Li Muzi, just be with Xiao Yu as you wish. Oh, okay. Li Muzi nodded in confusion and walked into the wooden house with Lu Yin. Meanwhile, Bai Yu walked far away, only exhaling a sigh when he could no longer see the wooden house behind him. Phew. Thankfully, they didn't insist on keeping me. Reflecting on the awkward scene earlier, he dared not imagine what would happen if he stayed there any longer. He might be killed by Li Tian's glare. Just now, Bai Yu seemed to understand why Li Tian harbored animosity towards him. Tisk, these two old folks, their thoughts are surprisingly aligned. After a moment of sarcasm, Bai Yu lazily stretched and walked towards his wooden house. Now that he could confirm his parents' and younger sister's safety, he could rest easy in his little wooden house. As for finding Bai Linji and Lu Jiaowei, he didn't want to listen to their nagging. With that thought, Bai Yu returned to his wooden house, without hesitation, and laid down in his bed. Tisk, this is still comfortable, but it would be even better if I had a phone. Yawning, Bai Yu replenished the resources in the trading area, and then boredly opened the chat channel to see other players chatting. This was one of the few pleasures he had now. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside gradually darkened, and just as he exited the chat channel, a private message popped up. Brother, Mom asked me to call you for dinner. Seeing the message from Bai Shirue, Bai Yu thought for a moment and replied, tell Mom not to make anything for me. I'll just grill some meat to eat later. Then you come over and pick me up. Aren't you staying near Mom? With the old wolf around, why should I go over? Bai Yu was confused and didn't understand what Bai Shirue meant. I want to see what Sister Muzi looks like. Wicked smile. What are you looking for? Get as far away from me as possible. Bai Yu was speechless and didn't know what to say. This old fellow, if I had known, I wouldn't have brought him over. After a moment of sarcasm, he looked at the pleading message from Bai Shirue again and chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, Lu Yin looked outside at the now completely darkened sky and said to Li Muzi, Muzi, it's getting late. Send a message to Xiao Yu and have him come to pick you up. Why call him? I can take Muzi back myself. Dad, it's nighttime. There might be monsters appearing. How about I send a message to Bai Yu? Let him come over, or let the old wolf come too. What are you afraid of? I have level combat talent, don't you trust? Li Tian snorted lightly, looking at Lu Yin, and Li Muzi standing up and directly said, alright, stop talking, he'll take Muzi home now. Monsters? It's not like I've never killed monsters before. Then, Mom'll head back first. Unable to resist, Li Muzi could only follow Li Tian outside. Muzi, it's dark here, be careful, and stay close. Where did you get that flashlight? Looking at the surrounding darkness, just as Li Tian intended to remind Li Muzi to stay close so she wouldn't get lost, he saw Li Muzi pull out a flashlight. Why you gave it to me a couple of days ago, because I was afraid of the dark at night. Why is it by you again? Dad, let's head back quickly. The weather outside is freezing. Li Muzi hastily changed the subject upon noticing her father Li Tian's troubled expression. Cough cough. Alright, I'll take you home first. Li Tian cleared his throat awkwardly, then bathed in the beam of his flashlight, walked beside Li Muzi and admonished her earnestly. Muzi, you're still young. Never take what belongs to others without permission. Dad, please. I'm already an adult, and I've been working for years. Li Muzi sighed helplessly. Besides, Bai Zhen and I are nothing more than friends, fellow residents of the same settlement. And if Bai Yu harbored any improper intentions toward me, he'd have acted long ago. Li Muzi understood her father's aversion to Bai Yu. Apparently he feared Bai Yu was a yellow-haired rogue. Still no, it's enough that you come to me for anything from now on. But, as they spoke, Li Tian abruptly halted instantly, pulling Li Muzi behind him and scanning their surroundings with sharp vigilance. In the next instant, a thunderous roar shattered the silence. What in the world is that? Following the sound with his flashlight, Li Tian beheld a colossal bear charging straight toward them. Tier 2 Monster Ice Plane Demon Bear. Attribute Ice. Skills Savage Bear Roar Frost Impact Wave. Description: a low-tier Tier 2 Ice Affinity monster possessing immense physical strength and rudimentary mastery over ice energy. Capable of inflicting devastating damage, potentially tameable. A Tier 2 monster. Dad, run now. Trembling behind her father, Li Muzi paled and tugged urgently at his arm, desperate to flee. At that moment, only one thought raced through Li Muzi's mind: reach the log cabin. Send a message to Bai Yu. Beg him to save us. Just a Tier 2 monster. Watch how effortlessly I handle it. After all, he'd slain Tier 1 monsters before, so in his eyes such creatures posed little real threat. Gazing coldly at the rampaging ice plane demon bear, Li Tian sneered, and in an instant a gleaming long blade coalesced in his palm. Rank Talent Blade Convergence. Condenses one's vital blood energy into a blade capable of striking enemies. Formation speed depends on mental attribute. Dad, maybe we should just run. Li Muzi tugged nervously at his sleeve, voice trembling. That's a Tier 2 What nonsense. Facing a Tier 2 monster with nothing but a broken blade. If this man weren't her own father, she'd suspect he meant to die, and take her with him. Too late. Li Tian's gaze locked onto the bear hurtling toward him. With a contemptuous snort, he raised his blade and brought it down in a fierce downward slash. He intended to prove to Li Muzi that this ice plane demon bear was utterly insignificant before him, that he, not that yellow-haired rogue, possessed the true strength to protect his daughter. Muzi, step back far away. Though confident he could slay the Tier 2 ice plane demon bear, Li Tian knew Li Muzi's talent lay elsewhere, not in combat, and thus urged her to distance herself. Roar. The beast bellowed, lifting its massive paw to strike. Humph, die. Li Tian's eyes narrowed. He sidestepped the blow and swung his blade in a lethal arc toward the bear's skull. The ice plane demon bear failed to evade. The blade struck true, cleaving deep into its skull. Li Tian's eyes lit with triumph. Exactly as I suspected. Tier 2 monsters are all bluster, no substance. Yet death did not follow. Instead, a flicker of mockery gleamed in the bear's crimson eyes. Then with terrifying speed it reared up and slammed its enormous paw down. At such close range, even after days of rigorous training, Li Tian's reflexes had sharpened significantly. He could not evade the blow. Instinctively he crossed his blade before his chest, but with a sharp crack it shattered. Under the monstrous force, Li Tian was hurled backward like a bullet, skidding over 30 meters. Ugh! Barely regaining his footing, Li Tian felt a crushing pressure in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dad! Li Muzi rushed to his side, seized his arm, and tried dragging him away without a word. Muzi, leave me. Run, I'll hold it off. Struggling weakly, Li Tian pushed against her, determined to buy her time, even if it cost him his life. Don't worry about me. Running won't save me now. You go first. But his body was failing. Every effort to shove her away proved futile. Dad, don't worry. I'll never abandon you. Clutching him tightly, Li Muzi staggered backward, praying only to reach the log cabin before the ice plane demon bear closed in. The bear watched them, its scarlet gaze dripping with disdain. Let you sprint 10 meters ahead. What difference does it make? Roar. With a furious roar it lunged, landing squarely between them, blocking their escape. Li Muzi jerked to a halt and veered sharply, bolting in another direction. Before she'd gone far, the bear leapt again, cutting them off once more. Damn beast! Li Tian cursed, fury blazing in his eyes. He realized then, the bear wasn't hunting. It was toying with them. Regret flooded him. Had I listened to Muzi, we'd be safe inside the cabin by now. Every turn ended in failure. Staring again into the bear's mocking blood-red eyes, Li Muzi's breath came in ragged gasps, terror gripping her heart. Exhaustion weighed heavy on her limbs, yet she forced herself to calm, frantically searching for any way out. Then, as if bored of the game, the ice plane demon bear roared, a final deafening challenge, before launching itself in a mighty leap straight toward Li Muzi and Li Tian. Sensing death closing in from behind, Li Tian clenched his teeth, channeled his last strength, and shoved Li Muzi aside. Don't look back, run. Whirling around, he met the bear's charge with blazing defiance, roaring, "You wretched beast, I'll tear you up." He summoned his blade once more, pressing it against his own chest, prepared to detonate it in a suicidal blast. The bear's crimson eyes flickered with scorn. Foolish creature. Does it truly believe a shattered blade can wound me? It made no move to dodge, its sole intent bite this one down then devour the other. Sure 3. At the very moment the bear's jaws snapped shut on Li Tian, a piercing whistle cut the air, and the bear's massive airborne form was hurled backward like a stone flung from a catapult. As Li Tian and Li Muzi stood frozen in disbelief, a familiar voice rang out nearby. Hey you two, alive. Baiyu. Li Muzi instinctively turned her head, her eyes lighting up as she recognized the familiar face drawing near, and she cried out in delight. She wondered why Baiyu had appeared here. Had he come specifically to meet her? Baiyu approached. Li Muzi exhaled softly upon confirming she was unharmed, then gestured toward Bai Shi, standing behind him, and sighed wryly. I brought her along, partly because she insisted, partly to see whether you'd be returning. Hello, elder sister Muzi. Bai Shirui stuck out her tongue, playfully ducking shyly behind Baiyu before introducing herself. I'm Bai Shirui, just call me Xiaorui like my brother and the others do. Hello. Li Muzi replied politely, then immediately fixed her gaze on Baiyu, voice urgent. Baiyu, please save my father. He's fading fast. Baiyu carried curative medicine, surely enough to heal Li Tian. Don't worry. Xiaorui's innate talent lies in healing. Uncle will be perfectly fine. Baiyu withdrew a condensed dew pill, glanced at the gravely wounded Li Tian nearby, hesitated, then handed the pill to Li Muzi instead. You two go ahead. I'll check whether that ice-step bear is truly dead. He preferred not to risk misunderstanding. What if Li Tian refused the pill outright upon seeing him? That would be... Moreover, with both the condensed dew pill and Xiaorui's healing aptitude, if Li Tian still failed to recover, no further recourse remained. Yes. Li Muzi accepted the pill without hesitation and dashed toward her father. Brother, I'll go too. Bai Shirui called out cheerfully, then hurried after Li Muzi toward Li Tian. Baiyu strode swiftly to the ice-step bear's corpse, its massive form pinned motionless to the frostbitten earth, and reflexively scanned its essence. Tier 2 Demon Beast Ice-Step Bear. Rank unranked. Element Ice. Abilities Brute Bear Roar. Description: a low-tier Tier 2 Ice Elemental Demon Beast possessing immense physical strength and rudimentary mastery over ice energy, capable of inflicting devastating damage upon foes. Tameable. Tisk TSK. Just as with the Ice-Step Serpent, Tier 2 beasts now manifest elemental abilities. Baiyu murmured. It seems the monster spawn rate and power have surged significantly since the novice phase ended. Indeed, even before arriving here he'd encountered a colossal ice-step serpent, identical in elemental affinity to this bear. Had he not relentlessly consumed ice spirit fruits during recent days, pushing his constitution to a staggering 87, he likely wouldn't have overcome such Tier 2 adversaries. I wonder how mother and father are faring. Should I escort them home first, or go check on them myself? Though Bai Linji and Lu Jiahui were guarded by an ice-step wolf, Baiyu remained uneasy. After all, the ice-step wolf was merely a Tier 1 beast, among the weakest of its tier. Even after consuming numerous ice spirit fruits, its strength barely surpassed that of ordinary creatures. It couldn't prevail against powerful Tier 1 adversaries, let alone Tier 2 ones. How might I elevate Old Wolf's cultivation level? Then facing low-tier monsters would require no effort from me. If Old Wolf ascended to Tier 2, or even higher, or if he acquired several more ice-step wolves as subordinates, each household could be assigned one guardian, rendering external threats irrelevant. Shaking his head, Baiyu dispelled those thoughts, traded the bear's carcass via the equivalence exchange system, and headed toward Li Muzi and the others. Under the combined effects of the condensed dew pill and Bai Shirui's innate healing talent, Li Tian's wounds had nearly closed, yet his face remained deathly pale, drained of vitality. As Baiyu drew near, Li Tian's kindly expression froze. Though this young man had just saved his life, the thought of him possibly stealing away his beloved daughter left him utterly unable to rejoice. Is uncle recovered? Noticing the shift in Li Tian's countenance, Baiyu remained unperturbed, and turned instead to Li Muzi. If he's well, shall I escort you all home? A Tier 3 wooden dwelling should withstand Tier 2 beasts. At dawn tomorrow I'll supply resources to upgrade it to Tier 4. Having only just exited the novice phase yesterday, most players still dwelled in Tier 3 structures. Some hadn't even advanced beyond Tier 2. Tier 2 beasts lacked the power to demolish Tier 3 dwellings, though repairs the following day would demand substantially more materials. I won't need it. Li Tian paused, sighed heavily, and said, your resources may be abundant, but reserve them for Muzi Xiaorui and yourself. Just ensure Muzi remains safe. That's all I ask. Though Baiyu possessed vast reserves, they were finite, or Li Tian wished to preserve as much as possible for the younger generation. Uncle, let me speak plainly. Baiyu read his concern, spread his hands, and sighed. Upgrading to a Tier 4 dwelling consumes negligible resources. For me, it's practically effortless. With his current EMC coin reserves, upgrading not only their dwellings to Tier 4, but even to Tier 5, would pose no challenge whatsoever. You boy, Li Tian scowled disappointed, just when I began to think better of you. This again. Even with abundance now foresight is essential. What if calamity strikes later? I care little for your fate, but what of Musi, and your sister? This youth, so easily intoxicated by fleeting wealth. Truly youth lacked steadiness. Stunned by the reprimand, Bai Yu glanced at Li Musi and asked hesitantly, didn't you tell uncle about my talent? No. Li Musi shook her head explaining, that's personal, your private domain. Talent? You mean, you awakened in strength talent? Li Tian interjected skeptical. No. Then what exactly are you preening about? Bai Yu's immediate reply made Li Tian's lip twitch, so he'd assumed extraordinary prowess only to learn it was Uncle Li, my brother, awakened an SS strength talent, the sole unique talent in existence. Bai Shirui piped up. An SS strength talent still can't. Wait, did you say SS strength? Li Tian blinked momentarily stunned, about to rebuke Bai Yu again, when his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, locking onto Bai Yu with dawning awe. Yes, Uncle Li, my brother possesses resources beyond counting. Whatever he desires, he already owns. Ouch, brother, why did you hit me? Just as she finished speaking, Bai Shirui suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head and turned to glare at Bai Yu. Don't drag me into your antics. Although I have plenty of resources, it's not limitless and not everything can be found. Bai Yu shot her an annoyed glance, cutting off her words. Although his talent was impressive, it wasn't enough to have everything, nor was it enough to possess infinite resources. Isn't that pretty much the same? Far from it, okay. Bai Yu retorted, then turned his gaze to Li Musi and Li Tian beside him, continuing, let me send you guys back first, we'll discuss the specifics tomorrow. The night was much colder than the day, and Bai Yu didn't want to freeze here all night. Li Musi nodded, supporting Li Tian as they walked towards Li Tian's wooden cabin. On the way back, the four encountered 2 level 2 monsters, but with Bai Yu around they posed no threat to them. Soon under Bai Yu's protection, the four returned to Li Tian's wooden cabin. As the door opened, Lu Yin looked at the pale-faced Li Tian with deep concern. It's fine, he won't die. With Lu Yin and Li Musis help, Li Tian lay weakly on the bed to rest. After briefly understanding the situation, Lu Yin looked at Bai Yu with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Xiaoyu, thanks to you this time, otherwise Musi and Li Tian would have been in serious trouble. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Bai Yu scratched his head and said, Auntie, it's what I should do. Well, Annie, it's getting late, and I still need to take them back, so I won't delay here any longer. I'll bring Musi back tomorrow. With that, Bai Yu stood up, preparing to take Li Musi and Bai Shirui to say goodbye to Lu Yin. Since it was far from where the three lived, for safety's sake, they needed to hurry back to their own wooden cabins. Alright then, Andy won't keep you any longer. Seeing this, Lu Yin did not insist too much, looking at Li Musi and admonishing Musi, make sure to listen to Bai Yu, and send me a message when you get home. After what just happened, Lu Yin became increasingly satisfied with Bai Yu. I must quickly cultivate their feelings for each other to prevent others from getting ahead in the future. Thinking to herself, Lu Yin said to Bai Yu, I leave Musi in your care. Oh, don't worry, Mom. Agreeingly, Musi and Lu Yin bid farewell, and along with Bai Yu the three exited the wooden cabin. Once Bai Yu and the others left, Lu Yin looked at the weak Li Tian lying on the bed, her eyes filled with worry while her lips reproached, I told you not to overexert yourself, and now look what happened. I didn't expect level 2 monsters to be so much stronger than level 1 monsters. Li Tian, his face flushed from embarrassment, retorted, besides it was because it was dark, oh otherwise we wouldn't have been so helpless. Just keep talking tough. Bai Yu, I appreciate your help today. On the other side, Bai Yu sent Li Musi back to her wooden cabin, and Li Musi said worriedly, be careful on your way back with my sister. Don't worry. After watching Li Musi enter the cabin, Bai Yu lazily stretched and looked at Bai Shirui, beside him, yawning, let's go, you're the last one left, I want to return and sleep. No, it seems I need to think of a way to help the old wolf increase its combat power, or else these trips will affect my sleep. Let's see if there's any reliable information from the friends in the chat channel. Determined, Bai Yu pulled Bai Shirui and headed towards her wooden cabin. Brother Dad just sent a message saying I'll stay in his wooden cabin tonight. Bai Lingji was staying in Lu Jiahui's wooden cabin, and now his own cabin was vacant. Seeing Bai Yu's confused expression, Bai Shirui explained, Dad said, he just encountered a monster that the old wolf couldn't handle, so my wooden cabin is temporarily being used for it to hide. Hearing Bai Xirui's explanation, Bai Yu momentarily couldn't process it. What does it mean that they encountered a monster they couldn't defeat, so let the old wolf hide? Brother, what should we do now? Should we go check it out? Bai Shirui looked at Bai Yu, who wore a strange expression and couldn't help but ask quietly. After spending a day together, she had become familiar with the Icefield wolf, and she didn't mind the wolf hiding in her wooden cabin. In fact, if she were present, she would even encourage the Icefield wolf to hide in her cabin. Let's go take a look. Sighing, Bai Yu hurriedly pulled Bai Shirui towards Lu Jiahui's wooden cabin. He wanted to see which blind creature dared to cause trouble on his territory so late at night. At this moment in Lu Jiahui's wooden cabin, Bai Lingji and Lu Jiahui were vigilantly staring at the rickety wooden door. Each crash made the fear in their hearts grow stronger. Old Bai, did you send a message to our daughter to let her stay with you? I already sent it. Fortunately, Xiaoyu took Shirui out. The couple felt a bit relieved, glad that Bai Shirui had insisted on leaving with Bai Yu not long ago. This way, even if the level 3 wooden cabin couldn't withstand the monster's attack, they wouldn't have to worry about the children getting into trouble. Old wolf, if the monster rushes and later you should run first, remember to find my son, he should be able to protect you. Bailinji looked at the nearly lifeless Icefield wolf behind him speaking, as if giving a last message. Of course, it would be even better if he could help us take revenge. Oh woo. The Icefield wolf let out a low howl, nudging Bailinji with its massive head. Faced with the level 2 monster, it had suffered severe injuries after just one encounter. If Bailinji and Lu Jiehui had not quickly dragged it into the cabin, it would have likely been torn apart by the level 2 monster outside. Thus it could not let anything happen to the two of them. The Icefield wolf kept its gaze fixed on the wooden door, secretly conserving its limited strength. If the monster broke in, it would need to buy time for Bailinji and Lu Jiehui to escape. Outside the wooden cabin, a massive Icefield leopard was continuously crashing against the wooden door. With each impact, the door became more unstable. Time passed second by second, and the wooden cabin's door swayed more precariously. After an unknown duration, the noise outside abruptly ceased, and Bailinji and Lu Jiehui exchanged glances, exhaling deeply. It seemed that the monster outside had left, which meant they had survived the night. However, just as the two were preparing to tidy up and sleep, an angry voice rang out. Damn it, if I don't beat the crap out of you today, consider it clean. Oh no. Hearing the familiar voices outside the wooden house, Bailinji and Lu Jiehui felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. They never expected that Baiyu and Baishirue had come here. These two children are so disobedient. The two exchanged glances, stealing their resolve, and stood up to leave the wooden house, intending to draw the magical beasts outside away. Oh woo. The Icefield wolf let out a low howl, struggling to get up, wanting to go out and help Baiyu. However, as Bailinji and Lu Jiehui opened the door to the wooden house, they were stunned by the scene before them. At that moment, Baishirue stood to the side, shining a flashlight in the distance. In the glow of the flashlight, the once arrogant Icefield leopard was now being held by Baiyu like a chick, and he violently slammed it onto the snow. Bailinji and Lu Jiehui stared blankly at the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Was their child really that fierce? Can even a second-level magical beast be handled so easily? Hiss, it hurts dear, why are you pinching me? Just then Bailinji suddenly felt a pain in his waist, and instinctively turned to see Lu Jiehui pinching him. Old Bai, do you think we are dreaming? Lu Jiehui gazed blankly at Baiyu, who was tossing the Icefield leopard around, and swallowed hard as she asked, Mom and Dad, what are you doing here? The sound of their conversation caught Baiziru's attention, and she ran over to them, unable to suppress her curiosity. Weren't Mom and Dad supposed to be in their own wooden house? How did they suddenly appear in hers? Lu Jiehui was taken aback by the question, unsure how to respond, and quickly changed the subject, pointing at Baiyu in the distance. Shuri, shine the light for your brother, so he won't be at a disadvantage. No need, Mom, my brother is really strong now. This level of magical beast is no match for him. Baishirue scratched her head and smiled, saying, I was just shining the light to see how my brother fights. Upon hearing this, Bailinji and Lu Jiehui were left utterly speechless. Oh whoa. The Icefield wolf, witnessing the scene, excitedly howled. Their boss is actually that fierce. They truly did not follow the wrong person. At this moment, Baiyu once again slammed the Icefield leopard hard onto the ground, and his inner fury gradually subsided. Damn it. I won't let you sleep at this hour. Looking at the lifeless Icefield leopard on the ground, Baiyu snorted coldly, exchanged its corpse for equivalent value, and quickly ran over to Bailinji and Lu Jiehui. Mom and Dad, are you okay? Seeing that they were unharmed, Baiyu finally felt relieved. He then glanced at the Icefield wolf beside him, took out a healing dew pill, tossed it to it, and then kicked it angrily. What a waste, you can't even handle this guy. Oh woo. The Icefield wolf, feeling the vitality rapidly restoring within it, let out a whimper of grievance. It didn't want to either, but it was just a novice-level, first-level magical beast. Even after consuming so many ice spirit fruits, there was still a considerable gap between it and the second-level magical beasts. Don't blame it too much. Bailinji looked at Baiyu, unable to help but ask, But you, how did you become so powerful? Are you hiding something from us? He remembered that although Bai's talent was SS level, it only allowed for the equivalent exchange of resources. Could it be that the SS level talent inherently enhanced his physique? Quickly tell us, when did you become so powerful? Bailinji looked at Baiyu, unable to refrain from asking. Actually, Baiyu scratched his head and explained to Bailinji and Lu Jiehui, Dad, do you remember the ice spirit fruit saplings around the crooked tree I took you to see today? I remember. What does that have to do with this? Bailinji nodded, confused as to why Baiyu suddenly asked that. Actually, each ice spirit fruit can enhance one's physique, and the higher the quality, the greater the enhancement to the physical attributes. Baiyu explained, I have been eating ice spirit fruits, continuously increasing my physique by 10 points every day. Plus consuming things like jungle golden tiger meat and icefield magic bear meat also adds some to my physique, so now my physique is much higher than yours. It's precisely because my physique is high that I can easily kill these second-level magical beasts. Of course the old wolf follows me, because I can give it ice spirit fruits. As he said this, he kicked the Icefield wolf again, saying angrily, I just didn't expect it to be so useless. After eating so many ice spirit fruits, it still can't handle a second-level magical beast. Oh woo. The Icefield wolf did not dare to retort, and lowered its head in dejection. It had indeed been killed in one hit by the Icefield leopard. Alright, you don't always have to criticize it. Bai Lingji shot Bai Yu a displeased glance, and continued, but you, how come you only just mentioned such an important... He initially thought that the plants he was cultivating were just ordinary fruits, but he never expected them to be treasures that could enhance one's physique. This meant he would have to take even better care of the ice spirit fruit seedlings. I just said it, didn't I? Bai Yu shrugged, looking at Bai Lingji and Lu Jiahui, and continued, I already gave Shure 10 ice spirit fruits today, Mom, and Dad, you should eat ice spirit fruits too. Enhancing your physique this way means that if you encounter magical beasts, even if you can't defeat them, you might still be able. He had originally planned to cultivate the Icefield Wolf, so he could gain maximum benefits with minimal costs, but now it seemed that one must be strong enough to forge iron. Now that there were enough EMC coins, it would be better to enhance Bai Lingji and Lu Jiahui's physiques as well. That way if they encountered issues like this, he wouldn't have to worry about their safety. That stuff should be very expensive, right? We better not use it. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jiahui shook her head. A food that could permanently enhance one's physique must be quite valuable. Although each one is not expensive, only 1,000 EMC coins if we add all of us together. Bai Yu contemplated, however, it's still affordable, it's just that development will be a bit slower in the future. For the 4 of them plus Li Muzi and an Icefield Wolf, if everyone were to consume to their fill, they would need to spend 80,000 EMC coins every day. Even for him, now that was a considerable expenditure. Although he could earn a lot of EMC coins from bottled water each time, he preferred to save those coins for the development of his home. Thus in his initial plan, he wanted to raise Bai Zirua's physique first, and when the ice spirit fruit trees matured, he would enhance the physiques of the others. However, it now seemed that the second-level magical beasts were much stronger than he had imagined. Then let's not do that. You and Xiao Rui can just eat by yourselves. Upon hearing Bai Yes' words, Bai Lingji waved his hand in refusal, saying, with you here, those second-level magical beasts cannot harm us. Lu Jiahui nodded from the side, as they did not want to affect Bai Yes' development. Mom and Dad, you should listen to Gu. Seeing this, Bai Shi Rui advised from the side. Think about it, only if you are safe can Gu rest assured to exchange resources. Otherwise running back and forth is dangerous, and will take up his time. Xiao Rui is right, making a round trip is enough for me to restock several times. Bai Yu nodded in agreement, saying, moreover, Dad, you will need to frequently plant ice spirit fruit trees in the future. If you encounter magical beasts, even if Old Wolf cannot fight, at least you can run away. Mom, you too. If you encounter magical beasts when going out, you need to ensure that you can run, even if you can't fight. After a pause, Bai Yu continued, if the magical beasts are like before with Old Wolf around, even if you want to eat, but now the situation is different. If you are too polite at this moment, and something happens, it will be too late to regret. Regarding the effects of ice spirit fruit apart from Bai Shi Rui, he had not told anyone else, including Li Muzi. The reason he told Bai Shi Rui was that her talent was healing. Taking her out in the future could save a lot on pills. If it weren't for the fact that the magical beast had strengthened, he wouldn't have been willing to spend so much EMC currency to enhance others' physiques. Upon hearing Bai Yes' persuasion, Bai Lingji and Lu Jiahui hesitated for a moment. After about a minute, the two eventually nodded in agreement. Now that it was past midnight, seeing that the two agreed, Bai Yu took out 20 ice spirit fruits and handed them to the two, then took out 10 ice spirit fruits for Bai Shi Rui. The daily limit is 10 fruits. You can eat them whenever you want. After giving some advice, he took out 2 ice spirit fruits and tossed them to the Ice Plains Wolf. Eat more so I won't have to come and save you later. Although he still didn't know how to raise the Ice Plains Wolf's level, increasing its base stats would be beneficial. The reason he had been holding back was that the Ice Plains Wolf was not his pet, and Bai Yu was afraid that if the Ice Plains Wolf's strength surpassed his, he would be in danger. However, it seemed that while ice spirit fruits did enhance magical beasts, they probably did not enhance them as much as he did. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to easily defeat second-level magical beasts, while the Ice Plains Wolf was killed in one hit. Thinking this, Bai Yu instinctively checked the description of the Ice Plains Wolf. Level 1 Magical Beast, Ice Plains Wolf, Grade None. Attribute None. Skill Unknown. Description: a low-level Level 1 Magical Beast, no attributes, no grade. After consuming a large amount of ice spirit fruits, its strength barely reaches the standard of a top-level Level 1 Magical Beast. It could be a decent choice for guarding a home, and can be tamed. Damn. After eating so many ice spirit fruits, its strength only barely reached the top level of a first-tier magical beast. Does that mean it can just barely handle a jungle golden tiger level magical beast? No, it might not even be able to handle that. If I had known, I would have just eaten you. After saying that, Bai Yu looked at Bai Lingji and the others stretched lazily, and said, Mom and Dad, there's nothing else now, so I'll take my leave. Xiao Rui has also sent me off, so I'm going to sleep. He had exercised more today than in the previous few days combined, and couldn't wait to lie down and sleep. It seems that I really need to let them enhance their strength, otherwise I will be exhausted if it continues like this every day. He thought to himself as he began to walk towards his wooden house. However, just as he was about to leave, Lu Jiahui pulled him back. It's late, it's not safe for you to go back alone. Tonight I will sleep in the same room as your sister, and you can sleep in your sister's room with your dad. Lu Jiahui said with concern. You can return tomorrow morning, there's no hurry. Now that the beginner phase was over, no one knew if higher-level magical beasts would refresh, and Lu Jiahui couldn't rest easy with Bai Yu going back alone. Lu Jiahui said with concern. You can return tomorrow morning, there's no hurry. Now that the beginner phase was over, no one knew if higher level magical beasts would refresh, and Lu Jia, we could disappearing into the night. This child, why is he so disobedient? Looking at Baiyu who had run away, Lu Jiahui felt helpless and vowed to teach him a good lesson tomorrow. Let's not worry about him. He has grown up now. Bai Linji stretched tiredly looking at Lu Jiahui and Bai Shirue, and said, "It's getting late, oh we should rest early." Sigh. With a helpless sigh, Lu Jiahui and Bai Linji returned to the wooden house, and Bai Shirue also went back to her own wooden house to rest. Good thing I ran fast. After about 5 minutes of running, Baiyu looked back at the dark expanse behind him and let out a long. He didn't want to be crammed together with Bai Linji, as his father might start nagging him about Li Muzi again. Tisk, I must say walking alone is quite boring. Shaking his head, Baiyu simply opened the chat channel and started scrolling through the messages while walking. It was already deep into the night and most people were resting, yet there were still quite a few night owls chatting in the chat channel. Seeing this, Baiyu quickly sent a message. Brothers, does anyone know how to level a magical beast to level 2? It'll greatly reward you. Hey. No way, Baiyu, have you already captured a magical beast as a pet? What a? While we are still hiding, Baiyu, you've already taken a magical beast as a dog. As Bai Yes message was sent, it instantly triggered discussions among others. However, the vast majority of the players were still barely surviving, let alone knowing how to level up magical beasts. Baiyu scrolled through the chat content while chatting with the players. At that moment, a private message caught his attention. Baiyu, I know how to level up pets. Good stuff. Seeing this, Bai Yes' eyes lit up, and he quickly switched to the French. Brother, is that true? What do you want to exchange for it? Baiyu quickly inquired. I want the materials needed to upgrade to a level 4 wooden house, 100 units of bottled water, and 100 units of food. Almost immediately the other parties stated their conditions without hesitation. Why are you asking for too much? You dare to ask for this? The materials for upgrading a level 4 wooden house are one thing, but asking for 100 units of bottled water and food. Brother, that's too much, isn't it? You want all this. Baiyu, these items shouldn't be much for you, right? The other party replied. Moreover, I can guarantee that this information is something I have and no one else in the entire server has it. What the hell? This kid is so arrogant. Baiyu was taken aback as he glanced at the message from the other party. The only one in the entire server. How dare he? For a moment, Baiyu began to doubt whether this guy was trying to con him out of resources. I'm not lying to you. I discovered this method through my talent. Unless someone has the same talent as mine, I am the only one in the entire server who has this method. Seeing that, Baiyu did not reply. The other party sent another message saying, John, you should be familiar with him, right? He approached me before, but he just wanted to take advantage, so I didn't give him anything. Of course, if you also want to take advantage, then forget I said anything. Did John already have a pet? Bai Yes' gaze sharpened as he pondered the credibility of the other party's words. Yin Ruashi, judging by the name, should be a girl. Whom can I trust her? After a moment's thought, Baiyu quickly replied, I can agree to you, but I can only give you half of what you want for now. If it really can level up the monster, it'll give you the remaining resources. If you agree, we can trade. If you don't agree, then forget it. Baiyu was unsure whether what Yun Ruashi said was true or not after all. His current identity was something he had given himself, and he couldn't be sure if this person was here to con his resources like John. Okay. After about a minute, Yun Ruashi finally replied, and continued, I will set up the trading area. Baiyu entered her trading area after reading the message. Yun Ruaxi's trading area was very simple, containing only one item, which must be the method for leveling up monsters she mentioned. Without hesitation, Baiyu decisively clicked on the trade. Trade completed. Consumed wood 50, stone 25, sand 10, iron 5, snow rabbit meat 50, a bottled water, 250 milliliters 50. As the system notification completed, a piece of white paper appeared in Bai Yes' backpack. White paper quality none. Description: an ordinary piece of white paper that can be used to wipe, but it seems to record something extraordinary. As Baiyu took out the white paper, he illuminated it with a flashlight, and saw what was written on it. Resources required for pet leveling. To upgrade a level 1 pet to level 2. It needs to reach 100 experience, consume the corresponding attribute spirit fruit, and 10 level 2 monster spirit cores. Wait, pets? Baiyu was taken aback. Did the upgrade really have to be for pets? Also, what the hell is a monster spirit core? Why had he never seen one despite killing so many monsters? Hey, does this upgrade information mean it must be a pet? What if it's not a pet? Baiyu quickly sent his question. Not a pet? What kind of joke is that? You want to level up a wild monster? It definitely has to be a pet, otherwise how would you know its experience bar? Wait. You can't be serious about leveling up a wild monster, right? Bai Yes' mouth twitched, momentarily unsure of what to say. To be precise, the Icefield Wolf was indeed a wild monster. It just listened to him. Tisk, forget it. They'll talk about it later when I find a taming scroll. Sighing helplessly, Baiyu gave all the remaining resources to Yun Ruashi, and couldn't help but ask, do you have a taming scroll? Taming scroll? No, I'm just a seller of information. Yun Ruashi almost replied instantly, if you ever need information again, you can always come to me. Happy cooperation. Oh, so you're an information broker. Looking at the message from Yun Ruashi, Baiyu felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he would have to wait a while longer to upgrade the Icefield Wolf. At the same time, he couldn't help but be curious about what Yun Ruaxi's talent was. From Yun Ruaxi's words, it seemed like she had other information. It would be good to build a relationship, if possible bring her to my home. As he thought this, Baiyu was about to reply, when suddenly a shadow flashed before his eyes. Baiyu instinctively dodged to the left, but the shadow moved so quickly that he felt a sharp pain in his right arm, unable to suppress a gasp. What the hell? A beam of light from his flashlight revealed a large cat covered in icy jade-colored fur staring at him coldly. Level 3 Monster Frost Snow Leopard Grade Epic. Attributes Ice Darkness. Skills unknown. Description: a level 3 epic monster possessing ice and dark frost attributes, lurking in extremely cold areas, a solitary hunter with strong stealth capabilities due to its dark attribute. Extremely high attack power and explosive strength, it can often achieve a one-hit kill on its prey. It seems to contain a trace of a special bloodline, perhaps it can be activated for evolution. Can be tamed. What the hell? A level 3 monster. Baiyu was a bit frustrated. He never imagined that a level 3 monster would spawn around him, and judging by the description, it seemed to be a very strong level 3 monster. However, before he could think much more, the Frost Snow Leopard charged at Baiyu again, gathering power. So fast. Baiyu was startled as he saw the sudden black shadow before him and hurriedly dodged to the left. Damn it, is a level 3 monster really that much stronger than a level 2 monster? Taking advantage of the moment, Baiyu quickly took out a dew pill and swallowed it, feeling the pain in his right arm lessen as he kept a wary eye on the Frost Snow Leopard. With his current strength, he could easily kill a level 2 monster. However, faced with the Frost Snow Leopard before him, he only had the strength to defend. Run! As he thought this, Baiyu saw the Frost Snow Leopard about to pounce again, and without hesitation, he turned and ran. He had no confidence in being able to kill the level 3 monster in front of him. Rather than wasting energy fighting, it was more practical to run. He could always come back for revenge after he had consumed several pounds of ice spirit fruit to enhance his strength. Roar! After missing its pounce again, the Frost Snow Leopard let out an angry roar. As it looked at the fleeing Baiyu, its ghostly green pupils flashed with disdain. In the next moment, its body suddenly vanished, and when it reappeared, it was already above Baiyu. Its sharp front claws struck fiercely down at Baiyu's head. What the hell kind of skill is that? Seeing the Frost Snow Leopard suddenly appear above him, Baiyu was alarmed and hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. Damn it, it really doesn't let up, does it? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? With a cold snort, Baiyu took out his crystal bow fully drawn and launched an attack at the Frost Snow Leopard. Seeing the speeding arrow, the Frost Snow Leopard's eyes flashed with disdain as it leapt and effortlessly dodged Baiyu's attack. I really don't believe this. Oomph. Baiyu, seeing this, snorted coldly and took out 2 arrows, shooting them simultaneously at the Frost Snow Leopard. Roar! The disdain in the Frost Snow Leopard's gaze intensified. It didn't even bother to dodge this time. Clang! With a clang, the arrow shattered upon striking the Frosty Snow Leopard. The Frosty Snow Leopard looked at Baiyu with disdain, standing still, as if in no hurry to attack, daring him to show any abilities. What the A? A 3rd-level monster is that strong? Baiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he fight it? Even with his crystal bow drawn to the fullest, he couldn't inflict a scratch. Tisk, am I just supposed to wait here to die? Unable to fight back or escape, Baiyu felt a surge of inexplicable. Calm down, there must be another way. Forcing himself to stay composed, Baiyu cautiously observed the movements of the Frosty Snow Leopard, pondering how to escape. Roar! Seeing that Baiyu had not made any other moves for a long time, the Frosty Snow Leopard seemed to lose interest and charged at him with a furious roar. Baiyu narrowed his eyes, barely dodging the attack as he quickly retreated. Roar! Once again missing its target, the Frosty Snow Leopard let out an angry roar. The human before it could clearly not defeat it, yet managed to evade its attacks perfectly, which irritated the leopard greatly. Leopard brother, Snow brother, you see you can't hit me. If you really can't do anything, just let me go like a fart. While running, Baiyu pleaded with the pursuing Frosty Snow Leopard. If you're really hungry, I have some meat here, I can give you some. Once again narrowly avoiding the Frosty Snow Leopard's attack, Baiyu took out the corpse of the previously slain Icefield Leopard from his backpack and tossed it to the beast. However, the Frosty Snow Leopard merely glanced at it with disdain, refocusing its gaze on Baiyu, intent on tearing apart its prey. Not interested. Don't worry, I have more. Seeing that the Frosty Snow Leopard remained unmoved, Baiyu hurriedly threw out all the monster corpses he had hunted during this time. With so many, there must be one you like, right? Watching the Frosty Snow Leopard, which showed no interest in the food as it lunged at him again, Baiyu felt a surge of frustration. Why is this damn Snow Leopard so picky? Does it have to go against me? Damn. Are you forcing me to use my ultimate? Seeing the Frosty Snow Leopard recharging for another attack, Baiyu cursed in anger. Even a dog will bite when cornered. The Frosty Snow Leopard glanced at him, eager to see what Baiu's ultimate move would be. With this thought, it stood quietly to the side, waiting for Baiyu to make a move. Damn. I don't believe you can resist this. Seeing that the Frosty Snow Leopard had no intention of attacking, Baiyu snorted coldly, flicking his wrist as he rolled an object straight towards the Frosty Snow Leopard. Roar. The Frosty Snow Leopard looked at the rolling object in confusion. Oh, is this your ultimate move? However, why did it smell so enticing? Sniffing at the blue fruit before it and confirming there was no issue, the Frosty Snow Leopard swallowed it whole. In an instant, its oil-green pupils brightened. Why did it feel like its strength had increased a little? Just as I thought, ice attribute monsters cannot resist the allure of the ice spirit fruit. Noticing the change in the frosty snow leopard's gaze, Bayu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since this creature was as gluttonous as the old wolf, it would be easy to handle. A third-level monster would be perfect for guarding the place. With that in mind, Bayu pulled out 9 ice spirit fruits and tossed them in front of the frosty snow leopard, saying in a flattering tone, "Leopard brother, I still have many of these. As long as you spare my life, I'll give them all to you." The frosty snow leopard finished off the 9 ice spirit fruits Bayu had thrown, letting out a satisfied burp, and its gaze towards Bayu held less hostility. Roar. The frosty snow leopard nodded in satisfaction, extending its front paw to demand more ice spirit fruits. This kid is so thoughtful. If it fills up, sparing his life is not out of the question. It's not that I won't give you any. Bayu understood the frosty snow leopard's intent. Scratching his head, he said, "It's just that you can only eat a maximum of 10 each day. Eating more won't have any effect. How about this? You stay here, and I'll give you 10 each day. How does that sound?" Of course, Bayu is just making this up. He wasn't a monster. How would he know the limit of ice spirit fruits for monsters? He said this just to convince the frosty snow leopard to let him go and conveniently lure it to guard for him. Roar. Hearing Bayu's words, the frosty snow leopard paused for a moment. Then its gaze changed, signaling Bayu to quickly hand over the ice spirit fruits. "You say the limit is 10, so it is. I'm still not full. Fine, if you don't believe me, then go ahead and eat one more. If it works, I will definitely feed you until you're full today." Noticing the threatening gaze of the frosty snow leopard, Bayu had no choice but to take out another ice spirit fruit and throw it over. "Please don't add any more, I'm begging you." Bayu nervously watched the scene before him, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. He hoped that the usage limit of the ice spirit fruits would also apply to monsters. Under his watchful gaze, the frosty snow leopard swallowed the ice spirit fruit whole. The expected enhancement did not occur, and the frosty snow leopard tilted its head in thought. Could it really be true that the daily limit was 10, just as this human said? Meanwhile, Bayu exhaled in relief. Judging by the frosty snow leopard's reaction, the limit of the ice spirit fruits was likely effective on monsters as well. "So leopard brother, I wasn't lying to you, was I?" Bayu took the opportunity to say, "As long as you let me go, I'll give you 10 ice spirit fruits every day as a token of respect. How about that?" Roar. After contemplating for a moment, the frosty snow leopard nodded in agreement. "Seeing how thoughtful you are, I'll spare you this time." "Hee, thank you, leopard brother." Seeing the frosty snow leopard agreed to let him go, Bayu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly suggested, "Why don't you stay here for now?" With the frosty snow leopard as his muscle, would he still need to lift a finger when encountering second-level monsters? The frosty snow leopard shook its head, letting out a roar as it dashed swiftly into the distance. Sigh, what a pity. Seeing the frosty snow leopard leave, Bayu felt a bit lost, having lost a good muscle. Just as he was about to leave, as if remembering something, he shouted loudly in the direction the frosty snow leopard had departed, "By the way, there are others around here. They are my friends. Leopard brother, you must not harm them." With the strength of the frosty snow leopard, if Limuzi and the others encountered it, they would undoubtedly perish. Bayu was very worried that the frosty snow leopard would accidentally harm them. "This guy, wonder if it heard me." Not receiving a response, Bayu couldn't help but click his tongue, murmuring, "Forget it for safety, Sake. I should give an extra ice spirit fruit each day. That way, if I encounter it in the wild, I can still use the ice spirit fruit to save my life." Shaking his head, Bayu no longer lingered and hurriedly ran towards his wooden cabin. He certainly did not want to encounter a monster of the frosty snow leopard's caliber again. Returning to the wooden cabin, Bayu greeted Bayu and Lu Jiahui with a word of reassurance, then paused in thought, ultimately deciding not to disclose the incident involving the Frostvale snow leopard. Never mind. That creature is likely sated by now. Today should be safe. Best to withhold the matter and spare them unnecessary worry. Exhausted, he stretched languidly before tidying up briefly and sinking into deep slumber beneath the quilt. Not until noon the next day did he stir awake. Glancing at messages from Limuzi and Bai Shirue, he replied, concisely recounting last night's encounter with the Frostvale snow leopard and urging them to alert others to remain vigilant. Satisfied, he stretched once more and rose, stepping out of the cabin toward Limuzi's dwelling. Soon he arrived at her cabin, where she peered out curiously and couldn't help but ask, "How are things? Shall we visit your parents? I've something important to discuss with you both." After last night's ordeal, Bayu had resolved definitively to reveal the truth about the ice spirit fruit. He wished to prevent any mishap befalling Limuzi and her family. "All right," she agreed cheerfully, emerging from her cabin to walk beside him toward Li Tian's residence. "Are level 3 monsters truly that formidable?" Limuzi asked anxiously as they walked. If even Bayu stood no chance against one, relocation might well become unavoidable. "They are utterly beyond my reach." Bayu nodded, stretching lazily. "That's precisely why I sought this comfort." Noticing her curious gaze, he explained, "Do you recall the ice spirit tree?" At his question, Limuzi blinked in surprise, instinctively nodding, puzzled as to why he'd suddenly raised it. "Well, the ice spirit tree bears ice spirit fruits." Bayu withdrew one fruit from his inventory and held it aloft before her. "Each ice spirit fruit permanently enhances physical constitution. However, the specimens I currently possess are merely of standard quality, thus conferring only modest gains, capped at 10 fruits per person per day. That's also why my strength surpasses ordinary limits." Pausing as if fearing misunderstanding, he scratched his head apologetically. I previously told you it was due to insufficient EMC coins. Those coins were just enough for my own needs. And since Old Wolf could safeguard you, I saw no need to mention it. Oh, so you've been hoarding such treasures all along. She teased with eyes crinkling mischievously. Quick, what else have you hidden from me? She now understood his extraordinary power stemmed not from an SS Steer innate talent, but from the cumulative enhancement of his constitution via ice spirit fruits. Ahem, none of that matters. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Bayou declared, what matters is that the trading district is opened, and I'm flush with EMC coins. From now on we'll treat ice spirit fruits as daily fare. Such permanent stat boosts must be exorbitantly priced, right? Li Muzi asked cautiously. Though seldom gaming, she knew well that items granting permanent attribute increases rarely came cheap. Not at all. I'm swimming in EMC coins now, Bayou boasted proudly. Eat freely. Treat them like rice. With that he produced 60 ice spirit fruits and handed them to her. So this is the ice spirit fruit. It looks just like a cobalt apple. She peered at the fruit in her inventory, then added, didn't you say the daily limit is 10 per person? Why give me 60? Bewildered, she wondered. Was this meant to last a week? 20 belong to you, 10 for your own consumption, 10 reserved should you cross paths with a Frostvale snow leopard. He paused, then continued. The remaining 40, you deliver them to your parents. If I gave them directly. He went slightly, recalling Li Tian's stubborn pride. There was every chance he'd refuse outright. I can certainly deliver them, but why not place them in the homestead vault instead? Li Muzi mused. Then you wouldn't need to hand them out daily, how everyone could simply retrieve their share. Whoa, why didn't I think of that? Bayou's eyes lit up. Exactly. With the homestead vault now active, they can draw from it themselves. It would also bolster Mutsai Ge's cultivation, ensuring he didn't fall too far behind. Without delay, Bayou listed 70 ice spirit fruits in the vault. Ice spirit fruit permanently increases constitution by 1 point per fruit. Daily cap, 10 fruits per person. Be sure to consume your full allowance. After posting the announcement, he sent Mutsai Gu a private message, reminding him to partake daily and strictly forbidding him from sharing the news further. Then what of these 60? Keep them. Your current strength remains modest. These may yet save your life against monsters. Bayou shrugged indifferently. Now that level 3 monsters had emerged, he dared not assume the Frostvale snow leopard was the sole such threat. Evidently ice spirit fruits held considerable allure for ice affinity monsters. Very well, then I'll accept without hesitation. Li Muzi promptly claimed all 60. They continued conversing amiably as they walked toward Li Tian's cabin. Upon arrival, Bayou said to Li Muzi, Muzi, I'll wait outside. Please inform your parents about both the ice spirit fruits and the Frostvale snow leopard. I've other matters to attend to. All right, but don't forget to pick me up tonight, she reminded him earnestly. Got it. Bayou agreed readily before striding off to scout the canyon's outer perimeter for any newly spawned wild monsters. To elevate a level 1 monster to level 2 required 10 level 2 monster spirit cores, a quantity impossible to gather solely from nightly spawns. Moreover, nocturnal spawns grew progressively stronger each night. For safety, Bayou resolved to hunt by day and retreat to the cabin each evening. Within half an hour he reached the canyon's edge. TCH. Never imagined returning here again. Gazing upon the narrow, wind-scoured chasm, he muttered wryly. This time, without Iceblade Wolf shielding him ahead, the gale's ferocity struck him with visceral force. Fortunately, his enhanced constitution rendered the tempest negligible. Pushing through the narrow pass, he encountered a lone monster guarding the canyon's mouth. No way. Could my luck really be this good? Bayou's eyes lit up at the sight of the tiger-like, demonic beast before him. Just as he had been searching for such prey, one had appeared, as if delivered to his doorstep. Roar. At the very moment Bayou spotted the beast, it locked eyes with him, and with a thunderous roar lunged forward. What the? Impossible. How could its speed be so overwhelming? Darkness flooded his vision, alarm surged through him. How could this tiger demon move so swiftly? Without hesitation, Bayou fled back into the canyon, like a man possessed. Boom. The massive body of the tiger demon crashed violently against the canyon wall with a deafening impact. Seeing the beast unable to enter, Bayou exhaled shakily, his heart still racing. He had barely escaped with his life, one more instant, and he would have been torn apart. Damn it. This is definitely not a Tier 2 demonic beast. As this thought crossed his mind, Bayou examined the creature's information displayed at the canyon mouth. Tier 3 demonic beast, Qian, Jinhu Crimson Flame, Golden Tiger. Rank common attributes, fire metal skills, unknown description, a common Tier 3 demonic beast possessing dual fire and metal affinities, exceptionally formidable in raw power, explosive force, and all-around combat prowess. Among the apex predators of its tier. Damn it. I knew my luck couldn't possibly be that good. Bayou muttered under his breath, scanning the data. No wonder he'd encountered a demonic beast right away. It was a Tier 3 monstrosity. This is utterly hopeless. With this fool guarding the exit, how am I supposed to hunt elsewhere? He stared at the ferocious Qian Jinhu at the canyon mouth, brow furrowed. Leaving now felt deeply unsatisfying. The woodland hut surroundings yielded only a handful of low-tier beasts per day. How long would it take to gather spirit cores? TCH. Fine. My life comes first. After prolonged deliberation, Bai Yu cast one last reluctant glance at the Qi and Jinhu, then turned to leave. Suddenly he paused, pivoted, and fixed his gaze upon the beast once more. It can't get in. Standing safely within the canyon, Bai Yu watched the unmoving Qi and Jinhu, and a faint wry smile tugged at his lips. Did that mean he was absolutely safe, as long as he remained inside? Emboldened by this realization, his gaze hardened with quiet mockery. Hey there, pal. What's with the bravado if you can't even cross the threshold? With that, he drew his crystal bow, aimed squarely at the beast, and loosed an arrow with full draw. Clang. The arrow struck the beast's shimmering barrier, heat and rippling outward like disturbed water. Judging by this, its defensive strength falls short of that frost snow leopard's. Bai Yu murmured softly. Though the arrow failed to shatter the barrier, the Qi and Jinhu clearly lacked the frost snow leopard's ability to withstand direct physical assault. In other words, if he persisted, exhausting the beast's stamina, victory would be inevitable. Roar. The Qi and Jinhu roared in outrage. It had never imagined this frail human would dare strike back, an unforgivable affront to its sovereign dignity. It would rend him limb from limb. Yet no matter how fiercely it roared, it remained trapped beyond the canyon's narrow throat, powerless to harm Bai Yu. Oh, still barking. Bai Yu sneered, then drew and fired arrow after arrow without pause. Let's see how long you can hold out. Arrows flew like rain, each launched with ruthless precision, while Bai Yu taunted, truly a foolish tiger. I'm standing here motionless. Go on, strike me. Strike me. Watching the beast seethe with impotent fury, Bai Yu felt a surge of triumph. Tier 3 demonic beast. Hardly impressive. Roar. The Qi and Jinhu glared at Bai Yu's smug expression, humiliated beyond measure. One swipe of its paw could crush him, but lacking any ranged ability, it could only endure the barrage. I'll master a ranged technique someday. Mark my words. With one final furious roar, it cast Bai Yu a resentful glance, and withdrew silently from the canyon mouth. Though baffled by the human's seemingly endless supply of arrows, it recognized the futility of prolonging the stalemate. Hey, don't go yet. Bai Yu halted his assault, and crept cautiously toward the canyon mouth. If the beast simply left, all his effort would vanish into thin air. As he edged forward, a black shadow erupted from nowhere, giant claws flashing like lightning toward his chest. Damn! Trick! Bai Yu recoiled in terror, but too late. 5 deep gashes ripped across his chest, blood welling instantly. Staggering back, just beyond the beast's reach, he paled, then swallowed a spirit dew pill from his inventory. As vitality slowly returned, his glare burned with venomous hatred. You treacherous brute! You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Regaining his footing, he raised his bow once more and fired. But the Qi and Jinhu refused to grant him another opening, vanishing from the entrance to lie in wait for its next humph. Do you truly believe I'll fall for the same trick twice? Bai Yu scoffed, coldly waited until his stamina fully recovered, then advanced with meticulous caution. When the black shadow lunged again, his body reacted instinctively, retreating just in time, then instantly knocked, drew, and released a lethal shot. Thus began a relentless cycle, man and beast locked in grim repetition, each determined to end the other's existence. Yet thanks to the spirit dew pills, Bai Yu's endurance far outstripped the beast's. What a disaster. Not a single one, huh? Bai Yu sold everything in his backpack for an equivalent exchange, looking at the darkening sky, and sighed helplessly. How could a person be so unfortunate? Forget it, I'll just go back and wait until tomorrow to have another look. After a short rest, Bai Yu dared not linger, and quickly ran in the direction of the wooden house. As night fell completely, Bai Yu arrived at Li Tian's wooden house, picked up Li Muzi, and then leisurely returned to his own. Tisk, it shouldn't be like this, the drop rate is so low, right? Lying in bed, Bai Yu recalled the afternoon when he hunted dozens of monsters, yet he hadn't obtained a single spirit core, feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that my method is wrong? After pondering for a moment, Bai Yu decided to enter the chat channel, hoping to find some use. After a quick browse, he was disappointed to find that apart from the complaints of his friends, there was not a hint of useful news. Having not found the desired information, Bai Yu was about to exit the chat channel and prepare for sleep, when suddenly he seemed to remember something and opened his private messages. Looking at the chat window with the name Yun Ruashi, Bai Yu hesitated for a moment. How could he ask about the low drop rate? He couldn't just ask her if she knew how to improve luck, right? Are you there? After a moment, he seemed to make up his mind, and sent, Can I ask you something? Not for free. As soon as Bai Yu sent the message, Yun Ruashi almost replied instantly. Tisk, it really is true that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Clicking his tongue, Bai Yu quickly replied. No problem, as long as the information is reliable, feel free to ask for any resources you need. What do you want to know first? How to increase the drop rate of monster spirit cores. Are you serious? Looking at the message sent by Yun Ruashi, Bai Yu felt a bit awkward and replied stiffly, Didn't you say you had? This isn't information, it's about luck and probability. How would I know? Yun Ruashi felt that Bai Yu was being ridiculous. If she knew how to improve luck, she would have maxed out her luck attributes long ago. Alright then. Looking at Yun Ruaxi's reply, Bai Yu wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After hesitating for a while, he asked again, Do you know how to obtain monster souls? Not knowing if he was overthinking it, Bai Yu always felt that not dropping spirit cores was not a luck issue, but a matter of using the wrong method. Isn't it just disassembly? About a minute later Yun Ruashi replied, after killing a monster the system disassembles it, and there is a chance to drop monster souls. The lower the level of the monster the lower the drop rate. Is it really just disassembly? What else? What do you want it to be? Looking at the message from Yun Ruashi, Bai Yu felt even more disheartened. It seemed that his luck really was bad. Alright then. He replied, thinking for a moment. He added, by the way, I noticed you haven't joined a home yet. Would you like to come to my home? Yun Ruashi had the talent to obtain information, and if he could build a good relationship with her it might play a decisive role at a crucial moment. Are you really laying out so many foolish questions just to invite me to join your home? What are foolish questions? Bai Yu's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Ahem, just say whether you are coming or not. As he sent the message, Yun Ruashi did not reply immediately. Shaking his head, Bai Yu was just about to exit the private message when he saw Yun Ruaxi's message pop up. What benefits can I get? A chance. Bai Yu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly replied, of course, joining the home will earn you a beginner's gift pack, and you will also receive 10 ice spirit fruits every day. Ice spirit fruits can permanently increase your physique. So what do you think? Do you want to join it? Compared to other homes that require members to contribute resources, to join Bai Yu's home offered absolutely top-tier benefits. I can, but don't think you can get free information from me. I can at most give you a discount. After a moment of thought, Yun Ruashi replied, if I have any first-hand information in the future, I can give it to you first. No problem. Seeing this, Bai Yu smiled. As long as they maintained a good relationship, he could obtain first-hand information, allowing him to seize opportunities in the future. After adding Yun Ruashi to the home, Bai Yu quickly sent over a migration scroll and his location coordinates. This is the migration scroll and my position coordinates. If you want to come here, you can do so at any time. After completing all this, Bai Yu replenished 100 ice spirit fruits into the warehouse, only to see Yun Ruashi send a message. Considering you didn't deceive me, I can give you one piece of information. In 5 days this world will experience a natural disaster. Different disasters will occur based on the player's surrounding environment. Seemingly afraid that Bai Yu wouldn't understand, Yun Ruashi explained, for example, if your surrounding environment is a desert, then there might be dust storms, extreme heat, or extreme cold. The disaster will last for a week, and after it ends the number of monster spawns will increase again. So I'm reminding you to prepare more resources during this time. Natural disaster. Looking at the message from Yun Ruashi, Bai Yu couldn't help but frown. This broken place was really trying to make things difficult for them. The newbie period had just ended a week ago, and now another wave of natural disasters was coming. If the news was true, without proper preparation the vast majority of people would die in this disaster. Is the news true? Bai Yu asked uncertainly. In 2 days the system will announce it, and then you'll know whether it's true or not. Yun Ruashi quickly replied. It seems to be true. Seeing how determined Yun Ruashi was, Bai Yu sat up pondering for a moment. He entered the chat channel and quickly sent, brothers, I advise everyone to prepare more resources in the next few days. After sending the message, Bai Yu ignored the replies from his friends and directly exited the system. A 7-day natural disaster might be a catastrophe for others, but for Bai Yu it was nothing. With his current amount of EMC coins, not to mention 7 days, even 70 days would allow him to ensure that Healy Musi and the others could live safely. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Stretching lazily, Bai Yu lay in his blanket, just about to fall asleep, when he suddenly heard a familiar roar. Immediately after, his wooden house was knocked on. Damn monsters, they really are disturbing my sleep. Bai Yu irritably got out of bed, picked up his crystal bow, and prepared to kill the monsters outside. However, when he opened the door, a familiar figure appeared before his eyes. Hey leopard brother, is that you? What brings you here today? Upon seeing the frost snow leopard, Bai Yu's anger immediately dissipated, replaced by a fawning expression. Roar. The frost snow leopard extended its paw, signaling Bai Yu to stop the chatter, and quickly hand over the ice spirit fruit. Has it already passed 12? Although he was puzzled inside, Bai Yu's hands moved quickly, taking out 10 ice spirit fruits, and placing them in front of the frost snow leopard. Leopard brother, you were in a hurry yesterday. Seeing the frost snow leopard consuming the ice spirit fruit, Bai Yu said in a flattering tone, everyone else around here is my friend. If you encounter them, please do not harm them. Roar. The frost snow leopard lifted its head, pondered for a moment, and nodded in agreement, indicating no problem. Alright, thank you leopard brother. With the frost snow leopard's consent, Bai Yu felt relieved, watching as the beast continued to eat the ice spirit fruits. An immature thought began to spread in his mind. Hee leopard brother, could you help a little brother out? Bai Yu rubbed his hands together like a fly, and said, I recently need a spirit core from a 2nd-level magical creature. Could you help me get one? Since his luck was not good, why not seek help from others? With the strength of the frost snow leopard, dealing with a few 2nd-level magical creatures should be a piece of cake. The frost snow leopard raised its head again, briefly showing impatience on its face, but still nodded in agreement. A few 2nd-level magical creatures were nothing to it. Although spirit cores could enhance strength, their effect was far inferior to the ice spirit fruits. Thank you leopard brother, take your time eating. Here's some meat to balance it out. Saying this, he took out the carcass of the 3rd-level magical creature, the Crimson Flame Golden Tiger, and placed it in front of the frost snow leopard. Roar. The frost snow leopard swallowed the last ice spirit fruit, looked at the carcass of the Crimson Flame Golden Tiger, and proudly patted Bai Yu on the shoulder. Little brother, you really know how to be considerate. Then it picked up the carcass of the crimson flame golden tiger and disappeared into the darkness. This should be fine now. Watching the frost snow leopard vanish, Bayou stretched lazily, closed the wooden door, and laid down on the bed, falling asleep. When he awakened again, it was already noon of the next day, and looking at the flood of private messages, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Upon opening one, he found that the vast majority were inquiries about the resource accumulation he had mentioned yesterday. Bayou, do you have any insider information? Boss, how many resources do we need to stock up? Is the information reliable? I have curves in all the right places I can bear. Children, please help me out, boss. Bayou glanced at these types of messages and couldn't be bothered to reply. I had already told you all to stock up on resources, how much to stock, and whether to stock is not my concern. Putting the ice spirit fruits into the home storage, Bayou lazily stretched, eating the meat of the crimson flame golden tiger while looking at the wooden house. Tisk, should I upgrade the wooden house to level 4? As he thought this, he entered the shelter interface to check the information about the wooden house. Shelter wooden house. Level 3. Resources needed for upgrade: wood 100, stone 50, soil 20, iron 10. Description: a standard single-story wooden house that can shield from wind and rain and withstand most weak magical creatures. Since I have enough resources for now, I might as well spend them. After thinking for a moment, Bayou decisively exchanged for the required resources and upgraded the wooden house to level 4. With a series of movements, the originally cramped wooden house expanded more than twice, the wooden walls appearing thicker, and a thin layer of iron plate was added to the joints of the wooden boards for reinforcement. Shelter wooden house. Level 4. Resources needed for upgrade: wood 500, stone 200, soil 100, iron 50, brick 100. Description: a luxurious single-story wooden house that can shield from wind and rain and withstand most third-level magical creatures. Since quite a few people's wooden houses had already been upgraded to level 4, he did not receive a system broadcast reward. Bayou did not care about this. With his current amount of EMC coins, he truly looked down upon the meager rewards from the system. I might as well directly upgrade to level 5 and see what a level 5 wooden house looks like. Looking at the resources needed to upgrade the wooden house from level 4 to level 5, Bayou clicked his tongue. He had traded for bricks in the trading area before easily exchanging for 1 unit with just 80 EMC coins. Having made up his mind, Bayou did not hesitate to select to upgrade the wooden house to level 5. Shelter wooden house. Level 5. Resources needed for upgrade: wood 500, stone 200, soil 100, iron 50, brick 100, fine steel 10. Level 6 wooden house blueprint 1. Description: a top-tier single-story wooden house that can shield from wind and rain, featuring an 8 square meter yard, providing a safe place for your pets. This sturdy single-story wooden house can withstand attacks from a small number of 4th-level magical creatures. Congratulations to player Bayou for becoming the first player in the entire server to upgrade the shelter to level 5. Reward: diamond level treasure chest 1. As the wooden house reached level 5, a system broadcast sounded randomly. Why am I the first again? Bayou was momentarily taken aback as he looked at the newly added diamond level treasure chest in his inventory. He did not expect to be the first player to upgrade to a level 5 wooden house. Shaking his head, Bayou's gaze fell on the level 6 wooden house blueprint, surprised that upgrading the wooden house from level 5 to 6 actually required a blueprint. Fortunately, I have Musi, the innate blueprint saint body. It shouldn't be too troublesome. Directly selling the diamond level treasure chest for equal exchange, Bayou took out 8 sets of upgrade resources and placed them into the home storage. I've placed the resources for upgrading from level 3 to 5 into the storage. You can upgrade at your convenience. After sending the home announcement, he quickly found Yunruox's chat box and sent a message. The level 4 resources are yours. Don't forget to collect the level 5 resources to upgrade the wooden house. After sending the message, Bayou did not wait for Yunruox's reply, directly exiting the system, stretching lazily, and walking outside the wooden house. Opening the wooden house, what greeted him was no longer a white expanse, but instead a small yard overgrown with weeds. Tisk, couldn't they clean this up as well? Grumbling, Bayou shook his head, not planning to clean it up. He would wait until he called the Icefield Wolf back to clean it up. After all, it was meant for it to live in. I should find Musi first. Stretching, Bayou walked out of the yard, heading, as usual, towards the location of Li Muse's wooden house. Upon arriving at the site of Li Muse's wooden house, he saw Li Muse just upgrading the wooden house to level 5. Bayou shouted excitedly, and Li Muse popped her head out, running out joyfully. Bayou, I just upgraded the wooden house, and the system told me I'm the 3rd person to upgrade it to level 5, rewarding me with a golden level treasure chest. Oh, a gold level treasure chest. Bayou's eyes lit up, but seemed that the rewards for upgrading the wooden house were based on rankings, and as long as one fell within a certain ranking range, rewards would be granted. Does that mean the rewards for the top 9 have been monopolized by his home? With this thought, Bayou couldn't help but, Bayou, what are you laughing about? Seeing Bayou suddenly burst into laughter, Li Muse was taken aback and curiously asked, could it be because he received another gold-level treasure chest? Ahem, it's nothing at all. Bayou awkwardly coughed, and looking at Li Muse changed the subject, saying, do you still remember the newcomer I brought in yesterday? She should have the talent to gather information. Yesterday, she told me that a natural disaster will occur in 4 days. After briefly recounting the natural disaster, Bayou looked at Li Muse and continued, I need to go out in the next few days to see if I can obtain some spirit cores before the disaster arrives. I might be a bit late in picking you up during this time. He wanted to take advantage of this time to search for magical creatures, hoping to find a second-level magical creature's spirit core to upgrade the Icefield Wolf to a second-level magical creature. Otherwise, after the natural disaster, as the number of magical creatures refreshed and increased the Icefield Wolf, it's fine. You should focus on your matters then. Li Muzi looked at Baiyu, her eyes curving into a smile as she said, "Where you could take me with you to find magical creatures. My physical abilities have improved a lot, so I won't hold you back. You should stay here honestly." Looking at the eager Li Muzi, Baiyu said helplessly, "The outside might have refreshed third-level magical creatures, and I can't handle them right now. You should stay here honestly." Looking at the eager Li Muzi, Baiyu said helplessly, "The outside might have refreshed third-level magical creatures, and I can't handle them right now. It's too dangerous for you to go with me." Currently, if he encountered third-level magical creatures, he could only run away. If he brought Li Muzi along, and they encountered third-level creatures, he would have to divide his attention to look after her. Alright then. Li Muzi's eyes dimmed, but she understood that since Baiyu couldn't even handle third-level magical creatures, bringing her along would only be a burden. Just be careful yourself. Adjusting her mood, Li Muzi smiled, and said, "I won't go to my parents' place for the next few days, there's nothing for me to do there." Then, alright. Baiyu looked deeply at Li Muzi, nodded, and said, "I'll take my leave now." After saying goodbye, he quickly ran towards the canyon. "Remember to send me a message when you return." Watching Bai유's disappearing figure, Li Muzi shouted loudly, "What a f—" After waiting a while, and confirming Baiyu had really left, she reluctantly walked into the wooden house. On the other side, Baiyu walked out of the canyon, continuously searching for second-level magical creatures in the pine forest. After yesterday's hunt, the number of magical creatures in the pine forest near the canyon had decreased significantly. I wonder how often magical creatures refresh their batches. With a sigh of complaint, Baiyu could only run to a farther place to search for magical creatures. Hours passed unnoticed, and Baiyu was exhausted, collapsing onto the ground after selling the corpses of magical creatures in exchange. Another day without any gains. Sighing helplessly, he looked at the gradually darkening sky, took a short rest, and then stood up to run back towards the wooden house. Upon returning to the wooden house, Baiyu tidied up, briefly ate something, and then lay on the bed watching his friends chat. At 12 o'clock at night, the cold frost snow leopard arrived right on time to demand ice spirit fruits. Seeing that the cold frost snow leopard had not brought any magical cores, Baiyu felt quite helpless. After sending the cold frost snow leopard away, he lay back on the bed lazily stretching and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Baiyu rarely got up early, informed Li Muzi, and then continued to leave the canyon to search for However, for some unknown reason, the number of magical creatures had become exceptionally scarce. After searching all day, Baiyu had only found one first-level magical creature. No way. Didn't I see magical creatures here yesterday? After a whole day of checking multiple spots and finding no second-level magical creatures, Baiyu felt a bit like crying without tears. Helpless, he could only return to the wooden house, placing his hopes on the cold frost snow leopard. When night fell, as Baiyu was waiting for the cold frost snow leopard's arrival, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Dear player, hello. In order to enhance the gaming experience for all players and better simulate a real environment, we are launching a disaster environment simulation. The system officially announces a 7-day disaster period will commence 3 days later, during which different disasters will befall based on the surrounding environment. Please prepare sufficiently and gather enough resources to cope with the upcoming disasters. Finally, we wish all players a pleasant gaming experience. Note, this disaster requires players' wooden houses to reach level 3 inclusive or above to withstand it. It's actually real." Upon hearing the reminder in his mind, Bai유's pupils constricted. He didn't expect that just as Yun Ruashi said, there would be an announcement from the system 3 days before. What kind of talent does that guy have? Baiyu murmured. He had a strange feeling that Yun Ruaxi's talent was not as simple as just gathering information. Knock, knock, knock. Before he could think too much, there was a knock at the door. Forget it, I'll just ask her later. Retrieving his thoughts, Baiyu got out of bed and opened the door, looking at the empty-handed cold frost snow leopard, feeling a bit disappointed. It seems I'm not the only one having bad luck. This cold frost snow leopard isn't doing well either. Comforting himself a bit, Baiyu couldn't help but complain the drop rate in this lousy place is really low. After sending the cold frost snow leopard away, Baiyu lay back on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He simply opened the chat channel to see what his friends were discussing. Oh my, did Baiyu really say that? Damn, no wonder they told us to stockpile resources. It turns out it's to cope with the disaster. Luckily, I've been obedient and stocked quite a bit recently. Damn it, I regret it. If I had known, I would have listened to Baiyu. Now I don't have anything, and I don't know if it's too late to Baiyu, is your home still recruiting? I can do anything. Ooh, I just want to be taken in by a great person. Me too. I have a big but I can help you give birth. Looking at the chatting of the netizens, Baiyu could only smile and not take it too seriously. Despite these people now being full of regret, eager to join his home, if something unexpected happens in the future, these people would likely be the first to stab him in the back. After watching for a while, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Baiyu exited the system, stretched lazily, and fell into a deep sleep. In the next 3 days, Yu went out early and returned late each day to hunt magical creatures outside the canyon. Tired, let it all crumble. Slumped on the ground, Yu gazed at the deepening twilight and sighed helplessly. Before, though no spirit cores dropped, he at least obtained monster meat to improve his meager rations. Now not even a single monster crossed his path. Yu seriously suspected this wretched place was conspiring against him. And after a brief rest, he stretched wearily and rose to head toward his wooden cabin. Suddenly he froze mid-step. Days of relentless combat had honed his instincts. He sensed something deeply amiss. In the next breath, a black shadow lunged from behind. Sidestepping the strike, Yu turned to face the newly appeared wolf-like monster, and his eyes lit up. And after searching so long, at last, a monster. Tier 3 monster, forest wolf. In rank, common. In attribute, none. In skills, none. Description: a common Tier 3 monster with no attribute dwelling in forests. Lacking special abilities, it is marginally stronger than an ordinary stray dog. Tameable. In a Tier 3 monster with no skills. Yu stared in mild astonishment at the forest wolf's profile. Were ice plain wolves similarly unremarkable? How? Before he could dwell further, the forest wolf let out a sharp cry and charged again. Yu rolled sharply to the right, evading its lunge. No wonder it's ranked common. Truly skillless even for a Tier 3 monster. Ducking the wolf's assault, Yu snorted faintly and drew his crystal bow, loosing an arrow straight at the beast. Against other Tier 3 monsters, he might already have fled, but from that first strike, Yu realized the forest wolf truly matched the system's description. Just barely stronger than a stray dog. With that thought, his confidence swelled. Over recent days, he'd consumed numerous ice spirit fruits and portions of crimson flame golden tiger meat, dual physical enhancements that had boosted his constitution by nearly 40 points. This was the perfect opportunity to gauge the gap between himself and a Tier 3 monster. Shoo. An arrow sliced the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward the forest wolf. The forest wolf leapt aside, landing nimbly before howling once more and surging forward. Though lacking attributes or skills, its reflexes and speed far surpassed those of any Tier 2 monster. Unfazed, Yu watched the wolf close in, evading each lunge while steadily retreating, firing arrows from his crystal bow. The forest wolf proved far more tenacious than anticipated. Each time Yu attempted to widen the distance for another volley, the beast closed the gap almost instantly. Thus, every attempt at rapid fire was shattered by the wolf's relentless assaults. Damn it, I do have melee weapons, you know. Loosing one final arrow, Yu watched the wolf charge again, then stood firm, drawing a steel axe from his inventory and swinging with full force. The wolf's raw power drove Yu back 2 steps. His grip on the axe trembled with numbness. Bloody hell, that strength is real. Shaking out his tingling hand, Yu muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, the forest wolf fared little better. The right foreclaw bore a deep bleeding gash. It halted, eyes cold and calculating, locking onto Yu. Humph, I refuse to believe you can dodge that. How? The wound on its right claw hampered its agility, barely managing a leap to evade the first arrow, only to find Yu's second. How? The wound on its right claw hampered its agility, barely managing a leap to evade the first arrow, only to find Yu's second already streaking toward it. Eyes blazing with malice, the massive beast hung suspended midair, then twisted its body in an uncanny serpentine evasion. Huh, it actually dodged that. Yu blinked in surprise. The creature's agility was unexpectedly refined. I dare you to dodge this one. Snorting, he knocked 3 arrows at once and loosed them in rapid succession. How? The wolf's gaze flickered with disdain. It leapt again, effortlessly evading all 3. But before it could counterattack, Yu's arrows flew like rain, unrelenting, unceasing. Even its peerless agility faltered under the onslaught of dozens of arrows striking nearly simultaneously. Its right forelimb pierced clean through by one. How? Pain tore from its throat as it staggered upright, only to meet a fresh barrage of arrows. How? Na final agonized shriek tore from its maw. Then it collapsed, riddled with shafts like a sieve. Huff. So my current constitution is just barely enough to go toe-a-toe with weaker Tier 3 monsters. Seeing the wolf fall, Yu fired several more arrows to ensure its demise, then cautiously approached the corpse. Let's extract its spirit core. Just once I'd like to see what one looks like. He held his breath and began the meticulous dissection. Obtained forest wolf meat 250 units, Tier 3 drop, and obtained forest wolf bone 20 units, Tier 3 drop, and obtained forest wolf hide 1, Tier 3 drop, severely damaged. No spirit core. Not a single one. Sighing in resignation, Yu glanced at the now pitch-black sky, then hurried toward his cabin without delay. Back at the cabin, he ate a simple meal and collapsed onto his bed. I wonder what kind of calamity awaits. Curled beneath the covers, he yawned idly. Today marked the final day before the calamity's arrival. Past midnight, the system would surely announce it. I wonder if that snow leopard will return. If it does, perhaps I can detain it under the guise of the calamity. Shaking his head, Yu idly opened the public chat channel to browse messages from fellow survivors. Whoa, guys, the calamity hits tomorrow. No idea what'll happen here. What's there to fear? The system said Tier 3 cabins withstand it, though I still wonder what'll strike my zone. Mine's a desert. Please tell me it won't be sandstorms. And I'd rather die now than endure that. I'm coastal, worried about tidal surges, or worse, oceanic monsters. And amused by the chatter, Bayou paused as a private message from Limouzi popped up. In Bayou, what do you think will happen here? Who knows, blizzards? Absolute zero. In Bayou remained unconcerned. Whatever unfolded, his current reserves were more than sufficient to endure until the calamity passed. As he chatted with Limouzi and scrolled through the channel, a familiar system chime echoed within his mind. Calamity initiated. As the voice in his mind faded, Bayou felt the temperature around him drop sharply, and the wooden door creaked under the onslaught of the fierce wind. Immediately the sound of snowflakes hitting the roof echoed with a crackling noise. Hiss! Bayou drew a cold breath, instinctively curling deeper into his blanket. Could it be that extreme cold and blizzards are coming together? With a sarcastic remark, Bayou was about to enter the chat channel to check on the other players when suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. Damn. No way. Bayou complained, reluctantly getting out of bed and heading to the door. As he opened it, a bone-chilling gust of wind rushed in, making him shiver uncontrollably. The frost snow leopard, seeing Bayou open the door, shook its head to throw off the snow accumulated on its fur, and raised its paw to indicate Bayou to take out the ice spirit fruit. Bayou quickly retrieved 10 ice spirit fruits and placed them in front of the frost snow leopard. Watching it eat with delight, Bayou chuckled. Brother leopard, look outside, it's snowing heavily. It wouldn't be convenient for you to go out now. Why not stay here for a while? Wait until the blizzard stops before leaving. As long as the frost snow leopard agreed to stay, Bayou thought he could build a good relationship during this time, and perhaps keep it with him permanently. Roar! The frost snow leopard swallowed an ice spirit fruit, and looked up at Bayou, then shook its head. This little wind and snow meant nothing to it. In fact, such conditions were more favorable for hunting prey. It had promised to bring Bayou a level 2 magical beast spirit core. However, what left it speechless was that for some unknown reason its luck had been abysmally low lately, having cleared out all nearby level 2 magical beasts, without a single spirit core dropping. Come on, brother leopard, look at this weather. You're a little snow leopard, how dangerous it is. Why not just stay here? Bayou was still desperately trying to persuade it, but the frost snow leopard chose to ignore him, devouring all the ice spirit fruits in front of it, demanding the corpse of a jungle golden tiger before disappearing into the blizzard without looking back. Sigh, it seems I can only wait until tomorrow to talk about it. Watching the frost snow leopard's disappearing figure, Bayou sighed helplessly, and the next moment, he quickly closed the wooden door and hurried back to his bed. I'm freezing to death, freezing to death. His physique was nearly 170 points, yet he could still feel the piercing cold, illustrating just how low the surrounding temperature was. How does it feel over there? While in his blanket, Bayou quickly asked Limouzi and Linji. Fortunately, after this period of physical enhancement, their resistance to the cold had improved significantly. Coupled with the heat provided by the camping iron stove, they were managing just fine. However, for safety, Bayou still sent 2 more camping iron stoves to Limouzi and the others to provide them with warmth. Having done all this, Bayou opened the chat channel, wanting to see what disasters the other players were experiencing. What the A? This doesn't make sense. I'm in a desert. Why is it so cold? Damn it, I'm about to freeze to death. Isn't that obvious? The temperature difference in the desert between day and night is huge. How cold you feel now is how hot it will be during the day. Damn. Water has already seeped into my wooden house. I have no place to sleep tonight. Brother, you're really suffering. I have water seeping in too, but I'm lucky to have a bed so I can sleep now. Sigh, I really envy you guys being able to see what disasters look like. Unlike me in the forest, besides the strong wind, there's nothing else. Looking at the other players chatting, Bayou was somewhat surprised. The forest spawn point is so nice. Thinking of this, Bayou searched for Wang Lin's chat window and quickly sent a message. Brother, how's it going over there? He remembered that Wang Lin's wooden house was located in the forest, which was a perfect opportunity to gain some insight. Nothing much here, just windy, but the resources the boss gave earlier upgraded to a level 5 wooden house, so the wind doesn't affect me much. Wang Lin replied, almost instantly sharing the current environment around his wooden house with Bayou. Wang Lin was the 5th player to upgrade to a level 5 wooden house, and the system rewarded him with 2 silver-level treasure chests. However, upon receiving the chests, he immediately sent them to Bayou. Looking at the message Wang Lin sent, Bayou felt envious. What kind of luck does this kid have? What do you mean it's windy and still a bit cooler? Boss, how's it going over there? I'm doing okay too, just a blizzard. The temperature has dropped a lot, but overall it's not a big. Seeing Wang Lin send a message, Bayou briefly summarized the information around his wooden house. After chatting a bit, Bayou was about to exit the system and prepare for sleep when he saw a message from Yun Ruashi. Are you there? Do you have anything to keep warm? Can you lend me some? When you want to know any information later, I can provide you with one for free. Something to keep warm. Could it be that Yun Ruashi is also in a snowy place? Seeing the message from Yun Ruashi, Bayou was taken aback, then quickly transmitted the camping iron stove bed and bedding to her. You can use these first. If you're still cold, I'll send you 2 more stoves. These are enough, thank you. At this moment, Yun Ruashi was huddled in a corner of the wooden house, shivering. Seeing the camping iron stove and other resources sent by Bayou, she hurriedly set them up in the wooden house. She was located on a mountaintop where the temperature was initially bearable. Who would have thought that after the disaster struck, snow began to fall in her wooden house, and the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. It was precisely because of this that she had no choice but to ask Yu if he had any warm resources. No need to be polite, we're all from the same homeland, helping each other is what we should do. Helping each other. Looking at the message Yu sent, Yun Ruashi murmured, not knowing what she was thinking. It should be. Seeing that Yun Ruashi had not replied for a long time, Yu wasn't worried either. He exited the system, stretched lazily, and fell asleep. When he awoke again, it was already noon on the second day. Yu wrapped himself in his blanket, lingered in bed for a while, then walked out of the wooden house to see what the situation was outside. As the wooden door opened, a bone-chilling cold wind rushed in, giving Yu a jolt. At this moment, heavy snow fell like goose feathers, and the howling wind whipped the snow, turning the world into a gray haze. Looking at this, it's better to stay in the safe house. Just a glance, and Yu decisively closed the wooden door and lay. Let's check on the situation of the water friends. Snuggling in his blanket, Yu was about to enter the chat channel to see what the other players were up to when a private message popped up. Yu, save me. At this moment, Wang Lin stood in the yard watching the raging fire, drawing ever closer from the forest, his face a mask of terror. This fire had been burning since morning, and although he had cleared the wood around the wooden house during this time, he still felt uncertain whether the blaze would spread to him. For safety's sake, he decided to use a relocation scroll to move the wooden house to Yu's location. However, before doing so, he resolved to inform Yu in advance to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing that Yu had not yet replied, Wang Lin began to suspect that the fire might have caused signal issues, explaining why he had not received a response. Feeling the intense heat brought on by the fire, Wang Lin hesitated about whether to directly relocate the wooden house. Once again, refreshing the chat page with Yu, a message box popped up. What happened? Oh, finally received a signal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up with joy as he quickly sent an update on his surroundings to Yu. Meanwhile, Yu, looking at the message Wang Lin had sent an hour ago, felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't everything fine just last night? How could it come to this in less than a day? Could it be that he encountered a powerful magical beast's attack? Yu, I have a fire here, a forest fire, and it's almost reached me. Do you think I can move over to your place? Almost instantaneously, Yu replied, curiosity piqued by Wang Lin's message. Could the natural disaster in the forest be a fire? What was the point of staying in the forest if even the highest level wooden houses couldn't withstand a blaze? But this wooden house was produced by the system, perhaps it could withstand it after all. Sure, I sent you the coordinates earlier, just come over yourself? Shaking his head, Yu refocused his thoughts and replied, quickly simultaneously dispatching a set of warming supplies to Wang Lin. Thank you, big boss. After waiting about a minute for Wang Lin's message, Yu inquired, have you relocated? What do you see around you? Once the blizzard is over, I can come find you. Got it, big boss, give me a moment to check outside. After waiting around another minute, Wang Lin's message popped up. Big boss, I just took a glance, and everything looks gray and indistinct. I can vaguely see a large canyon in the distance, it seems. Yu found himself momentarily speechless at Wang Lin's message. Is there only one canyon nearby? That would be quite the coincidence. If I'm not mistaken, I should know where you are. Yu replied. Alright, take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Once the disaster is over, I'll come find. Given that Wang Lin's current position is near the canyon, it worked out perfectly. By the time the disaster ends, Wang Lin could continue chopping trees. After all, it wasn't far from the canyon, and since Wang Lin's talent was tree chopping critical hits, it would be better to chop down more trees rather than do nothing. Having resolved Wang Lin's situation, Yu found himself with nothing to do and decided to check on other players' chat messages. Damn, I'm about to melt. Freezing to death at night and roasting during the day. Can't someone leave a way to survive in this desert? Be grateful, bro. I'm also in the desert area, and it's crazy. Outside there's a sandstorm, and I don't know if my level 3 wooden house can withstand it. Is there any way to save me? Just now a forest fire almost took me out, and now it's pouring rain and water has started seeping into the house. Weren't you all so cocky in the forest yesterday? Why is it so miserable today? It seems that even in similar environments the disasters encountered can differ. Looking at the chat in the channel, Yu murmured to himself. He had thought that all disasters would be the same in similar environments, but it appeared that his own location was too small. The worst off were the players living in the forest who not only faced wildfires and thunderstorms, but some even dealt with mudslides. It seems that a smaller area can indeed have its advantages. Tisk tisk, Yu felt a bit relieved at this moment. Thankfully the area he was in was small. Although it lacked resources, there were also no major disasters, and not many magical beasts spawned. Hiss. But speaking of which, why haven't I seen any magical beasts in the past few days? No beasts have spawned. After pondering for a moment, Yu messaged Li Muzi and Shure to see if they had encountered any magical beasts. Magical beasts? None here, bro. Didn't you take care of them all when they first appeared? Yu found himself a bit speechless at Zairu's reply. His sister truly had a high regard for him. Even if he had that capability, it wasn't possible for him to stay up all night hunting magical beasts. There were magical beasts that spawned, but not long after there was no more activity. Looking at their replies, Yu could ascertain that it wasn't that magical beasts weren't spawning, rather they had been hunted down by something else. Could it be that there are even stronger magical beasts around me? After thinking for a moment, Yu felt an uncharacteristic sense of worry. No, if the frost snow leopard comes today, I must catch it to keep as security. Determined, Yu found himself with nothing to do and decided to restock bottled water and other resources in the trading area. Watching the rapid exchanges of resources, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that everyone truly has a lot of resources on hand. After a brief reflection, Yu entered the equivalent exchange system and was taken aback at the sight of nearly 1.2 billion EMC. How did I accumulate so much EMC? Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Yu began to calculate roughly. Each 1.0 units of bottled water can earn about 8 million EMC. Wow, that's such a huge... Since the day after the trading area opened, Yu had been restocking bottled water every half hour each time with 1.0 units for 12 hours each day. Calculating this way, he had accumulated nearly 1 billion EMC. Although their daily expenditure on ice spirit fruits was at least 1.0 EMC, coupled with other wood and the cost of upgrading to a level 5 wooden house, the overall expenses were barely 2.0. In this huge accounting, it hardly amounted to anything. Tisk, I didn't realize until I calculated it. It's quite shocking. Looking at the amount of EMC, Yu couldn't help but grin. There was no way to spend it all. It was simply impossible. In that case, let's open some blind boxes. Suppressing the excitement within, Yu looked at Lee Muse's chat box and quickly sent a message. Muse, since we're both idle, why not open 2 blind boxes? To upgrade to a level 6 wooden house, blueprints are necessary, and coincidentally, he had a congenital blueprint for a holy body right here. Open blind boxes. What other mischievous idea do you have? It's snowing heavily outside, and we can't go out. Looking at the message from Lee Muse, Yu quickly replied, since we have nothing to do, why don't we open some diamond-level treasure chests for fun? When upgrading to a level 5 wooden house, the system rewarded Yu with a diamond-level treasure chest, but he was well aware of his luck and sold it without a second thought in exchange for something of equal value. Now that the blizzard rages outside, rather than idling in the wooden house, it'd be better to see if he can obtain a blueprint for a level 6 wooden house during this time, allowing him to get ahead of other players significantly. Moreover, he could also sell the blueprint for a level 6 wooden house for a big profit. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Yu's face. A diamond-level treasure chest. You can't be hoping he'll open a blueprint for a level 6 wooden house, can you? Lee Muse easily saw through Yu's thoughts and continued, we can open treasure chests, but how about we start with black iron or gold chests for a trial? A diamond-level treasure chest might be a bit too expensive. What if we don't get anything? Although unsure of the value of the diamond-level treasure chest in Yu's hands, it was certainly more expensive than the black iron and gold chests. In Lee Muse's view, since black iron and gold treasure chests could also yield blueprints, there was absolutely no need to open a diamond-level chest. As long as the luck is right, a black iron treasure chest can also yield a migration scroll worth 1 million EMC coins. No worries, I'm not short on money. Seeing the message from Lee Muse, Yu declared boldly, let's start with 100 and test the waters. A single diamond-level treasure chest only costs 20,000 EMC coins, so 100 would only be 200,000. To him at that moment, these EMC coins were hardly worth mentioning. With this thought, Yu unhesitatingly exchanged for 100 diamond-level treasure chests through equivalent trade. Consumed 2.0 EMC coins to obtain 100 diamond-level treasure chests. The moment the diamond-level treasure chests appeared in his inventory, Yu handed them over to Lee Muse. Well, I'm going to open them, but let's be clear, if we don't get a blueprint for a level 6 wooden house, you can't blame me. Looking at the 100 diamond-level treasure chests Yu gifted him, Lee Muse felt inexplicably nervous, fearing that they wouldn't obtain what Yu desired. No worries, just spend freely. Oh, I'm not short on money right now, Yu said grandly. If we don't get it, we can continue with another 100. Besides, since we have nothing to do, you can treat it as just playing around. As if recalling something, Yu continued, open them when you feel like it, if you don't want to just leave them with you. No rush. To reassure Lee Muse, Yu was about to say something else when a message from Shirue popped up. Brother, hurry and persuade Dad. He insists on going to check on the ice spirit fruit trees right now. Caught off guard, Yu quickly switched to Linji's chat and typed rapidly, Dad, don't worry about the ice spirit fruit trees these days. You just stay home and relax for now. Seeing that Linji still hadn't replied, Yu hurriedly switched to Lu Jiahui's chat and typed, Mom, please tell Dad that there's nothing going on with the ice spirit fruit trees. I just went there. Hurry and persuade Dad. He won't listen to anything I say. With Lu Jiahui's message popping up, Linji's message appeared simultaneously. What nonsense. You who have hardly stepped outside in this heavy snow think you understand anything. Hey, I'm your dear son, who just trust me. Yu helplessly replied, the plants here are different from those back home, and the ice spirit fruits thrive in this kind of... To dissuade Linji from going to check on the crooked neck trees, he continued to fabricate. The colder it gets, the higher the survival rate of the ice spirit fruits. I just came back from there, and several have already survived. No way, I still can't rest easy. How about this, when I go tomorrow I'll take a photo and show you that I'm not lying. Yu helplessly sent, for the next few days just stay at home quietly. If you go out, Mom and little Rue will worry about. With the blizzard raging outside, given Linji's current physique, even if you were lucky enough not to encounter any monsters, staying outside for too long would greatly increase the chance of him freezing to death. Did you really go there? After waiting for about a minute, Yu finally received a reply from Linji. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just ask little Rue. I even called Lao Lang to come along. Bayou rambled. If you think we're lying to you, I'll take a photo tomorrow to show you whether I'm telling the truth. That won't be necessary. But I have to say, you little rascal, do you have any idea what the conditions are like outside? Why are you— Don't you know how worried your mom and I are about you? Bayou stared speechlessly at the message from Bailinji, hesitated for a moment, and chose not to respond, letting him ramble on. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have brought this up with Dad back then. Bayou sighed in frustration, feeling a bit of a headache. He understood that his father's obsession with the ice spirit fruit trees was partly due to his love for crops, but a considerable part was also because of him. Brother, are you really going to check on the crooked neck trees to see the ice spirit fruit trees tomorrow? Just as he was thinking, a message from Baishirue popped up. What else would I do? Do you have any way to stop Dad from going? Bayou comforted her, but you don't need to worry too much. I'll just take a quick look there, snap a photo, and come back to fool Lao Ba. Then, brother, be careful. If you run into any danger, just message me, and I'll have Lao Lang come pick you up. Can't you hope for something good for me? Bayou retorted, what good will Lao Lang do? If I really run into danger, I might have to think of a way to protect him. Due to not having encountered any level 2 monster cores, the Icefield Wolf was still a level 1 monster. Though it had consumed quite a few ice spirit fruits, making it stronger than an ordinary level 1 monster, it would still be overwhelmed by a level 2 monster. Alright, if you're really bored and have nothing to do, then I'll give you some treasure chests to see if you can open a blueprint for a level 6 wooden house for me. As he spoke, Bayou exchanged 50 diamond level treasure chests, and said to Baishirue, enjoy slowly, I'm off to check on the ice spirit fruits now. Since this was only the first day of the disaster, perhaps there weren't too many dangers yet, so Bayou decided to head over to the crooked neck trees first. He also wanted to prevent too many ice spirit fruit saplings from freezing to death, making it difficult for him to report back. This will save me from getting up early tomorrow. Comforting himself with a word, Bayou stood up, tightened his winter down jacket, opened the wooden door, and rushed outside with determination. The biting snowstorm hit his face painfully, and he struggled to open his eyes, looking at the surrounding grayness, feeling a twinge of regret for venturing out. Hastily accessing the system, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the coordinates of himself and the cabin. It should be around here, let's go take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Bayou roughly estimated the direction and started to walk further away. The heavy snowflakes mixed with ice pellets continuously battered against him, forcing him to shield his eyes with his arm. Damn, why does it feel colder and colder? After some time, Bayou felt the dropping temperature around him and couldn't help exhaling a puff of warm breath. He looked around at the still gray surroundings, feeling a bit dazed. Wait, I remember, the crooked neck tree is not far from my cabin. Oh, why does it feel like I've been walking forever without arriving? Bayou glanced around, confirming there was nothing nearby, muttering, could it be that I took the wrong path? Or did I actually not Damn it, when I get back, I must find a way to get something that tells the time. After a moment of grumbling, Bayou gritted his teeth and continued walking in the direction ahead. No, I definitely took the wrong direction. After a long while, Bayou stopped feeling increasingly cold, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that there was already quite a bit of ice forming on his face. He could now confirm that he had definitely gone the wrong way. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long without finding the crooked neck. I can't stay here any longer. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to return to the cabin first and come back to find the crooked neck tree's location once it warmed up. Phew, good thing I have the coordinates. This way I don't have to worry about getting lost on the way back. Bringing up the system's location information, Bayou slowly walked toward the cabin based on the coordinates. Not knowing how long had passed, Bayou was calculating the direction with the coordinates when he suddenly noticed a shadow in the distance. What is that? Straining to open his eyes wider, Bayou felt puzzled. Could it be a monster that the system just refreshed? But why does it look so much like the crooked neck tree? Let's go check it out. Gritting his teeth, Bayou decided to take a look. What if it's a treasure brought by the snowstorm? With that thought, he cautiously walked toward the shadow. As he got closer, Bayou could finally see the shape of the shadow. It was a withered tree, its branches covered in ice and snow, as if it had merged with the heavens and earth. Ayo, brother tree, I finally found you. Bayou never expected to encounter the crooked neck tree here. Hurrying towards the crooked neck tree, he looked at the black frozen earth completely buried in ice and snow, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Oh no, please don't tell me it's all gone. Without a moment's hesitation, Bayou immediately began examining the black frozen earth around the crooked neck tree. Black frozen earth can be planted. Ice spirit fruit, tree seedling, grade epic. Description: a seedling nurtured from the seed of the ice spirit fruit. It can grow into an ice spirit fruit tree. Note: excellent and above ice spirit fruit seedlings can shorten the growth cycle by 10. Epic and above ice spirit fruit seedlings can shorten the growth cycle by 20 and increase the probability of producing high-grade ice spirit fruits. Growth cycle 138. 8 days. Phew. Thankfully they haven't frozen to death. Looking at the many surviving ice spirit fruit seedlings, Bayou let out a long breath. It seems that the higher the quality of the ice spirit fruit seedlings, the higher their resistance to cold. Most of the ice spirit fruit seedlings that were buried and frozen to death were of ordinary quality. As for whether the high-quality ones have frozen to death, he didn't know. Ever since he entrusted the management to Bailinji, he had hardly come here, and he had no idea what grade the ice spirit fruit seedlings were now. The reason he said that the frozen ones were all of ordinary grade was simple. He had checked all the frozen earth, and only found one ordinary grade ice spirit fruit seedling. Forget it, let's just take a photo and head back before they freeze to death. Pulling back his thoughts, Bayou no longer hesitated. After quickly taking a photo, he had no intention of protecting the ice spirit fruit seedlings. Looking at the crooked neck tree before him, he said, "Brother tree, it's too cold here, I won't stay with you any longer. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he walked toward the cabin without looking back. What a joke! If these ice spirit fruit seedlings were gone, he could still replant them, but if he were gone, then he would truly have nothing left. The crooked neck tree was not far from Bayou's cabin, but it still took him an hour and a half to return to his cabin. Phew. Finally back. Closing the wooden door, Bayou let out a long breath, feeling the temperature rising, and casually took out a piece of crimson flame golden tiger meat to roast on the camping iron stove. Alright, tomorrow I will use this picture to fool old Bayou changed into a new winter down jacket, lazily stretched, sat beside the camping iron stove, and looked at the picture in the system, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he was admiring it, a series of system notifications popped up. Lee Musey gifted with 3460, A received with 3460. Lee Musey gifted refined iron 752, received refined iron 752. Lee Musey gifted sand. A series of system notifications made Bayou feel a bit dizzy. After selling everything Lee Musey sent for equivalent exchange, Bayou had just opened Lee Musey's chat window when Bayou, I didn't open a level 6 blueprint, sorry. At that moment, Lee Musey looked apologetically at Bayou's chat window. She had opened 100 diamond grade treasure chests and got quite a few blueprints, but most were furniture and living tools, and she particularly did not get the level 6 wooden cabin blueprint. She had opened 100 diamond grade treasure chests and got quite a few blueprints, but most were furniture and living tools, and she particularly did not. Immediately after, Bayou's message popped up. "It's fine, keep opening. Don't take it too seriously. If you don't get anything, just treat it as fun." After a moment of hesitation, Lee Musey deleted the content in the input box and replied dejectedly, "Forget it, let's wait and open them later." Looking at the 100 diamond grade treasure chests in her backpack, Lee Musey felt a bit frustrated and sighed, helplessly going to the chat channel to see what other players were saying. On the other side, Bayou looked at the message Lee Musey sent, wanting to comfort her with a few words, but ultimately shook his head. He didn't want Lee Musey to care too much about the level 6 wooden cabin blueprint, as it might affect her mood. Let me see what Lee Musey has drawn forth. With a languid stretch, Bayou idly opened the equivalence exchange system, curious to discover what Lee Musey had obtained. Truly worthy of the diagram, Saint Body. Gazing at the numerous new item blueprints newly appearing in the equivalence exchange system, Bayou couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Though he hadn't acquired the level 6 wooden hut blueprint he'd hoped for, he felt profoundly satisfied. These furniture blueprints were perfect for furnishing his wooden abode. Especially the lamp blueprints. With them, he would no longer need to rely on the dim glow of his camping iron stove. By comparison, the tool blueprints struck him as utterly superfluous. After all, Bayou had no intention of venturing out to gather resources. And as for minerals, he'd already exchanged ample quantities in the trade district. Oh, a dagger blueprint. His eyes lit up as he scrolled through the list. Unexpectedly, a close combat weapon blueprint had appeared. Cost 5000 EMC coins. Reward 1 diamond flame tiger dagger blueprint. Without hesitation, he redeemed the dagger blueprint. But rather than inspecting its details immediately, he continued browsing the other blueprints available in the system. A shield. Not bad at all. I'll take one. Cost 1000 EMC coins. Reward 1 shield blueprint. Beyond the dagger blueprint, the shield blueprint delighted him most. It would elevate his defensive capabilities by an entire. Most of the required materials were already unlocked. The few remaining unobtainable ones were trivial resources of negligible practical value. He gave them only a cursory glance before exiting the equivalence exchange system. Let's see what ingredients these two items demand for synthesis. Staring at the two blueprints nestled in his inventory, Bayou eagerly examined them. Diamond Flame Tiger Dagger blueprint description yields the Diamond Flame Tiger Dagger. A versatile blade equally adept at felling trees and slicing melons, yet also formidable in close quarters combat. An indispensable companion for domestic life travel, or even more nefarious pursuits. Materials required: refined iron 10, a Diamond Flame Tiger Claw 1, a deep sea sunken wood 1 dagger blueprint 1. Note this blueprint requires a workbench for crafting. A workbench. Bayou furrowed his brow. Never before had he encountered an item whose creation hinged upon such a tool. This was his first time encountering an item that demanded a workbench. No matter, I haven't encountered a Diamond Flame Tiger yet anyway. Even with a workbench it would be useless. Shaking his head, he stowed away the Diamond Flame Tiger Dagger blueprint and turned his attention to the shield blueprint. Shield blueprint description yields a sturdy shield primarily designed for defense against incoming attacks. Materials required: refined iron 20, timber 10, or shield blueprint 1. Note this blueprint requires a workbench for crafting. Damn it, another workbench-dependent blueprint. Reading the shield's description, Bayou sighed inwardly. After finally stumbling upon two combat-oriented blueprints, he could only gaze at them helplessly. Ugh, I'll ask Muzi if he can procure a workbench blueprint for me. Unlike the Diamond Flame Tiger Dagger, Bayou actually possessed all the materials needed for the shield. The workbench bottleneck left him distinctly frustrated. This shield's description is absurdly brief, just one sentence. He grumbled aloud. probably as underwhelming as the wooden hoe. Simple materials, terse description. By past experience it was likely mediocre. That realization offered him faint consolation. If it truly matched the wooden hoe's caliber, it might as well not exist. Shaking his head, he resold both blueprints back into the equivalence exchange system, yawned widely, and casually picked up a piece of crimson flame golden tiger meat from his camping iron stove. As he ate, Bayou opened the global chat channel to observe other players' circumstances. Holy hell, the forest is uninhabitable. A snake thicker than my head just scared the wits out of me. Same here. I've got a tiger-like monster loitering right outside my door. What the hell? Is this a natural disaster? Since when do monsters count as calamities? How are you faring elsewhere? Don't even ask. My settlement's still buried in a sandstorm. My wooden hut's rattling like it's about to splinter. Tide's already up to my knees. I wonder how long until it drowns me. Monsters. Nothing to fear. I just defeated a level 3 demon sovereign tiger. Barely broke a sweat. Whoa. Is that Master John? No wonder he's a legend. I struggle against level 2 monsters, yet he's already taking down level 3 ones. Master, does your settlement still accept recruits? Could you mentor me? I'm slender-waisted and broad-hipped. I'd bear your offspring without complaint. The moment John spoke, the chat shifted instantly, from discussing disasters to showering him with a few. Bayou frowned faintly, his temples throbbing. Could that guy also be consuming ice spirit fruits daily? Even with his own daily regimen of ice spirit fruits, he barely managed to defeat the weakest level 3 monsters. Yet John had done the same with ease. And judging by its name alone, the demon sovereign tiger vastly surpassed the jungle wolf in power. Could he possibly possess an SSS rank combat aptitude? Bayou murmured incredulously. Aside from that, he could conceive no other explanation. Humph. Even with an SSS rank aptitude, I refuse to believe superior resources won't tip the scales in my favor. Possessing the same SSS rank aptitude, Bayou refused to concede superiority to John. Once epic tier ice spirit fruits became available, each granting 5 constitution, he was certain that 60 points per day would eclipse John's prowess. But then again, how does one augment spiritual strength alongside constitution? He opened his character interface and scratched his head, staring at his stagnant spiritual strength value of 12. His inventory already held hundreds of resource types, yet none enhanced spiritual strength. I could consult Yunruashi. Perhaps she knows something. A spark ignited in his eyes. After all, her unique talent granted foresight into future events. Are you online? I have a question to ask. He swiftly located her chat window and sent the message. Go ahead, came her reply moments later. Approximately 1 minute elapsed before Yunruashi's response appeared. Do you know how to increase spiritual attribute? Bayou typed rapidly. Also, what exactly does spiritual attribute do? Constitution bolstered physical might. But what function did spiritual attribute serve? Could it truly enable soul-level assaults? Enhancing mental attributes. Upon seeing Bayou's message, Yunruashi was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, it's simple. Just like physical attributes, it can be enhanced through heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Certain specific monster meats can also enhance mental attributes, such as those from monsters with strong mental properties. Alternatively, you can also cultivate certain remnants related to mental attributes to enhance them. Remnants. What is that? Seemingly seeing through Bayou's thoughts, Yunruashi continued to send, don't think about, why not? Remnants can only be obtained through rewards from secret realms, chests, and wild monsters can. Moreover, secret realms will only officially open after the calamity ends, and at that time, they will randomly refresh in various corners of the continent. In other words, if you want to increase your mental attributes now, there are only 2 ways. Firstly, your innate talent can enhance all attributes. I can tell you about your old friend John. Although I don't know the specifics of his talent, I can confirm that his talent allows for an enhancement of all attributes, and it's a permanent increase. Aside from your innate talent, the only way is to consume monsters or some spirit treasures like the ice spirit fruit. Looking at the message sent by Yunruashi, Bayou suddenly understood. No wonder that guy John can solo level 3 monsters. It turns out his talent can permanently increase attributes. I wonder if there's a daily limit to his attribute increases, otherwise that would be a bit ridiculous. Bayou murmured. If John's talent can increase attributes without limit, that wouldn't be good news for him considering the grudges they've built. So what are the uses of mental attributes? No longer entangled, Bayou asked Yunruashi. Like physical attributes, they enhance combat power, but they differ in direction. Physical attributes pertain to speed and strength, while mental attributes allow for prolonged combat. Not only that, mental attributes can also enhance certain specific innate abilities. For example, if you have a combat enhancement type talent, the higher your mental attributes, the stronger your enhancement effect will be, and it will last longer. I see. Looking at the message sent by Yunruashi, Bayou nodded in understanding, gaining some insight into innate. However, what left him helpless was that he currently had no way to enhance his mental attributes. Forget it, I won't think about it. Let's wait until the calamity ends and check out a couple of secret realms. Now that I know about the secret realms, I definitely need to prepare well. Perhaps I can reap the first wave of benefits. Thinking this way, Bayou stopped dwelling on it, lazily stretching, and just as he was about to continue browsing the chat channel, he saw a message from Baishure popping up. Brother, I found a lot of good things that I think you definitely need. How about this, you give me 10 bags of chips, and I'll give you the stuff. Wicked smile. Looking at Baiziru's message, Bai Yu replied nonchalantly, what good things did you find? Let me see if it's worth spending 10 bags of chips. Letting Bai Shirue open a diamond-level treasure chest is just to keep her entertained, so Bai Yu didn't care what she opened. It would be best if she found something good, but it didn't matter if she didn't. How about gold the size of a pebble? Does that count as a good find? What kind of good find is that? If you want it, I can easily get you 2 pebbles that big. Gold is scarce in this world, but Bai Yu had already exchanged it in the trading area, so he didn't care. Hey brother, I have more, a kitchen knife. The introduction said it's a very powerful weapon. With this knife you might be able to kill level 3 monsters in the future. That must be a treasure, right? A kitchen knife. Bai Yu was indifferent. If it was just an ordinary knife, it was essentially no different from an iron axe, and it might even be less convenient than an iron axe. No thanks, I have an axe. This thing isn't very useful to me. Bai Yu lazily stretched and quickly sent, do you have any good items? Or I might log off. None, I only opened 20, and these are the only 2 good items. Yet you don't like either. Speechless. You blame me for your bad luck. Bai Yu chuckled and shook his head, exchanging 10 bags of chips to send to Bai Shirue, saying, alright, I've sent the chips. Hurry up and send me the items, and I'll exchange them for EMC coins to continue trading for you. Got it, brother, I'm sending you the items now. As Bai Shirue's message popped up, Bai Yes backpack increased with a lot of resources. While this girl has good luck, she managed to get 2 blueprints out. Looking at the blueprints in his backpack, Bai Yu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Bai Shirue to be able to obtain blueprints. Curiously, Bai Yu sold other resources for equivalent exchange, and then eagerly looked at the blueprints information. Workbench introduction can produce a workbench. Having a workbench allows you to create more items. Materials required would 50, a workbench blueprint 1. What? A workbench? Looking at the blueprint information, Bai Yes' eyes lit up, unable to suppress a grin. He didn't expect that the workbench he had been longing for would arrive so quickly. Sis, I'll send you some snacks, just tell me what you want to eat in the future. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Yu exchanged all the snacks he could redeem and packaged them to send to Bai Shirue. After doing all this, he directly logged out of the system, eagerly exchanging for 50 units of wood to create the workbench. Workbench quality none. Introduction, simply click on the workbench, and if you have enough materials you can create all craftable items. While you can create all craftable items. Looking at the workbench's introduction, which was just a simple sentence, Bai Yu couldn't help but be astonished. With a sigh, Bai Yu exchanged for the shield blueprint and the materials needed for the shield, eagerly starting to craft. Is it really as simple as tapping once? Bai Yu was a bit perplexed as he looked at the workbench. According to the system's description, he lightly tapped the workbench, and then a blue virtual screen appeared before him. As Bai Yu placed the shield blueprint on it, the blue screen displayed the types and quantities of resources required for the shield. Should I just click to combine it? Clicking to combine the fine iron and wood in, Bai Yes backpack disappeared, and with a flash of white light a shield appeared in Bai Yes backpack. Shield grade none. Introduction, can withstand all attacks. What a... Bai Yu was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes as he rubbed them. To resist all attacks. How 20 units of refined iron and 10 units of wood can create such a powerful item? The cost-performance ratio is astonishing. Taking out the shield and casually playing with it, Bai Yu sold it for an equivalent exchange. Sold shield 1, received 2,000 EMC coins. Nice. It's only worth 2,000 EMC coins. Doesn't that mean it's another treasure for getting rich? Bai Yu believed that if such a high-level defensive weapon were listed in the trading area, even if it were priced at 10,000 EMC coins, it would be snatched up. Should I test if this thing really can resist all attacks? Bai Yu still found it hard to believe the shield's value could be so high. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yu decided to give it a try to avoid any mishaps while fighting monsters. With that thought, he took out the shield and propped it against the wooden wall. Huff! Taking a deep breath and striking a combat pose, Bai Yu focused his gaze and unleashed a punch. Bang! With a resounding bang, the shield perfectly withstood Bai Yes' attack. It really blocked it. Looking at the unscathed shield, Bai Yes' eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but smile. To be safe, he suppressed his excitement, held the shield in his hand, and checked its information. Shield grade none. Description, can resist all attacks. Durability, 99,100. Seeing the sudden appearance of the durability attribute, Bai Yu scratched his head, realizing that the shield wasn't as invincible as he had imagined. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Durability didn't affect the shield's value. He could easily refresh its durability through equivalent exchange. Whether it was because his strength was insufficient or the shield lost a bit of durability with each hit, it had only lost. But speaking of which, since the shield has durability, shouldn't the crystal bow and iron axe have durability too? Bai Yu pondered as he sold the shield for equivalent exchange. Previously, he hadn't paid attention to the durability attribute, since each time he used the crystal bow and iron axe, it was during combat. Once the battle ended, he would directly sell the crystal bow and iron axe for EMC coins, and by the time he took them out again, they were brand new. Forget it, enough thinking. I'll just deliver these shields to a few of them first. Shaking his head, Bai Yu recalled his thoughts and exchanged 8 shields, distributing them to Li Muzi and the others. After doing all this, he lazily stretched, feeling well fed, and directly lay down on his bed. After replenishing the resources in the trading area, he had nothing to do, so he began to search for furniture blueprints in the equivalent exchange. Now that he had a workbench and wasn't short on resources, Bayou naturally wanted to enhance his quality of life. Especially regarding lighting, he didn't want to rely on the faint glow of the camping iron stove every night. Determined, Bayou decisively crafted all the furniture blueprints. Table. Sit. I want to eat at the table. Luxurious, big bed. Make it. What wooden bed? It hurts my back at night. Television. Make it. What do you mean no power, no signal? I just want to watch TV. About 5 minutes later, Bayou's backpack contained over 20 pieces of furniture resources, even including a refrigerator. Moreover, Bayou was satisfied only after upgrading each piece of furniture to epic quality. In this way, even without electricity, they could still function normally. Arranging these pieces of furniture neatly, the originally spacious wooden house suddenly felt crowded. Now this feels like home. Looking at the bright wooden house, Bayou lay on the soft bed and stretched contentedly. It's a pity that I can't watch TV, otherwise it would be perfect. In order to watch TV, I must have the corresponding media resources, otherwise turning it on would just yield a bunch of garbled characters. Bayou packaged up all the furniture resources and sent several portions to Lee Musi, and others then lay on the bed leisurely while browsing the chat channel. While scrolling, a message from Yun Ruashi popped up. Bayou, a disaster event will occur at your place tonight. You'd better be prepared. Upon reading the message, Bayou was momentarily, disaster? Isn't that what they are experiencing now? Isn't today the first day of the disaster? Bayou couldn't help but ask curiously. No, the disaster is a special event among natural disasters that randomly selects a player to undergo large-scale monster invasions. Players can only survive by successfully resisting the monster tide. Those who cannot resist will be torn apart. Looking at the message from Yun Ruashi, Bayou frowned. The monster tide. He had no issues with that, but what about Lee Musi and the others? Wait, didn't Yun Ruashi just say it's targeted at a specific player? Hold on, what will happen to other players nearby? As Bayou sent the message, he anxiously awaited Yun Ruaxi's reply. If there are other players nearby, as long as they don't attack the monsters won't proactively attack them or their wooden houses. But if other players actively participate, the monsters will also target them. Seeing Yun Ruaxi's reply, Bayou let out a long breath. As long as the monsters didn't actively attack Lee Musi and the others, it would be fine. Okay, I understand. I won't talk to you anymore, I need to prepare. With a quick greeting, Bayou switched to the chat window of Lee Musi and the others, quickly sending. There will be a monster attack tonight. Remember to stay in the wooden house and don't come out. As long as you don't go out and don't attack the monsters, they won't proactively attack you. Okay. Looking at Lee Musi and the others' replies, Bayou let out a long sigh. Prepare, monster tide. I hope for more level 2 monsters. If so, maybe I can get a level 2 monster core. Stretching lazily, Bayou wasn't worried. As long as no particularly powerful level 3 monsters appeared, they posed. In fact, he hoped for more level 2 monsters. If luck wasn't enough, he could just rely on quantity. With that thought, Bayou secretly looked forward to the disaster. Rather than waiting idly, I'd better take a nap and rest up for tonight's disaster. Yawning, Bayou lay back down. After an unknown amount of time, a familiar system voice echoed in Bayou's mind. Dear player Bayou, hello, congratulations on being selected to participate in the special event Disaster. Please prepare yourself. During the calamity, you will experience 10 waves of monster attacks, each wave growing stronger. Due to the current low average registration of players, the upper limit for monsters in this calamity is level 3. Each successful defense against a monster attack will reward you handsomely, and only after successfully defending against 10 attacks can you claim your reward. If you fail to defend, this system wishes you good luck here. Are we about to start? Bayou stared blankly ahead, and after a few breaths, he stretched contentedly, waking himself up a bit. Listening to the sound of the blizzard outside, he felt a bit confused. Wasn't it supposed to have started? Why was it so? Shaking his head, Bayou decided to take out some Crimson Flame golden tiger meat to eat. The calamity will begin in 10 minutes. Good luck to the players. While eating, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. 10 minutes, huh? As he ate the meat, Bayou mumbled, just in time to finish and do some warm-up exercises. I wonder if the blizzard will stop. Having eaten his fill, Bayou stood up and walked slowly out of the wooden house. The moment he opened the door, a bone-chilling cold rushed in, making Bayou shiver involuntarily. Tisk, it looks like the blizzard won't stop anytime soon. Stepping out of the wooden house, Bayou squinted into the distance, aided by his flashlight. At this moment, the blizzard showed no signs of abating, and the temperature around him felt even colder than during the day. He scanned his surroundings and found no traces of any monsters. After doing some simple stretches to warm up, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. They're coming. His enhanced physique made Bayou's senses particularly sharp. Listening to the footsteps getting closer, he focused on the source of the sound. He saw a pair of eerie green pupils that stood out in the darkness. He might want to see what this so-called calamity monster is. As the oil green pupils drew closer, before he could check the monster's information through the system, a familiar figure appeared in the flashlight's beam. It was a large cat covered in jade-colored short fur, casually walking towards him. Hey, brother leopard. Seeing the approaching frost snow leopard, Bayou did not let down his guard. Who knew if this snow leopard was a calamity? For safety, Bayou quickly accessed the system to check the information on the frost snow leopard. Level 3 monster, frost snow leopard. Grade epic. Attributes: ice dark. Skills unknown. Description: a level 3 epic monster with ice and dark attributes lurking in extremely cold regions, a solitary hunter with strong concealment abilities due to its dark attribute. Extremely high attack power and explosive strength, it can often achieve a one-hit kill on its prey. It seems to contain a trace of a special bloodline hinting at a chance of evolution. Perhaps I could try to help it and tame it. It's a level 3 monster, and it seems there are no changes in its attributes and description. Seeing that the Frost Snow Leopard showed no intention to attack, you felt a bit relieved. Wait, Brother Leopard. As the Frost Snow Leopard approached, you hurriedly took out an ice spirit fruit and carefully tossed it in front of the Frost Snow Leopard, watching its reaction closely. Roar! The Frost Snow Leopard looked confused at the ice spirit fruit before it. Why was this little brother here today, personally showing up to bring it ice spirit fruits? But why did it feel a bit wary? Without thinking too much, the Frost Snow Leopard swallowed the ice spirit fruit, wondering if Bayou was in some sort of trouble. Hey, Brother Leopard, it's really you. Seeing the Frost Snow Leopard swallow the ice spirit fruit, Bayou finally let down his guard. Such a glutton must be the Frost Snow Leopard he recognized. What surprised Bayou was that despite the blizzard, the Frost Snow Leopard had managed to come here on time to ask him for ice spirit. It seemed that the blizzard didn't affect it much. If he could keep it around to help him deal with the calamity monsters, wouldn't that be? Oh, whoa! A loud roar from afar interrupted Bayou's thoughts. Both he and the Snow Leopard instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, only to see dozens of crimson pupils rapidly approaching them. These should be the monsters from the calamity. Watching the rapidly approaching crimson pupils, Bayou shone his flashlight at them. At the forefront was a large ice wolf that appeared to be about the same size as the current old wolf, with strong limbs and terrifyingly large fangs. Behind it followed dozens of much smaller ice wolves. Level 1 monster, Ice Wolf King, grade ordinary. Attributes: ice. Skills unknown. Description: a low-level level 1 monster, an ordinary ice attribute monster, significantly stronger than an average ice wolf, barely qualifying as a top-level monster among level 1 monsters. Monsters from the calamity cannot be tamed. Note: monsters generated during the calamity increase all attributes by 10 and are unaffected by natural disasters. Tisk, what a pity can't tame them, otherwise I could make them submit to accompany the old wolf. Looking at the Ice Wolf King's introduction, Bayou clicked his tongue in disappointment. It seemed that his wolf pack plan would have to. However, the Ice Wolf King before him was just a level 1 monster, and even with the 10 attribute increase due to the calamity, it could only be considered slightly larger waste. Humph. As the Ice Wolf pack approached, Bayou snorted coldly. Just as he prepared to take out his crystal bow to shoot them, he saw the Frost Snow Leopard suddenly transform into a shadow. Before he could react, the Frost Snow Leopard had already reached the front of the Ice Wolf pack. Roar! The Frost Snow Leopard casually slapped the Ice Wolf King's head. Bang! With a loud bang, the Ice Wolf King's head was smashed by the Frost Snow Leopard. Its body, propelled by inertia, ran a few meters before crashing down. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Wolf King and the other Ice Wolves were killed by the Frost Snow Leopard. Bayou stared blankly at the scene before him, initially stunned before quickly reacting. Brother Leopard, you're awesome. Putting away his crystal bow, Bayou had no intention of taking action, excitedly shouting from in front of the wooden house. What a joke if someone had the Snow Leopard doing the fighting. What was there for him to fear? It seemed he could completely relax during this calamity. As for monsters that the Frost Snow Leopard couldn't handle, he didn't need to worry about them at all. He just had to think about how to run. Brother Leopard, this is an ice spirit fruit. Please eat it first. There will be more monsters later. Can you help me out? The Frost Snow Leopard looked disdainfully at the corpse of the Icefield Wolf before it filled with contempt. Did you not see me eating? Why are you howling so loudly? At the same time, it understood why the little brother had just been wary of it. It must be because this group of creatures frequently harassed him after it left. Watching the excited Bayou running over the Frost Snow Leopard cast him a faint glance. The little brother still hadn't seen much of the world. It was just an Icefield Wolf, a basic practice, nothing special. Brother Leopard, here are today's ice spirit fruits. Bayou hurriedly ran to the Frost Snow Leopard's side, taking out 9 ice spirit fruits and placing them in front of it, looking very eager to please. Roar! The Frost Snow Leopard nodded in satisfaction. The little brother was indeed considerate. It patted Bayou's shoulder just as it was about to eat the ice spirit fruits when roars echoed from afar. It irritably raised its head and looked in the direction of the sound. There, a group of Icefield magic bears was roaring as they charged towards them. What the? More than 20. Bayou roughly calculated, and was pleasantly surprised to see no less than 20 Icefield magic bears. This was only the second wave. If the numbers kept increasing, wouldn't that mean he had a great chance of obtaining a magic beast spirit core today? Unlike Bayou, the Frost Snow Leopard was exceptionally irritable at this moment. What was going on today? Couldn't it just have a quiet meal? Indicating for Bayou to keep an eye on the ice spirit fruits, it glared at the surrounding Icefield magic bears and let out a furious roar, its form turning into a shadow that vanished into the night. Wow, Brother Leopard, amazing. You are my god. Bayou stood aside, becoming a cheerleader. With each appearance of the Frost Snow Leopard, an Icefield magic bear would collapse. In just a few breaths, all 20 or so Icefield magic bears were killed by the Frost Snow Leopard. Casting a faint glance at the corpses of the ice-field magic bears around the frost snow leopard was about to eat the ice spirit fruits when a group of more than 10 creatures resembling penguins charged in from the distance. They moved slowly, almost sluggishly, but were remarkably synchronized like machines. Huh, what are those? Bayou, curious about the oddly walking frost snow penguins, instinctively checked the information. Level 2 magic creature Ice Spirit Goose Grade Ordinary. Attributes Ice Spirit. Skills unknown. Description: a level 2 low-grade magic creature, an ordinary ice attribute creature with average attributes, but seems to possess some special skills. Creatures born from disasters untrainable. No creatures generated during a disaster have their attributes increased by 10 and are not affected by natural disasters. Special skills. Bayou was taken aback, wanting to warn the frost snow leopard to be cautious, but saw it charge to goo goo goo. The ice spirit geese stopped their movements as they looked at the charging frost snow leopard, crimson pupils flickering, and a strange cry echoed. Hiss! A sharp pain surged, and Bayou felt as if his head would explode at any moment. Clutching his head, he collapsed in the snow, his vision distorting. The originally mechanical and eerie ice spirit geese vanished, replaced by giant penguins towering over 100 meters, their crimson eyes surrounding him while emitting eerie laughter. Damn, what kind of broken skill is this? Seeing the enormous ice spirit goose before him, Bayou realized he must have fallen victim to that so-called special skill. Not knowing how long had passed, Bayou endured the splitting headache and stood up, eager to examine closely, but saw the body of the giant magic goose begin to crumble before him. After about 10 breaths, the giant magic goose completely vanished, and once again the scene of a blizzard appeared before him. Huff! Curled up in the snow, Bayou gasped for breath, completely unaware that the frost snow leopard had gone completely berserk. As a level 3 magic creature, the frost snow leopard, which contained special bloodlines, was naturally immune to the mental attacks of the ice spirit geese. In its eyes, the slowly moving and mechanical ice spirit geese were even weaker than the previous level 1 icefield magic bears. Therefore, in just a breath, the ice spirit geese were effortlessly killed. However, just as it finished off the ice spirit geese, a new batch of magic creatures approached from afar. Though it did not understand why there were so many magic creatures tonight, since it had consumed quite a lot from the little brother, it naturally had to help him deal with these troubles. Not to mention, it still owed the little brother a level 2 magic creature's spirit core. Although level 2 magic creatures during disasters had a 10 increase in all attributes, they were still completely crushed by the frost snow leopard. As the frost snow leopard dealt with the last level 2 magic creature, the frost poison scorpion, a furious roar came from afar. Following that, a massive giant elephant charged over. Feeling the similar aura emanating from it, the frost snow leopard's gaze became serious. The giant elephant appeared to be over 20 meters tall, its huge tusks nearly a meter long, looking extremely terrifying. Roar! Looking at the approaching giant elephant, the frost snow leopard let out a roar and quickly charged at it. Roar! The giant elephant's eyes flashed with disdain. A small snow leopard dared to attack it. Thud, thud, thud. With each step the giant elephant took, deep pits appeared in the snow, and its massive tusks stabbed fiercely at the frost snow leopard. Faced with the giant elephant's attack, the frost snow leopard remained calm, dodging swiftly, its sharp claws striking down hard. However, the frost snow leopard's attack only left a few scratches on the giant elephant, not even piercing its skin. Before it could continue its assault, the giant elephant's long trunk swung toward it. Seeing this, the frost snow leopard could only rely on its agility to evade the attack. Creating some distance, the frost snow leopard and the giant elephant did not continue their attacks, but stared intently at each other. Clearly the opponent's strength was much greater than it had imagined. Roar! After a breath, the frost snow leopard's right paw condensed with ice blue energy, and it vanished into the night. When it reappeared, it was behind the giant elephant. The ice blue claws fiercely struck down at the giant elephant's rear, leaving a few scratch marks with a faint flow of liquid. The giant elephant could not react in time, only forming an ice armor after the frost snow leopard had left. It warily gazed at the frost snow leopard. Although the previous attack had just broken its defense, it was enough to make it alert. The frost snow leopard before its eyes seemed far stronger than it had imagined. For safety, the giant elephant did not remove its ice armor to avoid another sudden attack from the frost snow leopard. Seeing this, a hint of mockery flashed in the frost snow leopard's eyes, and it dashed towards the giant elephant again. Unlike before, its several attacks were merely ordinary strikes without releasing any skills. In contrast, the giant elephant had to maintain its ice armor, continuously consuming much more energy. Roar! Unlike the frost snow leopard, the giant elephant felt extremely frustrated at this moment. The flea before it couldn't withstand a single attack, yet it never expected that the frost snow leopard was merely incessantly harassing it. Whenever it dispelled its ice armor, the frost snow leopard would once again unleash that blue ice claw skill to attack. This rapid switching forced it to maintain its ice armor for defense. Each of its attacks could be easily dodged by the frost snow leopard. Besides feeling frustrated, it was also slightly bewildered. It had encountered frost snow leopards before, but this was the first one capable of breaking through its defenses. Roar! With a furious roar, the giant elephant's momentum suddenly surged, a powerful force erupt. Giant Spirit's Fury. This was its only area effect skill, gathering all its strength to release a shockwave, dealing immense damage to its enemies. It couldn't believe that the Frost Snow Leopard could dodge this. The body of the Frost Snow Leopard halted midair, forcibly twisting its form to run in the direction of Baiyu. It could sense the terror of that power. If hit, its little brother would be severely injured if not dead. At this moment, Baiyu, lying in the snow, had just regained consciousness and saw the Frost Snow Leopard pouncing towards him. Behind the Frost Snow Leopard was an extremely terrifying force emitting dazzling white light in the darkness. What the hell? Exclaiming in shock, Baiyu disregarded everything else and hurriedly took out his shield to block between himself and the Frost Snow Leopard. At the same time, the giant spirit's fury reached completion, and a dazzling white shockwave rapidly surged outward from the giant elephant. As the shockwave passed, the corpses of other magical creatures along the way were instantly turned to ash. Boom. Listening to the booming sound in his ears, Baiyu felt a surge of tension. He just hoped that the shield in his hands could withstand this attack. The white shockwave lasted for about a minute before gradually dissipating. I survived. Hiding behind the shield, Baiyu let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the Frost Snow Leopard, having flashed past, charged towards the giant elephant. At this moment, the giant elephant, just having unleashed its ultimate move, and in a weakened state, had not even had time to feel pleased before a dark shadow came racing towards it. Seeing this, the giant elephant's crimson gaze was filled with terror. It couldn't understand why its attack hadn't killed the Frost Snow Leopard. The Frost Snow Leopard gave it no time to ponder, its claws glowing with blue light, as it fiercely attacked the giant elephant. The giant spirit's fury had already consumed a massive amount of the giant elephant's energy, and it was now unable to release its ice armor. Faced with the Frost Snow Leopard's attack, it could only rely on its body to withstand the blow. What the heck? What kind of creature is this? Baiyu watched the giant elephant battling the Frost Snow Leopard from a distance, unable to suppress a gulp. Was that last attack really unleashed by this creature? As he thought this, he instinctively checked the giant elephant's information. Level 3 magical creature, Giant Spirit Elephant, Great Epic. Attributes, Ice, Earth, Rock. Skills, Giant Spirit's Fury, Ice Armor. Description, a level 3 epic magical creature possessing attributes of Ice, Earth, and Rock. The absolute overlord of the tundra with ultimate strength and defense, capable of crushing everything. In the Calamity, magical creatures are untamable. Fortunately, the Frost Snow Leopard is here, otherwise I might have been done for. Looking at the information of the giant spirit elephant, Baiyu spoke with lingering fear. He could barely contend with some weak level 3 magical creatures, and he definitely couldn't take on something as dominant as the giant spirit elephant. However, the fact that the Frost Snow Leopard can overpower the giant spirit elephant means I don't need to worry too much. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, Baiyu kept an eye on the battle between the Frost Snow Leopard and the giant spirit elephant, while checking the information on his shield. He wanted to see how much durability the shield had lost from withstanding the giant spirit elephant's attack. Shield, great. Description, can withstand all attacks. Durability, 99,100. 1 point of durability. Baiyu's pupils widened, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, he couldn't help but smile. The attack just now was undoubtedly the strongest he had ever encountered. If that only cost the shield a little durability, then didn't that mean the shield's damage was fixed at that point? I have to thank that big fellow for helping me test this out. Hiding behind the shield, Baiyu cheered loudly for the Frost Snow Leopard as he watched the distant battle. Currently, the Frost Snow Leopard completely suppressed the giant spirit elephant. As time progressed, the scratches on the giant spirit elephant's body increased, and some even leaked blood. Roar. After about half an hour, the giant spirit elephant could no longer withstand the Frost Snow Leopard's attacks, letting out a mournful cry as it fell to the ground. At the moment the giant spirit elephant collapsed, a voice echoed in Baiyu's mind. Congratulations to player Baiyu for successfully resisting the calamity. Since you were the second player to do so, your reward is boosted by 10. Reward, diamond level treasure chest 1. Only a 10 increase for this. Listening to the event reward in his mind, Baiyu's previously hopeful gaze was now filled with disbelief. He had thought it would be something great, but it turned out to be just a diamond treasure chest. What a stingy reward. He muttered, standing up and quickly running to the side of the Frost Snow Leopard. Brother Leopard, you're amazing. Even such a big guy couldn't defeat you. Looking at the vigilant Frost Snow Leopard, Baiyu immediately took out 9 ice spirit fruits, showering it with compliments. Roar. Hearing Baiyu's praise, the Frost Snow Leopard was quite pleased. After confirming the giant spirit elephant was truly dead, it eagerly devoured the ice spirit fruits. That last battle had also taken a significant toll on it, so it was perfect to eat the ice spirit fruits to replenish its stamina. Brother Leopard, since we work so well together, why don't you just stay with me? Baiyu tempted. Just think about it, the two of us could wreak havoc in this snowfield together. With the strength of the Frost Snow Leopard, it should be one of the top existences among level 3 magical creatures. If he could keep it around, wouldn't he then have nothing to fear? Roar. Listening to Baiyu's words, the Frost Snow Leopard shook its head, swallowed the last ice spirit fruit, then dragged the corpse of the giant spirit elephant and disappeared into the snowy night. Tisk, it seems I still have to wait a bit longer. Letting out a helpless sigh, Bayu lazily stretched and stopped dwelling on it, quickly running towards the wooden house behind him. Looking at the severely damaged wooden house nearly destroyed, Bayu took out repair materials to fix it before leisurely. Phew, I'm exhausted. Lying on the bed, Bayu stretched contentedly, recalling the recent battle, feeling a bit. I must find a way to improve my mental attributes. It's a pity that the corpses of the monsters in the disaster were shattered by the giant spirit elephant, who otherwise the ice spirit magic goose might have gained a mental attribute. Bayu sighed helplessly. The ice spirit magic goose was the first monster he encountered that possessed mental attacks. If it weren't for the frost snow leopard, he might have perished under the mental assault of the ice spirit magic goose, as the shield only defends against physical attacks. Faced with such an invisible and intangible mental skill, with his current mental attribute, he could only be at the mercy of others. However, speaking of which, although I have been on standby, the frost snow leopard has not stopped. This is only the second place. Who could be the first? Recalling the system's announcement just moments ago, Bayu couldn't help but ponder, murmuring, could it be that John was also chosen to participate in the disaster? Or is there another expert? After thinking it over, Bayu still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to enter the chat channel to see if anyone else was participating in the disaster like him. Damn. Brothers, I just survived the disaster, and the system notified me that I ranked second, giving me 2 golden treasure chests. I'm taking off. Wait, you're also second. Why did my notification say I was second too? I also got 2 golden treasure chests. What are you talking about? What disaster? New feature. Damn. We're the same. That second level monster was so fierce it nearly killed me, but I survived. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, Bayu's mouth twitched. So it's a system bug, huh? I thought that guy John really participated. Turns out it's just the damn system malfunctioning. With a complaint, Bayu noticed a slight difference through the chat of other players. While the system notifications were the same, the rewards received were quite different. Other players only received 1 or 2 golden treasure chests, while he received a diamond treasure chest. Moreover, other players mostly faced second-level monsters, while he had to confront a third-level monster. It seems the system generates different monsters based on players' strengths. Thinking of this, Bayu shook his head, feeling a bit fortunate, and said, fortunately the frost snow leopard is here, otherwise I would have to expend a lot of effort. Retracting his thoughts, Bayu exited the system, stretched lazily, and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already noon the next day, and Bayu's head felt dazed, looking as if he hadn't woken up. Tisk, let's quickly open some secret realms and find a way to enhance my mental attributes. Shaking his dazed head, Bayu suddenly realized this might be a side effect left by the ice spirit magic goose from last night. After a quick wash to freshen himself up, he ate something while replying to the message sent by Limuzi. Bayu, I think I heard a lot of monster sounds yesterday, as if they were coming from your side. Are you okay? Don't scare me. Are you still not awake? Reply to me when you wake up. Bayu, are you awake? Looking at the messages from Limuzi, Bayu quickly replied, I'm fine. It's just that the monsters were too loud last night, and I didn't sleep well. I just woke up and my head hurts a bit. We'll take it. As long as you're fine, then sleep. I won't disturb you. Seeing the almost instant reply, Bayu didn't respond. After eating his fill and finishing off 10 ice spirit fruits, he scrolled through the chat channel and fell into a deep sleep again. Waking up again, it was already deep into the night. He stretched contentedly, and a system notification popped up. Player Limuzi gifted pain relief medicine 1. Just in time. You take the pain relief medicine for now, and it'll give you the other resources once your mental state improves. Looking at the suddenly popped-up message, Bayu was taken aback at first, then smiled. Just as he was about to reply, there was a knock on the door. Huh, is it already midnight? Hearing the knock, Bayu quickly put on his clothes and ran down from the bed. Seeing the frost snow leopard at the door, he immediately took out 10 ice spirit fruits. However, to his surprise, the frost snow leopard did not eat the ice spirit fruits directly as usual, but instead spat out something resembling a crystal before leisurely eating the ice spirit fruits. The crystal was about the size of a walnut, presenting an ice blue color and emitting a faint glow. What is this? Bayu was momentarily stunned, instinctively checking its information. Second-level monster spirit core, quality epic. Attribute ice. Description: the spirit core dropped by the second-level monster illusion ice, beast containing ice attribute spiritual energy, which can be used to enhance players' attributes, build tools, upgrade pet levels, and many other wonderful uses. A second-level monster spirit core. Bayu's pupils widened and joy was evident on his face. With this, he could upgrade the Ice Plains Wolf to the second level. Got it, thanks brother leopard. Eagerly putting the second-level monster spirit core into his bag, Bayu began to play with it with great interest. This thing can also enhance attributes. I wonder if there are any restrictions. Recalling the information from just now, Bayu's lips curled up, suppressing his excitement, and continued to persuade. Brother leopard, the weather is getting colder. Why don't you agree to stay? You see, the frost snow leopard had become accustomed to Bayu's persuasion, directly ignoring him, finished eating the ice spirit fruits, greeted Bayu, and disappeared into the blizzard without looking back. So I first find a way to create the taming scroll. Closing the door, Bayu lazily stretched out and lay back on the bed, selling the second-level monster spirit core for equivalent exchange. Selling second-level monster illusion ice beast spirit core earned 10,000 EMC coins. Tisk, quite expensive. Looking at the price, Bayu couldn't help but be astonished. He didn't expect the value of a second-level monster spirit core to be so high. I wonder if the old wolf can use it. The Ice Plains wolf wasn't technically his pet, and according to the system description it seemed that only pets could use it, so Bayou wasn't sure if this thing could be used. Although I'm not sure if the old wolf can use it, I can definitely use it. A smile crept across Bayu's face as he played with the illusion Ice Beast Spirit Core, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. Finally, apart from the Ice Spirit fruits, he found another item that could permanently enhance attributes. I just need to eat it directly right. With this thought, Bayou tried to hold the illusion Ice Beast Spirit Core in his mouth. As the spirit core entered his mouth, a warm current swept through his body, causing Bayou to involuntarily moan. After the refreshing feeling, Bayou eagerly checked his personal information. Name Bayou. Status Healthy Constitution reaches the level of a 3rd level monster. Mental 15 normal adult average is 10. Constitution 190 normal person average is 10. A note integrates speed strength defense. Talent equivalent exchange SS level unique talent. Surprisingly, it increased mental attributes. I can't believe the 2nd level spirit core actually enhances mental attributes. And it adds 3 points at once. Bayu's eyes lit up, unable to suppress a laugh. With this, can he not quickly enhance his own mental attributes? Tisk, it's a bit expensive, costing 10,000 EMC coins for just one, which is enough for 10 ice spirit fruits. After a brief complaint, Bayou spent 100,000 EMC coins to exchange for 10 2nd-level spirit cores, consuming 9 of them in one go. Feeling his mind, which was initially a bit foggy, becoming clearer, Bayou stretched contentedly. I wonder if there's a limit. Thinking this, Bayou consumed the last 2nd-level spirit core in his hand, and eagerly checked his personal information. Name Bayou. Status Healthy Constitution reaches the standard of level 3 magical beasts. Mental 45. The average for normal adults is 10. Constitution 190. The average for normal people is 10. A note comprehensive speed strength defense. Talent equivalent exchange SS level unique talent. He had gained an additional 30 points. Does this mean the consumption limit for spirit cores exceeds 10, or perhaps there is no limit? Suppressing his excitement, Bayou exchanged another 100,000 EMC coins for 10 2nd-level spirit cores. This stuff is indeed quite expensive, so he'll take them one at a time. After pondering for a moment, Bayou did not gulp down 9 cores like before, but instead consumed them one by one. Each time he ate one, he would check his personal information to avoid hitting any limits. After consuming 10 in succession, Bayu's mental attributes increased by another 30 points. This feels great. It seems there really is no limit. Looking at his personal information, his mental attribute had reached 75 points. Bayou suppressed his excitement and contemplated his next plan. Compared to ice spirit fruits, 2nd-level spirit cores were indeed outrageously expensive. Although he now had enough EMC coins, he couldn't afford to let everyone consume them. Let's first enhance the mental attributes of Mu Zi and Xiao Rui. According to the intel provided by Yun Ruashi, enhancing mental attributes can not only boost combat power, but also enhance certain specific talents. Li Muse's talent is duplication, and increasing her mental attribute might raise her daily duplication limit. Baiziru's talent is healing, and since Bayou planned to take her along in future battles, her mental attribute naturally couldn't be too low. As for the others, let's enhance Yun Ruaxi's mental attribute as well. Perhaps after boosting her mental attribute, she could provide more intel. As for Wang Lin and the others, Bayou did not plan to provide them with 2nd-level magical beast spirit cores for the time being, as the lumberjack crit was of little use to him. One 2nd-level magical beast spirit core would probably take Wang Lin a week to obtain. It wouldn't be too late to enhance their mental attributes after he achieves freedom with EMC coins. However, I could set some daily home tasks for them to complete. In this way, it could enhance the contribution value of the home. Although Li Muzi and the others filled the home contribution value daily, considering Bayou there were only 9 of them, so his home was still at level 1. With a decision made, Bayou lazily stretched and was not in a hurry to continue increasing his mental attributes. Instead, he took out 10 ice spirit fruits, eating while browsing the chat channel. Strange, why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Bayou always felt he had forgotten something, but he couldn't recall what it was at the moment. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it, and continued browsing the chat channel. After an unknown amount of time, just as he was scrolling through the chat, a private message popped up. Bro, did you send Dad the photo of the ice spirit fruit? Dad asked me several times yesterday, saying he couldn't reach you, and asked me to check if something happened to you. Photo. Looking at the message from Baishirue, Bayou was taken aback for a moment before realizing. No wonder he felt like he had forgotten something. Oh, it turned out he hadn't sent the photo of the ice spirit fruit to Bailinji. I forgot because I stayed up too late yesterday. They'll send it right now. Quickly replying, Bayou switched to Bailinji's chat, looked at the message he sent yesterday, and sent the photo of the ice spirit fruit, hurriedly saying, Dad, I'm fine. I stayed up too late last night, went to sleep as soon as I returned, and forgot to send it to you. Look, this is the photo I took yesterday. I told you I'm fine. You little rascal, always staying up late. Are you trying to make us worry? Looking at Bailinji's rapid reply, Bayou scratched his head, and quickly responded, I can't help it. The magical beasts are just too noisy. I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up late. You know about the magical beasts, that's why your mom couldn't sleep all night worrying yesterday. Next time something like this happens, at least let us know you're safe. Got it? Got it, Dad. Looking at Bailinji's nagging, Bayou helplessly replied a few sentences. Seeing a message from Lee Musi, he immediately used it as an excuse to end the chat. Have you taken your medicine? Does your head still hurt? I'm fine, full of energy. Bayu quickly sent, just right, I have some good news to share with you. What is it? I obtained a second-level magical beast spirit core from the illusion ice beast yesterday. I tried it out, and it can increase mental attributes, and there should be no limit on uses. It's just a bit expensive and I can't afford to let all of you use it right now. My plan for now is to give you Xiao Rui and Yun Ruashi each 10 a day for the time being. Yun Ruashi has it too. Yes, her talent should be quite useful. Perhaps after enhancing her mental attributes, she can provide more intel. Though he didn't understand why Lee Musi suddenly asked this, Bayu still explained honestly, oh, in that case that's fine. Actually, I have good news and bad news. No, I should say 2 pieces of good news. What would you like to hear first? Bad news. I didn't get the level 6 wooden house blueprint. So what? What about the good news? What are they? But I did get the level 7 wooden house blueprint. Looking at the message from Lee Musi, Bayu was momentarily stunned. Well, once he reaches level 6, he can directly upgrade to a level 7 wooden house. What's the other good news? I obtained a taming scroll. According to the description, it's for taming magical beasts. What a taming scroll? Bayu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Lee Musi to actually obtain a taming scroll. Does this mean the ice wolf can become his pet now? Just yesterday, the frost snow leopard had sent over a second-level magical beast spirit core, meaning he now had the conditions to elevate the ice wolf to a second-level magical beast. Looking at the taming scroll gifted by Lee Musi, Bayu did not hesitate to sell it in exchange for an equivalent value. Selling taming scroll 1, gaining 1 0 EMC coins. It's actually worth 1,000,000 EMC coins. Just as much as the migration scroll. Bayu's breath quickened. He hadn't expected a taming scroll to be so valuable. No wonder I couldn't activate it. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he complained, and exchanged the taming scroll, eager to check it out. Taming scroll quality none. Description: can tame wild magical creatures into pets after use with a certain chance of failure. Once used, non-refundable. Damn, it's not 100% success rate. Looking at the description of the taming scroll, Bayu's excitement slightly diminished. If it's not 100% success, doesn't that mean if it fails I'll lose 1,000,000 EMC coins? Never mind, let's give it. Looking at the taming scroll in his hand, Bayu joked, if the old wolf makes me lose this 1,000,000 EMC coins, I'll. As he spoke, he exchanged for 10 second-level illusion ice beast magic cores, and packed them to give to Baishirue. But speaking of which, the old wolf is attributeless. I wonder if the ice attribute cores will work. He remembered Yun Ruashi saying that pets need a full experience bar and corresponding attribute spirit fruits and second-level cores to evolve. But the old wolf has eaten so many ice spirit fruits from me, it should be fine. Thinking this, Bayu was about to tell Baishirue about the taming scroll when he saw she had already sent a message. Brother, why are you sending me these things? At that moment, Baishirue, lying in bed, was a bit confused, not understanding why Bayu would give her these items. This is a taming scroll. You should tame the old wolf into a pet and level it up along the way. The condition for leveling up is a full experience bar, and you need to simultaneously consume ice spirit fruits and 10 ice attribute magic cores. Thinking for a moment, Bayu continued, by the way, there's a chance of failure in taming. Tell the old wolf if it fails I'll just stew it and eat its meat later. Brother, you can't be serious. Baishirue hesitated, quickly replying, okay brother, I'll do it right away. Hey wait, there's one more thing. Seeing the message from Baishirue, Bayu sent, don't rush yet. What else is there? I'll give you 10 more magic cores which can increase your mental attribute. Besides eating ice spirit fruits, remember to eat the cores every day. Once the disaster is over, I'll take you to explore nearby places together. Okay brother, is that all? I'll go tame the— Go ahead, remember to let me know the final result. After resolving the issue with the ice wolf, Bayu exchanged for 22nd level illusion ice beast magic cores, gifting them to Lee Musi and Yun Ruashi. Briefly explaining things to Yun Ruashi, he entered the system, pondering how to post a task. A weekly task contributing 10 times a day for 7 consecutive days. Bayu quickly set it up. As for the reward, second level illusion ice beast magic cores. Once the task was successfully set, Bayu glanced at the task contribution value, which was only 300, and didn't mind directly clicking to publish. Having finished all this, Bayu leisurely exited the home system. Stretching lazily, just as he was about to eat something, he saw a message from Baishirue. Brother, the old wolf has been successfully tamed, but I just fed it the stuff according to your method. Is it okay now? Immediately after, a picture was sent. In the image, the ice wolf curled up in the yard, covered in blue transparent ice armor, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. It should be breaking through, there won't be any issues, don't worry. He didn't know what a magical creature's breakthrough looked like, but since it was information provided by Yun Ruashi, it should be fine. Alright. With Bayu's affirmative response, Baishirue completely relaxed, though she still checked on it from time to time. On the other side, Bayu, having eaten and drunk enough, lay lazily in bed, looking particularly content. He didn't know if it was due to the increase in mental attributes, but even though he hadn't slept all night, he felt exceptionally alert at that moment. It seems that enhancing mental attributes is quite useful. At this moment, Bayu felt the world was exceptionally clear. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that with the enhancement of mental attributes, his senses had also undergone a qualitative leap. If the blizzard outside used to be noisy to him, now he could hear more subtle howls and the sound of falling snow. Since the old wolf has already been tamed, I'll see if I can tame the frost snow leopard tonight. Bayu pondered, but this taming scroll is ridiculously expensive. What if it fails? The frost snow leopard is not like the old wolf. Bayu wasn't sure he could succeed at 100%, and most importantly, he couldn't defeat the frost snow leopard. If he fails, doesn't that mean losing 1,000,000 EMC coins for nothing? Thinking of this, Bayu couldn't help but feel a headache. Forget it, let's wait and try tonight. If it works, it'll be a big profit. If it fails, I'll just feel a bit pained. Shaking his head, Bayu ultimately decided to give it a try. If successful, he would have an additional free fighter, and it would also be a third-level magical creature. Congratulations to the player John for becoming the first player in the server to kill a 4th-level magical creature. Reward 2 diamond-level treasure chests. Just as he was thinking, a familiar system voice sounded, causing Bayu's eyes to widen slightly. What the hell? This guy is human. Listening to the system's voice, Bayu couldn't help but complain. What a joke. He had been munching on ice spirit fruits and 2nd-level magical cores non-stop, and now he could barely manage to face a typical 3rd-level magical creature. Yet John was already able to defeat a 4th-level magical creature. Was it on or off? At this moment, the chat channel had also exploded with messages. What the hell? Is the great John that powerful? Already able to hunt 4th-level magical creatures? Heavens, how could there be such a huge gap between people? I even have to avoid 2nd-level magical creatures, and someone is already hunting 4th-level ones. Haha, 4th-level magical creatures aren't that impressive. Although it wasted some of my time, it was just a waste of some time. What the hell is this? The calmness of a Great One. Great One, is your home recruiting? Can I join? Yes, my home has been upgraded to level 5. Any brothers who meet the requirements can join. The feeling of being sought after is truly magnificent. What John craved was the adulation and worship of other players, so that he could exploit the home system to harvest their resources for his own benefit. Oh god, what a pity. This level 4 magical creature, the Wind Dragon Python, did not drop a spirit core. John dismantled the corpse of the Wind Dragon Python, and aside from obtaining a set of its scales and a large amount of python meat, he found no spirit core. However, this level 4 magical creature is enough for me to eat for a month. I can transfer the leftover level 2 magical creature meat to the home warehouse. Tisk, I wonder if the frost snow leopard will still come after this. While digging, Bayu couldn't help but think, since the frost snow leopard comes punctually at midnight every day, if I don't clear the snow in front of the door, will it still come? How about waiting until tomorrow? Bayu paused his actions, deciding to test it out. There are still 4 days until the disaster ends. Oh, what if I clean it up now and then get buried again? But it's not a solution to keep it buried like this. If the wooden cabin is constantly buried in snow, its durability will gradually diminish. Although the deterioration is slow, it never stops. Forget it, a little wear and tear isn't a big deal. After repairing the wooden cabin, Bayu simply put away the iron shovel, closed the wooden door, and lay back down on the bed. He wanted to see if the frost snow leopard would still come punctually at night. Sigh, the only thing bothering me is that there's no clock. I don't even know what time it is now. With a complaint, Bayu snuggled under the covers and chatted idly with Limuzi. Not knowing how long had passed, a wave of drowsiness hit him. Bayu lazily stretched, looked at the snow outside, scratched his head, and uncertainly said, "Is it still not midnight? Or did the frost snow leopard not come? How about waiting a bit longer? After all, the house is buried in snow. Even if it did come, it might take a while to find it." While pondering, Bayu struggled against his sleepiness, staying in bed while browsing the chat channel to see what other friends were discussing. I can't take it anymore, it's probably not coming today. About an hour later, a strong wave of fatigue hit him. Bayu exited the system, repaired the wooden cabin, and prepared to sleep directly. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he turned off the light, a familiar knocking sound rang out. Bayu had just closed his eyes and immediately opened them wide, sitting up straight. It can't be coming, can it? Bayu hurriedly put on his clothes and quickly ran to the wooden door. As he opened it, the figure of the frost snow leopard appeared before him. A thick layer of snow had been dug out, and the frost snow leopard poked its furry head out, looking extremely adorable. Wow, leopard brother, you really go all out just for an ice spirit fruit. Looking at the frost snow leopard before him, Bayu couldn't help but blurt out, "You can find me even with the snow burying my house." Roar. The frost snow leopard shot him an annoyed glance, as if to say, "What on earth happened to you, little brother? Don't look." Noticing the frost snow leopard's gaze, Bayu shrugged helplessly and said, "I didn't want to be buried under the snow either. Who knows why it suddenly became a snowstorm with hail. I thought you wouldn't come today, leopard brother." He then shifted the topic, asking in a flattering tone, "But since you're here, can you tell me if the hail is still falling outside?" Buried in the snow, Bayu had no idea what was going on outside. Roar. Hearing Bayu's inquiry, the frost snow leopard shook its head, then jumped up from the snow, shaking off the snow on its body. It spread out its paws, signaling Bayu to take out the ice spirit fruit. "So I look at how thick the snow is. It's not convenient for you to come every day. Why don't you just stay here?" Bayu quickly took out the ice spirit fruit, grinning as he said, "It's fine to wait a few days until the snow melts before leaving. Look, I have enough space here for you. Why not stay?" Roar. Upon hearing Bayu's words, the frost snow leopard swallowed the ice spirit fruit, glanced around the wooden cabin, then looked at the wall of snow behind it. After pondering for a moment, it finally nodded. "Got it." Seeing the frost snow leopard agree, Bayu was instantly delighted. He eagerly took out the taming scroll and said in a flattering tone, "Let's make a deal, you'll stay here from now on." Seeing the frost snow leopard nod, Bayou suppressed his excitement and quickly took out the taming scroll. Seeing the frost snow leopard nod, Bayou suppressed his excitement and quickly took out the taming scroll. As the taming scroll disappeared, a 6-star light array appeared beneath the frost snow leopard. However, recalling the agreement with the little brother just now, the frost snow leopard suppressed its urge to resist. As the 6-star light array merged into the frost snow leopard, however, recalling the agreement with the little brother just now, the frost snow leopard suppressed its urge to resist. As the 6-star light array merged into the frost snow leopard's mind, it felt something was a bit off, but couldn't pinpoint what was strange. Why does it feel like it got tricked by the little brother? Shaking its head, it ignored the strange feeling in its mind and continued to eat the ice spirit fruit. Contract successful. Tier 3 Magical Beast Frost Snow Leopard Master Bayou. Affection 85,100. Grade Epic. Attributes Ice Dark. Skills Shadow Kill Extreme, Ice Claw Frost Armor. Description: Tier 3 Epic Magical Beast Ice Frost Attributes. Hidden in extreme cold regions, a solitary hunter with dark attributes granting strong stealth capabilities. With great attack power and explosive potential, it can often secure a kill in one strike on its prey. It seems to contain a trace of special bloodline hinting at a chance for evolution. Consuming high-grade ice spirit fruits may help it evolve better. Perhaps I should try to assist it a bit. Tamed. Looking at the information of the frost snow leopard before him, Bayou could no longer contain his excitement, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. The frost snow leopard who was eating the ice spirit fruit was slightly bewildered by Bayou's sudden laughter. Why did his little brother just start laughing out of nowhere? Ignoring Bayou, the frost snow leopard continued eating. After devouring all 10 ice spirit fruits, it contentedly stretched its body and casually walked over to the camping stove and fell asleep. Tisk, I didn't expect the affection to already be at 85. If I keep trying, I might just reach 100. Looking at the frost snow leopard, which had completely regarded this place as its home, Bayou felt relieved, thinking it wouldn't run away. But no wonder it likes eating ice spirit fruits. It turns out it has a hidden bloodline, and the ice spirit fruits just happen to have a chance to activate that bloodline. Recalling the information about the frost snow leopard, Bayou couldn't help but ponder. It seems that the higher the grade of the ice spirit fruit, the higher the chance of awakening the bloodline. Thinking this, Bayou muttered, I wonder how many of my ice spirit fruit seedlings will survive until the disaster ends. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. If none survived, he would have to replant them. I wonder what quality the bloodline awakening of the frost snow leopard will be, legendary or mythical. Looking at the frost snow leopard lying next to the camping iron stove, Bayou stopped hesitating, yawned sleepily, and lay down on the bed to sleep. It wasn't until noon the next day that Bayou slowly woke up. Stretching contentedly, he repaired the wooden cabin and shook his head speechlessly at the frost snow leopard still sleeping beside him. How can you be lazier than me? After muttering this, Bayou got out of bed and looked at the thick snow outside, feeling it seems I have to do it myself, otherwise the durability will keep dropping, which isn't a good thing. With that, Bayou took out a shovel and immediately started shoveling the snow. Bayou's physique now was dozens of times stronger than before, so it wasn't difficult for him to clear a path through the snow. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Damn. If I just dump the snow inside, it will melt quickly. What should I do with this water? Watching as the area in front of the wooden cabin quickly became wet, Bayou felt a headache coming on, unsure how to handle the snow. Water. Melted snow is also water. I wonder if it's drinkable. As he looked at the snow melt seeping into the ground, a bold idea popped into his mind. Melted snow quality none. Description: natural snow melt obtained from melting snow contains bacteria or viruses. Drinking it poses a risk of diarrhea or even death. Well, I guess I'll stick to bottled water. After reading the description of the snowmelt, Bayou's mouth twitched. He didn't expect it to contain bacteria and viruses. Fortunately, he checked first, otherwise he might have drank it and ended up dead. Although I can't drink it directly, having the information means I can trade it for equivalent exchange. Thinking this, Bayou looked at the snow in front of him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Since melted snow can be traded for equivalent exchange, could snow also be? Snow quality none. Description: naturally generated, can be melted into snow melt. So simple, haha, let me see how much EMC I can sell you for. Saying this, he scooped a shovelful of snow and stored it in his backpack, without hesitation selling it for equivalent selling snow 0.5, gained EMC 0.05. So cheap. Bayou looked at the prompt in silence. This was the first time he had seen such a cheap resource. So I need 10 units of snow to sell for 1 EMC. Forget it, having something is better than nothing. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Shaking his head, Bayou returned his thoughts to clearing the snow around the wooden cabin. While selling the snow, he cleared for equivalent exchange. After an unknown amount of time, Bayou finally finished clearing the snow around the wooden cabin, earning a total of 185 EMC. Finally cleared it out. Looking at the still gray storm outside, Bayou repaired the wooden cabin, then brushed off the snow on his clothes, and returned inside. After warming up a bit, Bayou took out the meat of the scarlet flame golden tiger and began roasting it on the camping iron stove. While cooking, he also exchanged for a level 2 illusion ice beast spirit core, eating and browsing the chat channel to pass the time. As the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, the frost snow leopard who was lying beside the camping iron stove sniffed and slowly opened its eyes, lazily walking over to Bayou. You woke up just in time, leopard bro. Seeing the frost snow leopard wake up, Bayou casually placed a piece in front of it, eating while mumbling, "Want to give it a try? The taste is pretty good." Looking at the scarlet flame golden tiger meat in front of it, the frost snow leopard sniffed it before cautiously taking a bite. In an instant its eyes lit up, and it began to eat heartily. "I didn't expect my little brother to have such skills. How is it? Not bad, right?" After it finished eating, Bayou smiled as he took out another piece of scarlet flame golden tiger meat and placed it in front of it, chuckling. "Eat slowly, you'll be able to have it every day from now on." While Bayou and the snow leopard enjoyed their meal feeling satisfied, Bayou lay back on the bed, while the frost snow leopard nestled next to the camping iron stove, looking particularly comfortable. Only 3 days left, this damn weather is getting colder and colder. Snuggled under the blanket, Bayou leisurely browsed the chat channel. "Can any kind-hearted person give me some food? I'm running out of supplies. Damn. A sandstorm has brought a few level 2 magical vipers, and they're blocking my way, so I can't dare go out at all. I've got magical creatures here too. A huge crocodile showed up wanting to roll over and die. If I hadn't run fast, I've got a white shark over here." Magical creatures respawning. Looking at the information in the chat channel, Bayou was momentarily stunned. Could it be that magical creatures have started to respawn now? Did I sleep until midnight? No, it doesn't seem like they're respawning at night. It seems more like magical creatures brought by a natural disaster. Scratching his head, Bayou felt a bit dazed as he looked at the messages from others in the chat channel, becoming even more confused. Just then a private message popped up. "Bro, did any magical creatures respawn near you? I just went out to check on how the old wolf's evolution was going, and I seem to have seen a magical creature running towards me." Really? Natural disasters are respawning magical creatures? Looking at the message from Baishirue, Bayou frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Did you see what the magical creature looked like?" "No, I just glanced and ran back to the wooden cabin. I even doubted if I saw it wrong, so I came to ask you." "Bro, the old wolf is in the yard buried in snow. The magical creature shouldn't attack it, right?" At this moment, Baishirue was worried about the old wolf situation. Since the old wolf was still evolving, she didn't dare to move it lightly. When the avalanche came, she had checked on the old wolf, but fortunately, although it was buried in snow, it had been in good condition. After finishing clearing the snow around the wooden cabin, she wanted to check on the icefield wolf situation and saw a magical creature running from afar. Now that there are wild magical creatures, Baishirue was very worried that the old wolf would be attacked by them and suffer harm. "Stay inside and don't move, the old wolf in the yard will be fine." Bayou quickly comforted her. Wild magical creatures should only be wandering outside your wooden cabin for a while before leaving. Ooh, it's nothing serious. Judging by the chat channel's content, it wasn't difficult to find that the wild magical creatures spawned by the natural disaster wouldn't attack the wooden cabin. They would just stay around it, more like intimidating players. Good. Looking at Baiziru's reply, Bayou quickly switched to Yunroax's chat window. "Hey, are you there? Do you know what's going on with the wild magical creatures respawning in the natural disaster? It's compensated. As the message was sent out, Yun Ruashi did not reply immediately, and Bayou sent another message. Seeing that Yun Ruashi still had not responded, Bayou, feeling helpless, waited with the chat box open. Since it's a natural disaster, the magical creatures are generated randomly, which can also be considered a type of disaster for players. The disaster you experienced on the first night, wasn't that also the spawning of magical creatures? In simple terms, that disaster was just a trial version for some players, while these magical creatures represent the official version. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Yun Ruaxi's message finally arrived. Does that mean they will actively attack the wooden house? But I haven't seen any players being attacked in the chat channel. Looking at Yun Ruaxi's reply, Bayou was a bit confused. He noticed that those magical creatures in the chat channel were only guarding near the wooden house and did not attack it at all. However, every magical creature in the disaster aimed to kill him. It's just not the right time yet. Yun Ruashi quickly replied. In the next 3 days, the number of magical creatures will increase significantly. By the 7th day, when the natural disaster ends and the blood moon rises, they will concentrate their attacks on players. Currently, the magical creatures in the disaster are still in their weak phase, so if you want to survive in the final stage, you either have a strong enough ability like you and John, both of whom can contend with level 3 magical creatures. John can even handle level 4 magical creatures. For you, the final wave of magical creatures is an opportunity to gain resources. You can easily kill those creatures and obtain potential treasure chests to enhance yourselves. However, for most players, if they want to survive the final wave of magical creatures, they can only take advantage of the current situation when the creatures are few and still weak to defeat them. Otherwise, facing the final wave of magical creatures, one can only leave it to fate. Is it really that ruthless? Looking at the message from Yun Ruashi, Bayou frowned, wondering if this was preparing for a massive cleanup after the disaster. If what Yun Ruashi said is true, doesn't that mean at least half, if not more, of the players will die in the final wave of magical creatures? Even those players who had experienced the disaster before would find it hard to withstand the final wave of magical creatures under increasingly harsh conditions, with insufficient food and water. You should understand, this is not our previous world. Whether we live or die doesn't concern them. In fact, the game's creator might even wish for all of us to perish. Almost instantly, Yun Ruashi sent another message. I know what you're trying to do, but I advise you to keep your pathetic good heart to yourself. Although I have no right to say this, I still want to remind you that this place is cruel. I don't know if you're just naive or have been a good person for too long. Your kindness now may end up harming you in the end. The survival of others has nothing to do with you. Anyone, including you and me, can never truly become friends. There is only the exchange of interests. Although the resources here will respawn, every additional person means one less share of resources for you. In other words, the more people die in this phase, the more resources you can obtain later on. Baiyu looked at the message from Yun Ruashi and scratched his head momentarily, unsure how to respond. He had indeed wanted to share this news with others in the chat channel. Just as Yun Ruashi said, everyone now only cared about their own interests. The death of another person might mean more resources for him in the future. However, he wasn't lacking resources. Moreover, having more players survive could mean more competition for resources for others, but for him, it was a good thing. Even though the resources in the wild were dwindling, he could use equivalent exchange to obtain more EMC coins. What he feared most wasn't too many people, but rather no one. Think about it yourself. Looking at the message from Yun Ruashi, Baiyu almost instantly decided to share this information. Reliable news: the magical creatures are in their weak phase right now. If possible, take advantage of their weakness and low numbers to eliminate them quickly. Otherwise, when the natural disaster is about to end in 3 days, as the magical creatures gather in greater numbers, they will launch the final disaster against everyone. As Baiyu sent out the message, the chat channel, which had been discussing magical creatures, paused for a moment before erupting into a flurry of discussions. Wow, it's another message from the Great Baiyu. Last time when the Great Baiyu predicted the natural disaster, he was right. This time, could it really be as he said? Whether you believe it or not, I do. I'm going to go chop that crocodile outside right now. I also believe the Great Baiyu. What if it's true? I really don't know if this guy is out of his mind. At that moment, lying in bed, Yun Ruashi silently complained upon seeing Baiyu's message in the chat channel. Having experienced the disaster before, she had long anticipated that Baiyu would share this information. She had even said so much for that reason, but unexpectedly this guy was truly thoughtless. Forget it, if people are kind, let them be kind. It's the thoughtlessness that gives me so many things. At least he isn't as calculating as John. Sighing helplessly, Yun Ruashi stopped thinking about it and lay in bed in a daze. On the other side in the forest, John had just killed the magical creatures that had respawned around him and frowned upon seeing the information in the chat channel. Oh my god, what kind of talent does this guy have? John remembered that Baiyu had notified everyone about the natural disaster earlier than the system. This time, he had also predicted the magical creature tide in 3 days. Could it be that this guy's talent is to foresee the future? No wonder he has so many resources. It seems he used his talent to find resources that others haven't discovered yet. John suddenly understood. No wonder Baiyu had so many resources, yet he had searched for so long without any. It seems he knew in advance that his future self would kill him, so he had all his information ahead of time. Oh my god, it looks like things are getting troublesome. After disassembling the magical creatures he had just killed, John walked slowly towards the wooden house, while contemplating how to avoid being killed by Baiyu's talent. Lying in bed, Baiyu was just about to log out of the system when he saw a message from Baishirue. Brother, is what you said true? Will those magical creatures really gather in the end? When have I ever lied to you? Baiyu replied casually. But don't worry, you'll find someone soon. The snow leopard will clean up all the magical creatures around us. Huh, brother, have you tamed a new pet again? Of course you should know who your brother is. Don't worry. Seeing the message from Baishirue, Baiyu comforted her, and then exited the system, chuckling as he looked at the frost snow leopard. Good. Noticing Baiyu's smile, the frost snow leopard suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Brother, Baiyu, know I've cultivated quite a few ice spirit fruit trees. Saying this, Baiyu displayed the photos he had taken earlier before it, his voice enticing. Here there are legendary ice spirit fruit seedlings. However, many monsters have refreshed outside now. I'm not worried for myself or my friends, but I'm afraid those monsters will harm the ice spirit fruit trees. Pausing for a moment, Baiyu feigned helplessness and said, I wanted to clear them out, but you know my strength. I really can't fight them. So brother leopard, could I trouble you to clear out the other monsters nearby these days, eh? Since the frost snow leopard needs high-quality ice spirit fruit to activate its bloodline, Baiyu could leverage this to have it willingly help him. Even if the natural disaster ended and the ice spirit fruit seedlings were frozen to death, he could still say they were destroyed by those monsters. Gur. Listening to Baiyu, the frost snow leopard understood. No wonder the little brother had so many ice spirit fruits. Upon hearing that monsters might harm the ice spirit fruit trees, its eyes shifted slightly, and it patted Baiyu's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Gur. Just some small monsters, leave it to me. With a roar, the frost snow leopard walked out of the wooden house, eager to see which fool dared to harm its ice spirit fruit trees. Alright, with the frost snow leopard around, there shouldn't be any problems now. Seeing this, Baiyu lazily stretched, and feeling idle, simply lay on the bed. Although killing monsters would not drop treasure chests, Baiyu didn't care. How much is a treasure chest worth anyway? Moreover, with his luck, even if he took action himself, he might not drop a treasure chest. After all, he had killed so many monsters and hadn't dropped a single treasure chest. Just as he lay on the bed, Yu saw a message from Limuzi. Yu, it seems there are monsters fighting outside my house. I just took a look and it looks very much like a snow leopard. That snow leopard is quite powerful. You must not go out during this time. He'll let you know when that snow leopard leaves. Looking at the message from Limuzi, Yu couldn't help but feel astonished. He didn't expect the frost snow leopard to be so fast. By the time he lay on the bed, it had already reached Limuzi. Tisk, that fighter is much stronger than Old Wolf. He exclaimed, quickly replying, no worries, that snow leopard is called frost snow leopard. It's my newly contracted pet, and it's saying it will help you clear the surrounding monsters. Just wait, don't go out until the natural disaster is over. I will introduce you to it later so that you won't get hurt by it now. You mean the frost snow leopard outside that instant killed a level 2 monster is your newly contracted pet? Limuzi widened her eyes at Yu's message. If such a powerful monster is Yu's pet, how powerful is Yu now? I just contracted it yesterday, but it has a special bloodline that requires a large amount of ice spirit fruit to activate. I took the opportunity to tame it as my pet. Oh, I see. Looking at the message Yu sent, Limuzi understood and couldn't help but reply. That's still very impressive. You must know the frost snow leopard is a level 3 monster, and it wouldn't willingly become Yu's pet, just because of the ice spirit fruit. I will go tell my parents in Xiaorui so they won't be scared. Quickly sending a message, Limuzi switched chat channels to inform others about the frost snow leopard. On the other side, Yu looked at the message from Limuzi with some helplessness. Ever since Limuzi and Linji added each other as friends, they had been chatting almost every day, more than he did with his son. Sometimes Yu's messages even had to go through Limuzi to get a response from Linji. Alright, then it saves me some. Stretching lazily, Yu had to accept this situation, comforting himself as he lay on the bed scrolling through the chat. While Yu is right. The monsters outside look like level 2 monsters, but are actually weak. I defeated them with hardly any effort. Yu, you are my god. I killed that shark and got a silver treasure chest. It feels great. Damn. You all have already taken care of the monsters. I'm going to. Hey, I also dropped a treasure chest, although it's just a black iron level, but I'm satisfied. Looking at the chat channel filled with compliments, Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's not like you guys dropping treasure chests is a big deal, but what's the point of saying it? Damn, I should have known better than to mention this thing. Yu felt a bit frustrated at this moment. Why is it so easy for others to drop treasure chests while he has such bad luck? Could it be that the monsters refreshed this time are very likely to drop treasure chests? Thinking of this, Yu felt even more aggrieved. Crap, I should have let the frost snow leopard hunt them. At the speed of the frost snow leopard, even if he went out now, he wouldn't catch up to hunt those monsters. It doesn't matter, it's just a black iron level treasure chest, and a silver level treasure chest. I'm not worried. Comforting himself, Yu's gaze once again fell on the chat channel. However, when he saw more and more people sharing their treasure chest drops, he silently exited the chat channel. Alright, out of sight, out of mind. Yu sighed helplessly, looking at the blizzard outside, murmuring, it seems the natural disaster isn't as simple as I thought. Today is only the 4th day, yet disaster events have already occurred along with the current random monster refresh. Perhaps the next few days won't pass so smoothly. How about asking Yun Ruashi again? Rolling over, Yu contemplated whether to consult Yun Ruashi about the events that would occur in the next 3 days. Forget it, he'll wait a few days. Thinking of the unpleasant conversation earlier, Yu shook his head. He didn't want to ruin the hard-won relationship, as he would still need Yun Ruashi to provide information in the future. Are you there? I have some bad news to share with you. Another piece of bad news. As Yu looked at the message suddenly sent by Yun Ruashi, a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Since Yun Ruashi mentioned it was bad news, it must mean something unpleasant was about to happen with the system. What bad news? How should I put this? You don't need to worry. To be precise, this matter only concerned. Yu scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what Yun Ruashi meant. It's like this: when the 7th day of disaster ends, an epic level hell dungeon will descend upon your area, and at that time 4th level monsters will appear. This hell level dungeon is tailored specifically for you, and even if you manage to clear it and survive, there will be no reward. Looking at the message sent by Yun Ruashi, the corners of Yu's mouth twitched. What does it mean that the dungeon is, and it's a hell level difficulty dungeon? The most absurd part is even if he clears it, there are no rewards. If they want to target him, can't they be a little more subtle? Am I offending someone? Why is it so targeted at me? You couldn't help but complain, feeling like it was all aimed at killing him. You're correct, just looking at this setup, it indeed seems aimed at killing you. The strongest monsters that can appear in this world are 4th level, and the 4th level monsters in the hell level dungeon will definitely be the top existences among 4th level monsters. Even now, dealing with John is quite troublesome, and on top of that there are dozens of 3rd level monsters. It can be said that from my perspective there is currently no one who can survive this dungeon. Well, it seems like I'm really done for this time. Looking at the message sent by Yun Ruashi, Yu felt like 1,000 wild horses were galloping in his heart. Before I die, can you tell me why this dungeon is only open to me? Make it clear for me. Yu asked Yun Ruashi. I'm curious too. In my previous predictions, there was no information about this dungeon. It feels more like a temporary dungeon. Yu lay on his bed feeling perplexed about what he did wrong to be targeted like this. Wait, there should still be a way out. Calming himself down a bit, Yu asked, can you tell me the detailed announcement? He wanted to study the announcement content to see if there were any loopholes. I can't. Oh, I can only see vague information. I just know this is a personal hell-level dungeon for you. Sighing helplessly, Bayou lay on his bed contemplating what to do. There's no way he could win. With his current strength, facing a 4th-level monster was no different from seeking death. Even if the Frost Snow Leopard is powerful, it is only a 3rd-level monster now. The gap between it and a 4th-level monster is probably greater than that between 2nd-level monsters. Moreover, there are so many 3rd-level monsters, he couldn't handle them all. No way, I need to run. After thinking for a moment, he sat up straight and murmured, staying here only leads to a dead end, and it might even implicate Lee Musey and the others. Starting to run now might still leave a chance of survival. Resolved, Bayou no longer hesitated. He looked around the wooden house, and a crazy idea popped into his mind. The wooden house. Perhaps it could be sold for equivalent exchange. Let's give it a try. With this thought, Bayou sold all the decorations in the wooden house for equivalent exchange. Looking at the empty wooden house as he made his mental command, the surrounding wooden house disappeared, and a prompt box appeared before his eyes. Selling wooden house unique 1, gained 100 million EMC coins. It can be sold. Bayou was so surprised that he stared wide-eyed. Never would he have thought that the wooden house could really be sold for equivalent exchange. Haha, the world is vast, and everywhere is my home. The ability to sell the wooden house for equivalent exchange means he has a movable wooden house. In this case, doesn't it mean he can run wherever he wants? Unable to contain his excitement, Bayou couldn't help but smile. After noting his current location's coordinates, Bayou bundled up in his cold-proof clothing, preparing to go to Lee Musey and inform her before leaving. Suddenly, a confused growl came from behind. Instinctively turning his head, he saw the Frost Snow Leopard staring at him in bewilderment. The Frost Snow Leopard, just back from a hunt, looked at the scene before it with wide eyes filled with confusion. No way, I didn't go the wrong way. Where did my big wooden house go? Just in time, Brother Leopard, you're back. They'll take you to a place. Saying this, without waiting for the Frost Snow Leopard to react, Bayou directly picked it up and headed towards Lee Musey's wooden house. With Bayou's current physique, he arrived at Lee Musey's wooden house in less than a minute. The Frost Snow Leopard was bewildered in Bayou's arms, not knowing what his little brother was up to. Musey opened the door. It's me, Bayou. As his voice fell, Lee Musey cautiously poked her head out. After confirming it was Bayou, she couldn't help but curiously ask Bayou, what brings you here? There's no time to explain. Oh, I ran into some trouble and need to hide for a bit. Bayou quickly shoved the Frost Snow Leopard into Lee Musey's arms and said please take care of it for a few days. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Bayou turned his head and said, don't worry, I'll be back as soon as the disaster is over. When I return, I will tell you what happened. With that, he looked at the equally confused Frost Snow Leopard in Lee Musey's arms and specially instructed, brother, Bao, please watch over them for me these days and don't let any monsters harm them. After saying that, without waiting for Lee Musey to react, Bayou dashed off into the distance. Both the person and the Snow Leopard watched Bayou's disappearing figure in bewilderment, completely unaware of what just happened. But Lee Musey's intuition told her that Bayou must have encountered some trouble, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Little guy, do you know what happened to Bayou? Looking at the Frost Snow Leopard in her arms, Lee Musey asked worriedly. Roar. Upon hearing Lee Musey's question, the Frost Snow Leopard shook its head, indicating it also didn't know what had happened to its little brother. Alright. Sighing helplessly, Lee Musey looked worriedly into the distance. She really wanted to help Bayou solve his troubles, but with her current strength, following him would only hold him back. The only thing she could do now was to take good care of Bayou's parents and Xiao Rei, allowing him to focus on resolving his troubles. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lee Musey, and you can stay with me for the next few days. Closing the wooden door, Lee Musey forced a smile and said to the Frost Snow Leopard, let's wait together for him to return after resolving his issues. On the other side, Bayou quickly arrived at the gorge, feeling increasingly cold, unable to suppress a shiver. Huff. I'm freezing to death. This cursed weather is getting colder and colder. Looking at the vaguely visible natural gorge shrouded in a blizzard, Bayou exhaled a long breath. Fortunately, Wang Lin's cabin is nearby, otherwise I wouldn't even know which direction to run. With a complaint, Bayou glanced around and said, I wonder if I can run into Wang Lin. Shaking his head, he hesitated no longer and quickly ran towards the natural gorge. He needed to leave this place quickly before freezing to death. Although he didn't know what kind of disaster awaited outside the gorge, he figured it wouldn't be that cold. After about an hour, Bayou finally exited the gorge. Looking at the snow-laden pine forest before him, he let out a long sigh. It seems this is just a snow disaster. Surveying his surroundings, Bayou pondered which direction to run. Let's head south, but shouldn't be that cold there. With his mind made up, Bayou no longer hesitated, roughly estimating the direction and dashed off into the distance. Not knowing how much time had passed, Bayou noticed the sky darkening and decided not to continue his journey. He randomly chose a spacious spot to exchange for a cabin. After setting it up simply, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Bayou rarely woke up early, tidied up the cabin, and continued on his way while eating. During the next 2 days, Bayou used all his time to travel, except for sleeping at night, to regain energy. Huff, today should be the 7th day of the disaster. As the sky darkened, torrential rain poured down over the ancient forest. Bayou took shelter under a tree, lazily stretching. I should be far from that previous gorge. Nothing should happen here. Sitting cross-legged on the exposed tree roots, Yu decided not to proceed further, but prepared to regain his energy for the hell-level dungeon that would occur at night. Huff. I hope there aren't any other players here, otherwise it would be awkward to get involved with them. On his journey, Yu saw quite a few players' cabins, but he chose not to disturb them, instead taking a detour. For some players with many monsters near their cabins, he effortlessly dealt with them. Just as he had imagined, the monsters he killed dropped no fur at all. Level 4 monsters. I wonder if I can outrun them now. Stuffing a level 2 illusion ice beast spirit core into his mouth, Yu checked his personal information. Name Yu. Status healthy, mental strength barely reaches level 4 monster standard, physique reaches level 3 monster standard. Mental 450, normal adult average is 10, physique 235, normal average is 10, note comprehensive speed strength defense. Talent equivalent exchange SS level unique talent. Over the past few days, Yu had been constantly consuming resources like ice spirit fruits and level 2 illusion ice beast spirit cores to enhance his mental strength and physique. Looking at it this way, the physique of level 4 monsters should be around 450 as well. Unless something unexpected happens, I only need to survive for a month to get a chance to retaliate against them. Looking at the status bar's annotations, Yu murmured. If it weren't for the daily limit on ice spirit fruits and the unpredictable enhancement from monster meat, his physique would have likely surpassed 500 by now, and he wouldn't need to hide so much. Player, Yu. Please note that due to your special performance during this disaster, congratulations on receiving the title, Good Person card. Title, Good Person card. Bonus, none. Description, a title of no practical use with no attribute bonuses or special effects. Perhaps it can make others think you are a good person. While contemplating, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Looking at the introduction of the Good Person card before him, Yu felt a bit speechless. Oh, what kind of trash title is this? He now reasonably suspected that this title was a deliberate mockery from the system. The reason I triggered the hell-level dungeon isn't because I leaked information about the monsters, right? Yu increasingly suspected that he was targeted by the system, very likely due to him revealing the monster tide. Congratulations on triggering the special event, The Last Disaster. This event will officially start at 8 p.m., lasting 4 hours with a difficulty level of hell, and monster levels ranging from 2 to 4. Special reminder, during the Last Disaster event, all monsters will target players and their cabins. You must protect yourself and your little cabin well. Once the durability of the cabin reaches 0, the event will be considered a failure, resulting in forced annihilation. Surviving in this event will be your greatest reward. Good luck. As the system's voice faded, a virtual bar similar to a health bar appeared above Yu's head. Cabin durability, just 4 hours. That means as long as I survive during these 4 hours, I won't have any issues. Yu's eyes brightened. Hiding for 4 hours is much easier than hiding for a month. With equivalent exchange, I don't have to worry about the cabin's durability. Thinking of this, Yu couldn't help but smile. No matter how powerful level 4 monsters are, can they break through his talent? Huff. While I have this time, suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yu exhaled deeply and began organizing his backpack. With his current strength, if he wanted to survive under the pursuit of level 4 monsters, he had to be thoroughly prepared. Condensation pills, crystal bow, arrows, shield. All of these combat essentials were indispensable, especially the condensation pills. Yu directly exchanged for 4 sets each with 64 pills. He exchanged for 8 shields. If he really couldn't escape, perhaps he could hide behind the shields until the calamity ended at midnight. Note, backpack is full, cannot exchange. I hope there won't be any problems now. Looking at the suddenly appearing prompt box, Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes to meditate after ensuring no monsters were refreshing nearby. Before he knew it, the sky had completely darkened and the system's voice echoed in Yu's mind. The Last Disaster event will start in 10 seconds. Please prepare, player. Yu. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown in the system reached the last second, a commotion erupted in the darkness. The heavy rain continued, but a moon rose oddly in the sky. Is it finally starting? Adjusting to the darkness, Yu followed the sound, and under the moonlight saw a gigantic tiger-like monster slowly approaching him. What is that? Yu felt an inexplicable pressure as the feline demon beast approached with unhurried delivery. What is that? Yu felt an inexplicable pressure as the feline description, a level 4 legendary demon beast. Its metal attribute grants it mechanized devastating strikes. Its fire attribute imbues its assaults with savage ferocity. It stands as the apex sovereign of this era, an invincible force. Spawned exclusively during the event, the Final Cataclysm, and cannot be tamed. Note, all demon beasts spawned in the Final Cataclysm receive a 50 boost to all attributes. Killer. Reading the entry on the golden steel flame tiger, Yu involuntarily swallowed hard and instinctively took half a step backward. A chill of dread crept up his spine the moment his eyes fell upon the words, invincible. Is this truly the overwhelming might of a legendary tier demon beast? It borders on absurdity. Until now he had clung to a sliver of hope that he might evade confrontation for 4 hours, but the moment he laid eyes on the golden steel flame tiger, every trace of that illusion dissolved into nothingness. Even without the 50 attribute enhancement, Yu harbored no confidence in surviving 4 hours. The golden steel flame tiger before him belonged to a realm entirely beyond any demon beast he had ever faced. Damn it. Legs move, damn you. Bayu's scalp prickled under the tiger's dark golden gaze. He tried to flee, but his legs had turned to lead. With no choice, he hastily drew his shield and raised it before him, bracing for the tiger's sudden assault. Upon seeing the shield, the golden steel flame tiger's eyes flickered with disdain, not rushing to attack, but watching Bayu with mocking amusement. Roar. A thunderous roar shattered the stillness of night, instantly echoed by a cacophony of answering roars. Then from unseen shadows, dozens of demon beasts leapt forth, surrounding Bayu, their eyes blazing with predatory fury. At the tiger's command, they would tear him limb from limb. Level 3 Demon Beast Lion Scorpion Beast. Level 3 Demon Beast Earth Brute Bear. Level 3 Demon Beast Earth Armored Boar. My Dragon Scale Steed. Wasn't the minimum spawn tier supposed to be level 2? Why are they all level 3? Staring at the encircling level 3 demon beasts, Bayu nearly cursed aloud. What was the point of even trying? Better to just erase him outright. Save everyone the trouble. Roar. The golden steel flame tiger roared again, issuing its command. It remained motionless at the periphery, its gaze laced with cruel amusement, savoring the thrill of Catan Mouse. Upon hearing the command, the level 3 beast's crimson eyes burned with bloodlust and savage glee. They shrieked and lunged toward Bayu en masse. In the split second before the assault converged, Bayu reacted instantly, raising his shield overhead, then sliding low beneath the lion scorpion beast's belly and darting clear. Damn it. Just as he prepared to flee, Bayu caught the golden steel flame tiger's unwavering gaze, and cursed again, abandoning escape altogether. Humph. I may not stand a chance against that level 4 beast, but do you truly believe I can't defeat you level 3s? Watching the beasts charge once more, Bayu drew his iron axe, his eyes sharpening with grim resolve. I'm doomed anyway. Might as well take a few down with me. His heightened spiritual perception rendered the demon's movements agonizingly slow, as if time itself had dilated. Moreover, he instantly discerned minute differences among them. His gaze locked onto a nearby jungle gold wolf. While evading other attacks, he swung his iron axe straight at it. The jungle gold wolf howled and rolled sideways, dodging just in time. Wait, something's wrong. Seeing the wolf evade, Bayu's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed something deeply unnatural. Shield raised, he twisted aside to avoid another strike, then rapidly retreated. Impossible. Even 3 days ago, I should have landed that blow. Replaying the failed strike, Bayu stood stunned, utterly baffled by how the jungle gold wolf had evaded him. In his vision, the wolf's movements were glacial, painfully sluggish. I refused to believe it. He scoffed coldly at the charging beast, gripping his iron axe tightly, dodging, countering, pressing forward, yet astonishingly each of his strikes was evaded by creatures moving at what seemed like a crawl. What in the world is— Bayu began questioning reality itself. Why did every attack fall just short? Roar. Before he could ponder further, the earth-armored boar bellowed and unleashed a wave of pale yellow energy hurtling toward. Instinctively, Bayu rolled right, but a sharp crack rang out and his shield shattered on impact. A system notification flashed before him. Shield durability depleted, destroyed. Bayu froze. How had its durability dropped to 0 so suddenly? Had the earth-armored boar's attack simply been too powerful? No way, seriously. Realization struck, his eyes widened in shock. Could it be, my mind perceives everything clearly, but my body simply can't keep up? His spiritual attribute had soared to 450, yet his physical constitution remained only at 235. Though he could see through the demon's motions, his body lagged behind his cognition. Worse still, the extreme slowdown of the level 3 demons in his perception had warped his judgment. In truth, he hadn't been dodging their attacks at all. His shield had borne every blow. The relentless tension of battle, and his physique now rivaling that of a level 3 demon, had masked this fatal flaw. Dragon Scale Steed. I should have skipped those spirit cores. Facing the circling demons, Bayu hastily drew another shield, raising it before him. He'd sought greater spiritual power to amplify his combat prowess, yet now realized he'd outwitted himself. All because the demons I faced earlier were utterly pathetic. Shield in hand, he dodged blows while muttering under his breath. His prior foes had been mere level 1 or level 2 demons, incapable of evading his strikes. Damn it. Can't someone just rebalance my stats? His shield shattered again. Bayu sheathed his iron axe and held 2 shields aloft, crossed before his chest. No, this won't work. Not at all. Watching the shield's durability dwindle, Bayu felt tears of despair. Well, what a lively gathering. Oh, my god, I didn't expect such good luck this time. In the darkness, a robust figure slowly approached. Bathed in moonlight, one could faintly see a middle-aged man appearing to be around 40 with a playful glint in his eyes as he observed the scene before him. Someone has arrived. Hearing the sound, Bayu was momentarily taken aback, and the next moment a powerful force Pooh! The overwhelming force made Bayu taste blood in his mouth, and as he looked at the attacking earth-armored wild boar, he crouched behind his shield hurriedly, taking out a dew pill and swallowing it. Can't my dragon scale horse slow down? Just barely avoiding the monster's attack, Bayu shouted to the person in the distance, Buddy, are you running or not? If you don't run, come share some of the burden with me. Ooh, I can hardly hold on any longer. Although he had taken the dew pill, he still felt a heaviness in his chest. Baiyu was uncertain whether the newcomer could understand what he was saying, after all he himself had not comprehended what the person previously said. Oh my god, what an interesting feast this is. The middle-aged man did not understand what Baiyu was saying, but even if he did he would not care as Bai유's life or death was of no concern to him. He only hoped that Baiyu could last a bit longer, this way he could drain more power from these monsters and conserve much of his own strength. Oh dear god, John will be forever loyal to you. John looked at the scene before him with these monsters around, he wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. If luck were on his side, and some treasure chests and spirit cores dropped, that would be even better. Moreover, judging by his position, the monsters did not seem to be attacking him, indicating that the person before him had accidentally triggered the dungeon. This meant that as long as he did not actively attack the monsters, they would not attack him. Just as he thought, the diamond flame tiger merely glanced at him before returning its gaze to Baiyu. Its goal this time was to kill the guy named Baiyu, or to destroy Baiyu's wooden house. Although he did not understand why the durability of the wooden house was displayed above Baiyu's head, it was of no consequence. As long as nobody else attacked it, it would not attack other players. Fine, I don't know whether he really can't understand, or is just pretending, wanting to watch the show from the sidelines. On the other side, seeing that John had no intention of attacking Baiyu, saw through John's plan, and mentally scoffed, beginning to think about how to drag him into this dungeon. Being able to stand leisurely on the side watching the show indicated that the person before him was undoubtedly very powerful, at least confident enough to confront level 4 monsters, otherwise he would have been scared away long ago. Baiyu speculated that John's reluctance to help was likely because he wanted Baiyu to exhaust the monster's stamina, while he could wait until the end to reap the benefits. Thinking so, Baiyu braced himself against the Earth Barbarian Bear's attack, and used its strength to propel himself rapidly toward John's direction. Fact. Seeing Baiyu flying towards him, John instantly understood his intent, and couldn't help but change his expression. As he saw other monsters' attacks coming towards him, John instinctively released his skill to defend. Boom. With a resounding crash, a huge cloud of dust erupted from where John stood. Sorry buddy, I really can't hold on any longer. I need to step aside to recuperate, and we'll come back to help you later. Stabilizing his form, Baiyu spat out a mouthful of blood, hurriedly took out a dew pill, and swallowed it. Feeling his vitality gradually recovering, he paid no mind to anything else, and ran into the darkness. He believed that with John's strength, even if he couldn't defeat those monsters, holding them off for a while would surely be no problem. Once he recovered a bit, he would come back to take his place. I hope that level 4 monster doesn't follow me. Thinking this to himself, Baiyu ran into the darkness without looking back. Not knowing how long he had run, Baiyu did not hear any sounds of monsters pursuing him from behind, and finally, let out a sigh of relief. Phew. I need to recover quickly. Oh, I hope that guy is really strong, and doesn't get killed by those monsters. Letting out a long breath, Baiyu took out another dew pill, and swallowed it, hoping to recover his injuries quickly. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the dust settled, John looked at the direction Baiyu had fled with a grim expression. Fact. What a damned guy. He didn't expect Baiyu would actually use self-harm to drag him into this. Once he released the skill, it meant he had triggered the condition for the dungeon monsters to attack him. If I was thinking of expending less effort, since it's come to this, let me deal with you directly. Dodging the pounce of the jungle golden wolf, John snorted coldly, and a vast aura erupted from him. Boom. A punch was thrown, and the jungle golden wolf let out a painful howl, its body flying out in the next instant. After crashing into several large trees, it lay motionless on the ground, clearly dead beyond recovery. What utter garbage. Dealing with monsters of this level doesn't even trigger my talent passive. Looking at the other level 3 monsters, John's gaze was filled with disdain. Monsters of this level couldn't even trigger his Shura Demon Bodis passive to grow stronger in battle. With another punch, John directly clashed with the Earth Bear, and with a loud bang, the Earth Bear's right limb was shattered, letting out a painful scream. Shut up. Snorting coldly, John leaped up, and with a single kick sent the Earth Bear flying. The Diamond Flame Tiger watched the scene before it, its eyes flashing with surprise. It did not expect the person before it to be so much stronger than it had imagined. Roar. With a roar, the Diamond Flame Tiger commanded the other monsters to chase after Baiyu, leaving the person before it for itself to deal with. Upon receiving the Diamond Flame Tiger's command, the remaining monsters paused for a moment and then disappeared into the night. Oh my dear god, did you really think you could escape? Seeing this, John's eyes flashed with disdain. He couldn't bear to let these monsters that could drop treasure chests get away. With a slight hum, John's figure flickered, and several agonizing cries resonated through the darkness. In response, the Diamond Flame Tiger did not intervene. It was better for these level 3 monsters to be dead, saving it the time it would take to get to Baiyu. After about 5 breaths, John reappeared before the Diamond Flame Tiger, drawing the dagger from his waist. Next, it's your turn. I wonder what kind of treasure chest you can drop for me. Is it diamond grade? Or even higher? Looking at the Diamond Flame Tiger before him, John's eyes revealed a glint of excited greed. This was undoubtedly the strongest and highest grade monster he had encountered, but could a legendary level 4 monster drop a legendary treasure chest? Thinking this, John gripped the dagger in reverse, assuming a combat stance, as a faint blood-red glow gradually coalesced around him, forming a dark red blood armor for protection. Skill: Azura Blood Armor. Description: concentrating all of one's vitality to form a blood armor, significantly enhancing defense. During the duration of the Azura Blood Armor, it provides up to 90 damage immunity. Though he spoke casually, John did not dare to underestimate the situation in his heart. From the system description, it was clear that the Diamond Flame Tiger had extremely high attack power, and he couldn't gamble on whether he would be killed in one hit. Roar. The Diamond Flame Tiger stood aside disdainfully, observing the scene before it. Although the person in front of it was much stronger than its target to it, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. Humph. Noticing the gaze of the Diamond Flame Tiger, John snorted lightly and initiated the attack, his figure flashing as he appeared behind the Diamond Flame Tiger, the dagger in his hand gleaming coldly as he swiftly slashed forward. The Diamond Flame Tiger made no unnecessary movements. As soon as John appeared behind it, its tail swung around, appearing right in front of John, accompanied by a whoosh sound, striking fiercely at him. John's gaze shifted slightly, but his hands did not stop. The dagger continued to slash at the Diamond Flame Tiger. Using his life to trade for life and his injuries for injuries was John's usual habit. With the Azura talent, he could quickly recover from his wounds. Clang. However, to John's surprise, the dagger only produced a faint clang as it struck the Diamond Flame Tiger, yet it caused no damage. Boom. Before he could think further, the tiger's tail struck him fiercely, and with a loud crash, John's body was... The Diamond Flame Tiger provocatively flicked its tail, its gaze mocking as it looked at John. Cough cough, no wonder it's a level 4 legendary monster. It's indeed much stronger than I had imagined. Steadying himself, John's eyes were filled with excitement. It seemed his attributes could be greatly enhanced once again. Thinking this, John stood up, showing no fear, and once more charged towards the back of the Diamond Flame Tiger. Roar. The Diamond Flame Tiger repeated its actions, using its tail to engage John in battle. It seemed like with each time John was sent flying, the blood armor around him grew increasingly solid, though it was unsure if this was just its illusion. However, it did not mind, having finally encountered someone to play with. It certainly could not kill John off so quickly. When it had enough fun, it could always finish him off later. Swish swish. Meanwhile, Baiyu, who was sitting on the ground recovering from his injuries, suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the darkness. Could it be that they've caught up? Baiyu suddenly opened his eyes, cautiously observing his surroundings. Suddenly his pupils constricted, and in the next moment a large python appeared in his line of sight. Level 3 monster, Golden Spirit Python. Grade Epic. Attribute Gold. Skill Unknown. Description: a level 3 epic monster possessing a powerful strangling ability, a top predator within the forest food chain. The last Cataclysm event refreshes monsters cannot be tamed. Note: monsters refreshed during the last Cataclysm event have all attributes increased by 50. Damn, it has refreshed again. Looking at the Golden Spirit Python he had never seen before, Baiyu couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. He hadn't even finished off the previous monsters yet, and now new ones had refreshed, leaving him with no retreat. Even if I can't take on a group, I can't fall to just one of you. Noticing that there were no other monsters around the Golden Spirit Python, Baiyu felt relieved. If it was just a single level 3 monster, even though his injuries hadn't fully healed, yet he still had confidence in slaying it. I've been feeling pinned up with anger, so let's take you down first. Humph. With a light snort, Baiyu took out his crystal bow, fully drawing the string, and shot at the rapidly approaching Golden Spirit Python. Whoosh! With a whoosh, the arrow struck deep into its massive body. Roar! The Golden Spirit Python let out a painful scream, writhing its body as it attempted to evade the rain of arrows. However, its once proud massive form had now become Baiu's live target. No matter how it tried to dodge, it couldn't escape the arrow's assault. Moreover, even without Baiyu attacking it, every twist of its body sent waves of intense pain coursing through. Helpless, the Golden Spirit Python chose to endure the immense pain and lunged straight at Baiyu with a roar. This is hilarious. I've never seen anyone unable to dodge. Remember not to grow so big in your next life. Baiyu intentionally maintained his distance from the Golden Spirit Python while recklessly shooting arrows at it. I still need to quickly recover my strength to deal with that dumb tiger, so I won't play with you any longer. After about 5 minutes, Baiyu lightly snorted, fully drawing back the arrow, aiming for the Golden Spirit Python's head, and shot. Roar! The Golden Spirit Python emitted a painful cry, its massive body twisting and thrashing for a full minute before finally coming to a halt. Sigh, if only there were more monsters like this. Looking at the completely lifeless Golden Spirit Python, Baiyu couldn't help but voice his thoughts. If all the monsters in the last Cataclysm were like this, he wouldn't have to exert so much effort. Just as he finished speaking, Baiyu wanted to continue recovering from his injuries, when suddenly a disturbance erupted from the darkness. No way, more are coming. Following the source of the sound, Baiyu was about to raise his crystal bow to kill them, when a series of monster information pop-ups appeared. Level 3 monster Flame Tiger Beast. Level 3 monster Mad Lion. Level 3 monster Dark Wind Leopard. Damn. Why is it another wave of level 3 monsters? What the hell? I asked for more, not for a whole group to come at once. Looking at the monster information before him, Baiyu put away his crystal bow and ran off without looking back. What a joke. Even in full condition, he couldn't handle them, let alone now when his injuries were not healed. If he didn't run, would he just stand there waiting to die? Boom. Meanwhile, John was once again sent flying by the tiger's paw of the Diamond Flame Tiger. Steadying himself, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the blood armor around him grew ever more solid. Roar! The diamond flame tiger's playful gaze had turned serious. It sensed that the strength of the person before it had increased significantly. That last attack actually hurt it. Although it only inflicted a slight wound, it was enough to make him vigilant. However, he did not understand how this human before him could improve so rapidly. It had only been a short while, yet he was already able to injure it. If this continued, could it really be killed? This human must not be allowed to grow any stronger. A decisive blow is necessary. Thinking this, the diamond flame tiger roared in anger, looking at John, who had risen again and was about to pounce when a series of roars came from the distance. In the next moment, amidst its puzzled gaze, a figure dashed out. "My goodness, big shot, help me!" Bayou exclaimed, quickly dodging behind John, as if grasping at a lifeline. In the bewildered gaze of both man and tiger, dozens of level 3 monsters surged forward. Without any hesitation, upon seeing John, they immediately shifted their target and launched an attack. "Oh, my God, this is amazing!" John exclaimed, his eyes filled with excitement rather than fear as he looked at the approaching level 3 monsters. So many level 3 monsters, it seemed this time would truly be a bountiful harvest. However, before he could react, the diamond flame tiger suddenly roared, and in the next moment it appeared before one of the level 3 monsters and angrily struck it down. Roar! After killing one of the monsters, the diamond flame tiger glared ferociously, commanding the other level 3 monsters to cease their attacks and disperse. With John's strength, these level 3 monsters posed no threat to him. Rather, perhaps, because of these creatures, John's power would increase. The diamond flame tiger could not guarantee that after John improved again, it would still be able to achieve a one-hit kill. Hearing the roar of the diamond flame tiger, the monsters that had just lunged at John halted, trembling and crawling on the ground. Roar! Another roar echoed, and the monsters that had just been crawling on the ground quickly got up and ran away. Once the monsters dispersed, the diamond flame tiger glared fiercely at Bayou, who was hiding behind John. It did not expect Bayou to dare return, but this was fine. It saved it the effort of searching for him. "Big shot, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now." Seeing the other level 3 monsters disperse, Bayou secretly sighed in relief. Noticing the diamond flame tiger's gaze, he did not linger, greeting John briefly before running off again. However, Bayou did not run far. Instead, he hid in a giant tree. This way, if monsters refreshed here, he could immediately seek help from John. Phew, I didn't expect this guy to be so strong, able to hold out for so long. Hiding in the tree, Bayou observed the battle between John and the diamond flame tiger under the moonlight, unable to help but comment. But it seems like the diamond flame tiger is still a bit stronger. Under the moonlight, John could only rely on instinct to barely dodge the attacks of the diamond flame tiger, occasionally being swatted away and spitting out blood. If it weren't for the strange blood armor on John, he would have probably died countless times already. Tisk, if this guy dies, wouldn't I be finished too? Looking at John being swatted away by the diamond flame tiger once again, Bayou couldn't help but look grave. Even facing a half-injured diamond flame tiger, he lacked sufficient confidence to defeat it. "I can't just sit here and watch any longer." With this thought, Bayou took out his crystal bow, aiming at the lunging diamond flame tiger, pulling back the string and aiming for its dark golden pupils before shooting. Roar! The diamond flame tiger, poised to deliver a fatal blow to John, paused momentarily upon hearing the sound of the arrow, its claw attack slightly misaligned. What a great opportunity! Seeing this, John quickly stood up and swiftly moved to the left, narrowly dodging the diamond flame tiger's claw. This guy is somewhat useful after all. Observing the giant tree that the diamond flame tiger had pierced behind him, John quickly retreated until he was out of the diamond flame tiger's attack range. The diamond flame tiger was much stronger than he had imagined. Even with the Azura talent significantly enhancing his attributes, he could only barely avoid the attacks of the diamond flame tiger with his current strength. Roar! Missing its attack, the diamond flame tiger roared irritably at Bayou in the tree. "How dare an ant attempt— What the A? Is it coming for me?" Upon noticing the diamond flame tiger looking his way, Bayou immediately flinched and put away his crystal bow. Feigning nonchalance, he glanced aside, while keeping a close watch on the diamond flame tiger below, ready to flee. "Oh, my God, it seems this kid can't die just yet. Once my strength is sufficient to kill the diamond flame tiger." With his current strength, facing the diamond flame tiger alone was still a bit risky, but if Bayou assisted him and provided enough time for growth, he would certainly be able to kill the diamond flame tiger. "Kid, well done, keep it up." With that, John gripped his dagger and charged at the diamond flame tiger once more. Was he just— Seeing John rush in again, Bayou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With John around, the diamond flame tiger should not— Never mind, I'll continue shooting arrows from the shadows. At least I need to ensure this guy stays alive. He seized the timing perfectly. Every time John fell into danger, he always managed to shoot an arrow, causing the diamond flame tiger's attacks to veer off course. "I see it." As time passed, John's gaze suddenly sharpened, and the diamond flame tiger's speed seemed to slow, and his body twisted in a strange manner, evading the attack of the diamond flame tiger. Edge. Bayou, who was about to shoot an arrow from the tree, was momentarily stunned. This guy actually dodged. Noticing John's changes, Bayou retracted his crystal bow and began to observe closely. Something's not right. Oh, what is this guy's talent? Why does he seem to be getting stronger? Earlier he had struggled to dodge attacks, yet now he was evading them all. Moreover, Bayou noticed that John subtly seemed to have the ability to counterattack. There's something seriously off here. After fighting for so long, and sustaining so many injuries, why does he seem to be getting braver in battle? What the? He actually reflected damage onto the Jingang Yinhu. Perched in the tree by you watched Yuehan duel the Jingang Yinhu, and could not help swallowing hard. This fellow's innate talent must be above rank, perhaps even SSS. How little time had passed, yet Yuehan had advanced from merely taking blows to now reflecting harm back at the Jingang Yinhu. What terrifying speed of growth was this? A war. Like Baiyu, the Jingang Yinhu stared in shock at the blood on its right claw. It could not believe that in less than 5 minutes the very creature it had once swatted away could now injure it. Worse, even while it unleashed its tiger god claw bolstered by spiritual power, Yuehan still answered blow for blow and managed to wound it. Yuehan coughed. Then from now on the offense and defense have reversed. He steadied himself, spitting a mouthful of tainted blood. His eyes had turned a fierce crimson, the blood armor that cloaked him had already solidified completely. Oh my gods, this power is overwhelming. Yuehan inverted his grip on the dagger, his gaze wild with frenzy. From this moment, it was his turn. The Jingang Yinhu watched Yuehan warily, never expecting an ant to press it so relentlessly. Golden red flowing armor spread over its body, guarding it. Skill Jinhua, Shinhu Kai Golden Fire Divine Tiger Armor. Description: a luminous armor condensed from one's spiritual energy and blood chi, greatly enhancing defense, while slowly restoring wounds. With a roar, the Jingang Yinhu blurred and lunged at Yuehan with terrifying speed. Yuehan did not retreat. He surged forward and engaged the beast in a lightning-fast grapple. Is this how the strong fight? TSK, this is truly beyond the likes of a mere underling like me. Baiyu watched their clash with fixed eyes, unable to suppress his awe. Though his physique was poor, his mental acuity had truly reached the rough standard of a grade 4 monster, thus discerning the pair's movements was not difficult for him. It seemed only a matter of time before the Jingang Yinhu fell. After prolonged combat, the beast grew sluggish while Yuehan only grew swifter. Now facing the Jingang Yan, his tiger god claw, madness flickered in Yuehan's eyes. He retracted the dagger and struck with a single devastating fist. With a thunderous boom, the force pushed Yuehan back half a step, and the Jingang Yinhu was hurled flying. A grade 4 legendary monster, no more than this. Stabilizing himself, Yuehan's crimson gaze flashed with amused scorn. Before the beast could recover, the dagger reappeared in his hand, and he darted at the Jingang Yinhu with blinding speed. The beast roared. Seeing Yuehan coming, the Jingang Yan, his eyes flared with fury as it summoned the Jinhua, Shinhu Kai to defend itself, and bellowed again. Damn, this must be similar to the mental skill I encountered before. Baiyu felt a wave of disorientation at the tiger's howl, and nearly toppled from his perch. Luckily, his mental attribute had strengthened greatly. He shook his head to clear his thoughts, steadied himself, and peered downwards with urgent attention. Yuehan seemed unaffected. He paused only a heartbeat, dodged the Jingang Yan's strike with speed, and with the dagger, slashed at the flowing armor encasing the beast. With a sharp clang, the golden fire divine tiger armor shattered under Yuehan's assault, and he carved a bleeding wound across the beast's belly. The Jingang Yinhu howled in pain, helpless against Yuehan's assault. With Yuehan's final strike, the beast fell to the earth, unwillingly defeated. At the instant the Jingang Yinhu died, a system prompt chimed, "Congratulations, player Baiyu, you have cleared the hell-level dungeon, the last cataclysm." Alive. Hearing the voice in his head, Baiyu could not hide his joy. He had actually passed it. The thrill of surviving made his heart pound uncontrollably. He had expected certain death, yet Yuehan's appearance had unexpectedly saved him. Now was not the time for celebration. He had to find a way to duplicate the Jingang Yan's corpse, and that Hei Yao grade. Suppressing his elation, Baiyu watched the corpse and the black chest, and pondered how to get them into his hands. From what he knew of Yuehan, with the Jingang Yinhu dead, Baiyu held no value to him. If Baiyu rashly appeared before Yuehan, now he would likely be killed on sight. TSK, trying to seize them by force, better not. Yuehan had just toppled a grade 4 legendary monster. Attempting a robbery would be tantamount to courting death. As for bargaining, Baiyu dismissed the idea outright. If Yuehan learned he possessed abundant resources, it would be like advertising a small vault. Kill him, and take everything. For a while Baiyu was at a loss, unsure what to do. Yet to walk away now felt bitter. If he missed this chance, who knew when he would encounter such an opportunity again. Alright, I'm risking it. After much hesitation, Baiyu drew a long breath, fixed his gaze on Yuehan's movements, then flung himself toward the Jingang Yan, his corpse, and the Hei Yao grade chest. Yuehan, who had just been about to rest and recover, was taken aback to see Baiyu suddenly appear beside the beast. Quick! Be fast! Baiyu flashed to the corpse, swiftly stowing the Jingang Yan, his body, and the Hei Yao grade chest into his inventory, and submitting them to the equal exchange. Damn! Realizing the items had vanished, Yuehan understood at once that this intruder was trying to steal his spoils. He swore and surged with a sudden increase in presence, ready to strike, but the Jingang Yan, his corpse, and the chest reappeared on the ground before he could act. Without waiting, Baiyu tossed a few small things down and bolted into the darkness. "Hey big guy, thanks for saving my life. Left you a little gift, a token of my gratitude." His voice faded as he fled. Yuehan hummed, and withdrew his aura as the sound grew faint. "Damn, you run fast," he muttered. To prevent a repeat, Yuehan moved to the Jingang Yan, his corpse, and gathered both it and the Hei Yao grade chest into his possession. Ninglu Dan can restore wounds. He actually left me a whole stack. Staring at the condensing dew pills scattered near the chest, Yuehan's eyes glinted with greed as he looked toward Bai Ye's vanishing direction. I won't let you go now. With that he vanished in pursuit of Bai Yu. Damn it. That dog is definitely on my tail. In the dark of night, Bai Yu hid in the trees watching John's shadow flash by holding his breath and concealing himself in the darkness. After fleeing, he was uncertain whether John would pursue him, but to be safe he did not run far and instead found a concealed spot to hide. Otherwise, with the current disparity between him and John, he would surely not escape far before being caught, and at that time, he would have no choice but to face death. Wait a moment, this guy is bound to realize something is wrong. Run. Confirming that John had gone far enough, Bai Yu rummaged for the location of the previous wooden house, and without hesitation turned and ran. He needed to leave the vicinity quickly before John discovered something was amiss. Meanwhile, John chased for quite a distance, but still saw no sign of Bai Yu, gradually realizing something was off. That guy. I shouldn't have taken so long to catch up. Stopping in his tracks, John carefully observed his surroundings under the moonlight, but found no traces of anyone passing through. Fuck. I fell for it. That guy must not have run far. Suddenly realizing something, his gaze shifted, and he turned to search back along the path he had come. However, an hour passed, and John still had not found Bai Ye's shadow. Reluctantly, he was forced to temporarily abandon the pursuit. Fuck. Just like that damn Bai Yu. Sooner or later, I will kill you all. With a punch, he struck down an ancient tree beside him, and his anger began to subside slightly. With a cold snort, he did not linger, turning back to rest in the wooden house. Meanwhile, Bai Yu ran far away, not daring to look back, and only dared to pause slightly when the dawn light broke. Phew, that guy should not have caught up to me. Finding a secluded spot to hide, Bai Yu let out a long breath, and took out a piece of red flame golden tiger meat to eat heartily. I am really exhausted, thankfully I ran fast. While eating, Bai Yu recalled the events of last night, and still felt fortunately he had survived in the end, and not only that he had gained much. Not only had he unlocked a jet black grade treasure chest, but he had also found a golden flame tiger, and it was of legendary quality. With the body of the golden flame tiger, I should be able to craft a golden flame tiger dagger. Thinking of the power of the golden flame tiger, Bai Yu grew increasingly excited about the golden flame tiger dagger. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Yu exchanged for the golden flame tiger dagger blueprint to examine. Golden flame tiger dagger blueprint description: can craft a golden flame tiger dagger adept at chopping trees and slicing melons, and also serves as a decent melee weapon. An unparalleled choice for home use and travel, as well as for killing and looting. Materials required: fine iron 10, golden flame tiger claw 1, deep sea sunken wood 1, dagger blueprint 1. Note this blueprint can only be crafted through a workbench. Now I just need the deep sea sunken wood. Looking at the contents of the blueprint, Bai Yu murmured, it should be quite a valuable item. I estimate it to be stronger than an iron axe, otherwise I would really have to curse. Bringing back the blueprint, Bai Yu took a short break, and when his stamina recovered, he directly headed towards the canyon where the wooden house was located. He was uncertain whether John would pursue him, so for safety's sake, he decided to return to the canyon first before resting. I wonder how Bai Yu is doing now. In the canyon, Li Muzi lay on the bed with a haggard expression, looking at the chat window that had received no replies, her heart filled with worry. It had been 4 days since Bai Yu had left. For the first 2 days he was able to reply to her messages to assure her of his safety, but since the evening of the 7th day of the disaster, she had not received any reply from Bai Yu. During these 2 days, Li Muzi had been keeping watch over Bai Yu's chat window, hardly closing her eyes. The frost snow leopard lay leisurely beside the camping iron stove, contentedly playing with the yarn ball that Li Muzi had made for it. Sister Muzi, shall we go play together? A voice broke Li Muzi's thoughts. She responded and got out of bed to wash her face, making herself look more spirited before walking out of the wooden house. After the 7-day disaster had ended, the surroundings returned to their usual calm, the white snow reflecting the sunlight appearing particularly dazzling. After eating ice spirit fruits during this time, both of their physiques and spirits had reached 100, and ordinary level 2 monsters were no match for them. Although many level 3 monsters had spawned here after the disaster, those monsters would not see the light of the next day, having been slain by the frost snow leopard. The remaining level 2 monsters were there to train Li Muzi and the others' combat experience, or else they would not have encountered a single monster. It was precisely because of this that Bai Shure dared to boldly drag Li Muzi along to play. Sister Muzi, you seem to be in poor condition. Seeing Li Muzi's haggard appearance, Bai Shure said angrily, it's all my brother's fault for leaving for so long and still not coming back. Did he say something to upset you? When he returns, I will help you teach him a lesson to vent your anger. Since Bai Yu left, she had sent Bai Yu several messages without receiving a reply, only hearing from Li Muzi that Bai Yu was busy. In this regard, Bai Shure couldn't help but feel indignant, wondering what could possibly be so important that he couldn't even reply to his beloved sister's messages. No, I've just had my biological clock off these past 2 days. Looking at Bai Ziru's angry expression, Li Muzi smiled and said, by the way, your brother said he is almost done with his business and should be back in a couple of days. He also told me he brought back your favorite nut snacks. Before Bai Yu left, he did not tell her exactly what had happened, and to prevent Bai Shure from worrying, she could only lie and say that Bai Yu was doing something very important. If I won't forgive him that easily. Bai Shirue still appeared angry. Looking at the haggard Li Muzi, she changed the subject, saying, Sister Muzi, my brother is like that, he speaks without thinking. But my brother is still a good person. If he upset you, just tell me, and I will definitely stand by your side. Although she said this, she still hoped Li Muzi would not really be angry. If there was a conflict between Bai Yu and Li Muzi, it would surely be her brother's fault. Really, there isn't anything. With a helpless smile, Li Muzi said fondly, If he really bullies me, I will tell you immediately. Alright then. Seeing Li Muzi's mood improve a bit, Bai Shirue giggled, and said then, Sister Muzi, you should rest well today. When you feel better, I will come find you to play. Be careful on your way back. Got it, Sister Muzi. I will message you when I get back. Oh, remember to rest well. Watching Bai Ruashi leave Li Muzi side. Just as she was about to return to the wooden house, a private message notification popped up. I'm home, no need to worry. Huh. This wretched place, why is it getting colder even after the snow has stopped? As he walked into the canyon, Bai Yu wrapped his arms around his cold weather gear, gazing at the expanse of white before him, finally letting out a long breath. After 2 days and 1 night of travel, he had finally returned home. Yawning with exhaustion, Bai Yu quickly made his way to the location he had previously recorded. About half an hour later, he reached the coordinates of the recorded location and exchanged for the wooden cabin through equivalent exchange. Once he set up the cabin, Bai Yu arranged it slightly, and then nestled himself under the covers. I might need to sleep for a while. When I wake up, I'll tell you the specifics. Looking at nearly 100 messages sent by Li Muzi, Bai Yu simply replied one sentence, pondering for a moment, and to avoid worrying Li Muzi, he explained. After sending the message, Bai Yu exited the system and ravenously consumed 10 ice spirit fruits before falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Li Muzi, upon seeing the message from Bai Yu, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shaking her head, she returned to the wooden cabin. Looking at the frost snow leopard beside her, she pondered for a moment, then hugged it, and said, Xiao Han, Bai Yu said he is back. Shall we go see him together? She was still somewhat uneasy and needed to see Bai Yu with her own eyes to be sure. Roar, I. Though the frost snow leopard was reluctant, it obediently lay in Li Muzi's arms as they headed towards Bai Yu's wooden. Soon Li Muzi and the frost snow leopard found the wooden cabin, and seeing it appear once again from a distance, Li Muzi finally felt relieved. What a fool. She murmured, not wanting to disturb Bai Yu, and quietly returned to her own wooden cabin. Having not slept for almost 2 days, a wave of fatigue washed over her, and she lay on the bed and fell asleep. Huh. So comfortable. After an unknown period, Bai Yu leisurely woke up, stretching his body in satisfaction as a strong sense of hunger surged. After a quick wash, Bai Yu eagerly took out 4 pieces of flaming golden tiger meat and placed them on the camping stove to roast, while also taking out a piece of cooked meat to eat heartily. This girl. As he ate, he glanced at the nearly 100 messages sent by Li Muzi over the past 2 days and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, she's probably still asleep at this hour. I'll tell her tomorrow. Looking outside where it had already grown completely dark, Bai Yu hesitated for a moment and decided to wait until tomorrow. Exiting the system, Bai Yu rearranged the decorations in the wooden cabin back to their original places, slumping onto the sofa beside the camping stove, contemplating the events of the past few days. Tisk, it seems there are quite a few lucky fellows in this world. Bai Yu was unaware that the one who fought against the Golden Flame Tiger 2 days ago was John, muttering, aside from me and John, there should be quite a few holders of SS level talents. But thinking about it, with so many people in the world, even if SS level is 1 in a million, there are still nearly 10,000 who might hold SS level talents. Not to mention the holders of A and AA level talents, the numbers should be even more. Gazing vacantly at the ceiling, Bai Yu felt a bit overwhelmed. He had thought that combat talents weren't anything extraordinary. As long as he increased his attributes, he could close the gap, or even surpass them. However, after witnessing the battle between John and the Golden Flame Tiger, he realized the terrifying nature of combat talents. From being completely overpowered by a level 4 monster at first to completely overpowering the level 4 monster in less than an hour. It would take him half a month, or even longer, of consuming ice spirit fruits to make up for the gap. Tisk, it seems it's not that combat talents are lacking, it's that Uncle Lee's combat talent is lacking. Bai Yu scratched his head, unable to resist making a sarcastic remark. Compared to John's talent, Li Tian's talent was simply garbage, unable to even defeat a level 2 monster. John and that unknown guy can now kill level 4 monsters. TSK Tisk. Now it seems that my combat power as an SS level talent holder is actually the weakest. In this regard, Bai Yu felt quite helpless. His equivalent exchange talent was not a combat talent, and could not intuitively enhance his own strength. Yet Bai Yu believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would not be inferior to those with SS level combat talents in the future. Before that, all he needed to do was to survive and develop carefully. It's a pity that simply enhancing a single attribute not only doesn't increase strength, but may also lower one's overall. Thinking of this, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. He had planned to use the infinite level 2 illusion ice beast cores to enhance his spiritual attributes, and thus increase his strength, but unexpectedly his body couldn't keep up. Not only did it fail to enhance his strength, but he also found it much more troublesome dealing with some agile monsters. He only hadn't noticed this problem before, because the monsters he encountered were too weak, almost being defeated by Bai Yu in one hit, so naturally, he couldn't see any issues. I want to eat the illusion ice beast cores for now, but during this time, I should eat more meat and ice spirit fruits. He was in urgent need of enhancing his physique to match his spiritual attributes. Only then could he unleash his true potential. Currently, the only way he could enhance his physique was through the probability increase from eating ice spirit fruits and monster meat. I wonder how things are now. If my dad finds out the ice spirit fruit trees have frozen to death, he will probably come and nag me. Thinking of the ice spirit fruits, Bayu couldn't help but recall the patch of ice spirit fruit trees he had planted. He contemplated going to check on the trees early tomorrow morning. Bayu only hoped that those epic-level ice spirit fruit trees wouldn't freeze to death too many. Even if one remained, it would be fine. As long as it bore an epic-level fruit, his physique could increase several times daily. By the way, Muzi and Xiao Rui have also been opening treasure chests these days. I wonder if they found any. Although Bayu had been traveling these days, he would occasionally send some treasure chests to Li Muzi for them to open. If the two of them could find anything else that increases physique, it would also solve his current problem. He'll ask them about it. After thinking for a moment, Bayu felt that he seemed to have forgotten something, yet he couldn't recall it no matter what. Scratching his head while eating the freshly roasted golden flame tiger meat, Bayu suddenly seemed to think of something, his eyes brightening. Right, let's check the system announcement. Now that the 7-day calamity had ended, he remembered that the system had made an announcement at that time seemingly about some new things being unlocked, but he had been on the move and didn't have time to listen carefully. Now that he had time to relax, it was just in time to check what the system announcement was. Attention players, the 7-day calamity has officially ended. To ensure a more authentic gaming experience for all players, natural disasters will be integrated into regular gameplay, randomly generated based on different environments. At the same time, to safeguard the gaming experience of all players, different types of secret realms will be randomly generated in areas affected by natural disasters. Players can obtain a wealth of resources in the secret realms, and successfully completing a secret realm will grant additional system rewards. The lowest level of secret realm is F level, while the highest is SSS level. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more dangerous it is, but also the more resources can be obtained. Players are advised to act within their limits. Note, each secret realm remains open for 1 month, and players can only explore during this time. Otherwise, they will be forcibly ejected from the secret realm. Oh, I thought it was something big. Turns out it's just about opening a secret realm. Looking at the system announcement before him, Bayu did not react much, even showing some disdain. Previously, he looked forward to the opening of the secret realm to obtain fragments to enhance his spiritual attributes. However, now, he could fully utilize the magic core of the illusion ice beast for enhancement, making the risk of the secret realm unnecessary. Moreover, his spiritual attributes were already much higher than his physical attributes, so he currently had no plans to further enhance his spiritual attributes. In Bayu's view, the time spent on secret realm exploration would be better spent on selling some bottled water. Alright, let's wait until tomorrow to see how the ice spirit fruit seedlings are doing. Exiting the system, Bayu slumped onto the sofa, feeling quite idle. He stood up and went to the yard to retrieve the corpse of the diamond flame tiger. As the corpse of the diamond flame tiger was taken out, the originally spacious yard was instantly filled. Bayu stood at the door of the wooden house, begrudgingly beginning to disassemble it. After about half an hour, Bayu finally completed the disassembly of the diamond flame tiger. He obtained a total of 2,150 units of diamond flame tiger meat, 4 units of diamond flame tiger claws, 1 unit of diamond flame tiger skin, and 2 diamond flame tiger teeth. Diamond flame tiger claw. Quality legendary. Description: dropped by killing the diamond flame tiger, can be used for. Looking at the diamond flame tiger claws in his backpack with satisfaction, Bayu couldn't help but smile. A weapon crafted from legendary quality materials should also be of legendary caliber, right? Unfortunately, I'm still short a piece of deep-sea sunken wood. After selling everything for equivalent exchange, Bayu walked into the wooden house and began to eat the roasted red flame gold tiger meat. I wonder what the diamond flame tiger meat tastes like. Should I try a piece first? While eating, Bayu thought of the recently obtained diamond flame tiger meat and casually exchanged a piece to roast on the camping iron stove. While waiting, he had nothing to do, so he opened the chat channel hoping to gather some useful information. For those who mentioned entering the secret realm, have any of you come out yet? Could you share? What resources are there in the secret realm? Is there anyone willing to share? Bayu, did the big guy go to the secret realm? Or are you still inside? Isn't that obvious? Bayu definitely went, and maybe it's a high-level secret realm, which is why he hasn't come out yet. Otherwise, he would have told us already. Are there many monsters in the secret realm? It feels quite dangerous. Bayu looked at the chat channel, which was filled with discussions about the secret realm, with many tagging him, wanting him to share information. Secret realm? You might be disappointed. Ooh, I have no intention of going at all. Bayu scratched his head. He didn't plan to explore such high-risk, low-reward places where the investment-to-return ratio was completely disproportionate. Just as he was about to reply in the chat channel that he had no plans to go to the secret realm, a transfer message popped up. Player Wong Lin is giving away Fire Spirit Fruit 1. Immediately after, a private message popped up. Wong Lin, Fire Spirit Fruit. Seeing this, Bayu was a bit stunned and instinctively clicked on the private message from Wong Lin. Boss, I went to explore the secret realm and found something good, grinning. This should help you, right? Looking at the content sent by Wong Lin, Bayu quickly replied, you went to explore the secret realm. Bayu was surprised. Wong Lin actually went to explore the secret realm and seemed to have obtained some precious resources. I happen to have an F-level secret realm. I had nothing to do, so I thought I'd go in and take a look. But there were too many monsters inside, and I didn't find too many resources awkward. I only found this thing. According to the description, it seems to be the same as the ice spirit fruit. It can enhance physical attributes, so I thought it should help you, big guy. Enhance physical attributes. Hearing the message from Wang Lin, by Yes' eyes lit up. What he needed most right now was to enhance his physical attributes. Alright, thanks a lot. The secret realm, right? Wait a few days, and we can go explore together. Quickly replying, Bai Yu eagerly switched to his backpack, took out the fire spirit fruit, and examined it carefully. The fire spirit fruit in his hand looked similar to an apple in both shape and size, with a bright red color. If it weren't for the soft red light emanating from it, Bai Yu would have thought it was just an ordinary apple. Fire spirit fruit. Quality excellent. Description: a spirit fruit that grows in extremely hot volcanoes nurtured in extreme high temperature environments. Consuming it permanently increases physical attributes by 1. Note: for excellent quality and above extra 2 to physical attributes, for epic quality and above extra 5. Excellent quality. The description is quite similar to the ice spirit fruit. It can increase physical attributes by 3 at once. Looking at the fire spirit fruit in his hand, Bai Yu couldn't help but swallow. A good item. Definitely a good item. I didn't expect to obtain this in the secret realm. It seems this secret realm is... With a smile, he sold the fire spirit fruit for equivalent exchange. Sold fire spirit fruit 1, received 5,000 EMC coins. Only 5,000 for 1. Bai Yu's smile widened as he directly spent 1 EMC coins to exchange for 20 pieces, then gifted 10 of them along with some basic resources to Wang Lin, eagerly taking out one to eat. Well, all spirit fruits seem to just have different names. Bai Yu remarked, exchanging 80 pieces and placing them in the home warehouse, while sending a message for Li Muzi and the others to collect them. This thing should be useful for Old Wolf and the Frost Snow Leopard too, right? After consuming 10 fire spirit fruits, Old Wolf has no attributes, so he should be able to eat any spirit fruit. But the Frost Snow Leopard is an ice attribute monster. He wondered if this would be useful for it. Shaking his head, Bai Yu stopped thinking further. Just as he was about to exit the system, he saw a message from Li Muzi pop up. Bai Yu, why haven't you replied to my messages since you woke up? Li Muzi nestled in bed, angrily staring at Bai Yu's chat window. She had just woken up looking at the pitch black outside, and was about to ask Bai Yu if he was awake when she saw a message he had sent in their home. That annoying Bai Yu, he woke up, but didn't take the initiative to message me. Bai Yu was taken aback by the sudden message from Li Muzi, wondering why she was still awake at this hour. Could it still be early? No way, I must find something that can tell the time tomorrow no matter what. Well, I thought by this time you would have already fallen asleep, so I didn't message you. Who would have thought you were also a night owl? Bai Yu paused for a moment before sending again. At this hour, why aren't you asleep? Had it not been dark for long? How would I know? I just woke up too. Alright then. Bai Yu's lips twitched. He thought Li Muzi had never slept, but it turned out she had just woken up like him. Come clean, what have you been up to these days? Also, what happened to your wooden house? Did you use a teleportation scroll? Li Muzi was very curious about what could make Bai Yu leave so hurriedly, even moving away from home. It's nothing much, I guess I was just unlucky and got chosen for a dungeon. Bai Yu explained that dungeon had quite a high difficulty and I was afraid it would involve you guys, so I thought it best to hide. To avoid worrying Li Muzi, he didn't mention encountering the Diamond Flame Tiger, or John only briefly describing this. Hey, you're being too ungrateful. When facing difficulties we should unite and solve them together. Sneaking away by yourself doesn't count for anything. Or is it that you never considered us friends? Looking at the message from Li Muzi, Bai Yu momentarily didn't know what to say. He certainly knew that Li Muzi was concerned about her, but he felt quite helpless about it. Confronted with a monster of the Diamond Flame Tiger's caliber, bringing Li Muzi and the others along would likely be less effective than going alone. It's not like that, it was just that you all weren't strong enough at that time. Replying, Bai Yu intentionally changed the subject, saying, by the way, have you been to the secret realm? Do you want to explore it together in a few days? Bai Yu hadn't initially planned to venture into the secret realm, but upon learning that Wang Lin's fire spirit fruit was discovered there, he resolved to explore it. And great secret realm should probably not have any formidable monsters. Now you think to call me? Li Muzi seemed still annoyed, pouting. I won't go with you, I want to go with Xiao Rue instead. Then I'll have to go alone. Looking at the message from Li Muzi, Bai Yu chuckled and said deliberately, I plan to go the day after tomorrow at 8 in the morning, so please don't follow me. If I wouldn't. After chatting for a while, seeing Li Muzi's mood slightly improve, Bai Yu reminded her, the fire spirit fruit that Wang Lin brought back from the secret realm is in the home, remember to eat it. That thing works like the ice spirit fruit, increasing physical strength. Got it. Bai Yu smiled as he chatted when suddenly a tantalizing meat aroma wafted into the air. Wow, is this Diamond Flame Tiger roasted so fragrant? Looking at the freshly roasted Diamond Flame Tiger meat on the camping stove, Bai Yu couldn't wait to take some and started eating. Phew. As expected of a level 4 monster, the meat is delicious. Soon after consuming a piece of Diamond Flame Tiger meat, he satisfiedly burped. Eating a piece of meat increases physical strength by 5. Bai Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and quickly pulled out. Eating a piece of meat increases physical strength by 5. Bai rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and quickly pulled out a piece of Diamond Flame Tiger meat to check its information. Diamond Flame Tiger, meat quality legendary. Description dropped from the Diamond Flame Tiger: eating it increases physical strength by 1. Note: outstanding and above quality grants an additional 1 to physical strength. Epic and above quality grants an additional 4. What a... Directly 5 points. So powerful. Confirming he wasn't mistaken, Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Instantly gaining 5 points of physical strength means it's even more valuable than the ordinary ice spirit fruit. Although the increase in physical strength for monster meat is probabilistic, there is no limit to the quantity, meaning if he is lucky, gaining hundreds of points in a day isn't out of the question. Thinking of this, Bai eagerly exchanged for 20 units of Diamond Flame Tiger meat, consuming 40,000 EMC coins, obtaining Diamond Flame Tiger meat 20. This is something I got by chance a while back. It tastes pretty good, you should try it. Leaving 4 units on the camping stove to grill, Bai gifted the rest to Lee Musi. Level 4 monster. Or is it legendary level? I can't be seeing things right. Looking at the gifted Diamond Flame Tiger meat, Lee Musi was stunned and asked in disbelief. Does Bai already have the ability to hunt level 4 monsters? Don't get me wrong, I don't have that much capability right now. Seeming to guess Lee Musi's thoughts, Bai hurriedly explained, I didn't kill this guy, I just picked it up to trade for an equivalent. Oh right, there's also this. As if thinking of something, Bai exchanged for an obsidian level treasure chest from the equivalent, spending 10,000,000 EMC coins, obtaining obsidian level treasure chest 20. He gifted all these obsidian level treasure chests to Lee Musi. And this, you take it too. Bai quickly sent, the diamond level treasure chests are no longer worthy of our status. We should open these from now on. What diamond level treasure chest? I can't even get a level 6 wooden house blueprint from it. This wouldn't be something you picked up, would it? How did you know? You really can pick up anything. Lee Musi didn't believe that the Diamond Flame Tiger meat and obsidian level treasure chests were things Bai just stumbled upon, but she didn't ask further. It seemed Bai's departure these past few days was related to the Diamond Flame Tiger, and this obsidian level treasure chest might be a drop from Bai after defeating the tiger. Bai scratched his head, intentionally changing the subject. While I was gone, did you guys find any good stuff? We actually found quite a few good things, including 2 legendary ones. Lee Musi replied, but they aren't with me, they're with my mom. I'll let her know once she wakes up tomorrow. Seeming to fear Bai would misunderstand, Lee Musi hurriedly explained, my mom has a level talent induction, allowing her to quickly categorize and organize resources, and even increases storage by 10. While you were gone, Xiao Rui and I filled our backpack slots, so we left them with her. Quickly tidy up and let Aunt help manage the home warehouse, okay? Seeing the message from Lee Musi, Bai's eyes lit up as he quickly replied, the resources obtained from going out can be placed in the home warehouse, and let Aunt help organize them. Although Bai didn't need the home warehouse for extra supplies, Lee Musi and her group certainly did. If Lu Yin could organize the resources they collected into the storage box through the home warehouse during their exploration, wouldn't that mean Lee Musi and the others essentially had an infinite backpack? In that case, there would be no need to worry about having too many resources to carry. Alright, I'll tell my mom when it gets light. As the two chatted casually, it gradually became light outside. I need to go to the crooked neck tree and see how the ice spirit fruit seedlings are doing. Noticing it was getting bright outside, Bai exchanged greetings with Lee Musi, exited the system, and stood up to walk outside. I hope there are more that survived. Thinking to himself, Bai soon arrived near the crooked neck tree. From a distance, it seemed there were no other living creatures aside from one crooked neck tree. Wait, more accurately, there was one person. Dad, why are you here so early? Bai's heart skipped a beat as he saw Bai Linji near the crooked neck tree, and he hurriedly ran over, cautiously inquiring. You brat finally decided to come back. Bai Linji was taken aback upon seeing Bai, then feeling exasperated, he slapped him on the head and said, tell me, what have you been doing these past 2 days? I heard from Xiaorui that Musi has been feeling down lately. Did you bully her, you little rascal? And, listening to Bai Linji's questions, Bai could only awkwardly scratch his head. After Bai Linji spoke for a while, he finally smiled sheepishly and said, well, Dad, how about we take a look at the ice spirit fruit seedlings? However, he should have kept quiet about the ice spirit fruit seedlings as Bai Linji's anger flared up again. You still have the nerve to bring that up? Bai Linji kicked Bai's backside angrily and said, didn't you say you were taking care of them every day? You also said these fruit trees were unaffected and growing well. Why is it that when I come, most of them are dead? On the very first day after the disaster ended, he had gotten up early to come here, but to his utter disbelief, nearly all the ice spirit fruit seedlings he painstakingly planted had died. Only the seedlings next to the crooked neck tree and 2 others had survived. In the past 2 days, he had replanted the ice spirit fruit seedlings again, but very few had survived. That was precisely why he had gotten up so early to check on the planting situation of the ice spirit fruit. There are still some that survived. Upon hearing Bai Linji's words, Bai's eyes brightened. As long as there were survivors, didn't that mean his previous efforts weren't in vain? Dad, where are the surviving ice spirit fruit seedlings? What qualities do they have? Bai was eager to find out which ice spirit fruit seedlings had survived and their specific qualities. If they were of high quality. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Seeing Baiyu suddenly excited, Linji shot him an annoyed glance and said, I don't know what qualities they are. You'll have to Unlike Baiyu, Linji didn't care about the qualities of these ice spirit fruit seedlings. He was more concerned about whether they could grow healthily. Look there, right over there. There are a few others that I just planted yesterday. Be careful not to step on them. Pointing to the location of the remaining 3 ice spirit fruit seedlings, Linji specifically reminded Baiyu, who looked eager to go. Okay. Noticing Linji's gaze, Baiyu suppressed his excitement and carefully walked towards the crooked neck tree. Looking under the crooked neck tree, Baiyu couldn't help but exclaim, wow, brother tree, it's all because of you. Baiyu was especially delighted at this moment. If he remembered correctly, this ice spirit fruit seedling near the crooked neck tree was of mythical quality. Ice spirit fruit tree seedling grade mythical. Description: a seedling nurtured from the ice spirit fruit core, capable of growing into an ice spirit fruit tree. Note: superior and above ice spirit fruit seedlings can shorten growth cycles by 10. Epic and above ice spirit fruit seedlings can shorten growth cycles by 20 and increase the probability of producing high-quality ice spirit fruits. Growth cycle 123. 6 days. After confirming that the ice spirit fruit seedling in front of him was indeed of mythical quality, Baiyu couldn't help but grin widely. As long as this ice spirit fruit seedling could grow safely, it meant that 4 months later, he would likely obtain a mythical ice spirit fruit. Tisk, how about? Let old wolf pull in more here. Baiyu clicked his tongue, suppressing his excitement as he checked the situation of the other 2 ice spirit fruit seedlings. The other 2 ice spirit fruits were of legendary and epic quality, with growth cycles of 119, 5 days and 84 days, irrespectively. What? Looking at the growth cycle of this epic quality ice spirit fruit seedling, which was only 84 days, Baiyu couldn't help but be astonished, rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Wait a minute, even if it was one of the first batch of surviving plants, it shouldn't only have 84 days left. He had only been here for less than 30 days. Even if the epic quality had a 20 reduction in time plus by Linji's talent reducing it by 5, it shouldn't be 84 days. Baiyu carefully observed the ice spirit fruit seedling in front of him, finding that aside from a slightly lighter color, there was nothing particularly special about it. I can't see anything special about it. After observing for a long time, Baiyu scratched his head, still unable to identify any peculiarities about this ice spirit fruit seedling. Forget it, it doesn't matter. If the growth cycle is shortened, then so be it. That just means I can eat high-quality ice spirit fruits sooner. Shaking his head, Baiyu decided not to dwell on it further. If it could grow faster, it would be beneficial for him. What are you staring at, you little rascal? Seeing Baiyu fixated on an ice spirit fruit, Linji called out, if you have nothing to do, come over and help me cultivate this frozen soil. Why are we cultivating the frozen soil? Baiyu was taken aback, looking around at the few ice spirit fruit seedlings that hardly survived. He couldn't help but ask, aren't there still many that need planting? He felt a bit bewildered, not understanding why Linji wanted him to cultivate other frozen soil when there were still so many idle ones available. I was just about to ask you, can you use your talent to exchange these surviving ice spirit fruit seedlings? Huh, what did you say? I said, can you utilize your talent? Linji looked at Baiyu, who was in a daze, and repeated, can you gather more of those living perfectly fine ice spirit fruits? I don't know what happened, but ever since the natural disaster ended, the survival rate of the ice spirit fruits that were planted has been incredibly low. Yesterday he planted all the remaining frozen soil, but just checked, and only 5 survived. He thought that if he cultivated more frozen soil, perhaps there would be a greater chance for more to survive. Who would have thought that when he saw Baiyu staring blankly at an ice spirit fruit seedling, he suddenly remembered that his son's talent could trade for unlimited identical items. Perhaps he could have Baiyu replicate those ice spirit fruit seedlings, so he wouldn't have to gamble on probabilities. Why didn't I Upon hearing Linji's words, Bai's eyes lit up as if he had an epiphany, and he slapped his own head. Right? He could use equivalent exchange to sell these surviving high-quality ice spirit fruits for equivalent trade, which would mean he could have an unlimited supply of high-quality ice spirit fruit seedlings. Dad, you're a genius. Excitedly shouting, Baiyu couldn't wait to sell the legendary ice spirit fruit under the crooked tree for equivalent exchange. However, when he reached the crooked tree and looked at the legendary ice spirit fruit seedling before him, his hand involuntarily stopped. Forget it, I said I would help Brother Tree find a partner, so let's trade the other 2 instead. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at the other 2 ice spirit fruit seedlings nearby. Anyway, the physique boosts from epic or above are the same, so I might as well use these 2. According to the introduction of the ice spirit fruit, as long as the quality reaches epic level, it can directly increase physique by 5 points, so there was no need to be fixated on the legendary level. On the contrary, those 2 ice spirit fruit seedlings were planted by Linji, and their growth cycle was shorter. Thinking this, Baiyu turned to the legendary seedling, wanting to proceed with the equivalent exchange, but he was suddenly at a loss. Dad, can you dig this out for me? Otherwise I can't trade it. Scratching his head, Baiyu looked at Linji. The premise of equivalent exchange was that he had to possess the item, but these ice spirit fruit seedlings were in the ground, not in his inventory. If he forcibly pulled them out, wouldn't they die? Choosing this one. But I feel like its growth isn't as good as the other 2. Standing beside Baiyu and looking at the legendary ice spirit fruit seedling, Linji suggested, how about we swap it for the other 2? This one might survive a bit better. Just based on its growth, this legendary ice spirit fruit seedling didn't look good at all, appearing somewhat wilted. Doesn't it look fine? Scratching his head, Baiyu couldn't see any difference, and said, let's go with this one. Oh, if it doesn't work out, we'll deal with it then. Alright then. Since Baiyu had already made up his mind, Bai Linji didn't say much more, and hoisted the iron shovel to dig out the legendary ice spirit fruit seedling. Sold legendary ice spirit fruit seedling 1, gained 200 EMC coins. Wow, it's worth 200 EMC coins, which is much more than a fruit pit. A single ice spirit fruit pit is only 10 EMC coins, meaning one seedling is equivalent to 2,000 ice spirit fruit pits. Fortunately, he wasn't really short on money right now, otherwise he would be reluctant. Thinking this, Baiyu directly spent 2 million to exchange for 100 legendary ice spirit fruit seedlings, gifting them to Bai Linji. You can replicate them now, can't you? Can't you replicate a bit more? Seeing the 100 legendary ice spirit fruit seedlings Baiyu gifted, Bai Linji frowned slightly, and said this little bit isn't enough for anyone to plant. Alright then, Dad, how many do you want? Should be a few thousand, right? Cough cough. Upon hearing Bai Linji's words, Baiyu coughed a bit, meeting Bai Linji's gaze, and said, alright, I'll give you another 1,000. Oh, will that be okay? 1,000 mythical ice spirit fruit seedlings are worth 20 million EMC coins, which is still within his budget. Okay, let's start with these for now. Nodding his head, Bai Linji looked at the 1,000 mythical ice spirit fruit seedlings Baiyu gifted, and asked, do you have any? If you don't, come help me clear the surrounding frozen soil. I'll plant all these today. Well, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. Baiyu complained, but still took out the iron hoe, and together with Bai Linji began to cultivate the surrounding frozen soil centered around the crooked tree. By the way, Dad, I have something I want to tell you. While swinging the iron hoe, Baiyu said to Bai Linji, I want to take Xiao Rui to explore the secret realm tomorrow. Why are you going to the secret realm? We don't know the situation inside right now. What if you encounter danger? Bai Linji rejected without a second thought, saying, if you want to go, I won't stop you, but don't drag your sister along. With Baiyu's strength, even if he encountered danger, he should be able to escape, but Bai Shirui couldn't. Oh, what would happen if she encountered danger? Xiao Rui has grown up too, as she's just idling at home. Baiyu continued, I will definitely protect her. That's still not acceptable. Seeing Bai Linji's firm attitude, Baiyu felt a bit helpless. I can't convince you. I don't believe Li Muzi can't persuade you either. Secretly thinking, Baiyu said nothing more, and pondered how to get Li Muzi to convince Bai Linji. After cultivating 1,000 plots of frozen soil, Baiyu and Bai Linji planted the ice spirit fruit seedlings, and after checking that everything was fine, he was about to return to the wooden house, when he was stopped by Bai Linji. You brat, come on, go home and eat. Let's wait a bit. You little brat, you. Sigh well, then prepare well. Just remember, if you can't win, run away, and always stay alert. You little brat, you. Sigh well, then prepare well. Just remember, if you can't win, run away, and always stay alert. As he walked towards the wooden house, listening to Bai Linji's nagging, Baiyu sighed helplessly. Got it. Soon after parting from Bai Linji, Baiyu lay down in the wooden house, first telling Li Muzi about the situation, and asking him to persuade Bai Linji. Then he entered the chat channel, sending, brothers, the secret realm is rich in resources, but also extremely dangerous, so enter based on your own capabilities. After sending the message, Baiyu ignored the reactions of others, and directly switched to Wang Lin's chat box, saying, tomorrow morning at 8, don't forget. Got it, boss. With all arrangements made, Baiyu exited the system, staring blankly at the outside of the house. I really want to see what's inside this secret realm. The next morning, Baiyu got up early, roughly estimating the time, before heading directly towards Li Muzi's wooden house. However, after calling out several times, he received no response. Could it be that I woke up late? Have they already left? Seeing no one answer, Baiyu murmured, it's likely the secret realm has been open for 2 or 3 days now. Given Xiao Rui's character, she probably knows where the secret realm is by now. Shaking his head, Baiyu decided not to think too much about it, and got up to head towards Wang Lin's wooden house. Soon Baiyu arrived at Wang Lin's wooden house, and saw the crew-cut man who was already waiting at the door. He wasn't too surprised. Wang Lin looked almost the same as in the photo, his distinctive crew cut, standing out sharply. Boss. Seeing Baiyu approach, Wang Lin quickly walked out of the wooden house, greeted him, and then led Baiyu towards the direction. Along the way, Wang Lin introduced some basic information about the secret realm, but Baiyu had little mind to listen. Their speed should not be faster than mine, so why haven't I seen them along the way? Not seeing Li Muzi and Bai Shirui along the way, and receiving no replies to his messages, made Baiyu feel a sense of unease. Under Wang Lin's guidance, the two quickly arrived at a snowy area. From a distance, they could see an object glowing with a milky white light, which seemed to pose no danger, resembling a mirror. Boss, this is the entrance to the secret realm. Should we go in now? Wang Lin asked Baiyu as he looked at the distant. Let's wait a bit. I still have friends who haven't arrived. Li Muzi and Bai Shirui had yet to respond to his messages, so Baiyu decided to wait, uncertain whether they hadn't come or had already entered the secret realm. On the other side, Bai Shirui looked at the scene before her, her eyes filled with excitement. Linking arms with Li Muzi, she eagerly said, Sister Muzi, let's not wait for my brother. Let's go explore the area first. She was already looking forward to exploring the secret realm, and thought that if she could find something good, she could extort Baiyu for some. Let's wait a little longer. Your brother hasn't arrived yet. Li Muzi looked back at the entrance to the secret realm, and after pondering for a moment, said, we can explore together when your brother arrives. I'm not sure what time it is now, perhaps I arrived too early. Bai might still be lying in bed. The Hanfrost snow leopard lay in Li Muse's arms looking rather uninterested. Sister Muse, it's not good for us to keep waiting here. Seeing Li Muse still wanting to wait, Bai Shirue advised maybe. Maybe my brother has already started exploring. Come on, let's go, Sister Muse. With Xiaohan protecting us and Flevel's secret realm won't pose any danger. After a pause, Bai Shirue continued to persuade, if we find treasures we can extort my brother for tons of snacks. Thinking about the snacks, Bai Shirue became even more eager to explore the secret realm. Well, alright. Seeing Bai Xirue's pleading expression, Li Muse hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, and said, but you must listen to my commands if we encounter any powerful monsters. I will absolutely obey all your orders, Sister Muse. Bai Shirue patted her chest, and immediately promised. Then let's be cautious and take a look. Shaking her head, Li Muse looked at the forest before them, and began to explore carefully with Bai Shirue. On the other side, Wang Lin and Bai Yu squatted at the entrance of the secret realm. A biting cold wind swept through Wang Lin glanced at the sun overhead and couldn't help but look at Bai Yu with curiosity, wondering who Bai Yu was waiting for, but out of respect for his junior, he didn't ask further. Could it be that they've really gone in? Looking at the sun above, Bai Yu estimated the time, and could be certain that it was already around. Damn it, the trading area, is there really no one selling anything to tell the time? Not seeing any replies from Li Muse and Bai Shirue, Bai Yu decided to head into the secret realm first. If Li Muse and the others had indeed entered the secret realm first, that wouldn't be good news. With the Hanfrost snow leopard here, there shouldn't be any major issues. Reassured by this thought, Bai Yu stood up and said to Wang Lin, no more waiting, let's go in first. Alright. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Lin immediately stood up and followed Bai Yu into the secret realm. Current secret realm level is F. Would you like to enter? As they stepped into the secret realm, a prompt appeared before Bai Yu's eyes, and he unhesitatingly selected yes. After a moment of disorientation, the scenery before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally boundless white snow disappeared, replaced by what looked like a long-abandoned small town. What is this? At that moment, Bai Yu stood in the middle of the town's road, curiously observing the surroundings. This? How is it different from the secret realm I imagined? He had thought that secret realms would consist of high mountains, snowy areas, or extreme environments, but unexpectedly, it was a dilapidated town that seemed to pose no danger. No wonder it's in Flevel's secret realm. Looking at Wang Lin beside him, Bai Yu asked, have you searched these rooms? Since Wang Lin had been here once, he probably knew something about it. Perhaps he had already explored the area. No. Wang Lin awkwardly scratched his head and pointed to a nearby two-story building, saying shyly, I only explored that building over there. I was planning to continue exploring, but suddenly a monster jumped out, and without thinking, I just fled the secret realm. He still remembered that it was a humanoid monster which, although slow-moving, looked particularly frightening. Hearing Wang Lin's account, Bai Yu glanced at him with some disdain. Come on dude, you've eaten so many ice spirit fruits, how can you still be so timid? My sister dares to take on a level 2 monster solo, and you run at the sight of a monster. No boss, I know it's embarrassing. Noticing Bai Yu's disdainful gaze, Wang Lin immediately explained, but you don't understand, that humanoid monster looked really terrifying. I still feel a bit scared thinking about it now. Boss you. I can't go. Wang Lin wanted to say something more, but suddenly seemed to see something terrifying. His eyes filled with fear as he instinctively took a step back. Bai Yu looked back suspiciously, and just as he turned his head, he collided face-to-face with a horrifying face. It was an immensely terrifying face with black bulging eyes and pale cheeks streaming with 2 eerie trails of blood, strikingly vivid lips, drained of color, devoid of any hint of life. With just one glance, Bai Yu felt an inexplicable surge of fear, much like Wang Lin. Damn, this is way It was his first time encountering a ghost in reality. Weren't such beings supposed to exist only in horror films? What do you think? See, I told you it was frightening, didn't I? Wang Lin hid behind Bai Yu, too afraid to open his eyes, his voice trembling. Hey, it's a ghost coming at us. Bai Yu swiftly pulled Wang Lin aside, evading the attack from the humanoid creature. Stunned by how easily he dodged the attack, Bai Yu wondered, was it really that simple? Though his physique had increased by several points over the past few days, his mental attribute was still significantly higher than his physique. Being able to evade the humanoid creature's attack indicated that. It seems it's only scary in appearance, its actual strength isn't remarkable at all. Upon further reflection, it was merely in Frank's secret realm. How strong could the monsters get here? With that thought, Bai Yu felt a surge of confidence, and called up the system to check the information on the humanoid monster. Level 1 monster, grudge, spirit, rank, ordinary. Attribute, ghost. Skill, unknown. Description, a level 1, ordinary monster ghost, attribute born from the grudges of an unknown being after death. It might offer assistance, possibly leading to unexpected rewards. Monsters in the secret realm can be tamed. Note, at night ghosts receive a 100 boost to all attributes. Helping could yield rewards. Glancing at the grudge spirit's description, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, but didn't dwell on it. Based on his prior experience watching horror films, the help mentioned by the system likely meant completing unfulfilled wishes from their past lives. However, Bai Yu had no intention of doing that. What a hassle. Seeing the grudge spirit attempting to attack again, he flashed a hint of impatience in his eyes, and casually threw a punch, directly dispersing the grudge spirit. With his current physique, this level 1 monster was hardly a challenge. Alright, it's dealt with. Can you act a bit more like a man? Observing Wang Lin, who was cowering behind him with tightly shut eyes, Bai Yu felt speechless. This guy was just too timid. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Lin fearfully opened one eye, and confirming the grudge spirit was indeed dealt with Bai Yu finally felt relieved. No way, boss, you're incredible. Cut it out with that stuff. Bai Yu, looking at Wang Lin, who appeared to have survived a disaster, kicked him lightly on the rear, and said, after eating so many of my fruits, are you really scared off by a level 1 monster? Look at your pathetic state. Ahem, I've been afraid of these things since I was young. Wang Lin scratched his head, feeling awkward, and added, I don't watch such films anymore. When it comes to beast-type monsters, I would charge right in without hesitation, but facing this grudge spirit, I have absolutely no courage to fight. Alright, enough of that, let's go collect resources. Looking at the dilapidated buildings around, Bai Yu continued, they'll handle the monsters you search for resources. Remember, gather everything, even if it's just a fly by the roadside, empty everything out for me. He was well aware of his luck, so it was best to let Wang Lin handle the resource collection. Got it, boss. Wang Lin replied in agreement, and began to scour the nearby buildings for resources. Following Bai Yu's instructions, Wang Lin emptied every building he searched, handing over everything to Bai Yu. The grudge spirits that respawned were all dealt with by Bai Yu with a single punch. After a day of battles, Bai Yu gradually relaxed. Given the strength of these monsters, they posed no threat to Li Muzi and the others. Moreover, with the cold frost snow leopard by their side, Bai Yu was even less worried about Li Muzi's safety. It seems the monsters in the secret realm are just average. As night fell, Bai Yu and Wang Lin casually found a room. He took out some King Kong flame tiger meat to share with Wang Lin, and started eating heartily. While eating, he intended to check the chat channel for some entertainment, but was surprised to find he couldn't open the chat channel in the secret realm and could send no messages. No wonder no one who entered the secret realm had any news before. Feeling helpless, Bai Yu exited the system, glancing around at the now pitch-black surroundings, and asked Wang Lin beside him, are you tired? Not really. Why? Boss. Wang Lin, caught off guard by Bai Yu's sudden question, froze, swallowed the food in his mouth, and curiously replied, if you're not tired, let's continue soon. Clear this place out quickly and get out of here. This was merely in Frank's secret realm, and Bai Yu didn't want to waste time. Having explored most of the area, they could probably finish the entire exploration in one night. Alright. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He certainly didn't want to stay here longer. Though all the monsters they encountered could be easily dealt with by Bai Yu, there were still occasional spawns behind him that scared him half to death. If they could finish quickly, he would certainly welcome that. After eating to their fill, the two of them regained some energy. Bai Yu handed a flashlight to Wang Lin and began the next phase of exploration. Didn't they say that ghosts get a 100 boost to all attributes at night? Why doesn't it feel like that? After resolving another ghost, Bai Yu couldn't help but complain. Seeing Bai Yu deal with the ghost, Wang Lin dashed into the house, packing everything he could carry. Before long, just as Wang Lin was finishing looting the house and preparing to hand over the resources to Bai Yu, his pupils suddenly contracted. Boss Yu, there's something behind you. Seeing Wang Lin's tense expression, Bai Yu was puzzled and instinctively turned to look, only to find a ghost had appeared behind him without him noticing. Unlike the other ghosts, this grudge spirit was dressed in red, making it particularly eye-catching in the dark. Level 2 monster, Ghost Bride, rank legendary. Attributes: Ghost Spirit. Skill: unknown. Description: a level 2 legendary monster possessing both ghost and spirit attributes. Born from intense grievances, it could possibly offer assistance, leading to unexpected rewards. Monsters in the secret realm can be tamed. Note: at night, ghosts receive a 100 boost to all attributes. Bai Yu was taken aback upon seeing the information about the Ghost Bride behind him. He never expected that in Frank's secret realm could spawn a legendary monster. No wonder it felt chilly behind me earlier. It was you causing the disturbance. It's a pity you're just a second-level monster. If you were a third level, I might actually feel a bit scared. Looking at the Ghost Bride behind him, Bai Yu took a step back to evade the attack, his voice filled with disdain. Just a second-level monster, what's the big deal, even if it's legendary? He had seen legendary monsters before. Ow, ow. Seeing Bai Yu dodge the attack, the Ghost Bride suddenly let out a sharp and piercing scream. What? You're screaming just because you missed? Isn't that too much? Looking at the suddenly screaming Ghost Bride, Bai Yu covered his ears, bewildered. I can't just stand here and let you hit me. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and instinctively dodged to the side. Wang Lin. What the hell? Seeing that his attack was not aimed at the monster, but at Wang Lin, Bai Yu frowned and said in confusion, wait, you're hitting me. However, before Bai Yu could finish his sentence, Wang Lin charged at him again. He. Witnessing the battle between Wang Lin and Bai Yu, the Ghost Bride let out a chilling and eerie laugh. Skill: Ghostly Temptation. Description: a skill exclusive to the Ghost Bride. It emits a piercing scream that causes targets with lower mental attributes to experience illusions, thereby controlling them. Note: once controlled by this skill, the target cannot break free on their own. Although Ghostly Temptation did not control Bai Yu, it was sufficient to ensnare another. What she loved most was watching teammates kill each other. Damn it, did this guy get hit by the skill, or did I? Dodging Wang Lin's attack, Bai Yu finally pieced together the situation. That piercing scream must have been the Ghost Bride using some mental skill, meaning Wang Lin was under her control, which is why he was attacking him. Of course, there was another possibility: the Wang Lin in front of him was not the real Wang Lin, but a figment of his imagination, due to the skill. But no matter which, it was the most crucial thing now was to eliminate the ghost bride. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me. Dodging Wang Lin's attack, Bai Yu turned his gaze to the ghost bride, whose mouth was grinning widely, and with a cold snort, he flashed in front of her. Shut up. Not giving the ghost bride a chance to react, Bai Yu wasted no time, and threw a punch directly shattering her. Congratulations to players Bai Yu and Wang Lin for clearing the level Secret Realm. Rewards: Black Iron level treasure, chest 1, Ghostly Temptation fragment 1. With the ghost bride's death, a system notification echoed in Bai Yu's mind. At the same time, Wang Lin's body jerked, falling straight down. What? Don't tell me this guy is dead too. The sudden turn of events startled Bai Yu, who hurried over to Wang Lin's side, confirming he had a heartbeat and was breathing before he let out a long sigh. Looks like he's fine, or probably just some aftereffects of being controlled. Saying this, Bai Yu sat next to Wang Lin, feeling a bit idle. He was just about to check the rewards for clearing when another system voice rang in his mind. Player Bai Yu, please note that due to your special performance in this disaster, congratulations on receiving the title, the Merciless Harvesting Machine. Title: The Merciless Harvesting Machine. Bonus: all attributes increase by 10 only in the Secret Realm. Outside, the bonus drops to an increase of 1. Description: a title obtained for killing harvesting all monsters' resources in the Secret Realm. Wearing this title grants a 10 bonus to all attributes in the Secret Realm, and there may be other unexpected effects. Another title. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Bai Yu was taken aback, not expecting to inadvertently obtain a new. However, this title seems to be much more useful than the previous one. Wow, a 10 increase in all attributes, not bad. Just wonder what the unexpected effects could be. After musing for a moment, Bai Yu eagerly equipped the title. As he did, he could distinctly feel the power within his body grow significantly. Not bad, not bad. Based on my current strength, I should be between a 3rd level monster and a 4th level monster. Stretching his muscles, Bai Yu let out a long breath, murmuring, wait a minute, I've apparently fully explored this place. Why haven't I found Mu Zi and Xiao Rui? Could it be that they really didn't come? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he glanced at Wang Lin, who was still unconscious. Damn. Brother, wake up, let's go, we're getting out of here. Saying this, he threw Wang Lin over his shoulder and hurried toward the entrance of the Secret Realm. I hope Mu Zi and the others are lying at home and didn't come to the Secret Realm. Thinking this, Bai Yu rushed while trying to wake him. Oh, my head hurts. Near the exit, Wang Lin finally woke up, confused about what happened and why. When he noticed he was being carried on by Yes' shoulder, moving quickly before he could react, a familiar voice rang out. Hurting. Well, that's what you get. If you hadn't woken up, I was planning to dump you halfway. Bai Yu said in an exasperated tone. I said you really have a knack for timing. I've been calling you all this way, and now that we're almost out, you wake up. Throughout the journey, he had tried various methods to wake Wang Lin, but none had worked. Just as he was about to give up, Wang Lin finally woke up. Cough cough. So boss, I just had a dream where you were kidnapped by a monster in red. Wang Lin coughed awkwardly, hastily changing the subject. To save you, I fought that monster for 300 rounds, and it didn't dare to confront me directly. If it weren't you hitting me, I might have believed you. Bai Yu replied, didn't dare to confront you. I was just afraid I'd. Oh, boss, you're the monster. Great, you're even harder to talk to than I am. Looking at the exit before them, Bai Yu threw him out with little patience. Leaving the Secret Realm, Bai Yu looked at Wang Lin lying on the ground and asked, it's not far from here to your place. Are you fine going back alone? No problem. Alright then, I have something urgent to take care of. If there's no issue, you can head back on your own, and just send me a message. As he spoke, Bai Yu couldn't care less about anything else, and turned to leave. He was eager to find out where Li Mu Zi and Bai. Dad, Mom, are you awake? In the wooden house of Lu Jiahui, Bai Yu anxiously knocked on the wooden door, shouting loudly. Before coming here, he had already visited Li Mu's wooden house, but he found no trace of her. Helpless, he could only come here to ask Bai Linji and Lu Jiahui. Xiao Rui isn't here either. This is bad. Where did those two go? Noticing that Bai Ziru's wooden house was also empty, Bai Yu felt anxious and kept knocking on the wooden door, trying to wake up Bai Linji and the others. You little rascal, you could have just come back without banging on the door at this hour. A somewhat irritated and dissatisfied voice sounded as Bai Linji opened the door, looking at Bai Yu with a blank expression. Why are you alone? Did Xiao Rui go with Mu Zi? Seeing that only Bai Yu was present, Bai Linji yawned and said, why didn't you stick with them to protect them instead of banging on our door? Dad, I came to ask if you know where Mu Zi and Xiao Rui went. Bai Yu's heart suddenly sank, a sense of foreboding spreading. Where could they have gone? Didn't they go to the Secret Realm with you? Bai Linji was a bit confused, wondering what was wrong with this kid. They went to the Secret Realm, but I didn't see them. Bai Yu asked eagerly, which Secret Realm did they go to? I need to Since he returned apart from going to the Crooked Neck Tree, he had basically not left the wooden house, so he was not clear about the locations of the surrounding Secret Realms. At this moment, he also realized that Li Mu Zi and Bai Shirui had indeed gone to the Secret Realm, but they were not in the same one. You little rascal, I told you not to let them go with you, and now you've really lost them. Just wait until I get back, you'll see what. Bai Linji's pupils contracted slightly, and after realizing the situation, he immediately shouted into the wooden house, Jiahui, Mu Zi and Xiao Rui are missing, I'm going to look for them with Xiao Yu. Saying this, without waiting for Lu Jiahui to respond, he grabbed Bai Yu and ran outside. Before Li Mu Zi and Bai Shirui left. He had specifically asked which secret realm they were going to, and it turned out to be useful now. Oh whoa. Just as the two passed by Zeru's wooden house, a loud howl suddenly echoed. Amidst their puzzled gazes, a large magical creature emerged from the snow. Oh woo. The magical creature, upon seeing Baiyu, immediately ran excitedly towards him. As he looked at the old wolf running towards him, Baiyu instinctively checked its information. Second level magical creature, Icefield Wolf. Grade none. Attributes none. Skills none. Description: a first level magical creature, the Icefield Wolf has fortunately broken through to the second level. With no attributes and no grade, its strength barely reaches the level of a second level magical creature, making it a good choice for guarding. Owner by Shirue. Just in time for your breakthrough. Come on, let's go find the others. After saying this, Baiyu ignored it and ran off with Bailinji. Oh woo. Looking at the anxious duo, the old wolf, although confused about what had made Baiyu so worried, obediently followed behind them as they ran off. Being with the boss means good things to eat. Soon the two and the wolf arrived at the edge of the cliff. Looking at the secret realm entrance reflected on the cliff, Baiyu ran in without hesitation. Current secret realm level is D. Do you wish to enter? Without hesitation, he clicked yes, and what came into view was a dense forest. Dad, are you sure they came to this secret realm? Looking at the lush forest before him, Baiyu turned to Bailinji beside him and asked curiously. Muzi and Xiao Rue told me they were coming to this secret realm, so it should be correct. Bailinji looked at the forest ahead, his voice urgent. Let's look for them. That's all we can do. Baiyu nodded. Just as he was about to search with Bailinji, he noticed the old wolf blocking their way. Get lost. I don't have time to feed you ice spirit fruits right now. Baiyu kicked the old wolf in the rear, saying unhappily, can't you see how urgent I am? Oh woo. After being kicked by Baiyu, the old wolf whined in grievance and pointed a paw towards the distance, gesturing. You mean there's a familiar scent over there? Looking at the old wolf's animated gestures, Baiyu suddenly brightened and said that, how could I forget? Old wolf, you're just a big house dog. Although the old wolf looked majestic, it was actually not much different from the large dogs commonly found at home. Quick, lead the way. If we find them, you'll be rewarded. Seeing the old wolf nod, Bai Yes' eyes lit up. It seemed the familiar scent the old wolf mentioned was Li Muzi and Bai Shirue. Oh whoa. Hearing Bai Yes' words, the old wolf excitedly shouted and no longer lingered, running off into the distance. Dad, hurry up, let's follow the old wolf. After calling out, Baiyu and Bailinji followed behind the old wolf, running deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Li Muzi and Bai Shirue were watching the ice frost snow leopard fight. Wow. Xiaohan, you're so amazing. Go Xiaohan, go. Seeing the ice frost snow leopard easily take down a third-level magical creature, Bai Shirue cheered happily. Roar. Bai Zeru's cheers were very encouraging to the ice frost snow leopard, which roared in anger and swiftly pounced on another third-level magical creature. In contrast to Bai Zeru's excitement, Li Muzi felt a bit worried. It had been so long, yet they still hadn't found any sign of Baiyu. Did this guy even come to the secret realm? Thinking this in her heart, Li Muzi decided that she would definitely question him. Sister Muzi, hurry. Xiaohan has taken care of all the magical creatures. Oh, let's quickly collect them. Just as she was pondering, Bai Zeru's excited voice came. In the distance, the ice frost snow leopard had already dealt with all the magical creatures and was lazily lying on. Bai Shirue quickly ran over to it happily, saying, Xiaohan, you are really amazing, even better than my brother. Are you hurt? Do you need me to help you heal? Roar. Hearing Bai Zeru's question, the ice frost snow leopard shook its head. It was only third-level magical creatures, and they couldn't hurt it at all. Then should we rest a bit before continuing our exploration? Bai Shirue hugged the ice frost snow leopard and said with a smile, if we find more things, we can exchange them for lots of delicious food with my brother. Just thinking about how she could use these resources to exchange for snacks once they got out made Bai Shirue uncontrollably happy. Hearing her words, Li Muzi couldn't help but smile. What a little girl. Suddenly the ice frost snow leopard, which had been lazily lying in Bai Zeru's arms, became alert, its gaze coldly fixated on the distance. Amidst the puzzled expressions of the two, a magical creature slowly emerged from the bushes. It was a fox the height of an adult, entirely snow white, with deep purple eyes and 3 long tails swaying behind it. It was a fox the height of an adult in description, a level 3 legendary magical creature possessing strong spiritual and illusion attributes, capable of inflicting mental attacks that can ensnare targets in illusions. Perhaps what you see now is not the real world. It can be tamed. As Li Muzi instinctively checked the introduction of the 3-tailed illusion fox, both she and Bai Shirue averted their gazes to avoid falling into the illusion. Xiao Rue, this creature's eyes can trap people in illusions. We should run first. Although Xiaohan was formidable, she was only strong in physique. If they were controlled by the 3-tailed illusion fox, it would spell disaster for them. Without hesitation, Li Muzi grabbed Bai Shirue and tried to escape. However, as she pulled Bai Shirue, they saw the frost snow leopard already leap in front of them, its olive green gaze full of disdain for the 3-tailed illusion fox. Run. For such a creature specializing in mental attacks, what difference did it make to it whether they ran or stayed? Xiaohan. We strongmen don't suffer losses right in front of us. Let's run first, and when we find my brother, we'll have him deal with it. Baiyu had consumed quite a few magic cores that enhanced his spiritual attributes, and Bai Shirue believed he could definitely defeat the 3-tailed illusion fox before them. You really think highly of your brother, huh? Just as she finished speaking, a voice filled with exasperation emerged from the bushes behind them. In their moment of daze, they saw Baiyu stepping out of the bushes with a look of disbelief. Baiyu, brother. Upon seeing Baiyu, Ling Muzi and Bai Zairu's eyes lit up with joy as they rushed towards him, holding the ready-to-fight Frost Snow Leopard. Roar! The Frost Snow Leopard, confused, thought, why are you hugging me? Didn't you see I was about to attack? Hey, Dad, old wolf, why are you all here? Just as they reached Baiyu, a rustling sound came from the bushes, and Bai Lingji and Old Wolf jumped out. Bai Shirue was somewhat puzzled, but suddenly felt her palm tighten as Ling Muzi pulled her to a stop. Sister Muzi, why are you holding me back? Bai Shirue instinctively turned to see Ling Muzi's face filled with vigilance and couldn't help but ask. Xiao Rue, we may have already fallen into an illusion. Ling Muzi looked at the bewildered Bai Shirue and explained, it's one thing for your brother to be here, but think about it, how could Uncle Bai and Old Wolf appear here? If it were just Baiyu alone, she might not suspect anything, but since Bai Lingji and Old Wolf were also here, there was definitely something. Oh, you're right. Bai Shirue immediately reacted, her gaze towards Baiyu losing its earlier joy, replaced by tension and fear. Sister Muzi, what should we do now? She nervously asked while hiding behind Ling Muzi. It seems we can only look for an opportunity to escape. Ling Muzi shielded Bai Shirue behind her, and involuntarily took a step back, her expression grave, as she looked at Baiyu and the three-tailed illusion fox approaching them. With their current strength, handling some level 2 magical creatures was no problem, but facing a level 3 creature was akin to courting death. Ling Muzi only hoped to quickly find a way to break the illusion and then escape from this place as soon as possible. Hearing the conversation between Ling Muzi and Bai Shirue, Baiyu was momentarily stunned, then shook his head helplessly, saying, Hey, you all need to see clearly, we are real people, not any illusions, or whatever. He paused for a moment before continuing, my dad and I specifically came to find you. Old Wolf just happened to evolve successfully, so he came along with me. This is bad. We really have fallen into an illusion. Thankfully, Sister Muzi noticed it early. Looking at Bai's helpless explanation, Bai Shirue poked her head out defiantly, saying, you say you are not fake. My brother is clearly here to explore the secret realm. How could he specifically come looking for us? I don't believe you. If you really are my brother, go kill that fox first. She did not believe the person in front of her was her brother Baiyu. If he were, he would have already killed the three-tailed illusion fox before them. Her brother was quite formidable. Upon hearing Bai Zairu's explanation, Baiyu wanted to say something more, but felt a sharp pain in his head. You little rascal, why are you explaining so much? Bai Lingji slapped his head and said, just go kill that magic. Since Ling Muzi and Bai Shirue were worried they were conjured by the three-tailed illusion fox, then just solving the illusion. You really are my biological father. Baiyu said helplessly, if I could defeat it, I would have done so long ago. He had checked the information of the three-tailed illusion fox long before it appeared. It was a level 3 creature with spiritual and illusion attributes, and just a glance could potentially ensnare someone in an illusion. He had no confidence that he could defeat a level 3 magical creature with his eyes closed. Roar! Just as he was speaking, a roar erupted, as if the three-tailed illusion fox was very dissatisfied. Its deep purple eyes shimmered, and Baiyu and the others felt a moment of dizziness. Skill, illusionary sound. Damn, I hate mental attacks the most. Baiyu felt a slight headache and couldn't help but complain. Although his spiritual attributes had increased significantly now, allowing him to barely resist some mental attacks, it still made him feel quite uncomfortable. Compared to Baiyu, Ling Muzi and the others along with Old Wolf were not so fortunate. They noticed that a layer of purple light had unknowingly covered their pupils, staring blankly ahead. Hey, Leopard brother, it's good that you're okay, otherwise we would be in serious trouble. Seeing that the Frost Snow Leopard in Ling Muzi's arms seemed unaffected, Baiyu let out a long sigh of relief. Roar! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Frost Snow Leopard jumped out of Ling Muzi's embrace and casually walked up to Baiyu. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Bai's mind. Little brother, keep an eye on them. I leave this foolish fox to me. Hey, don't you need my help? The Frost Snow Leopard was already Bai's pet, and as its master, he could sense the leopard's thoughts. Roar! The Frost Snow Leopard disdainfully shook its head. Mental attribute attacks are useless against this snow leopard. Wow, wait. Leopard brother, do you mean you are immune to mental attacks? Bai's eyes lit up with surprise, not expecting the Frost Snow Leopard to have such a passive ability. Alright then, I won't disturb you, will keep an eye on them here. Saying this, he took a step back, leaving the battlefield to the Frost Snow Leopard and the three-tailed illusion fox. Roar! Seeing Baiyu retreat, the Frost Snow Leopard let out a roar, its form flashing as it pounced towards the three-tailed illusion fox. Roar! As the Frost Snow Leopard charged forward, the three-tailed illusion fox was enveloped in a purple glow. In the next moment, its 3 long tails suddenly expanded greatly and struck towards the Frost Snow Leopard. What? That tail can grow larger. Baiyu stood to the side, somewhat astonished. It was his first time witnessing such an attack. While the demonic creatures encountered previously possessed immense power, both the Diamond Flame Tiger and the Frost Snow Leopard favored close combat, and he had rarely seen any that preferred ranged attacks. In contrast, the three-tailed illusion fox with its 3 tails glowing purple utilized 1 tail for defense and the other 2 for offense, moving with remarkable flexibility, leaving Baiyu somewhat dazzled and his vision gradually blurring. Tisk, could this also be a psychic skill? Suddenly jolted awake, Bai Yu felt the sweat soaking his back as he gazed at the scene before him, unable to help, but exclaimed, truly worthy of a legendary demonic creature. He had to acknowledge that his current psychic attribute had already reached the level of a 4th-tier demonic creature, and even so he had almost fallen prey to the three-tailed illusion fox. I want to see what skill you used. Skill Illusory Spirit Tail Strike. Description imbues the psychic attribute onto the tail, allowing each tail strike to carry a psychic attack, gradually disorienting the target in battle. Can psychic attributes really be attached to a physical form? Looking at the description of the Illusory Spirit Tail Strike, Bai Yu was once again taken aback. He had initially believed that psychic attributes and physical attributes were completely different directions, never expecting that psychic attributes could be attached to the physical. Does that mean I could do it too? As he carefully observed the three-tailed illusion fox's attack, Bai Yu couldn't help but mutter. If he could attach his psychic attributes through close combat attacks, wouldn't that mean he could also influence the enemy's mind? While Bai Yu was contemplating, the frost snow leopard had already reached the three-tailed illusion fox, its sharp claws glowing with an icy blue light, fiercely striking toward the three-tailed illusion fox. Clang! Just as the frost snow leopard's claws were about to strike, a purple energy shield protected the three-tailed illusion fox. Skill Illusory Fox Shield. Description: a defensive spirit shield formed from psychic energy capable of withstanding attacks. Tisk, 3 skills, truly impressive. However, before Bai Yu could finish his sentence, he witnessed the purple energy shield surrounding the three-tailed illusion fox shatter instantaneously. The three-tailed illusion fox's purple pupils dilated as it felt a sudden pain in its tail. Just as blood began to flow, it was instantly frozen, an excruciating chill radiating from its tail. Ugh. No wonder my brother leopard is so formidable. Even legendary demonic creatures are no match for him. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu immediately changed his tone. Roar. At this moment, the three-tailed illusion fox could not afford to think of anything else, its gaze fixated on the frost snow leopard, attempting to draw it into its illusion. Yet no matter how it unleashed its attack, it was horrified to discover that the frost snow leopard showed not the slightest sign of being affected. Helpless, it could only swiftly retreat, trying to create distance from the frost snow leopard to formulate a plan. However, the three-tailed illusion fox's own strength and speed were far inferior to that of the frost snow leopard. No matter where it retreated, the frost snow leopard could always keep up in an instant. Roar. The three-tailed illusion fox roared in frustration, feeling utterly constrained, as its psychic attacks had no effect on the frost snow leopard before it. Whoosh. However, the frost snow leopard did not care what it thought, its icy blue claws once again slicing through the air, fiercely clawing at the three-tailed illusion fox. Boom. With a loud crash, one of the three-tailed illusion fox's tails was directly severed by the claws. As Bai Yu watched, a white foxtail suddenly came crashing toward him, instinctively dodging to the side. Yet the next moment, he saw the foxtail smash heavily into Bai Linji. Oh no, I forgot my dad was behind me. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, Bai Yu hurriedly stowed the foxtail in his backpack, checking that Bai Linji was unharmed before letting out a sigh of relief. On the other side, under the relentless attacks of the frost snow leopard, the three-tailed illusion fox did not last long before being slain. Congratulations to players Bai Yu, Li Muzi, and Bai Shirue for clearing the Grade Secret Realm. Rewards: Golden Chest 1, Illusory Spirit Shield Fragment 1. Special Reward: White Fox Egg 1. As the three-tailed illusion fox perished, a system notification echoed in Bai Yu's mind. Simultaneously, the purple hue in the eyes of Li Muzi and the others dissipated, gradually regaining their vitality. Ouch, why does my head hurt so much? My body feels like it's been smashed by something. Bai Linji stood up, feeling aches all over, unable to help but complain. Maybe, just maybe, it's because you're getting old, Dad. Get lost. While the two were conversing, Li Muzi shook her head slightly, regaining her composure. Listening to the system's announcement in her mind, and seeing the corpse of the three-tailed illusion fox in the distance, she cautiously approached Bai Yu. Bai Yu. Calling out Li Muzi, still dared not confirm whether the Bai Yu before her was real. You awake? Bai Yu noticed Li Muzi and Bai Ziru's cautious gazes, and helplessly said, Hey, the three-tailed illusion fox is dead. Do you still doubt him real? Bro, don't blame me, and Sister Muzi. Bai Shirue poked her head out, rebutting. You appeared alongside Dad and the Icefield Wolf, and claimed you were specifically looking for us. That's just too fake. It's worth noting that they came to the secret realm because of Bai Yu's suggestion. How could Bai Yu possibly come here specifically to find them? Let's go, we'll explain on the way out. Bai Yu was unsure if there were any other demonic creatures around after all. The system hadn't informed him that there were none left in the secret realm. Bro, what exactly is going on? As they left, Bai Shirue could not help but be curious, inquiring aloud. This time it's my fault. I didn't inform you about which secret realm we were going to. Bai Yu scratched his head and said, I initially planned to try the Grade Secret Realm near Wanglin first, but I didn't expect you all to end up in this Grade Secret Realm. As they walked, Bai Yu briefly recounted the general situation to the two. He felt quite helpless, as he initially thought there was only one secret realm refresh point here, but he hadn't expected there would be so many. At the same time, Bai Yu felt fortunate that Li Muzi and Bai Shirue had arrived at a Grade Secret Realm where the strongest demonic creature was only Tier 3, otherwise they could have been in real trouble. You little rascal, next time you come to this kind of place you better come personally to bring them here, got it? Bai Linji said with annoyance. Fortunately we arrived in time this time, or there could have been some danger. I did come, who knew she would leave so early? I went looking for her, but didn't see anyone. Uncle Bai, we simply failed to coordinate beforehand. I bear responsibility for this incident as well. Li Muzi comforted him, adding, besides Xiao Rui and I are unharmed. Such an incident will never happen again. Li Muzi had not anticipated that their venture had truly been a colossal misunderstanding. Next time I absolutely forbid either of you from coming here again. Bai Linji resolved then, and there no matter how Li Muzi and Bai Shirue pleaded in the future, he would never permit them near such perilous places again. As he spoke he cast Bai Yu another exasperated glance. Yes, whatever you say. Bai Yu shrugged helplessly, indifferent yet added, but father, didn't you just suffer a psychic assault? Doesn't your head ache? Let's discuss it outside first. He still vividly recalled his own first psychic assault. Days of agony before he fully recovered. Not too bad, just sharp pain at first. It's completely gone now. Bai Shirue shook her head and swiftly linked arms with Bai Yu, grinning. Oh brother, we've discovered many valuable treasures this time. You'll have to give me extra snacks. During this exploration of the hidden realm, she and Li Muzi had unearthed numerous rare finds, and naturally they intended to barter them for as many snacks as possible from Bai Yu. We'll see what you've actually found. Bai Yu replied casually, and let's be clear, I won't accept anything ordinary. Hehe, he'll definitely find it useful. Bai Shirue declared triumphantly, just prepare your snacks. As they spoke the group hastened toward the exit of the hidden realm. Emerging from the hidden realm, Bai Yu and the others were plunged into sudden darkness. Huh, is it night already? Li Muzi squinted into the inky blackness surrounding them and couldn't help but ask. Moments earlier beneath the ancient forest canopy daylight had reigned. How could it now be pitch black? Was time within the hidden realm desynchronized from the outside world? Or perhaps, stop. I know exactly what you're thinking. Noticing Li Muzi's suddenly wary gaze, Bai Yu quickly interjected, time flows differently inside the hidden realm. That's why this occurs. Though he himself had no definitive explanation, his priority now was to dispel Li Muzi's and Bai Shirue's unfounded suspicions. Oh, I see. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Li Muzi's cheeks flushed faintly as her tension eased. Let's go. Once calm was restored, Bai Yu escorted Bai Linji and Bai Shirue home before returning with Li Muzi to their respective wooden cottages. Phew, what an exhausting day, utterly draining. Back in his cottage, Bai Yu collapsed onto his bedding and stretched luxuriously. Snuggled beneath the covers, he accessed the equivalence exchange system to review his day's gains. Having cleared 2 hidden realms consecutively, he'd acquired only 2 fragmentary pages. No new resources had unlocked. Fragment Ghost Ensnaring Eye description: a fragment of the skill Ghost Ensnaring Eye. Collect 10 fragments to master the full skill. Grants 1 mental attribute, and may be used independently. Ghost Ensnaring Eye, an exclusive skill of the Ghost Bride. Upon emitting a blood-curdling shriek, targets whose mental attribute falls below the user's experience hallucinations, rendering them controllable. Note: once controlled, the target cannot break free autonomously. Note: synthesis requires a crafting bench. TCH, utterly mediocre. Bai Yu frowned at the fragment. A Ghost Bride exclusive skill. What use was it to him? A mere 1 mental attribute. Even a Frost Ice Beast core grants 2. With that thought, he stowed the Ghost Ensnaring Eye fragment and examined the second one. Fragment Illusion Fox Shield. Description: a fragment of the skill Illusion Fox Shield. Collect 20 fragments to master Snow Fox Shield. Grants 1 mental attribute, and may be used independently. Illusion Fox Shield, a defensive spirit shield forged from mental energy capable of repelling attacks. Note: synthesis requires a crafting bench. Illusion Fox Shield. That must be the one shattered by the frost scale Snow Leopard's paw strike. He recalled the 3-tailed illusion fox deploying a shield, but it had vanished in an instant under the beast's blow. Well, something is better than nothing. After all, it was a defensive skill, perhaps life-saving in a critical moment. With that reasoning, Bai Yu spent 3/8 of his EMC coins to acquire the remaining 19 Illusion Fox Shield fragments. I wonder how many EMC coins a full skill is worth. With that thought, he spent 9 EMC coins to obtain the remaining 9 Ghost Ensnaring Eye fragments. Rising from bed, he approached the crafting bench and placed the Illusion Fox Shield fragments and Ghost Ensnaring Eye fragments upon it separately. 2 radiant flashes later, 2 skill scrolls appeared in his inventory. Sold skill scroll Ghost Ensnaring Eye 1. Gained 2 EMC coins. Sold skill scroll Illusion Fox Shield 1. Gained 4 EMC coins. He had just awakened a space of 400,000 square meters and had thought he would easily secure the top position. He'd hoped to detect a price discrepancy between fragments and completed skill scrolls, perhaps exploiting the equivalence exchange for profit. Clearly he'd overestimated its flexibility. Let's list Ghost Ensnaring Eye on the equivalence exchange. Surely exchanging a skill for another skill isn't unreasonable. Bai Yu listed 1 copy of Ghost Ensnaring Eye on the exchange, hesitated briefly, then set the terms either 1 skill scroll or 10 fragments. Only after completing this did he activate the Illusion Fox Shield scroll. How does one even use this? Surely not by eating it. Skill scroll Illusion Fox Shield description grants mastery of the Illusion Fox Shield skill upon learning. Learning method hold the scroll and mentally affirm learn. That's simple. Following the instructions by you held the Illusion Fox Shield scroll and silently commanded learn. Learning method hold the scroll and mentally affirm learn. That's simple. Following the instructions by you held the Illusion Fox Shield scroll and silently command. With a focused thought, a soft violet luminescence emanated from his body, coalescing into a shimmering violet shield encircling him. I wonder just how resilient it is. Tomorrow I'll test it against Old Wolf. Until acquiring superior alternatives, Baiyu chose to retain the skill for personal use rather than sell it. Dispelling the shield, he retrieved the sole item in his inventory, white fox egg. A unique reward granted when the Frostscale Snow Leopard defeated the three-tailed Illusion Fox. Grilled, this should taste delicious, Baiyu mused, eyeing the melon-sized egg. Its sheer size promised a satisfying meal. As he pondered, he carried the white fox egg to Li Musi's cottage. Here, something special for you. Is this a monster egg? A white fox? Did it drop after defeating the three-tailed illusionary fox? Li Musi couldn't help but curiously ask. Of course not, you know my luck side. Baiyu replied, this is a special reward given by the system after clearing that. I was planning to fry it and eat it, but you can keep it and see if you can hatch a higher grade monster to keep as a pet. Baiyu wasn't sure if his luck would affect hatching monsters, but to be safe he decided to let Li Musi keep the white fox egg. No problem. Seeing Li Musi readily agree, Baiyu chatted with her for a while before she said goodbye and fell into. I wonder if Yun Ruashi is asleep yet. Baiyu switched to Yun Ruaxi's chat window and pondered for a moment before sending a message, are you asleep? After waiting for about 5 minutes, there was still no response. I guess she must be asleep or you'll ask her again tomorrow. Helpless, he exited the system and yawned before falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Baiyu quickly washed up and ate some food. A message notification popped up in front of him. Big brother, if you want to ask something next time, you can just send it directly. The chat here isn't time sensitive. He'll reply to you directly once I see it. Looking at the message from Yun Ruashi, Baiyu scratched his head and awkwardly replied, isn't that disturbing your rest? You already disturbed me with your first message, Sweat. So what is it this time? I want to ask if the time outside the secret realm is synchronized with the outside world. Baiyu quickly typed out his confusion. Of course it's synchronized. Oh, what's the issue? But I experienced a secret realm yesterday where it was broad daylight inside, but once I came out it was deep night. Seeing the message from Yun Ruashi, Baiyu quickly summarized what happened last night to her. Synchronization with the outside world just means that the time you spend is the same. For instance, if you spent 15 hours in the secret realm, then 15 hours have passed outside as well. As for the day and night you mentioned, it's actually not a big deal. Each secret realm is considered an independent small world with its own rules. For example, some secret realms may be in perpetual night, while others may be in perpetual daylight, without any distinction between day and night. In some places it might be 48 hours of alternating day and night. Okay. Looking at Yun Ruaxi's reply, Baiyu began to understand the time system of the secret realms. So the synchronization between the outside world and the secret realm means they share the same time, but each has its own time rules. Is there anything else? Yes, actually I have one more question about spirit fruits. Baiyu quickly sent, what are the differences between ice spirit fruit and fire spirit fruit? Could it be that the only difference is their names? He had always been puzzled about the differences between the two types of spirit fruits. Was it really just the name? Attributes. Ice spirit fruit contains ice attributes, while fire spirit fruit contains fire attributes. You don't need to tell me that. Looking at the message from Yun Ruashi, Baiyu was speechless. Did I really not notice the difference in Look, we players don't have attribute distinctions, right? So for us it's really just a difference in names. What you said isn't wrong, but there are still subtle differences. For example, both ice spirit fruit and fire spirit fruit can increase our attributes, but the aspects they enhance like speed and strength differ among spirit treasures of different attributes. Ice spirit fruit can additionally increase a player's immunity, while fire spirit fruit can make your attack stronger. Of course, these additional enhancements are minimal for ordinary players to the point of being negligible. For instance, if the overall attribute increases by 1, the attack power might only increase by 1/10 or even lower. So that means a single spirit fruit for us players is really just a difference in names, right? Bai's mouth twitched at the thought of 1/10. Even if it's lower, what difference does that make? You can understand it this way, we can be considered attributeless, meaning for us these spirit fruits only serve to increase our attributes. For those monsters, spirit fruits can not only increase their attributes, but also enhance their properties, and so on. Attributeless. Baiyu was taken aback. Doesn't that mean the spirit fruits only serve to increase the attributes for the old wolf? Hey, what do you think will happen if monsters eat spirit fruits of different attributes? Are you stupid, or are they stupid? Speechless monsters are only interested in spirit fruits of the same attribute. If you feed them different ones, they want to eat them. Alright then, is there anything else? I can handle it all at once for you. Nothing for now. Baiyu thought for a moment. Ending the conversation, Baiyu stood up and walked out of the wooden house, heading towards Li Muse's house. Musi, are you awake? Baiyu shouted loudly while standing at the door of Li Muse's wooden house. After about a minute, Li Muse finally opened the wooden house with a pale face and a haggard expression. Are you Noticing Lee Muse's haggard appearance, Bayu immediately realized that this was the after effect of a mental attack. I'm fine. Oh, just a headache, probably didn't sleep well. Lee Muse forced a smile and asked, what do you need me for? It's nothing, just thought I'd come to hang out with you. Bayu shook his head, took out the Ice Phantom Beast Spirit Core, and handed it to her, saying, try this. I had a headache last time too, but after eating some of this and sleeping I felt better the next day. Ice Phantom Beast Spirit Core. This thing can cure headaches. Lee Muse said skeptically as she took the Spirit Core from Bayu. Just try it, what if it works? Bayu smiled and was about to turn to leave when he suddenly remembered something and specifically reminded her, by the way, make sure not to eat too much. Oh, just eat until your headache goes away, and then you don't need to eat more. If you eat too much at once, leading to your mental attribute being higher than your physical attribute, it would be very troublesome when you encounter monsters later. I'm going to look for Xiao Rue. That girl probably has a headache today. Seeing Lee Muse nod, Bayu said goodbye and reminded her again before walking towards Baiziru's wooden house. Xiao Rue, are you up yet? Standing outside the wooden house where Baishirue lived, Bayu shouted loudly, Mom is calling you for breakfast. Brother, you guys go ahead. I have a headache and want to sleep a little longer. After a while, Baiziru's weak voice came from inside the house. Oh, the little kid has learned to be lazy. Open the door, I brought you some special medicine. Sigh, brother, you are so annoying. Bayu knocked on the wooden door saying, hey, open up. Helpless Baishirue opened the wooden door and glared at Bayu, who looked so pleased with himself, saying angrily, didn't I say I wouldn't eat because of my headache? Who told me yesterday that it was nothing? Bayu mockingly imitated Baiziru's words from yesterday, saying, oh, it's nothing, just a little headache at first. You're bullying me. When I feel better tomorrow, I'll tell Sister Muse. Looking at Bayu's smug expression, Baishirue said angrily, let her beat you up. Alright, I'm not joking with you anymore. Bayu took out a frozen beast spirit core and placed it in her hand, saying, here, eat this. It will enhance your spiritual attributes and alleviate your headache. Hey, don't eat it all at once. Seeing Baishirue swallow more than 10 spirit cores in one go, Bayu hurriedly intervened, saying, if you eat too much, your body won't keep up with your mind during battles. Then I just want fight. With her mouth full of frozen beast spirit cores, Baishirue mumbled, in the future you can fight, and I'll just watch. Spiritual attributes can't keep up. Does she even care? Let's solve the headache problem first. You truly are my dear sister. Bayu shot her an annoyed glance and took out more than 20 frozen beast spirit cores, handing them to her, saying, just eat them. I'm going to check on Dad. As the one with the lowest spiritual attributes among them, Bai Linji not only suffered a spiritual attack yesterday, but also got hit by the tail of a three-tailed illusion fox, so he must be feeling awful right now. Okay, brother, look at how miserable your sister is. You should leave some snacks for your beloved sister. As her spiritual attributes increased, Baishirue gradually regained her spirits and said to Bayu in a somewhat flattering tone, could you comfort your little sister's tender heart? Get lost, no way. Bayu replied irately, just now you said to let Sister Muse beat me. Despite saying that, Bayu still took out some snacks and drinks to hand to Baishirue. Thank you, brother. Taking the food, Baishirue happily retreated back into the wooden house. Bayu could only smile helplessly and walk towards the wooden house of Bai Linji and Lu Jiahui. As the door opened, Bayu looked at Bai Linji, who was still asleep in bed, and asked Lu Jiahui beside him, Mom, is Dad? He's fine, he should just be getting old. He caught a cold and fever last night, when he went with you to find Xiao Rue and the other. Lu Jiahui shook her head, indicating that Bayu need not worry, then asked, is Muse and Xiao Rue alright? They're fine, both are doing well. They probably just got too tired and are sleeping today. Bayu shook his head, took out a frozen beast spirit core, and handed it to Lu Jiahui, saying, Mom, this is a monster's spirit core. When Dad wakes up, let him eat some, it should help alleviate his headache. Alright, no problem. Lu Jiahui said as she took the frozen beast spirit core. What do you want to eat for lunch? Mom will cook for you. I want to go check on the ice spirit fruit. I'll just eat something simple later. How can that be? You haven't been home for a long time. It's not easy to come back this time, so you must eat a full meal. Lu Jiahui said, you don't need to worry about the ice spirit fruit. Your dad watches over it every day. Just eat first, and then leave. Mom, I'll go cook now. Before Bayu could refuse, Lu Jiahui stood up and started cooking. Bayu had no choice but to help Lu Jiahui on it. Soon as the meal was ready, the two of them ate and chatted. After finishing their meal, Bayu stayed to chat with Lu Jiahui for a while, before leaving her wooden house and heading towards the ice spirit fruit. After the last planting, the ice spirit fruit saplings had grown from 100 to now 1,200. From a distance, Bayu saw a vast area of ice spirit fruit seedlings. Tisk, why does it seem like they aren't growing well? Arriving near the ice spirit fruit seedlings, Bayu looked at the slightly yellowing seedlings and couldn't help but click his tongue. How could these also be legendary ice spirit fruit seedlings? But why do they seem to be worse than the previous ordinary ones? Could it be that Dad was right? Was that previous legendary seedling really no good? After inspecting the entire area of ice spirit fruit seedlings, Bayu found that aside from the mythic seedlings at the crooked neck tree and the epic seedling, the rest of the ice spirit fruit seedlings all looked yellow and half dead. This won't do. I'll wait for Dad to recover in a few days and let him take a look. I spent a lot of money on these. These legendary ice spirit fruit seedlings cost him tens of millions. He couldn't just let them all go to waste. Sigh, if I had known, I would have listened to Dad. That legendary ice spirit fruit seedling truly was no good. Thinking of Bailinji's words, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel regret. However, it was too late to regret now. He could only hope that these ice spirit fruit seedlings would survive. Forget it, it's getting late. I should head back now. With a helpless sigh, Bai Yu patted his bottom, stood up, and walked towards his wooden house. Nestled in bed, he just entered the system and wanted to check out the chat of other players when a message popped up. Bai Yu, the resources we found in the secret realm are all placed in the home warehouse. My mom has organized them, and you can go to my mom's place. Or when I feel better, I can go with you. The two messages were sent 5 hours ago, presumably from Lee Musi before she fell. I'll just wait until Musi wakes up to discuss it. Shaking his head, Bai Yu had no intention of going out again. He had just returned home, so there was no reason to go back out. Moreover, the items wouldn't disappear, so what was the rush to check? Thinking this, Bai Yu opened the chat channel and eagerly watched the discussions among the players. Wow, the level secret realm already has level 3 monsters. I can't fight them at all. Oh, I can barely escape fast enough. Are you serious, dude? You dared to go to a level secret realm? I can't even go to a level 1. Damn it. Why does the secret realm have a second phase? I just killed one and didn't have time to eat a recovery potion when the monster suddenly full healed and started thrashing around. Bring out spirit fruits and enhancement scrolls and bring prices along. Spirit fruits. Enhancement scrolls. It seems that there is indeed a lucky fellow who has obtained new resources. Looking at the messages from others in the chat channel, Bai Yu's eyes lit up. Could this mean that his equivalent exchange could yield quite a few new illustrations? Moreover, spirit fruits can enhance one's constitution. He currently only possesses ice spirit fruits and fire spirit fruits, which means that any other attribute spirit fruit, even if of ordinary quality, would provide him with significant assistance. Not to mention the enhancement scrolls, just from the name one can guess they are items used to boost strength. This means if he successfully trades for these two items, his power might see a considerable increase. Thinking of this, Bai Yu eagerly initiated a private message to the person selling the enhancement scrolls. Hey brother, what attribute is your spirit fruit? What use is the enhancement scroll? What? Bai Yu big shot. Almost instantly the other party quickly replied, my spirit fruit is of the wood attribute, and its quality is excellent. The enhancement scroll can enhance weapons and equipment. This particular scroll is a level 1 penetration type, and can enhance ranged weapons like bows and firearms. What attribute spirit fruit? Enhancing weapons. Seeing the message from the other party, Bai Yu's eyes brightened, and he quickly responded, sure, what resources do you want? An excellent quality wood spirit fruit can provide an additional 2 points to one's constitution, and the enhancement scroll for ranged weapons is just right for his crystal bow. Bai Yu big shot, you should know that excellent quality spirit fruits provide an additional 2 points to constitution. Although the enhancement scroll is only level 1, I just checked the trading area, and no one is selling it, nor is there any wood spirit fruit available. So the price is a bit high, but if you want everything Bai Yu, I can give you a 9 discount. A 9 discount, that's quite a significant reduction. Bai Yu's mouth twitched slightly. It was his first time seeing such a huge discount. Just tell me what you want. Bai Yu big shot, I want that skill book from your trading area. If possible, I'll also add another skill book, exchanging 2 skill books for the wood spirit fruit and the enhancement scroll. But if you don't have an extra skill book, then I need a full set of equipment, including weapons and a complete set of defensive gear. 2 skill books or 1 skill book and 1 set of equipment. That's really asking for a lot. He currently doesn't even have a complete set of equipment. No problem, then let's go for 2 skill books. You can head to the trading area. That's really asking for a lot. He currently doesn't even have a complete set of equipment. No problem, then let's go for 2. Alright big shot, I have already listed them. Looking at the message from the other party, Bai Yu exchanged for the Ghostly Eye skill book and the Phantom Shield skill book, then clicked on the avatar to enter the trading area. Without hesitation, he conducted the trade for the first transaction in the trading area. Wood spirit fruit quality excellent. Description: a spirit fruit that grows deep within ancient forests nurtured by millennia-old trees. Consuming it permanently increases one's constitution by 1. Note: excellent quality and above grants an additional 2 constitution, epic quality and above grants an additional 5. My constitution can increase significantly now. Looking at the wood spirit fruit in his inventory, Bai Yu couldn't wait to take it out. The wood spirit fruit, in terms of color and shape, looked quite similar to a green apple. Without hesitation, Bai Yu directly sold it for equivalent exchange. Selling wood spirit fruit 1, earning 5,000 EMC coins. He directly bought 10 of them, and while eating he took out the level 1 enhancement scroll, curiously examining it. Level 1 enhancement scroll, enhancement effect penetration. Description: can enhance ranged weapons, providing an additional weapon penetration attribute. Note: 10 level 1 enhancement scrolls can be upgraded to level 2 enhancement scrolls at the workbench. It can be directly upgraded. Looking at the description of the enhancement scroll, Bai Yu's lips curled up. Does this mean that he only needs to obtain 1 to directly upgrade the same type of enhancement to max level? This is a huge profit. As he thought this, Bai Yu sold the enhancement scroll he had for equivalent exchange. Selling level 1 enhancement scroll, earning 1,000 EMC coins. Tisk, it's only worth 1,000 EMC coins. Seeing the price of the level 1 enhancement scroll, Bai Yu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect it to be so cheap. After exchanging for 10 level 1 enhancement scrolls, he wasted no time in choosing to synthesize. Obtained level 2 enhancement scroll 1. Level 2 Enhancement Scroll Enhancement Effect Penetration. Description: can enhance ranged weapons, providing an additional weapon penetration attribute. Note: 10 Level 2 Enhancement Scrolls can be upgraded to Level 3 Enhancement Scrolls at the workbench. It can be upgraded. Without saying a word, you sold the Level 2 Enhancement Scroll for equivalent exchange, then spent 100,000 EMC coins to exchange for 10 Level 2 Enhancement Scrolls, starting the synthesis process. Obtained Level 3 Enhancement Scroll 1. Obtained Level 4 Enhancement Scroll 1. Obtained Level 5 Enhancement Scroll 1. Level 5 Enhancement Scroll Enhancement Effect Penetration. Description: can enhance ranged weapons, greatly increasing the weapon penetration attribute, and additionally boosting the attack attribute of ranged weapons. Note: already upgraded to max level, cannot be further upgraded, can be used at the workbench. Damn, this thing is way too expensive. A single level 5 enhancement scroll actually cost him 10 million EMC coins. I hope it lives up to its value. Taking a deep breath while looking at the enhancement scroll in his inventory, Yu then sold it for equivalent exchange. Selling level 5 enhancement scroll 1, earning 10 million EMC coins. He then exchanged for both the crystal bow and the level 5 enhancement scroll. Looking at the price disparity of 100,000 times, Yu's mouth twitched. Damn, the crystal bow seems unworthy of the level 5 enhancement scroll. For a moment, Yu hesitated, thinking the crystal bow looked too cheap. Forget it, he'll hold on to it for now. The secret realm has opened, and everyone has more opportunities to obtain treasures. He'll first check the trading area to see if there are any new items. Gritting his teeth, Yu stored the level 5 enhancement scroll and the crystal bow, starting to browse the trading area. It seems I really haven't visited the trading area in a long time. I discovered so many new items. Looking at the dazzling array of new products in the trading area, Yu's eyes brightened, and he eagerly exchanged for everything he didn't have. It seems that resources like weapons and spirit fruits that enhance strength are still rare. They disappear almost instantly in the trading area. Having failed to grab a weapon again, Yu sighed helplessly. These guys are too quick with their hands. Faster than his 20-something years of single life speed. Since I can't grab any, he'll join in. Since weapons are in such high demand, why wouldn't he want to seize the opportunity to get a share of the pie? Weapons. He wasn't without them. Let me see how the sales of the crystal bow are doing. Yu exchanged 10 crystal bows and 1,000 arrows, directly listing them in the trading area. While it is a ranged weapon, and with 100 arrows included, it's reasonable to sell at a higher price. Prior to this, he had been listing the crystal bow in his trading area, but perhaps due to the secret realm not being opened before, the sales were not very good. Now that everyone needed weapons, it was a perfect opportunity to make a handsome profit. After a moment's hesitation, Yu decided to bundle the crystal bows and arrows together, pricing them at the equivalent of a skill fragment. Setting the price, Yu then exchanged shields and listed them in the trading area. This is a conceptual weapon, surely it can be traded for a spirit fruit or an enhancement scroll. Yu set the ice, wood, and fire spirit fruits to be tradable only for epic quality or higher. After finishing these tasks, he officially listed 10 shields in the trading area. Let's promote this in the chat channel and see how the sales go. With this thought, Yu entered the chat channel and quickly sent out, brothers selling crystal bows, now selling crystal bows along with 100 arrows, affordable prices, no deception here. Shields. Conceptual weapons, only 2 left in stock, act fast. As Yu's message was sent, the chat channel erupted. What a? Yu is actually selling weapons too. Finally selling weapons. What a? They're gone already. How are you guys so fast? Fools, don't you know to grab them first, and then send messages? Fortunately, I managed to grab a shield. Wait, how are you so fast? Watching the comments in the chat, Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Really? What do you mean he finally sold weapons? He had always had the crystal bows listed in the trading area, didn't these guys notice? No wonder no one bought them before. Did everyone just not see them? Unable to help but complain, Yu gradually he had listed too many resources. He had most of the resources available in the trading area, but the system wouldn't categorize his trading area. This meant that although he had many resources listed, other players might not know about them. It looks like I need to mention this in the chat channel, otherwise it would be pointless if everyone didn't know I was selling. With this thought, Yu switched to the chat channel, looking at the conversations of others, and quickly typed a message. Brothers, I have everything here, not just weapons and water. Come check out whatever you want with me. Absolutely affordable prices, no deception here. After sending the message, Yu exited the chat channel, muttering to himself. Looks like I need to announce this every day in the chat channel from now on. Stretching lazily, Yu eagerly wanted to see what resources he had traded for the crystal bows and shields. Oh, what a big profit. Upon seeing the resources in his backpack, Yu's previously gloomy mood vanished in an instant. Golden spirit fruit, fire spirit fruit, instant strike fragment. Tisk, once the secret realm opened, it seems this lucky kid got quite a lot. Looking at the 2 additional spirit fruits and 7 skill fragments in his backpack, Yu couldn't help but smile. 10 crystal bows and 10 shields actually exchanged for so many items. However, what surprised Yu was that most of the trades were skill fragments, and there were only 2 spirit fruits with not even a single first-level enhancement scroll. Fortunately, among these 2 spirit fruits, one was an epic quality fire spirit fruit. Why are there so many skill fragments? Looking at the resources in his backpack, Yu couldn't help but wonder if everyone wasn't interested in skills. Forget it, it doesn't matter if they don't need them. Oh, I do. Shaking his head, Baiyu decided to sell the golden spirit fruit and fire spirit fruit in his backpack for equivalent exchange. Selling golden spirit fruit 1, earning 1,000 EMC coins. Selling fire spirit fruit epic quality 1, earning 20,000 EMC coins. So expensive. 20,000 for one. Baiyu gasped, not expecting an epic quality fire spirit fruit to be so valuable, but upon reflection it made sense. This item could permanently increase constitution by 6 points. What a pity, I've already eaten a fire spirit fruit today, eating another wouldn't do me any good. 4 spirit fruits of the same attribute regardless of quality. The daily limit is 10, meaning that even if he ate an epic quality fire spirit fruit now, it wouldn't improve his attributes. They'll keep the epic one for myself, I'll let them have the ordinary and excellent ones first. With his mind made up, Baiyu turned his gaze to the skill fragments in his backpack, finally landing on one named Instant Strike. This skill is so common. I haven't even exchanged for equivalents yet, and I already have 12 of them. Baiyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, suddenly feeling a bit at a loss. Fragment Instant Strike. Description: Skill Instant Strike Fragment. Collect 10 to gain the skill Instant Strike, which can be used independently. Mental Attribute 1. Instant Strike. After releasing the skill, it will instantly appear above a random creature within 5 meters of oneself to attack. Note the fragment synthesis requires a workbench to synthesize. 5 meters. Random creature. What a... No wonder this skill is so common. How can I return it to them? Baiyu stared helplessly at the introduction of the Instant Strike fragment, not understanding how such a troublesome skill could exist. A random creature above. Doesn't that mean it could also appear above a teammate? Directly elbowing a teammate. Forget it, since I have it I might as well combine one to use. Suppressing his inner frustration, Baiyu decided to combine it to learn it. After all, having it was better than not having it. He used 10 fragments at the workbench to synthesize the Instant Strike skill and sold the remaining 2 for equivalent exchange. In the future I can use this to exchange for other resources, so I'm not too heartbroken. After finishing all this, Baiyu sold the other 6 skill fragments for equivalent exchange and exchanged them for the corresponding number of skills. This holy healing technique is just right for Xiao Rui, and Ice Blade and Wind Strike can be given to Muzi. After trading the skills for equivalent exchange, Baiyu took out 7 skill books and began to contemplate their distribution. Baishi Rui's talent is healing, which is perfectly suitable for holy healing, while Ice Blade and Wind Strike are ranged attack skills which can be learned by Li Muzi. Resolutely, Baiyu began to learn all 7 skill books in his hands. After all, they are skills of learning, one more dozen. I wonder what level I am at now. Stretching his limbs, Baiyu eagerly checked his personal information. Name: Baiyu. Status: healthy. Mental strength barely reaching level 4 monster. Standard physical fitness reaching level 3 mental 450 average for normal adults is 10. Physical 395 average for normal people is 10. Note: comprehensive speed, strength, and defense. Talent: equivalent exchange SS level unique talent. Now that I have more spirit fruits, my physical attributes will increase rapidly. By tomorrow my physical attribute should be nearly comparable to my mental attribute. Seeing that his physical attribute was nearing 400 points, Baiyu couldn't help but smile. Currently he had 4 types of spirit fruits. Besides the ice spirit fruit and gold spirit fruit, which were ordinary levels, the wood spirit fruit was of excellent quality, and the fire spirit fruit was even at the epic level. This meant that just by eating spirit fruits daily he could increase his physical attribute by 110 points. Not to mention the King Kong Flame Tiger meat, which although it was only probabilistic, could still add some physical fitness. Wow, I didn't realize until I calculated it, but does that mean my physical fitness could barely reach level 4 monster standard? Doesn't that mean the Frost Snow Leopard could no longer defeat him? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a smirk crept across Bai's face. The Frost Snow Leopard was only a level 3 monster. Even if it was the top of its level, there was a huge gap between level 3 and level 4 monsters. He couldn't believe that with his physical fitness and mental strength at level 4 monster standards, he wouldn't be able to defeat a level 3 Frost Snow Leopard. Moreover, he now mastered 8 skills, so in terms of strength, dealing with some lower level 4 monsters shouldn't be a hee little Snow Leopard, just wait for me to beat you up tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Baiyu couldn't wait to find the Frost Snow Leopard for a fight the next day. Feeling inexplicably good, Baiyu finished eating the wood spirit fruit and gold spirit fruit, then cozied back in a bed, happily watching the messages in the chat channel. Baiyu, big brother Baiyu, do you have any shields left? I also have some fragments. Can I trade 2 fragments for 1 shield? Baiyu, big brother, I'll trade 3 fragments for 1 shield. I'll trade 4 fragments, just for 1 shield. Get lost, you bunch of competitive fools. Seeing the messages in the chat channel, Baiyu smiled, surprised that shields were so in demand. Thinking for a moment, he quickly typed a message. I have some, I do, and I only need 1 fragment or 1 enhancement scroll, or a high-quality spirit fruit as well. If you don't have fragments or enhancement scrolls, but have resources to increase physical fitness or rare resources, feel free to ask me. If the price is right, I can trade. After hesitating for a moment, Baiyu quickly added, of course, if you want to exchange for other resources, I have all kinds, just let me know what you want, and you can come and check out my trading area. To promote the sale of other resources in his trading area, Baiyu decided to market it more in the chat channel. Who knows, there might be some necessities that he just wasn't aware of. After sending the message, Baiyu decisively exchanged for 32 shields and listed them in the trading area. Ugh, why does my backpack only have 32 slots? Baiyu felt a bit speechless at this moment. Everyone's backpack only had 32 slots, and each shield needed to occupy a separate slot, meaning he could sell a maximum of 32 at once. This severely impacted his ability to earn resources. I need to come up with a way to get someone to help me sell this stuff. If he could exchange a large number of shields in advance and store them in a storage box, then find someone to sell them for him, he wouldn't have to keep putting them up for sale, right? I remember that Muse's mother has a talent related to storage. I can ask her for help when I go find her tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Baiyu did not continue after listing one set of shields, but quickly typed in the chat channel. Brothers, I'll just put this many up for today. Once my stock runs out, I'll continue tomorrow. After sending the message, Baiyu ignored the reactions in the chat channel and directly exited the system. I didn't expect to be choked by my backpack. This is too uncomfortable. Lying in bed, Baiyu stared blankly at the ceiling. He truly hadn't thought there would come a day when he would resent having too few backpack slots. After calming down a bit, Baiyu was feeling a bit bored, so he opened the chat channel again. When he saw so many people wanting to buy shields, the calm mood he had just restored became a bit strained again. Forget it, I won't look anymore. Time to eat something and sleep. Sighing, he exited the system, glanced outside to see that it was still not completely dark, got out of bed to simply eat some King Kong flame tiger meat, and then lay back down, falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next day. I wonder if Muse and the others are better now. After a simple wash, Baiyu ate some freshly roasted King Kong flame tiger meat, while finding Lee Muse's chat box to tentatively send a message. Are you feeling better? Mom, I'm completely fine now, not in pain at all. At this moment, Lee Muse was sitting on the sofa looking very energetic and completely different from her haggard appearance yesterday. She never expected that the monster core would actually cure her headache. Not only that, but she felt her head clearer than before, likely due to having eaten too many Phantom Ice Beast monster cores at once, which raised her mental attributes significantly. As long as you're better, that's great. Looking at Lee Muse's almost instantaneous reply, Baiyu let out a long breath and quickly sent, let's go find your mother together later. I have something to ask her for help with, and I want to check the resources you've found for equivalency exchange. Sure, when are we going? Let's wait a bit, it's still early. After I finish eating, I'll go find you. No problem. Seeing Lee Muse's recovery, Baiyu quickly finished the King Kong flame tiger meat in his hand, took a short break, glanced at the sunlight outside, and calculated the time before leisurely heading towards Lee Muse's wooden house. Soon Baiyu arrived at Lee Muse's wooden house, standing outside, and calling out loudly, Muse, are you ready? With a creak, the door to the wooden house opened, and Lee Muse popped her head out quietly, making a shushing gesture. Baiyu was a bit confused. Seeing Lee Muse coming over, he instinctively asked softly, Little Han is leveling up, oh let's be quiet and not disturb it. Lee Muse explained so as not to affect its leveling up. Little Han, what are you talking about? The Frost Snow Leopard leveling up? Baiyu exclaimed in disbelief. Is the Frost Snow Leopard about to reach level 4 monster status? It should be upgrading, similar to the situation with the old wolf. It should be upgrading. Lee Muse nodded, and noticing Bai유's strange expression couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Isn't it true that a level 3 magical beast requires a level 4 magical beast core to upgrade? Can the Frost Snow Leopard single-handedly kill a level 4 magical beast? Baiyu was a bit baffled and somewhat depressed at the moment. What baffled him was that with the Frost Snow Leopard's strength, it could actually defeat a level 4 magical beast. What depressed him was that he had just managed to upgrade to a level 4 magical beast himself, and had not even had the chance to flaunt it before being surpassed by the Frost Snow Leopard. I don't know the specifics either. Lee Muse scratched her head and said uncertainly, I woke up and found it surrounded by ice crystals, which was similar to the old wolf's upgrading situation. That's why I thought it was upgrading too, but now that you mention it, I'm not so sure anymore. After a pause, she continued, how about you come in and take a look? She had only seen the old wolf upgrade from a level 2 magical beast, but she wasn't clear on what resources were specifically needed. Forget it, nothing should go wrong anyway. Baiyu shook his head casually and said, let's go to your mother first, and we'll talk about it after we come back. Although he felt a bit depressed, no matter how one looked at it, the Frost Snow Leopard was his pet, and if it truly upgraded to a level 4 magical beast, he would be more happy than anything. Alright then. Lee Muse nodded, and laughing and chatting with Baiyu headed towards Liu Yan's wooden house. Soon the two arrived at Liu Yan's wooden house, and Baiyu followed Lee Muse directly inside. Uncle Lee, Aunt Liu. Upon entering the wooden house, Baiyu looked at Li Tian and Liu Yan and greeted politely. Little Yu is here. Seeing Baiyu and Lee Muse come over, Liu Yan smiled and greeted them, while Li Tian sat aside chatting casually. Mom, I brought Baiyu here to clear out the inventory this time. Looking at Baiyu, who seemed a bit nervous, Lee Muse wrapped her arm around Liu Yan's and smiled, saying, Mom, please take us to where you store the resources. What's the rush? It's not often that little Yu comes here. Liu Yan said reproachfully, looking at Lee Muse. First let's rest for a while, and after lunch we'll go in the afternoon. We've already eaten before coming here. Lee Muse acted cute and said, let's hurry to the warehouse, we can eat when we come back. Little Yu has something he wants to ask for your help with. Yes, Aunt Liu, let's go to the warehouse first. Hearing Lee Muse's words, Baiyu looked at her gratefully and took the opportunity to say, I still have something I'd like to ask for your help with later. I don't want to stay here. Li Tian put on a stern face and pretended to be serious, saying, Muse, you haven't been here in days, so spend some time talking with your mom before going. That's not true, I just came a few days ago. Li Muzi retorted. Besides, it's still early, and we can come back just in time for lunch. The warehouse was not far from Lu Yan's wooden house, and since it was still early they had ample time to eat after returning. Alright. Lu Yan shook her head helplessly, affectionately glancing at Li Muzi, then said to Li Tian, who was sitting nearby, "You wait here at home for a while, we'll go to the warehouse first." As she spoke, she stood up, intending to take Bai Yu and Li Muzi to the warehouse. "Wait, I'll go with you." Seeing the three of them stand up, Li Tian hurriedly stood up, as well following Lu Yan. Although he had accepted the fact that his daughter was being taken away by Bai Yu, he did not want anything inappropriate to happen between them before they were officially together. "Alright, then let's go together." Lu Yan glanced at Li Tian as she knew what he meant, but didn't say much, leading the three of them out of the wooden house. The warehouse was near the cliff not far from Lu Yan's wooden house, and it took them less than 5 minutes to reach the cliff. From a distance, Bai Yu spotted 4 or 5 ice houses built from snow and ice, standing out starkly in the snow. Muzi and Xiao Rui have gathered quite a lot of resources during this time, and my wooden house doesn't have enough space for them, so I built these ice houses with your Uncle Li to store the resources. Lu Yan explained to Bai Yu. "I'm really sorry for troubling Uncle Li and Aunt Lu." Bai Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed at the sight of the stacked wooden houses. Although the ice houses were not far from Lu Yan's wooden house, they might still encounter magical beasts at night. "What trouble? We're happy to help you." Looking at Bai Yu, who seemed apologetic, Lu Yan smiled and said, "Otherwise we would feel quite guilty just taking your food and resources without giving anything in return." Since they arrived here, Bai Yu had provided food, wooden house upgrade resources, and spirit fruits every day, so helping him out in some matters was also a great pleasure. "Consider it a reward for the spirit fruits you provided." Li Tian, standing aside, said with a stern face. With his combat talent, he could clearly feel that his strength had significantly increased through the spirit fruits over this period, making him more durable. Now level 2 magical beasts were no match for him. Hearing their words, Bai Yu scratched his head and nodded awkwardly. "During this time we've opened up a lot of good resources that might surprise you later." Li Muzi rubbed her hands together, trying to warm herself up, and said proudly, "We'll definitely help you unlock many more illustrations." She and Bai Shirue had opened quite a few blueprints and precious resources during this time, so they would certainly help Bai Yu unlock more illustrations. "Then I'll be looking forward to it." Noticing Li Muzi's actions, Bai Yu smiled and followed Lu Yan into the ice house. Wow, so many. The ice house was nearly filled with storage boxes, but was particularly neat and roughly calculating there were 20 storage boxes in the entire wooden house. This was just one ice house, and counting the other 4, wouldn't that mean there were 100 storage boxes? He never expected that in such a short time the two of them could manage to gather so many resources. But upon further reflection it made sense, as Bai Yu had given them diamond-level treasure chests and later provided them with quite a few obsidian-level treasure chests, so it was not surprising that they could unlock so many resources. This ice house is among the less impressive ones. I've put the higher-grade items here. Looking at Bai Yu, surprised Lu Yan smiled, and was about to introduce what each box contained, but saw Bai Yu directly approaching the storage boxes and putting all the resources into his backpack. After selling everything in his backpack for an equivalent exchange, Bai Yu finally realized what was happening. Looking at the hesitant Lu Yan, he scratched his head and said, "Aunt Lu, it's quite cold here. Let's take everything back and talk slowly. How long would it take to look at all these resources one by one? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to lie in bed and take it easy? With so many resources here, how could we possibly take them all?" Hearing Bai Yu's words, Li Tian snorted coldly, about to say something when he saw the storage boxes disappearing before his eyes. Li Tian rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he had seen it wrong. Everyone had crossed over here. Didn't each person's backpack have a maximum of 32 slots? Why is this guy's backpack so big? What did he and Lu Yan even stand here for? "Little Yu, your backpack." Lu Yan, standing to the side, couldn't help but ask. You should know that her talent can increase the storage slots by 10, which means each storage box contains 35 types of resources, already exceeding the carrying capacity of her backpack. But how did Bai Yu achieve this? Could it be that his talent allows for an infinitely large backpack? Didn't Muzi mention anything to you? Noticing the expressions of Li Tian and Lu Yan, Bai Yu stopped his movements, scratched his head, and looked at Li Muzi. "No, I haven't mentioned your talent to anyone." Li Muzi shook his head and immediately said, "So my parents don't know what your talent specifically is." Li Tian and Lu Yan understood the importance of talent, so they didn't ask further. They only knew that Bai Yu's talent was SSS grade, but they were unclear on the specifics. "Oh, then let me explain." Bai Yu came to his senses and said with a smile, "My talent is SSS grade, but it's not a combat talent. It leans towards the economic side, allowing for equivalent exchanges of various resources. It can be simply understood that these resources have already been sold by my talent, so they do not occupy my backpack." Hearing Bai Yu's explanation, Li Tian and Lu Yan suddenly understood. No wonder Bai Yu could store these resources without limits. It turns out he had unified them and sold them. Is this what SSS grade talent is like? Compared to Li Tian's shocked gaze, Lu Yan had a hint of unusual brilliance in her eyes. "It's just luck." Bai Yu chuckled, chatting with the others while selling off the remaining resources for equivalent exchange. Before long, Bai Yu traded all the resources from the last ice house for equivalent exchange. Looking at the ice house before him, although he really wanted to pack it all up and take it away, the ice blocks were already frozen to the ground, and he couldn't put them into his backpack. Helpless, he could only give up on that idea. Let's go, this broken place is getting colder and colder. Packing everything up to take away, Bayu couldn't help but complain and walked towards the wooden house with Li Muzi and Before long, the four returned to the wooden house. After a short rest, Lu Yin called Li Tian to help cook while Bayu and Li Muzi sat together on the sofa. Noticing Li Tian's occasional sneaky glances, Bayu felt a bit embarrassed. Taking a deep breath, he began to check the items in the equivalent exchange. I indeed unlocked quite a few new illustrations. Flipping through the equivalent exchange, Bayu was surprised, not expecting to unlock so many new illustrations. But why does it seem like they're all blueprints? Bayu felt a bit helpless, just taking a cursory glance and planning to look closely after returning to his wooden house. Then his gaze fell upon the other items. Although the materials they had opened were many, most of them were ones Bayu had already unlocked. The truly new resources were only 4 types. They were nether water epic quality, chili seafood soy sauce, and deep sea sunken wood legendary quality. What is this? When Bayu's gaze fell on the deep sea sunken wood, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the building material needed for the diamond flame tiger dagger? And it's of legendary quality. I can finally craft the diamond flame tiger dagger. With this thought, Bayu couldn't help. Bayu, what's wrong with you? Li Muzi, who was munching on snacks, noticed Bayu suddenly smiling and asked with a hint of pride, are you surprised by our haul? Hee, yes, you all are really amazing. Bayu praised without reservation. Having the deep sea sunken wood isn't just about crafting the diamond flame tiger dagger. You should know that the secret realm has just begun. Based on the crystal bow and shield, weapons are currently hot commodities. If the diamond flame tiger dagger goes on sale, wouldn't Bayu have another resource he could sell in bulk? If it weren't for being in Lu Yan's wooden house, he would have wanted to craft a few immediately and put them in the trading area. Now you know how formidable we are, right? Hearing Bayu's praise, Li Muzi was very happy. The two were chatting happily when Li Tian came over with 2 plates of dishes. Time to eat. Seeing this, Bayu and Li Muzi stood up and walked towards the dining table. There's not much variety in the food, so let's make do with it for now. With another 2 plates of dishes on the table, Lu Yin smiled at Bayu. It's already quite a hassle. After some simple pleasantries, the 4 of them started eating while chatting, but most of the questions came from Lu Yin, while Bayu responded. By the way, little you just said you wanted to ask me for help. What do you need? Lu Yin asked Bayu as if she thought of something. She was very curious about what else they could do besides helping Bayu organize some resources. It's like this. Swallowing his food, Bayu explained, recently since the secret realm just opened, others really need equipment, and I happen to have a few sets of equipment that are quite hot selling. But my backpack doesn't have enough space to list too many at once, and I can't stay in the wooden house to list them. Pausing for a moment, Bayu looked at Lu Yin and continued, so I'd like to ask Aunt Lu to help me list some resources in the Lu Yin's talent is induction, which can increase storage space by 10. Bayu just needed to put a large amount of resources in the storage box, and Lu Yin would help list them. Sure, no problem. Just send me the selling prices, and I'll handle it. Lu Yin nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Alright then, I'll thank you in advance. Bayu felt a secret sigh of relief and thanked politely. With Lu Yin helping to list them, he could go check nearby for any good treasures. What are you being polite for? You've helped our family so much, at doing a little something is only fair. Lu Yin smiled and waved her hand unconcerned, saying, eat. Let's talk about other things after we're full. You'll be too full to walk if you eat anymore. And Bayu slumped into his chair, watching Lu Yin reach for the rice bowl again, and hastily waved her off. Annie, think about it. If you're going to sell gear regularly, commuting back and forth will be inconvenient. And Bayu quickly intercepted her hand and deftly steered the conversation. Fortunately, Muzi has just unlocked. Annie, think about it. If you're going to sell gear regularly, commuting back and forth will be inconvenient. And Bayu quickly intercepted her hand and deftly steered the conversation. Fortunately, Muzi has just unlocked the warehouse blueprint. I'll build one nearby right away. With that, he sprang to his feet, shot Muzi a meaningful glance, and fled the log cabin like a man escaping a trap. In behind him, Li Muzi watched Bayu's flustered retreat, and couldn't help stifling a quiet laugh. Phew, finally escaped. And stepping outside, Bayu exhaled deeply. Spotting Li Muzi and the others emerging behind him, he swiftly retrieved the warehouse blueprint from his equivalence exchange interface. Warehouse construction blueprint in description: an unremarkable storage facility. No quality tier, no additional attributes. Occupies 20 square meters, capacity 300 storage crates. Construction requirements: 1,000 units of timber, 1 warehouse construction blueprint. In 1,000 units of timber. Li Muzi peered over his shoulder at the material list and gasped in disbelief. That's far too much. And maybe we should just forget it. 1,000 units of timber for just 1 warehouse. Li Tian and Lu Yin exchanged stunned glances. The ice hut isn't even that far. We'd never need so much timber. Exactly. If it's urgent, we could easily build another ice hut near the log cabin instead. Precisely, Li Tian added. We built the ice hut so far away precisely because we feared future upgrades to the log cabin would encroach upon storage space. Each upgrade expanded the log cabin's footprint, so they had deliberately situated the ice hut at a considerable distance. 1,000 units of timber. That's barely worth 2 ice spirit fruits in EMC currency. Bayu chuckled. If there were better warehouses available, I'd consider this one almost disappointingly small. It held only 300 storage crates, and were it not the sole blueprint available, he wouldn't have bothered constructing it at all. Alright then. Hearing Bayu's casual valuation left the three momentarily speechless and deeply astonished. Are the ice spirit fruits we eat really that valuable? Limuzi blurted out before she could stop herself. Though she'd always assumed spirit fruits enhancing physical constitution would command high value, Bayu had been supplying them, nearly 100 per day, so gradually their perceived rarity had dulled. This should do. Bayu produced the timber and erected the warehouse, adjacent to Lu Yan's log cabin. Let's build several more. One for crystal bows, one for diamond flame tiger daggers, and the rest for other resources. With Lu Yan's permission, he constructed 9 additional warehouses, lined up neatly beside the first. Once every warehouse brimmed with 300 storage crates, Bayu filled 3 separate ones, each exclusively with crystal bows, arrows, and shields. Uncle Lu, I'll send you the pricing for these items now. There may be more weapons later. Having done so, he transmitted the preset prices to Lu Yin, then bowed politely to Li Tian and Lu Yin. I'll leave the rest in your capable hands. Still so formal, Lu Yin chided gently. We're the ones who should thank you for giving us purpose and keeping us from boredom. As they chatted, they strolled back toward the log cabin. After a few minutes, Bayu rose. Well then, Uncle Lu, I'll take my leave now. Seeing Lu Yin about to speak, he hurriedly explained, my father was injured recently while exploring a secret realm with us. I need to check on his recovery. And while I'm at it, I'll inspect the ice spirit fruit grove. Though heightened spiritual attributes mitigated mental afflictions, Bai Linji's spiritual base remained perilously low. Bayu simply couldn't gauge his current condition. He resolved to verify it in person. I'll go with you. Li Muzi stood. She worried for Bai Linji. After all, he'd sustained his injuries searching for them. Then go ahead. Hurry along. And Lu Yan's gaze softened as she turned to Li Muzi. Help however you can. But don't just gorge yourself, understand? Understood. Li Muzi nodded and set off beside Bayu. Shall we visit Uncle Bai first? She asked curiously as they walked. Or head straight to the ice spirit fruit grove? Let's check the grove first, Bayu mused. Mother and Xiao Rui are already tending to father. There's no rush. We'll visit him after. Recalling yesterday's seedlings, delicate, tender, almost doll-like, he felt an irresistible urgency to see how they'd fared overnight. Alright then. Li Muzi nodded and followed Bayu toward the ice spirit fruit saplings. Soon they arrived, and from afar spotted a lone figure crouched among the young plants, studying them intently. Dad, you're recovered. Bayu froze, stunned to find Bai Linji here. Spotting Bayu and Li Muzi approaching, Bai Linji's furrowed brow relaxed instantly. Then he fixed Bayu with a mock scolding glare. In whether this bitter, why drag Muzi out here with you? What if she catches cold? Bayu fell silent, speechless. Uncle Bayu and I just returned home together. We were on our way to check on you. Li Muzi stepped forward, concern softening her voice. Uncle Bai, your body hasn't fully healed yet. You should wait until you're stronger before coming here. And leave this to Bayu and me. No need. I'm nearly back to normal. Bai Linji waved dismissively, reassuring Li Muzi. After a night's rest, only faint aches lingered in his head and limbs, but otherwise he felt whole again. By the way, I meant to ask what's become of these saplings. They look frail, almost sickly. Do they stand a chance? Bayu leaned closer, puzzled. Could it be lack of fertilizer? Lately his searches in the trade district had focused on 2 things, clocks and fertilizer. Yet neither had surfaced. You reckless boy. Muzi at least shows concern for me. Bai Linji shot him a sideways glance, exasperated. And you? What have you done? I asked. You just didn't answer. Bayu muttered under his breath. Now you blame me for not hearing you. What did you say? Hearing Bai yes murmurs, Bai Linji cast him a sideways glance and snorted lightly. I told you back then that the legendary seedling wasn't growing well, yet you insisted on choosing that one. Now you're regretting not listening to the old man's advice, aren't you? Long before Bayu made the equivalent exchange, he had warned that the legendary ice spirit fruit seedling was not doing well, but Bayu insisted on that choice. Dad, although this might not be the right time to discuss this, Bayu said with a pained expression, we should first think about what to do now. Looking at the surrounding ice spirit fruit seedlings, he lamented, we can't just pull these out and plant new ones, can we? Is there any way to salvage them? These legendary seedlings cost him over 10 million EMC coins. If they were to perish just like that, he wouldn't even— I don't know what to do either. Looking at the tearful Bayu, Bai Linji sighed. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. It's also my first time planting such spirit fruits. Who knew I would run into this? If it weren't for the other 2 ice spirit fruit seedlings being fine, I would even suspect this is a sign of the ice spirit fruit tree maturing. Could it be that planting too many at once led to malnutrition? Li Muzi asked curiously. After all, these ice spirit fruit seedlings are all legendary, and without fertilizer the nutrients in the soil are insufficient. Plus, with the previous natural disasters, the black frozen soil has become harder, causing the ice spirit fruit seedlings to absorb nutrients less efficiently, which is why they're not growing well. After the natural disasters, the temperature here has been dropping, and these ice spirit fruits are all legendary grade, requiring immense energy. Without fertilizer, I suspect these ice spirit fruit seedlings are merely malnourished. That's not impossible. Hearing Lee Muse's analysis, by Linji pondered, perhaps these ice spirit fruit seedlings are indeed just malnourished. Now it seems that malnutrition is the only explanation. We must find a way to address the soil's fertility issue. So what do we do now? Baiyu couldn't help but ask, is there any way to enhance the soil's fertility besides fertilizer? What if we bring the old wolf over to fertilize? Since the old wolf can casually produce mythical ice spirit fruit seedlings, it might not be impossible to help fertilize this frozen soil. Just spare the old wolf. Listening to Baiyu, Lee Muse helplessly facepalmed and smiled wryly. She understood Bai's meaning, but even if they brought the old wolf over, it wouldn't be possible to save all these thousands of ice spirit fruit seedlings. What are you two talking about? Bai Linji looked at the two with a puzzled expression, not understanding their meaning. It's not. Baiyu scratched his head and did not elaborate further. Instead, he changed the subject. Since we can't solve it now, let's leave this place for now. Since they couldn't find a solution, staying here would be futile. It would be better to return to the comfort of their beds, browsing the trading area and chat channels in hopes that a lucky person might find some fertilizer. You two go back first, Bai Linji said, shaking his head. He'll stay here a bit longer. Maybe I can figure out the reason. Alright then, Muse, and I will head back first. Dad, you should return early too, so Mom won't worry, Baiyu said as he quickly pulled Lee Muse away, heading towards the wooden house. He didn't want to stay here any longer to avoid being dragged into hard labor. Got it. After agreeing, Bai Linji was about to continue checking the situation of the ice spirit fruit seedlings when he suddenly seemed to remember something and called out to Baiyu, "Hey, you come back." "What is it?" Baiyu stopped, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "Just wanted to let you know I discovered that the epic ice spirit fruit seedling seems to have its maturation time greatly reduced. Do you want to take a look?" He pointed to a distant ice spirit fruit that had a faintly purple hue and continued, "That one. I remember when I checked yesterday it had 75 days left, but just now, when I checked, it only has 65 days remaining." As he spoke, he took out a notebook from his backpack and handed it to Baiyu, which was filled with detailed records of the growth cycles and conditions of these ice spirit fruits. Since the natural disasters, Bai Linji had requested paper and a pen from Lee Muse to better understand the growth conditions of the ice spirit fruit seedlings. When he began recording, he noticed a strange issue: that epic ice spirit fruit seedling seemed to be growing at an extraordinary speed. During the day it grew normally, but when he checked the next day, the maturation time of the epic ice spirit fruit seedling would shorten by 1 to 2 days. 65 days. Baiyu was taken aback, instinctively taking the notebook Bai Linji offered, glancing through it, before lifting his gaze towards the epic ice spirit fruit seedling not far away. He remembered that when he checked earlier, this epic ice spirit fruit seedling still had 84 days left. How could it have dropped to just 65 days in only a few days? What surprised him more was that it had reduced by 10 days in just 2 days. Could it have mutated? I found it a bit strange, so I kept an eye on it. Bai Linji pondered, but when I checked, aside from the purple hue, there wasn't anything different. He'll go take a look. Saying this, Baiyu quickly walked over to the epic ice spirit fruit seedling and accessed the system to check its information. Ice spirit fruit, tree seedling, grade epic. Description: a seedling nurtured from the core of the ice spirit fruit, capable of growing into an ice spirit fruit tree. Note: outstanding and above ice spirit fruit seedlings can shorten the growth cycle by 10. Epic and above ice spirit fruit seedlings can shorten the growth cycle by 20 and increase the probability of producing high-grade ice spirit fruits. Growth cycle 64. 3 days. Indeed. Bai's pupils contracted as he carefully observed what was different about the epic ice spirit fruit seedling in front of him. "Did you find anything?" About a minute later, Lee Muse, watching Baiyu, who was staring intently, quietly asked him. "My eyes are starting to feel Rubbing his sore eyes, Baiyu looked at Lee Muse's speechless gaze and scratched his head. "I can't tell yet. Let's wait until it matures completely to find out." At the current growth rate, it was estimated that in less than a month's time, this epic ice spirit fruit seedling would completely mature, and perhaps then they would understand what made it different. "Dad, you should pay more attention during this time. We'll discuss it once it matures." "Okay." After a few exchanges and confirming there was nothing else, Baiyu and Lee Muse bid farewell to Bai Linji and returned to their wooden house. It's so much more comfortable in bed. Lying on the bed, Baiyu stretched lazily, savoring the rare moments of rest. Let me see if there are any fertilizers or similar items in the trading area. After lounging for a while, Baiyu entered the system. Just as he intended to check the trading area for recently posted fertilizers or alarm clocks, a series of private messages popped up. "Baiyu, do you still have shields? I need a shield." "Baiyu, hurry and put the shield up for sale, please." Looking at the flood of private messages all requesting shields, Baiyu was somewhat taken aback. Were shields really that popular? Yesterday someone was asking about the crystal bow, but today everyone is asking for shields. Yesterday it was half and half between the crystal bow and shields, so why is it all shields today? Caught off guard, a private message from a friend popped up. He instinctively clicked it and saw a message from Wang Lin. "Boss, you need to check the chat channel. You've been spammed." Looking at the message from Wang Lin, Baiyu opened the chat channel in confusion. "Baiyu, don't sleep, get up and sell shields." "Baiyu, boss, Baiyu, I want 10 shields. Can you make the price a bit cheaper?" Bayou boss Bayou, I also want Tinualp. Seeing almost every message tagging him, Bayou felt bewildered but quickly replied, I will regularly sell shields here. If anyone wants one, you can go to Li Tian Lu Yen. They are members of my guild, and I will sell equipment and weapons here. As Bayou sent the message, the previously spammed chat channel stilled for a moment before more messages flooded in. Wow. Awesome. I got a shield. Damn. How can you all be so fast? I just got in and they were all, just practice more. Watching the chat channel stop tagging him, Bayou let out a long breath, switched to his friends list, and saw a message from Lu Yin. He replied briefly before directly switching to Wang Lin's chat box. Do you know what's going on? Bayou was very curious about what had happened that day to make shields so sought after. Early this morning, a brother who bought a shield, or rather just came out of the secret realm, said that the shield is a conceptual weapon that permanently consumes a bit of durability, which allowed him to successfully kill a level 4 monster. At first no one believed it, suspecting it was a scam or a marketing tactic. That guy didn't explain, but simply said believe it or not. If you don't believe, it's just as well if fewer people will compete with me. Later more people came out to confirm it, and someone even posted a video. Seeing the whole story unfold, Bayou understood. No wonder the shield became a hit in just one day, or it turned out someone was promoting it for him. Boss, is your shield really conceptual? Does it permanently consume just a bit? Of course. Bayou quickly replied, however it's not that mystical. It does permanently consume a bit of durability, but no matter what attack it suffers it will always consume a bit of durability. So even if someone hits you with a stone it will lose a bit of durability. I see. Boss, do you have any extra? Can you give me one? Wicked smile. Seeing the message from Wang Lin, Bayou exchanged a shield and gifted it to him, specifically adding, I must clarify that this thing should only defend against physical attacks, though I haven't tested it against mental attacks. However, you could try it for me. Although the description of the shield stated it could resist all attacks, Bayou had never tested whether it could resist mental attacks. Got it. I'll go find a ghost to test it out. After chatting for a bit, Bayou pondered for a moment, switched to the chat channel, and quickly typed a message. Thank you all for your support, but the shield might not be as magical as you think. It only consumes a bit of durability, but any attack will consume a bit of durability. Please purchase accordingly. As soon as the message was sent, someone in the chat channel responded. I understand the logic, but boss Bayou, can you put up a few more? I really can't grab any. What? Every attack only consumes a bit of durability. Is it that trash? You all stop competing? Well, I'm a recycling station, let me handle it. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, Bayou shook his head and did not reply. He had already said everything. As for the effects after purchasing, that was no longer his concern. But why do I feel like I forgot something? Just as he was about to enter the trading area to look for fertilizers and alarm clocks, Bayou felt like he had forgotten something, but for a moment, he couldn't remember what it was. Forget it, let's find fertilizers and alarm clocks first. Shaking his head, Bayou pulled his thoughts back and began searching in the trading area. Damn, what is wrong with this bunch of guys? In the forest, John, who once again failed to grab a shield, couldn't help. When he learned of the shield's news, he immediately sent a message to Bayou, but had not received any reply. Helpless, he could only rush to the trading area, but after trying at least 10 times he had not managed to grab a single one. With my strength, even without a shield, I can defeat all kinds of monsters. Snorting coldly, John gave up on the idea of continuing to grab shields, and looked into the distance. Shields. Only the weak need defense. Oh my god, what kind of talent does Bayou have? How does he have so many resources? At first he thought Bayou had a prophetic talent which allowed him to know the location of water sources in advance, resulting in so much water for sale. But now it seems Bayou's talent is not that simple. After all, he can't just discover a super huge warehouse filled. Not only that, but Bayou's trading area almost included all resources traded in the market, and the quantities were immense. Although some items were exorbitantly priced, the vast majority were much cheaper than other resources on the market. Boss, I found news about Bayou. Just as he was pondering, a private message popped up. We asked others, and it seems Bayou has made a single unit purchase of the same type of resource. Oh my god, what is this guy doing? Looking at the message sent by the newcomer, John couldn't help but fall into thought. Purchasing only 1 unit of every resource. What does this mean? Could it be that this guy's talent is duplication? Continue investigating, and let me know immediately if there's any news. After replying, John looked into the distance, lost in thought.